Chapter 1. The First Encounter. The narrow alley reverberated with the sounds of a struggle, occasionally punctuated by muffled groans. After subduing the last of the villains, Batman retrieved a slender, metallic cylindrical vessel from the ground and secured it within his utility belt, dismissing the groaning. Miscreants sprawled on the pavement as he turned to depart the alley. The night's haul was modest, yet pivotal the new strain of toxin developed by Scarecrow. However, this was insufficient thus far. The clues surrounding this gas were scant. The extent of Batman's knowledge was limited to the mysterious disappearance of a world-renowned expert. Notably, it was not Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow himself, who was missing, but rather another individual, Professor Esme Claude, an authority in the field of biological neural systems. Following Professor Claude's vanishing, news emerged that Scarecrow had engineered a novel neurotoxic gas, with 5 confirmed victims to date. All exhibited symptoms of neurodegeneration, however. Strictly speaking, it was not degeneration. Medical assessments revealed that while the activity of the nerve cells had diminished, it remained within normal parameters. The crux of the issue lay in the disruption of nerve signal transmission, leading to an inability for the brain to govern bodily functions. Among the 5 victims, those with milder symptoms resembled individuals suffering from lower body paralysis, completely devoid of control over their lower limbs. The most grievously afflicted was nearly diagnosed as being in a vegetative state, were it not for his mother's unwavering belief that her son was conveying a silent plea for help. Through his eyes, her relentless pursuit of medical assistance culminated in confirmation from leading experts in neurology and biology that he could indeed hear and see, yet tragically, he was incapable of responding not due to ignorance, but because his signals failed to transmit correctly. According to the testimonies of the victims, each had received a letter, and upon opening it, they were suddenly struck by numbness in their arms, which subsequently escalated to their current condition. The most severely affected individual, though unable to articulate words, received a letter as well that he had a peculiar habit of licking his fingers after tearing open an envelope to facilitate the unsealing process, which likely exacerbated the severity of his symptoms. With the new toxin sample now secured, Batman felt an urgent need to return for a comprehensive analysis. Beyond locating Scarecrow and the missing professor, swiftly developing an antidote had become an imperative task. As he contemplated his next moves, he made his way towards the concealed location of the Batmobile. The narrow, dimly lit corner was enveloped by the surrounding buildings, devoid of any windows on the walls facing the alley. Such dead ends are ubiquitous in this city, a testament to its ancient history that has birthed a chaotic and haphazard urban landscape. This disorder is, in part, a contributing factor to Gotham City's persistently high crime rate. As he approached the Batmobile, an unusual occurrence jolted Batman from his contemplative thoughts, compelling him to halt his advance. The blue irises concealed behind his goggles narrowed, seemingly to ascertain that he was not succumbing to a hallucination induced by exposure to Scarecrow's toxic gas samples. Batman retrieved his specialized mobile device, which displayed several familiar symbols on its screen, yet conspicuously absent was the alarm he had hoped to see. The Batmobile was typically hidden in a nearby location during his operations to ensure that certain friends of his would not tamper with his beloved vehicle in his absence by planting a tracker or a bomb. The Batmobile was adorned with sensors that would alert him through the terminal in his hand at the slightest anomaly. Yet at this moment, the device offered no indication of any disturbance. Instead of approaching the vehicle directly, Batman concealed himself in a shadowy corner, meticulously observing to ensure this was not a trap. Soon, a figure rose from behind the car. Not the robust man or familiar face Batman had anticipated. It was merely an ordinary boy, appearing no older than 10, his emaciated frame indicative of long-term malnutrition. In this late autumn season, he donned a filthy, ill-fitting white t-shirt, and his grimy little face bore smudges of grease that should have clung to machinery. He raised a hand to wipe the perspiration from his forehead, gripping a wrench tightly. It was evident that the wheel, lying on the ground and detached from the Batmobile, was the handiwork of this child. Batman furrowed his brow surely. The Wayne Foundation's orphanage would not refuse any child, and there were always volunteers scouring the streets for such youths, bringing them back to the shelter to prevent them from becoming victims of crime. Had this child slipped through the cracks? Or was there another reason? Silently, Batman positioned himself behind the boy and spoke in a low, resonant voice. "You must know this is the Batmobile." The sudden voice startled the boy, who turned around in alarm to confront the ghostly figure of the man, his emerald eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and calm. Batman gradually advanced toward the boy. But as he neared within arm's length, he was met with the boy's unexpected aggression. The wrench, hidden behind his back, swung fiercely toward Batman's abdomen. Batman did not evade the attack, though it appeared fierce. The impact was insufficient even to cause a furrow in his brow. The boy's slender arm spoke of prolonged malnutrition, and even wielding a metal wrench, the force he exerted was merely a tickle to Batman's formidable gear. With a swift motion, Batman effortlessly lifted the audacious boy who had dared to assault him and his vehicle. The weight was so negligible that not even Batman, but any adult male, would find it difficult to hoist such a burden. The boy's defiant gaze could not mask his fear. Yet even so, he did not avert his eyes from Batman's face, a fact that slightly ignited Batman's competitive spirit. A rumble of hunger pierced the tense atmosphere, and a flush gradually crept onto the boy's pallid visage. "Are you hungry?" Batman released the boy and retrieved 2 sandwiches that Alfred had prepared for his late-night snack, offering one to the boy. However, the boy did not accept it, maintaining a wary glare, even as his stomach growled louder at the enticing aroma of the sandwich. "Oh, not hungry." Batman brought the sandwich to his lips, taking a bite and deliberately waving it before the boy, proclaiming, "Delicious." Before he could finish his sentence, the boy snatched the half-eaten sandwich from his hand and dashed into an alley, swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the night. Batman made no attempt to pursue him. Locating the boy would be a trivial task, but there were more pressing matters at hand. After a prolonged gaze at the Batmobile, which was missing 2 tires and in the process of having another removed, he sent a message to the Batcave. Shortly thereafter, a large cargo truck arrived at the alley, hoisting the Batmobile into its container before vanishing into the night. "Master Bruce, I'm still somewhat perplexed as to how he managed to remove the tires without triggering the alarm," Alfred remarked, still reeling from the recent developments. The Batmobile was equipped with sensors and alarms throughout, and he had just checked to confirm that the sensors were functional. "The sensors are not attached at the points where the tires meet the axles," Batman explained. "But under violent dismantling. Alfred, that child is far too slight. His strength is minimal. To prevent false alarms, the sensors do not register forces deemed too weak as a trigger. Furthermore, he did not resort to brute force. His actions, though requiring some effort, were executed with remarkable skill that I understand. I will message Lucius to rectify this blind spot as soon as possible." However, ordinarily, no one would attempt to remove the wheels of the Batmobile upon discovering it. Would they? This is indeed a busy point. Considering the typical behavior of Batman's adversaries, the sensors on the Batmobile are merely intended to monitor potential incidents such as destruction, towing bomb, installations, listening devices, trackers, and so forth. However, they had not anticipated that someone might merely contemplate vandalizing the tires upon sighting the Batmobile. "Master Bruce, what are you investigating?" Alfred inquired, observing Bruce's relentless search on the computer upon his return. "Alfred, I recall that Wayne Enterprises has been sheltering homeless children," Bruce replied. "Indeed, sir. The Wayne Foundation has thousands of volunteers dedicated to locating wandering children, but that does not guarantee that none will be overlooked. There is, of course, another possibility." Alfred understood the reason behind Bruce's inquiry, that "I know if he is neither an orphan nor a homeless child, it is highly plausible that he belongs to someone," Bruce remarked as he navigated to Gotham's crime records. The child's act of dismantling tires was undeniably not that of a novice. He had surely engaged in such activities more than once, and it was likely he had been caught a time or two. That although the records were extensive, individuals with red hair and green eyes were rare. Before long, the system provided search results. The child's father was merely a common lowlife in Gotham, having committed nearly every crime except murder, while the mother remained unidentified. Gazing at the photograph of the gaunt boy, with disheveled hair and a grimy face, holding the identification tag that every criminal would possess, Bruce noted the accompanying criminal record that, thus far, it only indicated theft. "Sir, I believe this child is not living well," Alfred expressed, sharing his sentiments as he scrutinized the image. Chapter 2. Decision. When Batman encountered the boy once again, he crouched atop a rooftop, observing the child sitting within a makeshift shelter constructed from cardboard. The boy was smoking what appeared to be a scavenged cigarette, coughing intermittently from the smoke, while in his other hand he clutched half a baguette, the other end of which already showed signs of mold. Batman narrowed his eyes, reflecting on the results of yesterday's computer search. Jason Peter Todd, approximately 14 years of age. Yet, his physique hardly suggested he was older than 12. The boy's father was essentially a scoundrel and a near-dowel through the wide neck of his oversized white t-shirt. One could see the interspersed scars adorning his youthful body, There was a record of this boy at a Wayne Foundation shelter, but the last entry indicated he had run away. Due to the presence of a guardian, albeit a disgraceful one, the shelter was mandated to notify the guardian, resulting in the boy's disappearance that very night. Clearly, he did not wish to return home, preferring instead to huddle in this makeshift cardboard pile amidst the frigid weather. The cardboard shifted slightly, and a small black puppy emerged, wagging its tail unsteadily as it approached the boy, likely still weaning. Upon noticing the puppy, the boy discarded his cigarette but retrieved a battered little bowl, poured some water into it, and crumbled a piece of bread, stirring it absent-mindedly before pushing the bowl towards the puppy, which joyfully wagged its tail while eating. Unbeknownst to the boy, a large, shadowy bat hovered above, observing the scene intently. A gust of wind swept in, causing the boy to shiver as he embraced the little black dog and burrowed into the pile of cardboard, seemingly ready to drift into slumber. Watching the trembling cardboard heap in the cold breeze, Batman made a decision and silently descended from the rooftop. As he lifted the cardboard, the little black puppy, frightened, burrowed deeper into the boy's embrace, whimpering softly, yet the boy remained blissfully asleep. Observing the flushed little face, Batman furrowed his brow even tighter. With the boy and the black puppy in his arms, Batman resolved to conclude his night patrol. Jason felt a mix of chills and warmth, an indescribable pain coursing through him, preventing him from sleeping soundly. Where am I? Struggling to open his eyes, he glimpsed an unfamiliar ceiling through blurred vision. Unlike the usual cold air upon waking, he felt warmth beneath a dry, cozy blanket, yet he still sensed the chill. Jason sat up with effort, gazing quizzically at the lavish room, his mind foggy and unable to piece together what had transpired. A warm, damp tongue licked his face, prompting him to turn and see the little black puppy that had shared his journey. The puppy wagged its tail excitedly, emitting a soft, pleading whine as it looked at him. The door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman in formal attire, holding a tray. Upon seeing Jason awake, he exclaimed joyfully, "Oh my goodness, you're finally awake. How do you feel?" Confused, Jason regarded the elderly man, his mind fragmented and struggling to comprehend the current situation. "It seems you still have a fever," the elder observed. His voice echoed, as if through a veil, slightly muffled. A cool hand touched Jason's forehead, alleviating the inexplicable headache. "The fever hasn't subsided. Eat this first, then take your medicine, and you should sleep again." In a daze, Jason was fed a bowl of viscous substance, followed by an unclear medication, after which he succumbed to sleep once more. "How is he?" After Jason had fallen asleep, the door creaked open again, and the little black puppy joyfully wagged its tail at the newcomer. "Not too well. If the fever doesn't break by tomorrow, I suggest we take him to the hospital. I hope it doesn't develop into pneumonia." Bruce gazed at the boy lying unconscious on the bed, stroking the puppy to silence its whimpering. "Master Bruce, have you made a decision? Is it not permissible?" "Of course not. It is simply that this child is different from Master Dick. You must be aware of the complexities surrounding his identity," Alfred remarked. Bruce was acutely aware of this distinction. Unlike Dick, Jason had a guardian, one whose negligence was appalling, though he would seize any opportunity for financial gain. Considering Jason's circumstances, it was evident that keeping him close might not be the wisest decision, that we could place him in a welfare institution until he is able to. "I understand, Alfred," Bruce interjected. He gazed at the boy, who remained in a stupor, and memories of the child's expression while sharing food with a small black dog resurfaced in his mind. He made a resolute decision. "Alfred, I wish to adopt him. However, Master Bruce, if his guardian does not consent, you will be unable to proceed with the formalities that I am aware, which is why I do not intend to pursue that route." Is that advisable? If the guardian comes looking for him, that man does not care about Jason's well-being. He will not know where Jason is. I am uncertain if your decision is the correct one, but for this child, it may indeed be the best course of action. As Bruce changed the boy's clothes, the scars and bruises, both fresh and faded, spoke volumes about his troubled past. He gently patted the small black dog's head before turning to leave the room. Chapter 3. Barbarous Opposition. When Jason awoke once more, he remained bewildered by the events that had transpired. He stared vacantly at the opulent yet empty room, pinching his cheek to confirm he was neither dreaming nor suffering from the cold. He murmured, "Is this heaven?" "Regrettably, you are not yet of the age to enter paradise," came a voice laced with amusement from the doorway, drawing Jason's attention. He turned in astonishment to see a man standing at the entrance, clad in a fitted casual outfit that accentuated his flawless physique. The man approached with a warm smile, directed at the boy sitting on the bed. "Is your fever gone?" Bruce inquired, extending his hand as if to check Jason's forehead for signs of illness. The steel-blue depths of his gaze did not miss the flicker of disdain in Jason's vibrant green eyes. "It seems the fever has subsided. Alfred, please bring our young friend something to eat." "Certainly, Master Bruce," replied an elder who appeared at the door, carrying a steaming bowl of food, which elicited a rumble from Jason's hungry stomach. "You must be famished. You have slept the whole day. Take your time eating, and let Alfred know if you need anything. Alfred, please take good care of our young friend. I have matters to attend to." "Of course, Master Bruce." With that, Bruce departed from the guest room prepared for Jason, donning his gear as he made his way to the Batcave. As the elevator doors slid open, a discontented voice resonated. "You should not have taken him in. I did not take him in." "Bruce, you know precisely what I mean." Barbara stepped forward, positioning herself between Bruce and the computer. Bruce merely cast a fleeting glance at her before circumventing her and settling into the swivel chair before the screen. "That boy is entirely different from Dick. He hails from the very depths of Gotham. I cannot believe you harbor such prejudices against them." "I am not prejudiced. Do not distort my words. You ought to understand, he is far from a mere boy. Surviving in such an environment without a guardian speaks volumes about his complexity." Bruce's gaze was fixed on the computer screen, his thoughts drifting to Jason's fleeting disdain followed by a smile that, of course, he is not innocent. Innocence cannot survive in the underbelly of Gotham. From the first moment he encountered that child, Bruce discerned his resilience, yet resilience alone was insufficient for a teenager to endure life in Gotham's depths, prompting Bruce to remain vigilant, perhaps even more so than himself. However, these were merely preliminary observations. What mattered most was the boy's remarkable intelligence. Regarding the two sandwiches he produced, he did not seize the pristine one, but rather the half-eaten one, for the child understood that only the one he had nibbled on would be free from any peculiar additives. Alas, being a child, he had not considered the possibility of what to do if only that single bite posed no threat. Bruce chuckled softly, shaking his head, and continued his search. "Bruce, you know exactly what I am saying. You should be acutely aware of how significant your identity is to those in Gotham's underworld." Bruce remained silent. He was indeed painfully aware of the number of individuals who had placed bounties on his true identity within Gotham's criminal factions. If that boy were to sense something and speak out. Barbara seized her thought. Unlike Dick, that child bore no antagonism towards crime, and in fact, crime might very well serve as his means of survival, leaving him with no trustworthy allies. Bruce continued to face away from her, his fingers incessantly tapping the keyboard in pursuit of something. "Bruce, I did not intend for him to replace Dick. Barbara, rest assured." "What?" "No, I also do not intend to involve him in this. I will send him to a boarding school, and by the time he graduates, he will be nearly of age." "Is it merely sympathy?" Barbara's question momentarily halted Bruce's actions, but he soon resumed his work. "Mr. Pennyworth, may I inquire as to why I am here?" Jason's sudden inquiry captured Alfred's attention, entirely uncharacteristic of the polite language one might expect from someone of the lower social strata. "How do you know my last name is Pennyworth?" "Nobody in Gotham is unaware of Bruce Wayne's butler." "Indeed, Master Bruce brought you back." "Did he find me?" "That I cannot say. I asked anything else you require." "May I ask, is there a small dog accompanying me?" "Are you referring to Ace?" "His custom doghouse just arrived, and he is quite pleased to have settled into it." "Will you be adopting him?" "Certainly. Master Bruce has named him Ace." "Did he have a name prior?" "No, he did not." "Then, is there anything else I can assist you with?" "No. I am truly grateful to you." "I feel weary. I am terribly sorry. You have been feverish all day. You must be exhausted. Please rest well tonight." Alfred tucked Jason in before exiting the room. As he made his way to the kitchen, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Strange, Master Jason did not inquire about our intentions regarding adopting him. Considering Jason's peculiar demeanor and the oddly formal politeness that seemed inconsistent with his background, Alfred furrowed his brow and redirected his steps toward the grand clock leading to the Batcave. Chapter 4. The Escape. "Master Bruce." Alfred's voice interrupted the somewhat awkward atmosphere in the Batcave, causing both Barbara and Bruce to turn their attention to the elder gentleman. "What is it, Alfred?" "I'm not entirely certain, sir. I simply find it a bit peculiar." Alfred struggled to articulate the sense of dissonance he had felt emanating from Jason. Hearing polite and well-mannered expressions from a street child felt profoundly incongruous, evoking an inexplicable sense of discord. Upon hearing Alfred's words, Bruce fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Barbara tirelessly endeavored to persuade Bruce to relinquish Jason, that if it were merely compassion driving him, Bruce Wayne could easily find a justification to send Jason off to a boarding school, rather than resorting to such a perilous method for their status. Suddenly, the Batcave alarm blared, interrupting Bruce's thoughts. The three of them turned their gazes toward the computer screen, which displayed the surveillance footage that had just emerged that a boy clad in casual attire was striving to scale the outer wall of Wayne Manor. Oblivious to the fact that his actions had activated the estate's most sophisticated surveillance system, he found the wall rather daunting for his physique. As he strained to hook his left foot over the top, an object slipped from his pocket. Perched atop the wall, the boy glanced at the fallen item, hesitating momentarily over whether to retrieve it. Ultimately, he relinquished the object and vaulted over the barrier, his silhouette diminishing in the surveillance footage. "I doubt he really needs you," Barbara remarked with irritation, observing that the dropped item appeared to be a piece of cutlery crafted from pure silver, belonging to Wayne Manor. Bruce paid no heed to Barbara's comment, instead directing a question to Alfred. "Alfred, have you prepared clothing for him?" "Indeed, Master Bruce. I have assembled a casual outfit, a set of pajamas, and formal attire for Master Jason's school enrollment," Alfred replied, his preparations always executed with remarkable efficiency. Completed before Bruce even initiated his plans. "That I shall step out for a moment," Bruce declared, removing his bat helmet, ready to present himself as Bruce Wayne. "Bruce, surely there are alternative methods. Why must you personally bring him under your wing?" Barbara understood Bruce's intentions, yet could not shake her concern for the boy, who had navigated the treacherous depths of Gotham. "Barbara, what are your thoughts on Jason?" Bruce countered, refraining from addressing her concerns directly. "You?" Confused by Bruce's inquiry, Barbara sought clarity through her gaze. "That boy is astute enough, possessing considerable vigilance and determination. If left to mature in Gotham's environment unchecked, it is difficult to predict how perilous he might become in the future. I cannot allow that possibility to materialize." "Very well, but his wariness towards you is also significant. He does not trust you. What do you intend to do about that?" Barbara did not contest Bruce's analysis. The boy's cleverness was indeed irksome. Bruce refrained from responding to her question. Having shed his armor, he donned casual attire, transforming from the fearsome Dark Knight into the well-known Gotham darling, and subsequently drove away from Wayne Manor in a vehicle befitting his persona. "Ugh, lost one still. There are these left," Jason muttered from his hiding spot, extracting a set of silver cutlery knife, fork, and spoon, counting them one by one. The crisp clinking of the utensils against one another indicated their pure composition. "If I manage to sell these, it should sustain me for a while. And oh wonder Bruce Wayne's household utensils are crafted from pure silver. Perhaps I ought to discreetly detach a few gems from the ones embedded in my bedside, however. That would be rather troublesome to handle," as Jason muttered to himself. He tucked the silverware back in his pocket and cautiously pulled up his hood, making his way along the familiar alley towards the underground shop, where he routinely disposed of stolen goods. Such illicit establishments were ubiquitous in Gotham's old districts. Jason was acutely aware of his situation. He did not expect the pure silver utensils to fetch their true worth, but at the very least, they should guarantee him a few days' worth of meals. With a silent prayer, he pushed open the shop's door. "Teach, old fool." Emerging from the back alley shop, Jason grumbled. When he retrieved the silverware from his pocket, he did not miss the glint of greedy anticipation in the shopkeeper's sunken eyes. Yet, despite the silver's undeniable value, he found himself with a mere $50. Having pilfered various items, Jason knew full well that the silverware was worth far more than that. But what could he do? He was just a child, and it was already a stroke of luck that the old man was willing to part with cash. He had encountered more than one scoundrel who would take the goods and refuse payment altogether. Clutching the scant money he had just acquired, Jason began to seek shelter for the night. "Hey, need a ride?" A car pulled up alongside him, its opulent exterior starkly contrasting the dilapidated alley. The window rolled down just enough for Jason to glimpse the occupant within. He instinctively turned to flee, but a single phrase from the driver rooted him to the spot. "I found you quite easily." The driver, sporting an innocuous smile, sat behind the wheel. "Are you taking me to the police station?" "Well, could you please get in? You know, this area isn't exactly safe." Bruce's disconcerting grin made Jason uneasy, yet he complied and slid into the car. Bruce pressed down on the accelerator, steering his beloved vehicle away from the dim alley. "How did you know I was there?" "Guess." The playful smile of Gotham's darling filled Jason with profound discomfort. He had encountered many faces like that, masks of perfection fused with a veneer of insincerity. "All right, enough teasing. Our little friend Batman asked me to keep an eye on you." You know that vampire? Bruce's revelation genuinely astonished Jason. A vampire, you say? Perhaps, in a sense. I have some connection to him. I have heard about your predicament, and thus, I cannot transfer you to a welfare institution. Instead, I have arranged for you to stay at a boarding school, where you may reside indefinitely. I shall bear all expenses for your living and tuition until your graduation, by which time you will be of age. When that moment arrives, you may pursue whatever aspirations you desire. What do you think? You wish to escape your current circumstances, do you not? Really? Jason found it difficult to believe. He had always regarded so-called philanthropists with skepticism, convinced that they harbored ulterior motives, much like that individual. What benefit do you derive from this? Well, if I were to claim it is because I am a compassionate individual, you would surely not believe me. So, let us say it is a favor from Batman. If you do not trust me, at least trust him. Bruce turned to Jason and offered him a smile. Jason realized that he did not despise this particular smile from Bruce. Chapter 5. Himmler pissed. Regardless of whether Jason harbored trust for Bruce, he certainly placed his faith in Batman. This brief interlude away from home was soon eclipsed by pressing matters. Currently, Jason resided at Wayne Manor, awaiting Bruce to finalize the enrollment procedures for boarding school. However, according to Alfred, integrating Jason into the school at this juncture posed challenges due to the ambiguity surrounding his identity. While formalizing adoption would resolve most issues by granting him the status of a son, Jason possessed no such designation. Bruce Wayne, being a prominent social figure, would inevitably attract the keen eyes of the paparazzi should he attempt to force Jason's admission, which would be detrimental to both Bruce and Jason. Moreover, although wealth could facilitate access to boarding schools, Jason's educational background would undoubtedly fail to meet the rigorous standards of elite instruction. To avert such complications, Jason's enrollment was scheduled for the upcoming academic term in 6 months, during which Alfred would provide him with supplementary tutoring in fundamental subjects to ensure he would not develop aversion to learning due to comprehension difficulties. As Bruce aptly stated, Jason's greatest intelligence lay in his awareness of his circumstances and his adeptness at leveraging every available resource. He understood that this opportunity represented his sole means of escaping his past, thus he seized every moment for study. Regrettably, the late nights of studying often led him to succumb to slumber at his desk, a daily occurrence. During the tutoring sessions, Alfred made an unexpected discovery. Jason possessed a profound affinity for literary works. This revelation was quite a delightful surprise, as it illuminated the source of Jason's seemingly genteel demeanor. What are you reading? During afternoon tea, Jason would invariably occupy a cozy study, engrossed in a book, a routine he had cultivated. Have you finished Pride and Prejudice or La Dame aux Camelias? Alfred inquired, somewhat astonished. Yes, thank you very much. Jason replied politely as he acknowledged Alfred placing the afternoon refreshments before him. Alfred remained uncertain whether this trait of Jason's was cultivated from literature or if it was an innate aspect of his character. Nonetheless, there was an unmistakable sense of detachment beneath Jason's deliberate politeness. He did not trust them. Even with Batman's endorsement, he remained skeptical of Bruce Wayne. Alfred could empathize, as the stark disparity between wealth and poverty in Gotham was glaring. As Gotham's wealthiest individual, Bruce Wayne had inevitably become a target of resentment for many among the lower echelons. And even the existence of the largest charitable organization under Wayne Enterprises could not alter that perception. Children like Dick, who bore no prejudice or animosity towards the affluent, were indeed a rarity. However, Alfred sensed that Jason's animosity towards Bruce stemmed from deeper, more complex reasons than mere hostility. It seemed to be a vigilant response born from fear. Master Bruce, I wish to discuss matters concerning Master Jason. As evening fell, Alfred brought dessert to the man who had been ensconced in the Batcave for the entire day, hoping to broach the subject of Jason. Jason? What about him? Bruce inquired absently, his focus unwavering on his work. Observing Bruce's demeanor, Alfred inwardly sighed. It was precisely this attitude that had escalated the discord between Bruce and Dick to a point of irreconcilability. I find Master Jason's behavior towards us rather peculiar. Perhaps it was the completion of the evidence analysis or Alfred's words that prompted Bruce to finally pause and turn his gaze towards him. That boy comes from the lowest echelons of the city. Judging by the scars on his body, his guardians have utterly failed in their responsibilities. He lacks a sense of security, harbors wariness towards everyone, and trusts no one. Yet, his distrust towards me seems excessive. If I had done something to him unbeknownst to me, it must have been another wealthy individual who wronged him. Batman's keen observational and analytical skills were beyond reproach. Yet even he found himself powerless in the face of Jason's distrust. Despite their time spent together, Jason remained guarded, leaving Bruce in the dark regarding the events that had transpired. He had sought to investigate, but the streets were rife with countless children like Jason, their plights largely ignored. The leads were sporadic, failing to coalesce into anything substantial. The most notable clue indicated that approximately 6 months prior, Jason had vanished from the streets for nearly a month, only to reappear and subsequently abandon his guardianship, choosing instead to roam the streets. This period warranted attention, yet Bruce found himself at an impasse, unable to obtain further information unless Jason chose to speak. Otherwise, he would have to confront that wretched individual. Alfred observed Bruce lost in contemplation, choosing not to speak further. Having watched Bruce grow, he understood him better than anyone. His reticent nature often led to misunderstandings, and he pondered when Dick would come to realize this. Reflecting on the boy who had moved out due to a falling out with Bruce, Alfred sighed once more. At 7:30 this evening, Mr. Himmelpisk is hosting a charity gala. Will you be attending? Of course. Shall I summon Master Dick back? No, he disdains such gatherings. Then shall I take Master Jason with me? Jason's identity is exceedingly intricate, and he is ill-suited for excessive exposure. Thus, please expedite preparations. Upon hearing Alfred's words, Bruce lifted his gaze to the clock on the screen, which clearly indicated 6 o'clock. It was his ravenous stomach that compelled Jason to emerge from the realm of the book. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that it was not yet dinner time. He casually swallowed the now-cold refreshments on the table and headed towards the kitchen. As he passed by a living room, the conversation within piqued his interest. So, Mr. Bruce has prepared a gift for Mr. Himmelpisk. I will head over shortly. Very well. Then later Jason will deliver it to the banquet. Remember to make the packaging extravagant. Understood, Mr. Bruce. The heavy door panels rendered Jason's ability to hear the conversation intermittent. Yet he caught a name he wished never to recall. Himmelpisk. Damn, these hypocrites are indeed all cut from the same cloth. Chapter 6. Mrs. Emma Gotham's darling, Bruce, is like a magnet wherever he goes. As the initiator of tonight's charity gala and the largest shareholder of the Piskey Group, Himmel greeted the man who had just alighted from his vehicle, instantly surrounded by a throng of reporters and beautiful women. Bruce, you remain ever so popular. It is truly enviable. Bruce released his embrace of 2 lovely ladies and shook Himmel's hand. It is an honor to receive your invitation, Mr. Himmel. Gotham's darling, with his passion for extreme sports and fitness, had sculpted a physique akin to that of a Roman god, and his bespoke high-end suit perfectly accentuated his robust form. Oh, I somewhat regret it. You are nearly stealing my thunder. Please, come in. Himmel gestured invitingly, and the arrival of Bruce Wayne, the guest of honor, signified the official commencement of the evening's festivities. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to welcome you all to the charity gala that I have organized. Gentlemen, as we raise our glasses in celebration, let us remember the many children who can only. Philanthropists have their preferences. Some gravitate towards aiding the disabled, while others focus on environmental causes. Bruce Wayne belongs to the type that is pleased as long as money is donated, whereas Himmelpisk epitomizes the philanthropist who is particularly concerned with children. His donations are not solely directed towards children's education, but also towards protecting those affected by domestic violence. The welfare institution under Wayne receives substantial contributions from him annually. Now, let us invite our guest for this evening, Mr. Bruce Wayne, to say a few words. With a fervent gesture, Himmelpisk handed over the floor to Bruce. Under the gaze of the audience, Bruce adjusted his attire slightly and approached the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, children represent the future of our city, and indeed, our future. It is our duty to ensure they have a nurturing environment in which to grow. I am honored to be here today to witness the inception of yet another charitable foundation dedicated to the welfare of children. On behalf of Wayne Enterprises, I pledge a donation of $1 million to serve as the foundation's startup capital. Bruce's words were met with enthusiastic applause, and as he concluded his remarks, the soiree reached its zenith. Such high society gatherings primarily aim to expand one's network. The ultimate purpose of the banquet is the mutual acquaintance and exchange among attendees. As the initiator, Himmelpisk was soon surrounded by the media, with reporters from various publications vying to extract more information from him to enhance their respective stories. Meanwhile, the remaining guests engaged in conversation, each harboring their own intentions. As a prominent guest, Bruce adeptly navigated the crowd, embracing 2 women and skillfully evading the reporters, likely leading to tomorrow's headlines featuring yet another enchanting companion by his side. The socialites of high society possess a remarkable sense of propriety. Although it may be regrettable not to accompany Gotham's wealthiest, such a slight pales in comparison to incurring his displeasure. Faced with the persistent ringing of Bruce's phone, the socialites reluctantly moved on in search of their next target. finally afforded a moment of solitude. Bruce silenced the incoming calls on his phone and found a quiet corner in which to stand. Affectedly appearing nonchalant, he casually held a drink, greeting each passerby with a brief acknowledgement, while his trained ears remained attuned to the conversations unfolding within the banquet hall. "Oh, Mr. Wayne, why are you standing here alone? Are you unwell?" An elderly lady approached Bruce, her tone laced with concern. "Please, call me Bruce, Mrs. Emma. I am quite well, just you know." The ladies are somewhat overly enthusiastic. "Oh, that means you are quite popular. If I were 30 years younger, I would fervently pursue you. You are a most charming young man. That is truly my honor, Mrs. Emma." Emma Blatt is a regular at charitable soirees, and her late husband, Barnes Blatt, was a renowned philanthropist. Following his passing, Emma fully embraced her late husband's legacy, striving to assist as many people as possible. Bruce holds a deep admiration for this compassionate woman and thus finds no reason to escape her incessant chatter. "By the way, do you know? Another child has gone missing." Madame Emma's sudden shift in tone momentarily led Bruce to feel as though he had inadvertently overlooked some crucial information. "The children at my Angel Welfare Institute. Perhaps they simply left on their own. Such occurrences are not particularly rare. Children in welfare institutions sometimes run away for various reasons." "Does Mr. Bruce consider this matter to be quite normal?" Madame Emma appeared somewhat agitated, convinced that this situation was peculiar. Yet no one seemed to place their trust in her. Neither the police nor her friends cared about the few additional missing children among those who vanished each year. "No. Madame Emma, what is it that causes you such concern?" Noticing her displeasure, Bruce altered his approach. "The children who have gone missing all possess strikingly beautiful blue eyes." Upon uttering this, Madame Emma turned and walked away, leaving Bruce to ponder the significance of her words. Each year, many children from the lower strata of Gotham society go missing. Some vanish from the streets, while others escape from welfare institutions. Unless there is a widespread pattern of disappearances, even the police find themselves powerless. If the welfare institution files a report, it merely results in a registration, as the law does not mandate that children must remain in welfare care. If a found child is unwilling to return, there is little that can be done. However, Madame Emma's Welfare Institute is rather unique. This compassionate lady makes every effort to reintegrate those children into society. She oversees numerous welfare organizations, but the Angel Welfare Institute holds a special place, as it only accommodates children who are unable to care for themselves, such as those with severe disabilities. Due to the nature of these exceptional children, the Angel Welfare Institute meticulously tracks each adopted child's progress. Even years after adoption, assessments are conducted to ensure that these children do not lose their support systems again. Each child's history and whereabouts are clearly documented, and instances of disappearance have been exceedingly rare. Yet, several cases have arisen in recent years, which explains Madame Emma's heightened concern. The mention of blue eyes piqued Bruce's interest, prompting him to hastily pursue Madame Emma. "Madame Emma, I apologize, but may I inquire about the approximate time when the latest missing child disappeared?" "Oh, you wish to assist? Perhaps you could be of help. Let me think. The welfare institution notified me about this 6 months ago. If you come across any information, please do contact me. Here is my private number." Madame Emma casually handed Bruce a card. In high society, it is customary for individuals to possess 2 phone numbers, one for personal connections and another for public use. It was evident that the number she provided to Bruce was her personal one. Upon receiving Lady Emma's card, Bruce activated Alfred's phone. "Alfred, please assist me in retrieving the data on the children who went missing in Gotham 6 months ago." "Of course, Master Bruce," Alfred replied. Chapter 7. The case. According to the police records, there were 50 reported missing children in Gotham 6 months ago. However, considering that many cases went unreported, it is estimated that the actual number of missing children should be at least 150. How many have been located? Does this include the deceased? Yes, it includes the deceased. Among those with known fates, 30 children have been accounted for, 18 of whom are confirmed dead. What were the causes of death? Of the 18 deceased, 10 died from accidents, either by falling into the sea or getting lost in the woods. And the remaining 8? 3 were shot, one of whom did not die instantly but succumbed to excessive blood loss. The other 5? Unfortunately, they fell victim to homicide. Alfred hesitated to utter these words. The children who suffered unnatural deaths, aside from the 3 killed by the apprehended serial killer, were all victims of sexual assault. Among them were 2 girls and 3 boys, all of whom endured the torment of at least 4 assailants. Police records indicate that each body contained at least 4 distinct bodily fluid samples. Notably, 2 types of skin flakes were discovered beneath the fingernails of one girl, and intriguingly, one of the flakes did not match her bodily fluids but corresponded with those extracted from another boy. The police suspect this to be part of an organized crime syndicate. Despite the inconsistent timelines of when the children's bodies were discovered, a pattern emerged. A body appeared roughly every month. Additionally, signs of frostbite were found on 2 of the bodies, leading officers to believe that the children likely died around the same time, albeit with a delay in the disposal of their remains. Even if not simultaneous, their deaths were likely close in time. However, matching criminal records did not yield any suitable suspects, suggesting that this criminal organization may be a recent emergence. I understand. This information cast a shadow over Bruce's spirits. Glancing at the revelers immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the gathering, he narrowed his eyes, concocting an excuse to retreat to the lounge specially prepared for him above the festivities. The night in Gotham was so dark that it seemed to consume all light. The dazzling brilliance of the upper echelons failed to illuminate the dim streets below. A shadow moved silently between the gaps of the buildings, leaving nothing but fleeting silhouettes captured by the occasional light. After leaping across several rooftops, the shadow landed on the ledge of an old structure, effortlessly opening a window and slipping inside. Why was I not informed of this? A deep, gravelly voice suddenly resonated from behind Gordon. Instinctively, he drew his firearm, but upon recognizing the figure, he lowered it with a heavy sigh. I implore you, do you wish to give me a heart attack? As I age and my heart grows weaker, I find myself pondering why I was not informed. Ignoring Sheriff Gordon's grievances, Batman continued to pose his inquiries. Which one? Startled and confronted by an intruder who employed intimidation, Gordon's mood soured immensely, further exacerbated by his inability to express his frustration. The case of the child murders. He stated succinctly, devoid of any superfluous words, clearly conveying his intent. Batman, well aware that Gotham is a veritable breeding ground for crime, understood that both he and the police could only strive to do their utmost, yet there remained numerous matters beyond their reach. Upon hearing Batman mention that particular case buried beneath a plethora of others, Gordon fell silent, casually lighting a cigarette. The connection among these cases was fortuitous. The officer tasked with preserving the samples was a newcomer, careless enough to break 3 test tubes. Consequently, while 3 samples were supposed to be tested, only 2 were analyzed. The officer responsible for examining the samples was an experienced veteran who detected the anomaly. Thus, he retested all the samples, ultimately discovering a match from 2 of the corpses. Gordon took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he watched the wisps of smoke dissipate into the air. The bodies were discovered at different times and locations. Though all had suffered sexual assault, the causes of death varied: mechanical asphyxiation, severe blunt force trauma, and one directly succumbing to the act of rape. Reflecting on the 5 innocent bodies and speculating on their tragic fates, Gordon clenched his fists tightly. Had it not been for that careless young man, linking these 5 cases would have been exceedingly difficult. Currently, we have yet to reach a consensus on whether to classify this case as a series of murders or as independent incidents. And aren't you preoccupied with the Scarecrow case? This bastard, let me finish my thoughts. As Gordon emerged from his sorrowful reverie, he found that the silhouette which had stood by the window had vanished. The night breeze swept through the open window, gently stirring the thin curtain. Peering outside, Gordon scrutinized the surroundings but found no trace of the intruder. Resigned, he closed the window and drew the curtain, only to remember something and reopen the window to the night air, declaring, there's another commonality. They all have green eyes. Having collaborated with Batman for an extended period, Gordon was acutely aware that the elusive figure would not simply vanish but would linger nearby in search of further clues. Indeed, Batman was precisely where Gordon had suspected, standing atop the roof, having overheard Gordon's final words. Green eyes, a long-held intuition, suddenly connected Jason's disappearance 6 months prior with this case. Activating his communicator, he inquired, "Alfred, is Master Jason asleep? Master Jason? He must still be awake, diligently working at this moment. I shall return shortly." Batman, steering his beloved vehicle, heads toward Wayne Manor. Given the constraints of Bruce's identity, he intends to inquire directly as Batman. Midway through his journey, he suddenly receives an urgent signal from the Batcave. "Alfred, what is the matter?" "Master Bruce, Master Jason is not in his room. I have searched the entire manor. He is missing." "What about the surveillance footage?" "Oh my God. He left right after dinner." "Understood." Ending the communication, Batman activates the radar, which swiftly locks onto a fixed frequency emanating from a transmitter in Jason's shoe. Chapter 8. Trust the radar displays a decreasing distance to the target, and when it approaches within 300 meters, Batman conceals the vehicle and proceeds alone toward the radar's indicated location. The radar guides him to an abandoned church, a typical gathering spot for the homeless. Activating the infrared scanner, he detects at least 5 individuals inside. The infrared display reveals 4 individuals huddled around a small fire, their images distorted by the heat, while a smaller figure remains at a distance from the flames. Batman narrows his eyes, retrieves his grapple gun, and silently ascends to a windowsill, peering through the shattered stained glass. In his line of sight, in a corner far from the door and windows, lies a dying ember. The 4 adults, disheveled with tangled hair and beards, are wrapped in tattered blankets, either leaning against the wall or lying on the ground, seemingly asleep. Adjusting his angle, Batman finally spots the figure nestled behind several discarded tables, Jason. From his current vantage point, the details are unclear. But one thing is certain. Jason's patched-up old attire could not possibly have been a deliberate choice by Alfred, aimed at catering to the young man's fashion sense. Reflecting on Jason's past, it is evident he is an exceptionally bright child, with a strong capacity for counter-surveillance, which is one of his intelligent traits. Jason must have concluded that his previous easy discovery was due to his clothing, prompting him to swiftly change out of the lightweight, warm, high-end casual wear. However, while clothing can be easily replaced, shoes are another matter entirely, which is precisely why Batman placed the tracker in Jason's footwear. After some contemplation, Batman leaps down from the windowsill, stands before the dilapidated door, and gently pushes it open. The ancient hinges groan under the strain, awakening the slumbering homeless individuals within. The homeless man lifted his head, gazing in terror at the shadow that nearly blocked the entrance. A vampire? But this is a church. Batman disregarded the hushed whispers of the other homeless individuals and strode directly towards the abandoned table obscuring Jason's figure. As he approached the table, a chair was suddenly hurled at him. He deftly sidestepped the attack and swiftly seized the figure attempting to escape on the ground. "Let go of me, you pervert," Jason screeched, being hoisted by the collar like a cat. He struggled in midair, hurling insults. Batman paid no heed to Jason's flailing. He merely pondered the intensity of Jason's resistance, which was far greater than during their initial encounter when he had caught him stealing tires. In a moment of distraction, Jason delivered a kick to his elbow. Though protected by his suit, the blow was forceful enough to compel Batman to loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Jason glanced at his waist and broke free from Batman's grasp, darting out of the church. As he watched Jason's retreating figure, Batman flexed his elbow slightly before hastily pursuing him outside. With a tracker in place, there was no possibility of losing Jason. However, he found himself perplexed by Jason's demeanor. Upon reflection, Batman recalled their conversation that night when Jason had agreed to his arrangement and had been earnestly striving to meet the academic requirements for the prestigious school over the past 6 months, displaying no signs of reluctance. If Jason had never encountered Batman before, his reaction could be interpreted as fear. Yet, Jason had indeed seen Batman before, even in far more dire circumstances, and had not exhibited such terror then. The string of base, vile curses that had just escaped Jason's lips was emblematic of his roots in Gotham's underbelly, indicating that he had been so frightened that he lost the courage to maintain his facade, revealing his true nature hidden beneath a veneer of politeness. Originally, Jason had harbored distrust towards Bruce, but at least he had faith in Batman. However, the recent incident had made it clear that he had now lost that trust in Batman as well. Although Batman could not fathom what he had done to warrant such disillusionment, perched on a tree branch, he observed the boy hidden in the nearby bushes, nervously rubbing his right foot while glancing around warily. It was a conundrum. How could he earn a child's trust? Jason was diligently massaging his right ankle, having run too vigorously, possibly twisting his foot in the process. Yet he knew he had to leave swiftly. If he were to be caught by that vampire again, he would undoubtedly be sent back to Wayne Manor and would have no chance of escaping again. Damn it. He should never have placed his trust in the tales of Gotham. It was entirely possible that Batman and those others were in cahoots, and those children might very well have been offered up for his sanguine needs. Jason felt a slight alleviation of pain in his right foot and lifted his head to survey his surroundings. All right, let us get out of here. Before Jason could finish his sentence, a shadow descended from the sky, obstructing his path, followed by a powerful arm that firmly ensnared him. Jason emitted a terrified scream, his voice still unbroken, producing a shrill sound akin to the harsh friction of sharp metal, startling the birds from the nearby trees. "Jason, calm down. It's me." A hand swiftly covered his mouth, silencing the distressing noise. There was no deliberate attempt to suppress the deep timbre, nor any intention to distort it into a rasp. The voice was unmistakably familiar to any denizen of Gotham, frequently heard on television and at various charitable galas. "Calm down. Okay, it's me." Gazing into those green eyes, filled with fear, yet resolutely locked onto his, Batman pondered whether he ought to convey this revelation in a more graceful manner. The moonlight briefly pierced through the clouds, casting its glow downwards as Bruce raised his empty hand, lifted his cowl, and satisfied with the astonishment reflected in Jason's eyes, donned his helmet once more. We need to leave this place. Chapter 9. The Hypocrite. By the time the Batmobile returned to the Batcave, Jason had yet to recover from the revelation that Batman was Bruce. His large green eyes, still glistening with unshed tears, curiously explored the entirety of the cave. Welcome back, Master Jason. Alfred greeted him as he appeared seemingly from nowhere by the Batmobile, holding a set of clean clothes and offering them to Jason. How about some cookies first? When Jason merely stared blankly at him, Alfred proposed another suggestion. Jason sat in the seat, his head down, consuming the delectable treats that Alfred had personally crafted. Lost in his thoughts, Bruce stood nearby, sipping coffee while meticulously examining information on the computer. Hey, are you really Batman? At that moment, Jason's brain seemed to finally connect, and he looked at Bruce with a bewildered gaze. What do you think? Bruce did not directly answer Jason's inquiry, but instead turned the question back to him. But you're Bruce, the Bruce Wayne, the president of Wayne Enterprises, that brainless billionaire, and Batman as well. You two are so different. Jason stammered, his words tumbling into incoherence until he could no longer articulate his thoughts, resorting to shoving another cookie into his mouth and returning to his quiet nibbling. Jason, I am perplexed as to why you harbor distrust towards me. Your retort, albeit softly spoken, left Bruce with no choice but to exhale a resigned sigh. You are right, and thus I cannot reproach you for your previous lack of faith in me. Nevertheless, I have confided my deepest secret to you in hopes of earning your trust. Jason, however, offered no reply, merely stuffing another sweet morsel into his mouth and diligently chewing. Jason, we had previously agreed upon your departure to boarding school. From your subsequent actions, it appears you are quite content with this arrangement. Could you enlighten me as to why you chose to flee? Observing a hint of softness in Jason's demeanor, Bruce seized the opportunity to inquire, yet the only response he received was the sound of Jason chewing on his treat. Jason, I recognize your intelligence. Yet even Batman cannot fully fathom your thoughts. If you do not reveal what transpired, I am unable to assist you. Jason remained steadfast in his efforts to consume the fourth sweet, seemingly disinclined to answer any of Bruce's queries. Jason, are you friends with that fellow? Just as Bruce felt his patience waning, Jason finally spoke, albeit with a disjointed retort. Who? That chap named Pisk. No, why? Don't lie. You intend to give him a gift. Jason, in high society, gifting does not signify anything untoward. As the host of the soiree, he extended an invitation for me to attend the dinner, and it would be discourteous to arrive empty-handed. It is merely a matter of etiquette. Bruce's explanation seemed to resonate with Jason, who bowed his head in contemplation for a considerable time before uncertainly raising it to ask, Really? Indeed, truly. What do you wish to give him? What? A gift? What would you have me bestow upon that pedophile? Not me, surely. Confronted by the earnest expression on Jason's small face, which was a mixture of anger, fear, defiance, and a hint of desperation, Bruce suddenly realized he might have unwittingly grasped the crucial clue in a series of heinous crimes. With instinctive urgency, he gripped Jason's frail shoulders. Jason, tell me everything you know. Master Bruce, I fear you have frightened young Master Jason, Alfred interjected, timely halting Bruce's almost habitual intimidation tactics. I apologize, Jason. Noticing the small body trembling beneath his hands, Bruce quickly softened his tone. Alfred, ever the caretaker, presented a warm glass of milk to the frightened child, soothing his nerves. Why do you believe I would consider you a gift for him? Bruce inquired, shifting the question now that Jason's emotions had stabilized. I overheard your discussions in the room regarding gifts, alongside my name. Jason is quite astute, as events have unfolded. He has begun to realize that this is merely a misunderstanding on his part. Those erratic green eyes cannot conceal the gradual flush spreading across his cheeks. Oh my God, I must clear my name. I was merely stating that after preparing dinner for Master Jason, I would present the gift. Apologies. Well, I accept your apology. Would you care for another glass of milk? As Jason appeared to gradually relax, Bruce decided to pose another question. Jason, share with me what you know. Why do you refer to Pisk as a pedophile? After a moment of contemplation, Jason replied slowly. That day, a man approached that scoundrel, claiming a wealthy individual named Himmler Pisk wished to adopt me. The scoundrel was overjoyed and sold me off. I am not privy to the amount, but I indeed witnessed the man handing him money. I assumed it was merely a charitable endeavor among the affluent, akin to your own adoption of an orphan. However, I was indifferent. Even if it meant being a servant under the guise of adoption, I thought it better than remaining with that scoundrel. Jason's words knitted Bruce's brows tightly together. He had indeed speculated about the reasons behind Jason's disappearance 6 months prior. But he had only assumed that Jason had fled from his wretched father. And then I found myself in a luxurious car, en route to an opulent villa. Do you recall the route? I do not. The car's windows were opaque, preventing me from seeing outside. Please continue. Upon arriving at the villa, several women stripped me of my clothing and informed me that I was to undergo a physical examination, followed by a bath, before meeting Mr. Pisk. Initially, I thought he merely had a penchant for cleanliness and accepted the examination without a second thought. But did the examination raise your suspicions? Indeed, there was a prostate examination. What led you to doubt? Please, I was born and raised in the depths of Gotham. I am not so naive as to believe such an examination is merely routine. It is no boast. My visage is quite popular, and many individuals have set their sights on me, though I have not allowed them to succeed. With a proud lift of his chin, Jason displayed a confidence that was not unfounded. His reddish-brown hair, paired with striking green eyes and well-defined features, suggested he would undoubtedly grow into a handsome man. And what happened next? After completing the inspection, I decided to take a bath. I was not alone. There were several young boys present. Among them, one appeared to have some cognitive difficulties, and conversing with him felt rather awkward. I overheard from one of the older boys that after bathing, we would change clothes and board a plane to meet someone named Pisk. I feared that once I boarded the aircraft, I might never have the opportunity to escape. Seizing the moment when no one was in the changing room, I slipped into the laundry chute and descended directly to the laundry room below. Fortune smiled upon me that day, as it happened to be the scheduled collection day for the laundry service. I concealed myself among a pile of dirty clothes and was transported away in the laundry van. Jason's tale concluded, and Bruce could not help but admire Jason's instincts, which were almost akin to a beast's intuitive ability, protecting him at the most critical moment. Had Jason truly boarded that plane, he likely would have met the same fate as those other children. By the way, Jason, do you recall the characteristics of those children? Characteristics? You mean like hair color, eye color, and so forth? I can't remember the hair colors precisely. There were 2 with red hair. One was mine, and the other had even redder hair than mine. There was one blonde, and the rest had brown hair. Oh, and the one who seemed to have cognitive issues had black hair, I believe. And what about their eye colors? Although Bruce had already deduced a possibility, he still sought confirmation from Jason. After a moment of contemplation, Jason lowered his head and replied, "They all seem to have green eyes, but mine are the most striking." Jason's assured response caused Bruce to narrow his steel blue eyes. Chapter 10, Shatter. The Glass Heart of Youth. Jason lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Ultimately, he surrendered to inertia, lying still in bed. A day had passed, and he had not managed to absorb a single word from his book. His mind was consumed with thoughts of whether there might be a secret passage behind the bookshelf or if a hidden camera lay in some corner. Tonight, Bruce, the Batman, donned his uniform once more to search for clues. The information Jason could provide was exceedingly limited, relegating him to the role of a mere victim witness. Restlessly tossing in bed, Jason eventually rose from the soft mattress and wandered aimlessly through the dimly lit hallway. Before he knew it, he found himself standing before the grand clock that led to the underground cave. This ancient, rustic wooden clock had withstood the test of time under the care of generations of Wayne family heads. The protective lacquer, crafted through age-old techniques, continued to serve its purpose, deepening the clock's color and enhancing its solemnity. To complement the opulence of the manor, the clock's pendulum was adorned with a circle of tiny diamonds, evoking a sense of breathtaking beauty from its time of creation. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that he was alone, Jason began to examine the clock. How peculiar. He thought that there seemed to be no switch. After searching for quite some time, Jason was unable to locate the elusive switch he had speculated about. As he leaned against the clock, contemplating whether the switch might be hidden elsewhere, the clock behind him unexpectedly shifted, causing him to tumble into the elevator concealed behind it. This specially customized elevator boasted unparalleled stability and speed, with its operational noise barely perceptible. As Jason regained his footing, gingerly rubbing the spot on his head where he had collided, the elevator had already descended to the subterranean caverns beneath Wayne Manor. Oh my goodness! Upon witnessing the scene that unfolded when the elevator doors opened, Jason momentarily forgot his pain. On his return the day prior, he had been too overwhelmed to absorb much of the surroundings, but today, the revelation of this secret base struck him with immense impact once again. Batman, Bruce, had already departed, and Alfred seemed to be nowhere in sight, perhaps off preparing a midnight snack for the Caped Crusader. The colossal screen illuminated the areas of Gotham under intensive surveillance, yet Batman was conspicuously absent. Lo and behold, In the dedicated parking area of the cave, apart from the space reserved for the Batmobile, there was also a motorcycle. Curiosity piqued, Jason reached out to touch it, ensuring no one was around before mounting it. Vroom vroom. Hey, old buddy, everything's fine on this end. How about you? Sorry, pal, I'm currently entangled with about 20 thugs and could use some assistance. Of course, I'm in desperate need of your help. I'll be there shortly. Suddenly, something caught Jason's attention. A shadow on a protruding cliff face diverted his focus. Dismounting the motorcycle, he cautiously approached the edge of the cliff, but a bottomless chasm separated him from the outcrop. He leaned as far as he could to peer over, but the specialized lighting in the Batcave only illuminated the main platform, rendering the object on the cliff across the abyss a mere silhouette. A plane? Impossible. Who in their right mind would park a plane in an underground cavern, even with limited formal education? Jason's common sense told him that no one would park an aircraft in such a place. While contemplating this, a glimpse from the corner of his eye caught his attention. Above the elevator entrance through which he had arrived, there appeared to be another level, featuring what seemed to be a row of glass cabinets. A sudden hypothesis began to materialize in Jason's mind, and his uncontainable excitement propelled him to skip eagerly toward the row of glass cabinets. As anticipated, the display showcased the attire of Batman, undoubtedly accompanied by the classic uniform of Robin. The first display case stood empty, presumably meant for Batman's costume, while the second glass cabinet prominently exhibited the renowned outfit of Robin, the ever-faithful companion of Batman. Wow, how splendid! Jason leaned against the glass case, scrutinizing the uniform within. With a gentle push, he discovered that the cabinet was unlocked, and the only barrier between him and Robin's costume had suddenly ceased to exist. Enchanted, Jason instinctively retrieved the suit and donned it, using the reflection in the glass to experiment with various poses, examining himself from every angle. The fit was slightly snug, but surely Robin, who always accompanied Batman, must have been a smaller fellow. He chuckled softly at the reflection, amused by his own antics. Hey, it's not right to wear someone else's clothes. A sudden unfamiliar voice startled Jason. Who's there? Jason's mind raced, attempting to discern the identity of the newcomer. An enemy? A friend? Had one of Batman's adversaries discovered his identity and followed him? Why was this cave so poorly guarded? Oh, how could I have overlooked the fact that this guy planned to recruit a Robin? If he intended to do so, at the very least he should have prepared a uniform. Or was it you? Stealing? Wearing? At last, Jason spotted the man, who had somehow settled on a railing not far from him, clad in a skin-tight suit of deep blue and light blue that perfectly accentuated his well-defined muscles. The high collar slightly obscured the man's chin, while the neckline dipped down to his chest. From Jason's vantage point, he could even catch a glimpse of the man's chest muscles. The yellow decorative lines elegantly distinguished the light blue from the dark blue sections. Despite the dual concealment of the collar and mask, they could not hide the man's strikingly handsome face. At that moment, the only image that flashed through Jason's mind was of a bird he had recently seen in a birdwatching guide. The uniform's appearance, in any regard, evoked thoughts of the courting bird depicted within. Although he was aware that Gotham's criminals with even a hint of sanity had been eliminated, and only a few deranged ones remained, it seemed implausible to Jason that any such criminal would have a penchant for dressing like a bird of paradise. What's the matter? Did I hit the nail on the head, kid? The man, noticing Jason's stillness, approached him with a playful smile after descending from the railing. However, as he drew near, Jason unexpectedly launched a kick aimed directly at his groin. After successfully executing his surprise attack, Jason swiftly dashed past the man towards the control panel below. Damn it, I must trigger the alarm. That little brat. The man was taken aback when the young boy suddenly launched a kick aimed directly at his vulnerable spot. It was humiliating to be ambushed by a child. Igniting a surge of anger within him, he leaped down from the upper platform, seizing Jason by the collar. You little rascal. If you were a girl, it might be excusable, but who taught you to indiscriminately kick a man's privates? If anything happens to my dignity, what will you offer as compensation? Let go of me. You pervert. Who cares about you? Jason struggled vigorously, but the man skillfully evaded Jason's attempts to break free, maintaining a firm grip that left Jason feeling increasingly irritated. Humph. Don't think I want to hit you just because you're a kid. Who are you calling a kid? I'm 14. The revelation of Jason's age startled the man, providing Jason the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to the man's prominent nose. Freed from his grasp, Jason turned and bolted toward the elevator. Just as he reached the elevator, the doors swung open, revealing Alfred, who emerged carrying a tray of pastries and 2 drinks. Alfred, run. Long time no see, afu. 2 voices echoed simultaneously, causing Alfred to momentarily pause before quickly grasping the situation. It has indeed been a while, Master Dick. Why didn't you inform me of your return? Well, I heard from Barbara that Bruce was planning to have a go at some poor boy. So I came to see who the unfortunate soul was, Dick said while rubbing his nose, casting a menacing glance at the boy hiding behind Alfred. Ugh. Jason stuck out his tongue at Alfred from behind. Alfred, who is this guy? Oh, Master Jason. He is the original owner of the outfit you are wearing. Humph. I am Dick Grayson, the former Robin, Dick pronounced, deliberately emphasizing former Robin, and took satisfaction in witnessing Jason's face blanch. You're lying. This guy dressed like a flamboyant peacock is Robin. A flamboyant peacock? Chapter 11. Clue. At this moment, Batman stood atop a skyscraper, using a specialized telescope to surveil the Pisk Company building across several blocks. After gathering information from Jason suggesting Pisk might be involved, or even the mastermind, he had entered during the day under the guise of Bruce Wayne, installing listening devices in critical areas. However, thus far, the devices had yielded no useful information. From his vantage point, he could see Himmler's office, another focal point of his surveillance. The high-powered telescope allowed him to discern Himmler's lip movements, enabling him to read his speech through lip reading, but this required Himmler to face the window. Unfortunately, like his own desk, Himmler was positioned away from the light. Through the messages relayed by the listener, it became evident that Himmler's phone conversations were predominantly work-related matters. If he were a corporate spy, such information would indeed be invaluable. However, he is Batman, and the stock, fund, and investment dealings hold no relevance to the case he is currently investigating. Casting another glance at the tirelessly working Himmler, Batman narrowed his eyes. Perhaps I should first visit his villa, the one Jason mentioned. Batman had previously investigated that villa, and although Jason provided scan information, his observations of the surrounding environment through the window allowed Batman to identify several properties that met the criteria. Yet, none were registered under Himmler's name. Jason claimed he had not lingered in the car for long, which suggests the likelihood of him having left Gotham was minimal. It would have been beneficial if Jason could provide a more precise time frame. According to Jason, the duration ranged from half an hour to 40 minutes, and certainly not exceeding 50 minutes, as he had deliberately checked the clock upon exiting the vehicle. Considering the typical speed of a car, 50 minutes would not suffice to escape Gotham City from Jason's residence. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that Himmler has accomplices, and the villa Jason visited belongs to one of them. Among the owners of those villas, one name particularly caught Batman's attention: Chris Estayer, a man who, 2 years prior, was charged with the crime of child molestation. With the backing of a formidable legal team, the case was ultimately resolved with a settlement, claiming that his affection for children had led him to inadvertently commit an egregious act. The villa registered in his name was the one that most closely matched Jason's description. A distant sound of a car drew Batman's attention away from the electronic map in his hands to the private road leading to the villa. Soon, a familiar vehicle came into view. After the car entered the garage, Himmler emerged with a female companion, both making their way into the villa. With her long brown hair and alluring figure, the woman epitomized Himmler's well-known preferences. Her hair obscured her face, preventing Batman from discerning her features. Once the two figures vanished at the villa's entrance, the lights within illuminated, and shortly thereafter, Himmler's silhouette appeared by the window, drawing the curtains one by one. Perched on a branch, Batman adjusted the signal receiver, and a dialogue emerged. Darling, your eyes are stunning. Your lips are so sweet. I speak from the heart. They're like the most perfect obsidian. This flirtatious exchange emanating from the receiver caused Bruce to squint. Not green eyes, huh? Suddenly, Alfred's voice came through on the line. What is it, Alfred? I need to remind you that you cannot be absent from the shareholders' meeting tomorrow morning. Understood, I will return immediately. It seems tonight will yield no further gains. Batman cast one last glance at the now darkened villa before leaping into the Batmobile and driving along the road towards the Batcave. Upon returning, Bruce unexpectedly discovered Dick standing before the glass cabinet, carefully stowing away his earliest Robin costume. His disheveled hair, the scratches on his face, and the bandage wrapped around his right arm starkly contrasted with his otherwise intact uniform. Injured? Following Bruce's gaze, Dick glanced at the bandage on his right hand. Oh, just a scratch from a wildcat. Alfred was overly anxious. A wildcat? It was merely a boys' bonding moment. Alfred had appeared beside Bruce at some point, bringing a cup of steaming milk tea. I thought you needed ample rest, so I took the liberty of replacing your coffee with tea, he added, noticing Bruce's displeased expression. What about Jason? Master Jason has already retired for the night. He experienced quite a lot today. Quite a lot. Hey, Bruce. Do you really intend for that little brat to take my place? Dick inquired, observing Bruce's silhouette. I have no intention of seeking another Robin. Bruce replied before stepping into the elevator leading to Wayne Manor, leaving Dick and Alfred alone in the vast Batcave. Master Dick. Master Bruce has always regretted involving you in this life. I know, Alfred. However, I detest his tendency to make decisions for others without their consent under the guise of concern. No one understood Bruce's character better than Alfred, and he could only remain silent in response to Dick's remarks. By the way, doesn't T. Bruce truly wish to recruit an assistant? At present, it appears Master Bruce has no such intentions. You seem quite fond of Master Jason. Ah, I do like that little rascal. He's fierce, akin to a little wildcat. Haha. Dick raised his bandaged arm, revealing the bite mark left by that little wildcat. Pardon my frankness, but you are merely 2 years older than Master Jason. Referring to him as a little rascal seems somewhat inappropriate. Reflecting on the reason behind Jason and Dick's earlier altercation, a subtle smile crept onto Alfred's lips. Alfred, is that fellow truly 14 years old? He isn't deceiving you, is he? Dick remained skeptical. Jason's small stature made him doubt the claim. Indeed, he is 14. However, boys often experience sudden growth spurts. You were quite short at 14 as well. Oh, Alfred, let us not revisit that matter. Chapter 12. Taking action. Jason believed he possessed a sufficiently strong heart to confront this tragic world. From the moment I could recall, I remember that capricious man who would inexplicably lash out at me from time to time. In the early days, he would even cry, though I cannot pinpoint when he ceased to shed tears. As I grew older, I began to wander the streets, initially pilfering scraps of food, and later resorting to theft of money. When I encountered drunken men sprawled on the ground, I would search their pockets without hesitation. On fortunate occasions, I might find some cash, or even a valuable watch. I despised the inebriates. Sometimes, I would venture to a shelter to scavenge for food. Yet I would often return to check if that man had met his end. I pondered my mother and considered my father. A rather ordinary man with brown hair and black eyes, contrasting with my own red hair and green eyes. I even speculated whether I had been abandoned on the streets and later rescued by that man. Nevertheless, I persevered and grew amidst the underbelly of Gotham society. Initially, I would occasionally be caught while stealing, enduring beatings as a consequence. However, the instances of capture diminished over time. Stealing tires from the Batmobile was perhaps the most exhilarating theft of my life. Jason believed he had developed a sufficiently resilient heart to confront the world's malevolence. He truly thought so, even as the homeless children sometimes gathered to discuss the robin bird that flitted alongside the bat. He merely listened. Even on those rare nights when he glimpsed the robin bird flitting next to the large, dark bat, he felt little concern. It must have been a magical robin. Given its vibrant colors and chirping, surely nothing ordinary, as it accompanied a vampire. Occasionally, when I stumbled upon Batman and Robin apprehending criminals, I genuinely held this belief, never doubting the identities of Batman and the Robin Bird. It was only upon discovering that Bruce was indeed that vampire, no, the Batman, that my anticipation to meet the lively bird, always at Batman's side, began to grow. I was fortunate enough to see that bird and heard the sound of my once robust heart transforming into a fragile object constructed of thin glass, shattering with a cacophony of despair. The thought that the robin bird had evolved into a blissful creature, transitioning from a tricolor robin to a tricolor paradise, lingered in Jason's mind throughout the night. Even in dreams, he envisioned himself surrounded by splendid paradise birds, showcasing their resplendent plumage while chirping animatedly at him. Thus, on that early morning before dawn, Jason sat on his bed, burying his face in the covers at an odd angle, striving to expel the throng of robin and paradise birds that had occupied his mind all night, hoping to catch up on sleep. However, when the sunlight finally streamed through the curtain's gap, his efforts were rendered futile. Reluctantly, Jason trudged towards the dining room, bearing the dark circles of a sleepless night. "Barbara, please stop laughing." "Apologies, Barbara. How amusing." Dick relinquished his attempts to halt Barbara's uproarious laughter upon learning the reason for his altercation with Jason last night, which had her in fits of giggles. "Forgive me," Dick chuckled. "By the way, Bruce, what prompted your sudden call for me to return?" The pretext of checking on Jason was merely a guise. Naturally, the unpleasantness surrounding his departure from home contributed to Dick's reluctance to return. However, Bruce's summons in itself was a matter of concern. Based on his understanding of the man, he knew that even when cornered, Bruce would never seek assistance. This perpetually left Dick with an unsettling sense of unworthiness, a source of conflict between him and Bruce. Bruce's gaze remained fixed on the report submitted by Alfred. An exceedingly important shareholders' meeting was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and these documents required his scrutiny. "I suspect Himmler is connected to the recent spate of child abductions and murders," Bruce mused, taking another sip of coffee while contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Thus far, the case had yielded no leads. Dick had already heard about the series of crimes from Barbara, but the multitude of questions and the scarcity of clues were overwhelming. Jason's emergence presented a potential breakthrough, yet they had yet to devise a strategy. Himmler was an emerging star in his field, with ties to numerous prominent figures in politics. A misstep could exacerbate an already dire situation. I intend to engage with Himmler more frequently, as Wayne Enterprises is currently involved in a substantial collaborative project with Piss Company. Dick and Barbara exchanged glances, recognizing in each other's eyes a shared sense of despair that had long been absent. Bruce, while your public persona is that of a philanthropic playboy with a penchant for women and extreme sports, are you certain you wish to add the label of pedophile to your name? Given Dick's knowledge of Bruce, he was certain that Bruce would find a way to convince Himmler of their shared inclinations, leading to an invitation from Himmler, which would allow Bruce to infiltrate the circle. However, the notion of portraying himself as a pedophile, Bruce, I do not believe this is a prudent idea. You are aware that rumors have circulated regarding your adoption of Dick, implying that you are a pedophile. Although the situation was subsequently resolved by Wayne Enterprises' Public Relations Department, once such a label is affixed, it becomes exceedingly difficult to shed it, especially now that you intend to adopt Jason. Barbara stood in agreement with Dick, equally convinced that Bruce's self-infiltration was ill-advised. The concerns raised by Dick and Barbara had also crossed Bruce's mind, as Alfred likewise opposed this method of infiltration. Nevertheless, Bruce had already investigated all properties associated with Himmler and had yet to discover any location that could potentially harbor the missing children. Jason once mentioned helicopters, and considering Himmler's usual carefulness in never revealing any clues, Bruce surmised that this location must be situated on a private island. If Himmler did not extend an invitation to him, he would have no opportunity to ascertain which island it was. Bruce Wayne would not delve too deeply into this matter, yet it was imperative to determine the target's whereabouts, even if only vaguely. They currently possessed no other means. The adversary had concealed everything so thoroughly that, without Jason's input, it was unlikely anyone would associate such matters with that philanthropist devoted to children's welfare. However, this case was excessively intricate. With the victims being children who could not masquerade as victims to infiltrate, they could only disguise themselves as perverts. Although this might tarnish Bruce Wayne's reputation, with careful navigation, public opinion could be steered to suggest that Himmler, upon hearing rumors of Bruce's potential pedophilia, sought to recruit him, while Bruce merely believed that Himmler had another charitable intention towards children and was thus deceived. Bruce held considerable confidence in the extensive diplomatic power of Wayne Enterprises. As long as he capitalized on the opportunity and crafted ambiguous language that could be interpreted in multiple ways, it would suffice for his eventual escape. Alternatively, should I approach that fellow Chris and find a way to infiltrate? Dick felt for the first time that growing up too quickly was not necessarily advantageous. Had he still been 14, he could have easily utilized the victim's identity to blend in. His appearance could be altered, and the color of his eyes could be changed with contact lenses, but excessive height posed a challenge. You have outgrown your age. It is improbable that you would go unnoticed. The sounds emanating from the entrance dismissed Dick's suggestion, as Jason stood at the door, wearing an expression that seemed to convey, "Are you an idiot? Oh, if you oppose, do you wish to go instead?" For some reason, Dick always sensed a strong animosity in Jason's words directed at him. Jason had indeed begun to lower his guard around them, speaking without the polite, novelistic phrases he once employed, which greatly relieved Alfred. However, this shift had its own troublesome repercussions. The true Jason resembled a hedgehog bristling with quills, not to mention the string of expletives that often slipped out inadvertently, with his words laden with veiled sarcasm that was impossible to ignore. Dick invariably felt an inexplicable competitive drive ignited by Jason's intentional or unintentional provocations. "No, that won't do." Bruce's dissenting voice overshadowed Jason's acquiescence. Seeing the three of them gaze at him, he set down the newspaper. "I do not wish to involve you in this world, Jason," Bruce said, locking eyes with him. Bringing Dick into this life had been a reluctant choice, one he deeply regretted. However, Jason was unlike Dick. He did not harbor such an obsessive hatred that would propel him to become an alternative criminal. Therefore, Bruce wished to keep Jason away from this life, at least until he reached adulthood. "However, you have no other options. I believe this is an excellent idea, Dick." "Don't say that, Bruce. In any case, infiltrating as a victim is undoubtedly the best approach, as it would grant direct access to the most critical evidence. And being a victim would lead us straight to the location we seek, thus saving us considerable effort. Jason has not undergone training. It's far too perilous. Do not worry. I will find a way to infiltrate as well. They say you are too old for this. Hey, I am only 2 years your senior. However, there is a question. Jason escaped on his own. Should we allow him to return?" Barbara interrupted the argument among several individuals, posing a pivotal question. Jason had previously escaped from within. It is uncertain how he would be treated upon his return. At most, he would be placed in solitary confinement. They would not dare to act excessively towards their merchandise. Jason harbored no concerns about what would happen to him upon his return, as he was well aware of how these individuals treated their assets. Well, then it is settled. I will devise a plan to infiltrate from Chris's end. I have already mentioned that you are past the age limit. Well, gatherings such as this always require some special attendance. It is not solely about the perverts and the victims. Chapter 13. Positions assumed. Ultimately, Jason was granted permission to join the operation. But he could only be deployed undercover once both Dick and Bruce were prepared. This was the final compromise from Bruce. The public persona of Bruce Wayne might portray him as merely a frivolous heir, but he was certainly not the naive type, and he bore no resemblance to a sinister pedophile. It was crucial to cultivate an idea in Himmler's mind. The bait must be expertly placed, instilling suspicion in Himmler while simultaneously allowing for a strategic exit plan. Perhaps, the rumors that had previously circulated might prove somewhat useful. If I may interject, Master Bruce, I find myself in disagreement with your approach to this operation. You must be aware that your competitors previously disseminated rumors to undermine you. I understand, Alfred, but I have no other options. Without infiltrating their ranks, it is impossible to gather any evidence. Bruce was acutely aware of the turmoil caused by the deliberate manipulation of public perception regarding his adoption of Dick, which painted him as a pedophile and brought significant trouble to Wayne Enterprises. However, he had no alternative. If he had not been unable to find a suitable infiltrator, he would never have allowed the inexperienced Jason to assume this role. Therefore, I kindly ask you to review this document. Alfred had watched Bruce grow up, and thus he was well aware of Bruce's character. Once a decision was made, it would be irrevocable. Alfred recognized that, in comparison to Bruce, he was merely an ordinary individual, an ordinary person who, when faced with the choice of killing Bruce or an innocent stranger at the behest of a villain, would selfishly and unhesitatingly choose to eliminate the stranger. This does not imply that he is devoid of sympathy for those unfortunate children, nor does it suggest that he would not harbor a profound loathing for the likes of Himmler. Nevertheless, such sentiments should not be predicated upon Bruce's reputation. Yet, he was acutely aware of his impotence to effect any change. Madame Emma's invitation? Dear Mr. Bruce Wayne, I would be so bold as to invite you to the Angel Fund preparatory event I am hosting next Wednesday. Your presence would greatly enhance the occasion, and I, on behalf of the entire staff of the Angel Fund, eagerly await your attendance. The elegant handwritten script indicated the sincerity of the invitation's author. It was indeed peculiar. Although Madame Emma frequented various charitable galas, she rarely hosted such events herself. Alfred's suspicions were piqued. Madame Emma was certainly no mere housewife confined to domesticity. She must have sensed something amiss, prompting her to utilize this gala for ulterior motives. From the moment Bruce conversed with Madame Emma, he had discerned that this elderly lady harbored suspicions, which is why she had spoken to him in such a manner. It was not solely a plea for assistance. It was likely a test of his intentions, perhaps even a mere probe. Will you be attending? Of course, Himmler would not miss any charity gala concerning children. He would undoubtedly be present. Then I shall respond on your behalf. By the way, Alfred, please place a call to Lucius. I need to arrange for some supplies. Our timeline may need to be significantly advanced. For Bruce, the most pressing concern was how to engage with Himmler without arousing suspicion. In Madame Emma's soiree, he was perfectly timed. However, to ensnare the fish with a mere banquet, one must ensure the bait is suitably enticing. It appeared that the troublesome rumor which had so vexed the Wayne Group's public relations department might serve a purpose after all. As Bruce contemplated this, he sent a message to Dick. Our timeline may be significantly advanced. You need to expedite your preparations. Upon receiving Bruce's message, Dick glanced at the pile of plans in his hands and, after a moment of contemplation, thought, it seems the gradual approach of infiltrating can be abandoned. As Dick reviewed the myriad scandals related to Chris Estayer on his computer screen, he pondered how to accelerate their progress when a few images from recent newspapers caught his eye. Humph, this guy is not just a pedophile. One cannot overlook how exasperating paparazzi can be. They provoke a desire to quietly encase them in cement and submerge them at sea. They excel at weaving tales from the slightest hint, capable of transforming a mere silhouette into a sprawling emotional narrative, crafting irrefutable arguments from events that never transpired. As the adopted son of Gotham's wealthiest, Bruce Wayne, Dick had long since experienced the peculiar instincts that resembled the bloodthirsty nature of sharks, which, when not directed at oneself, could sometimes yield extraordinary surprises. Recently, in the scandal surrounding Chris, the candid photographs, evidently taken without consent, featured not only Chris, but also another individual, a young man whose height and physique were strikingly similar, posing a potential advantage. Observing the enlarged images on the computer, Dick assessed the probability of successfully replacing him. He hoped this individual still held some utility. Submitting the image to the computer, he swiftly received the basic information about this person. Although there was a slight discrepancy in height, it was inconsequential, as the other criteria were largely met. Excellent. This would be the one. Gazing at the personal data displayed on the screen, Dick resolved to procure an identity that closely mirrored Chris's peculiar persona. However, the Bat family was never reliant on a single plan. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he needed to devise a backup strategy. After transmitting the data to Alfred for the creation of a disguised mask, Dick began to search for an alternative identity among Chris's associates. Barbara was tasked with training Jason rigorously, regardless of how far Batman could anticipate events or what identity Dick could infiltrate with. It would not alter the fact that Jason needed to confront those adversaries alone during a critical window. Therefore, Barbara had to instruct Jason in fundamental offensive techniques and self-defense methods within the shortest time frame possible. Jason learned rapidly. His experience from street brawls, combined with Barbara's expert guidance, compelled her to employ her full skill set in their sparring sessions. Here, have some water, she offered, handing a bottle to Jason, who was seated on the ground, panting heavily. Observing the boy gulp down half the bottle in one go, Barbara had to concede the correctness of Bruce's decision, with Jason's innate talent. If left to grow up in Gotham's underbelly, he might indeed become one of the most formidable adversaries. All right, that's enough for today. Rushing may lead to setbacks. Don't let your current lack of significant reaction fool you. I bet that if you manage to get out of bed smoothly tomorrow morning, that will be quite an accomplishment. Upon uttering these words, Barbara ceased the operation of the training simulator, tidied up, and prepared to depart. Oh, Miss Barbara, are you leaving? Alfred inquired, emerging from the elevator with refreshments, having noticed her intention to exit. Yes, AFO, please hold on for a moment. I have a few matters to attend to. By the way, keep an eye on this young man. He has already exceeded his training limit today. If he pushes himself further, he may not be able to train tomorrow. After Barbara gave her instructions to AFO, she departed from the Batcave, leaving a disgruntled Jason to gulp down milk in frustration. Chapter 14. Lady Emma's soiree. Bruce was invited to Lady Emma's soiree, and as he anticipated, Himmler also made an appearance at the gathering. Upon seeing Bruce, Lady Emma, as the host, naturally approached him for a brief exchange before introducing him to several esteemed guests, and then excusing herself. There was no need for Bruce to devise a strategy to engage with Himmler. As Gotham's wealthiest, Himmler swiftly approached him for a conversation, which was precisely what Bruce desired. Mr. Bruce, you have arrived. His tone was flamboyant and cheerful, embodying the epitome of high society etiquette without a hint of flaw. Of course, how could I possibly miss a soiree hosted by Lady Emma? Bruce remarked, observing the busy elderly woman flitting among the guests, and naturally steering the conversation towards her. Lady Emma seldom hosts gatherings. What prompted this occasion? A perfectly innocuous opening. It would raise no suspicions and seamlessly lead into any topic. Mr. Bruce, you are unaware? A few children from the Angel Welfare Home under Lady Emma's care have gone missing, prompting her to organize a special fund to assist in their search, came the response. I see, Bruce replied. The invitation I received did not specify the theme of this evening's gathering. How unfortunate. I do wonder if those missing children will ever be found. He reached for a drink from a passing servant's tray, selecting a high-quality glass filled with amber liquid. Tiny bubbles dancing at the surface, ready to burst with a soft sound, releasing the fragrance of exquisite champagne. Bruce gently swirled the glass in his hand. The amber liquid moved gracefully along the contours of the glass. As the angle shifted, the surface of the glass mirrored its surroundings like a tinted mirror. Eventually, Bruce ceased his motion. By the way, have you seen the recent news? At Bruce's question, Himmler instinctively inquired, what news? Recently, there have been reports regarding the tragic murders of several children. Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly, his thick lashes casting shadows over his steel blue irises, giving the appearance of casualness. When did this occur? Damn it. I should not only focus on political and economic news, Himmler asked in shock. But Bruce did not miss the fleeting change of expression reflected on the surface of the glass. It has indeed been a tumultuous 6 months. And it is truly hard to believe that such a span has passed without our police department uncovering a single lead. Bruce, furrowing his brow, expressed his dissatisfaction with the inefficacy of the Gotham Police Department. This is undeniably disheartening news. I feel it is imperative to engage in dialogue with the legislators. We do not pay our taxes merely to see them on television all day. Mr. Himmler certainly has an affinity for children, Bruce remarked. turning to regard the indignant man whose countenance was marked by anger and fervent rhetoric, leaving no doubt about the intensity of his feelings. Of course, is not Mr. Bruce also somewhat similar? After all, you have taken in an orphan. You mean Dick? He replied. Yes, he is quite endearing. When I first met him, he was so small and helpless, his blue eyes brimming with tears. It was nearly impossible to turn away from him. The conversation had now ventured into familiar territory, and it was time for him to cast his bait. Speaking of which, it seems I've never seen you bring him out in such a setting. Haha. Children do grow up, after all. Those days of him trailing behind me feel like they were just yesterday, and now, he has turned into a rebellious teenager, having taken to living on his own. As Bruce observed Himmler's expression, he chuckled. You speak as if you are of an advanced age. Perhaps, but one must admit, I have raised a child. Mr. Bruce, you do enjoy jesting. Sometimes, I ponder whether I should adopt another, perhaps this time a child with green eyes. Oh, why not consider adopting another? Well, one might say that children are truly adorable in their early years. Indeed, Bruce concurred, soft, small, following in your footsteps, gazing up at you with those big, glistening eyes while calling you daddy. It is simply angelic, making it difficult to refuse their every whim. Bruce took a moment to assess Himmler's expression before continuing. Yet, children inevitably grow up, and that sensation is difficult to articulate. Lowering his gaze to the gently swaying wine glass in his hand, he spoke with a hint of regret. Indeed, children are so delightful when they are young. Sometimes, one wishes they would never grow up. Bruce paused his movements, peering through the glass, clearly discerning the look that Himmler directed at him. The bait had been taken. Indeed, there are times when one truly wishes they would remain children forever. Oh, gentlemen, the ball is about to commence. Do not linger in the shadows discussing your business secrets. The ladies are eagerly awaiting. Mrs. Emma suddenly interjected, interrupting their conversation. The festivities had begun, and the young ladies were already on the hunt for their targets for the evening. Gotham's wealthy elite and rising stars were, of course, the objects of their desire. From the very beginning, the group of young ladies dared only to stand aside and observe the two as they whispered to each other. A clear indication that Lady Emma's actions were not without ulterior motives. Might I have the honor of requesting a dance with you? Bruce politely extended his hand to Lady Emma, as he had a few matters to ascertain. Oh, how delightful. It is truly my honor, she replied, accepting Bruce's invitation and taking his outstretched hand, gracefully moving towards the dance floor amidst the envious gazes of the young girls. Gotham's wealthy heir was already claimed, and thus, the new star became the target of their aspirations. As Bruce danced with Lady Emma, he remained vigilant, observing the situation with Himmler. I believe I just heard you mention something about a child with green eyes, came Lady Emma's voice from within Bruce's embrace. What? Bruce lowered his head in surprise, unexpectedly noticing the gentle smile had vanished from Lady Emma's face, replaced by a serious expression that rendered every wrinkle sharp and pronounced. Her murky eyes piercing Bruce's with a gaze akin to two razor blades. Although Bruce suspected that Lady Emma might harbor some misconceptions about him, he replied, Of all eye colors, I must confess a particular fondness for green, especially that translucent jade hue, reminiscent of your own. Upon hearing this, Lady Emma politely excused herself after the dance to attend to other guests. Watching her retreating figure, Bruce rubbed his temples in mild frustration, hoping that this encounter would not land him on Lady Emma's blacklist. Chapter 15. An invitation from the Devil Master Bruce. Young Master Dick has left word that everything is prepared on his end, and we may proceed at any time. Understood, Alfred. I must admit, I am somewhat perplexed as to why you have such faith that he will take the bait. Alfred struggled to comprehend why Himmler Pisk would so readily consider Bruce Wayne one of his own based on a mere exchange of words. Alfred, it is not that he perceives me as his equal. Rather, he intends to mold me into one of his kind, even without my initiating the conversation. I am certain he will take action. What is the rationale behind this? Wayne Enterprises and Pisk Industries are currently engaged in a substantial cooperative project, one with dual-use capabilities for both military and civilian applications. I see. You desire the project to be civilian-focused. As the majority stakeholder, your decision will ultimately dictate the project's direction, hence his urgency to possess leverage over you. Indeed, even if he does not seek to brand me with the weakness of pedophilia, he will undoubtedly find other means. I merely intend to turn the tables. As Bruce Wayne, he projected an image of innocence, a charming faade that concealed a certain commercial acumen, yet overall, he remained a prince sheltered in an ivory tower. Conversely, as Batman, he understood the depths of human nature better than anyone else. There are no limits to its depravity. If the project were solely utilized for civilian purposes, the recovery of costs would be calculated in years, Conversely, if employed for military applications, it would be akin to a money-printing machine. Bruce harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of his conjectures, firmly believing that, with Himmler's intellect, he must have devised at least 3 or more methods of control. Among them, it would not be far-fetched to consider the sordid possibility of exploiting women to ensnare him in a web of addiction, for after all, Bruce Wayne is known to be quite the libertine, is he not? Master Bruce, the bat signal is illuminated. I see it, Alfred. On the computer screen, a surveillance image materialized, revealing the familiar bat-shaped light piercing the night sky. What has transpired? Gordon had grown weary of responding to that hoarse voice that always emerged from behind him. Unsure whether it was a voice modulator or the man's natural timbre, he simply despised that abrasive, sandpaper-like quality, yet refrained from voicing his distaste. He turned a hand over the prepared dossier to the shadow before him. Another child has perished? Indeed, yet another has been discovered, though decomposition has progressed significantly. It is suspected that this child may have died alongside the previous 5. Where was it found? In the basement of an abandoned house, or rather, the adjacent neighbor, who had repeatedly reported a foul odor, led to the discovery. Why suspect a series of sexual homicides? The photographs in the dossier indicate that the body is in an advanced state of decay, making the cause of death exceedingly difficult to ascertain. Why would the police suspect a connection to the previous cases? There were no clothes, entirely naked, suggesting at least 3 instances of body disposal. The neighbor detected the stench less than a week ago, indicating it was likely discarded recently. The limbs exhibited clear signs of violent binding, resulting in a contorted angle. The binding marks? Indeed. Gordon struggled to fathom the horrific fates these children had endured. Merely pondering it made him want to deliver a severe beating to those perverts and lock them away. Any leads? Himmler Pisk and Chris Estayer are under suspicion. Himmler? Is he not another beast in a suit? Thus far, there is no evidence. If it were them, it would spell considerable trouble. Himmler has connections with numerous legislators. And Chris Estayer possesses formidable backing. Quite the predicament. Gordon realized that his primary concern was no longer merely the collection of evidence, but rather how to present it for prosecution once gathered. Ultimately, without evidence, any speculation remained just that, speculation. He thought to himself that he would consider how to submit evidence later. For now, he pondered how long it would be before he could listen to the entirety of another's words. Gordon glanced at the empty spot behind him, extinguished his cigarette in frustration, and departed the platform. Batman swiftly located the abandoned house, the air thick with the mingled sense of dust and decay. Remnants of the crime scene still marked on the ground. Activating the detection function of his mask, he meticulously searched for the location of the corpse. The abandoned house had been deserted for quite some time, yet aside from the footprints left by the police, the ground bore no other marks. Moreover, Gordon's report explicitly stated that the area was remarkably clean. It was exceedingly peculiar that someone had tidied up the scene of a body disposal. Batman found it hard to believe that those hired for the task would exercise such caution. Even if they had left footprints, it would merely require a change of shoes. Unless, of course, this instance of body disposal was accidental. Upon further reflection, if his analysis of the situation were accurate, the murdered children would not have needed to be returned to Gotham for disposal. Such an endeavor would be both laborious and undesirable, and would inadvertently attract police attention. Disposing of the bodies directly into the sea would have been a far more prudent choice. Judging by Himmler's demeanor, it was clear he was unaware of the children's tragic fate. To be precise, he was oblivious to the fact that the murders had already been reported to the police. It was likely that he was merely a participant rather than the mastermind, or at the very least, not the most significant one. Alternatively, it could be that he had provided several children to a certain individual in Gotham. Yet that person, or perhaps a group of them, had inadvertently killed the children and then decided to handle the situation themselves. Perhaps Himmler intended to return to the island to deal with it, but circumstances compelled them to dispose of the bodies immediately. Stepping outside the house, Batman glanced at the road that lay before him. Further ahead, the road would approach a coastal cliff. If he were not mistaken, that had likely been the intended site for body disposal. Alfred, please check if there have been any recent accidents in my current vicinity. Certainly, Master Bruce. Alfred's efficiency was beyond reproach, and soon the information arrived. As Batman had anticipated, a car accident had indeed occurred 2 weeks prior, not far from the derelict house. A black sedan had lost control, veering off the road and plunging into the abyss, resulting in 3 fatalities, all occupants of the vehicle identified as addicts. The police surmised that the accident was the result of a drug-induced episode while driving. Batman arrived at the scene of the accident. The road was not heavily trafficked, and remnants of the incident still lingered, yet no more valuable clues were to be found. He struggled to comprehend why. If this car was indeed the one used for body disposal, the remains had been abandoned inside the decrepit house, while both the vehicle and the perpetrator had plunged into the sea. The clues were scant. Upon returning to the Batcave, these questions continued to plague Bruce. He compiled all the known leads, but remained at an impasse. Master Bruce. Bruce looked at the invitation that Alfred had presented to him. Will you be attending? Of course. Since no clues could be uncovered here, it seemed prudent to pursue leads from Himmler's side. Observing the signature at the end of the invitation, Bruce decided it would be prudent to approach the situation from this angle. Chapter 16. The infiltration begins. Bruce had been invited to Himmler's private gathering, hosted at a villa in the suburbs. Jason gazed out at the yard from the window and, after a prolonged observation, stated with conviction, "This place looks familiar." "I brought you here to confirm that," Bruce replied. "Stay hidden, do not draw attention." The address provided by Himmler raised his suspicions, as it belonged to a villa under Chris's name. Hence, he brought Jason along to ascertain the truth. From the car, Jason observed the outside. Noting that Bruce's luxury vehicle had specially treated windows, one could see outside, yet the interior remained concealed. Nevertheless, Bruce constantly urged him to keep hidden. "Why not just take me inside directly?" Jason questioned. "If your asset has slipped away and reappeared in another's possession, he will undoubtedly find a way to abduct you." Jason was somewhat puzzled by Bruce's caution. He perceived himself as a significant breakthrough regardless of the circumstances. Bruce glanced at Jason, deeply understanding the implications of his youth. "You are not his sole asset. He may not have even seen you before. The individual who came to retrieve you that day was likely one of Chris's subordinates. If my assumption holds true, Himmler's ambitions are considerable, and there must be a political necessity for such close ties. Purposefully bringing you along could backfire, potentially alerting them to our knowledge of things we should not know, thereby placing both of us on their elimination list." "Elimination? Even if you are Gotham's wealthiest?" Jason asked. Incredulous. "Yes. Why? Wouldn't controlling you be more advantageous?" Bruce replied. "There have been 6 child victims, are you aware?" "Indeed. I suspect that, aside from us, another formidable force is also involved. Their methods appear somewhat unprofessional, leading to detection. Thus, what should be a straightforward task, disposing of bodies, has become a hasty endeavor. If we are exposed, we may be mistaken for operatives of that force. Who? If they are so powerful, why not eliminate them directly?" Jason inquired. "We lack the authority to judge others. Therefore, whether it is that force or us, our goal remains the pursuit of evidence." "So, that force has found a lead and disposed of bodies to extinguish it?" Jason surmised. "Quite astute. We have arrived. Conceal yourself." Jason quickly tucked himself into a corner of the car, and simultaneously, Bruce's elongated luxury vehicle came to a halt. The car door swung open, and Bruce stepped out, exuding the charm of Gotham's elite. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Himmler, he turned to give Alfred a few instructions. "After the banquet, I shall come to escort you, Master Bruce." Alfred drove swiftly away from the villa, and after a considerable distance, Jason could no longer contain his curiosity. Is it wise to leave him there alone? Jason, accustomed to the underbelly of Gotham, was all too aware of the lengths to which individuals would go for their own interests. If negotiations faltered, it was unlikely Bruce would expose his identity as Batman. "Fear not, Master Jason, for Master Dick has infiltrated the gathering. But is he capable?" Reflecting on the boisterous young man's impression, it was evident to Jason that he seemed utterly unreliable, filling him with deep concern. "Of course, he is Robin." This was a truth Jason was reluctant to acknowledge. "Do not fret, he is Batman." This assertion held more weight than the previous one. Bruce entered the venue adorned with the mask handed to him by Himmler. The soiree had long commenced, and every man and woman present donned masks steeped in the rich Venetian tradition, his included. For Batman, discerning a person's identity no longer relied on a well-known visage. He effortlessly located the owner of the estate, Chris Estayer, amidst the throng. Accompanying him were 2 attendants, their youthful physiques making it difficult to ascertain their genders based solely on their frames. Himmler, adorned with a mask festooned with flowers, approached him, seemingly engaged in conversation with Chris. Chris then whispered something to an attendant wearing an owl mask, who subsequently advanced towards Bruce, carrying several flutes of champagne. The manner of his gait confirmed he was a boy, likely not exceeding 18 years of age. The attendant reached Bruce, who naturally took a glass of champagne from the tray, after which the attendant turned and continued serving others. Bruce raised his glass in a toast towards the 2 individuals and then meandered further into the crowd, relying on his keen insight, even in the dim light. He recognized several faces. Just as he and Gordon had anticipated, there were indeed subordinates of political heavyweights present. Bruce understood that Himmler's intent in hosting this private gathering was to allow significant figures within their circle to appraise him, thus gathering many of the individuals he sought. After exchanging pleasantries with a few women who approached him, Bruce discreetly positioned himself beside a pillar. "No children," came a simple statement, spoken in a low voice. A remark easily overlooked in the cacophony that enveloped them, echoing from behind Bruce. Bruce smiled and waved at a person who greeted him, while the voice behind him continued to speak, "And Secretary Lawrence is here. Himmler has arrived." Bruce brought the goblet to his lips and quietly remarked, noticing Himmler approaching him. A golden-haired attendant, adorned with an owl mask, emerged from behind a pillar and accidentally bumped into Bruce, causing a slightly overfilled glass of champagne to spill onto Bruce's exquisite suit. The attendant hurriedly apologized, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe him down. Bruce offered a gentle smile, grasped the attendant's hand, took the handkerchief from him, and dismissed him, casually wiping a few spots. "Please, it was merely a bit of wine," Bruce reassured, as Himmler arrived before him, having witnessed the entire incident. "Do you like it?" Himmler inquired, having observed Bruce's earlier action with clarity. "Oh, if only I could be a bit younger," Bruce responded ambiguously, seemingly finally processing the moment. "By the way, are you free next week?" "Of course. I plan to host a gathering on my private island, and I would like to formally invite you," Himmler proposed, a suggestion that perfectly aligned with Bruce's intentions. The collaborative project was poised to enter its next phase, and Bruce was aware that Himmler would not delay for long. Should they reach the next stage, Wayne Enterprises and the PIS Group would need to issue a joint statement. If Himmler could not alter his decision before then, this announcement would ultimately dictate whether the project leaned towards civilian or military applications. Once made public, it would be impossible to revert to military use, prompting Bruce to anticipate that Himmler would soon take action. "Oh, what kind of gathering is it?" Bruce inquired. "It is a special gathering intended for those of us who cherish children," Himmler replied, entirely within Bruce's expectations. "Mr. Himmler truly has a fondness for children, doesn't he? Isn't Mr. Bruce the same?" "Indeed I am. I eagerly await that day's arrival. I assure you, it will undoubtedly leave you with a perfect memory." As Bruce watched Himmler depart, he tucked the handkerchief away and called Alfred. Chapter 17. Decryption. Upon returning to the Batcave, Bruce retrieved the handkerchief from his pocket, extracting a chip from its crumpled form and inserting it into the computer. "What is this?" Jason inquired, puzzled. Dick extracted data from Chris's computer as a mirrored copy. This method of copying does not necessitate decrypting the source files, thus preventing the risk of discovering any destructive encryption during the decryption process. However, this approach effectively consolidates all challenges into the subsequent procedures. A single misstep in decryption would render all prior efforts futile. He truly disguised himself as that, huh? Although Dick referred to him as a servant, Jason was no fool. The presence of a handsome young man with a well-built physique alongside an older gentleman was a scenario Jason could easily decipher. Upon hearing Jason's remark, Bruce shifted his gaze from the computer screen to Jason's profile, scrutinizing him closely. "Are you worried about him?" "Who would worry about him? Rest assured, Dick can take care of himself." After a prolonged silence, Jason quietly remarked, "You have a lot of trust in him." It's nothing." The computer swiftly decrypted the contents of the chip. Upon opening it, a series of incomprehensible words, or, more accurately, nonsensical letter combinations greeted them. "What is this?" Jason stared for a long time without understanding. A few combinations barely resembled words, yet their spelling was ludicrously incorrect. Jason believed that even his previous spelling skills surpassed these. "It's a cipher. A code?" "Yes." Jason quietly observed Bruce as he tirelessly rearranged the bewildering array of letters using the software on the computer. In the vastness of the cave, the only sound was the rhythmic clattering of the keyboard, which lulled Jason into a drowsy state. Time passed, and suddenly Jason awoke with a start, realizing a blanket had been draped over him at some point, while Bruce remained absorbed in his task at the computer. "Haven't you found a pattern yet?" Jason rubbed his eyes and yawned, his voice nasally. "If you're tired, just go to sleep." Jason, noticing Bruce's irritation as he picked up a nearby coffee cup only to find it stained with remnants of coffee, reluctantly redirected his attention back to the computer screen. "Where's Alfred?" Jason suddenly recalled that he hadn't seen Alfred since Bruce brought him back. He has other matters to attend to. Jason had once believed that the most enigmatic figure in the world was undoubtedly Batman. Aside from the occasional sighting during crime fighting or glimpsing the signal in the sky that summoned him, one could hardly discern what he did in his daily life. However, living alongside Batman revealed to him that the true mystery lay with Batman's butler, Alfred. He consistently manages everything without your slightest awareness. such as the inexplicable cup of water that appears in your hand, the endless supply of tea, and the perpetually tidy rooms. Occasionally, Jason ponders that it wouldn't be surprising if Bruce Wayne, with his immense wealth, had hired a magician or something of the sort. However, it is evident that the magician is not present at this moment, and it is during such times that Jason profoundly realizes that Batman is merely a wealthy heir. Jason took the elevator back to Wayne Manor, and instead of heading directly to his bedroom after exiting the Grand Clock, he made his way towards the kitchen. Although he was unaware of Alfred's whereabouts, he was certain that the elderly gentleman would never leave the utterly helpless Bruce alone in the house without proper preparations. Upon turning on the lights, the scene in the kitchen confirmed Jason's suspicions. Should he be grateful that at least there was no fire? The kitchen was in utter disarray. Clearly, someone with zero domestic skills had attempted to make himself some coffee and had, in all respects, failed spectacularly. Jason began to tidy up the remnants of the chaos. Fortunately, the coffee machine was still operational. After clearing out the grounds from the machine, replacing the completely unusable components, and retrieving some pre-ground coffee from the cupboard, he scooped a few spoonfuls into the machine and plugged it in, then patiently awaited the moment when the cup beneath the spout would be filled with coffee. Jason found it perplexing that someone who could infiltrate every network in the world and assemble and disassemble weapons could not operate a fully automatic coffee machine. All it required was the right amount of coffee grounds and a bit of water, and Alfred had even filled the water reservoir. The machine soon completed its task, emitting a beep that, combined with the aroma of coffee, roused the drowsy Jason. He shook his head and picked up the freshly brewed cup, heading towards the Grand Clock. Bruce observed that the decryption software continued its relentless work on the screen. This software was his own creation, encompassing every encryption method known to man, including the riddles favored by the Riddler. Yet to this day, none had proven applicable to this particular cipher. The scent of coffee wafted into his nostrils, alleviating the agitation in his mind. Turning around, Bruce noticed Jason holding the cup of coffee. He paused momentarily before accepting it from Jason's hand. "You should go to bed," Bruce remarked. In response, Jason rolled his eyes and mimicked Alfred's manner of speaking. "Drinking coffee at this hour is bad for the stomach, Master Bruce." Bruce remained silent in the face of Jason's sardonic retort. "Still not decrypted?" Jason inquired, but receiving no response, he had grown accustomed to this one-sided dialogue. Once, it did not seem apparent, yet the flamboyant playboy, who incessantly boasts on television, is, in reality, a taciturn and reticent individual. This stark contrast took Jason a considerable time to acclimatize to. At times, he contemplates whether Dick, that loquacious fellow, left home precisely because he could not adapt to Bruce's silence. His eyelids were growing heavy once more, so Jason resolved to retire for the night. After all, excessive lack of sleep could hinder his growth, and he certainly did not wish to become the subject of ridicule from that mockingbird. Such individuals may not necessarily possess superior intellect, as their encryption methods can often be strikingly simplistic. Jason had pilfered numerous items and pried open many safes. Based on his experience, these individuals typically do not set overly intricate passwords, as they themselves might occasionally forget them. After uttering this thought, Jason returned to his room for slumber, while Bruce, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinized the array of cryptic symbols on the screen, deep in contemplation. The following morning, as Jason entered the dining room, Alfred had already prepared breakfast. "Good morning, Master Jason," Alfred greeted. "Good morning, Alfred," Jason replied, stretching and acknowledging Alfred. He refrained from inquiring about what Alfred had been up to the previous night, knowing full well that Alfred would not divulge anything. "Would you prefer an egg sandwich with milk or black tea?" "Milk, please." "Very well." Chapter 18. Captured. Dick had successfully assumed a suitable identity to infiltrate, and from the occasional snippets of information that surfaced, he appeared to be drawing near to his target. Bruce's bait had successfully attracted the attention of a significant catch, and now it was merely a matter of waiting for the fish to take the bait. However, there was no mention of Jason's infiltration. It seemed as though his mission had been silently rescinded. "When do I commence my operation?" Jason had posed this question to Bruce, but the only response he received was to wait for the opportune moment. Bruce was preoccupied, Dick had vanished, and Alfred was busy, perhaps tending to matters of aftermath. Thus, Jason sought the assistance of the woman training him. "I have a name. Barbara. You may call me Barbara," she replied, rolling her eyes where Jason could not see. The more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. Bruce's intention was that Jason should avoid entanglement if possible, hence the focus on alternative approaches. The police were fully prepared. Her father had not returned home for days, and they had rehearsed countless times. Additionally, there were other troublesome possibilities to consider. Bruce had scoured the waters surrounding Gotham for any islands belonging to Himmler, only to find none. It was probable that Himmler's private island fell under the jurisdiction of a different region, necessitating collaborative law enforcement efforts from the police. Of course, there was also the possibility that, like Chris's villa, the island was registered under a different name, a likelihood that was quite substantial. This uncertainty was what troubled Bruce the most. Currently, nearly all clues predominantly point towards Himmler as the mastermind. Even if Senator Lawrence were to be his puppet master, it would not alter this fact. However, while sifting through all known evidence, Bruce discovered that there exists no direct proof to substantiate Himmler's role as the orchestrator. The individual who came to collect Jason operated under the guise of Himmler, yet Bruce speculated that it was likely Chris behind it, as Jason was headed to a villa owned by Chris. Should Chris and Himmler be colluding, their roles would likely be delineated such that Himmler manages the external facade, responsible for the nominal representation, concealing activities, and targeting individuals like Bruce, while Chris would primarily focus on locating the children, providing venues, and employing individuals in the name of Himmler. Thus, if the situation were to unravel, both parties could readily deny involvement. Himmler could claim ignorance, asserting that his name had been misappropriated, thus positioning himself as a victim, while Chris could similarly argue that he had not visited the villa in ages and remained oblivious to the events, also portraying himself as a victim. The intricacies of the situation weighed heavily on Bruce, who feared that if the adversaries became aware of any suspicions, they might eliminate all evidence for self-preservation, meaning they could potentially endanger all the children in their custody. Barbara concurred with Bruce's apprehensions, and as the investigation deepened, Dick began to regret his consent in involving Jason. The timing is not yet right. Once it is, I shall inform you. Barbara's words were laden with a tone of evasion, which Jason discerned. Barbara spoke the truth. Bruce's implication was that if they could ascertain the location where the children were held captive, there would be no need for Jason to take risks. And only if they were utterly lost would he be required to serve as bait. Jason himself sensed the underlying discontent. He felt a twinge of annoyance that Dick, merely a couple of years his senior, was afforded such trust, while Bruce exhibited no concern for Dick venturing alone. As the day's training concluded, Barbara had been preoccupied of late. Aside from Jason, everyone else was similarly engaged. Alfred was once again preoccupied with some task, leaving Jason alone and bored. Leaning against the window and gazing outside, he pondered whether that man was alive or deceased. Observing the dense clouds above, Jason belatedly realized that since arriving at Wayne Manor, he had scarcely set foot beyond its confines. Ensnared in a monotonous routine of training and study, Alfred would undoubtedly return to prepare dinner. So he merely needed to be back before the meal. Perhaps he should check in briefly, as it would be prudent to retrieve the body, should that man have indeed passed. Resolute in his decision, Jason rummaged through his wardrobe for a simple hooded casual outfit, leaving a note for Alfred before departing Wayne Manor. The weather was somewhat chilly, and as Jason walked along the path, he began to regret his choice, initially believing it to be merely overcast. Yet now it seemed likely that snow would soon fall. Pulling up the collar zipper to thwart the frigid air from infiltrating his clothing, Jason quickened his pace, intent on a swift outing and return. His mind was set on the notion of retreating to Wayne Manor, perhaps to indulge in some reading or idly watch television. Unbeknownst to him, a black sedan parked a short distance away harbored two men who were keenly observing his every move. Is it him? Pondered the slightly portly man, glancing at the photograph in his hand and comparing it with Jason, who was ambling along the path. Indeed, it is he. If we fail this time, we shall be fed to the fish. Humph, there's no way we'll let him escape again. Follow him. Oblivious to the lurking danger, Jason navigated the familiar winding path until he arrived at the dilapidated house. Thankfully, there were no fresh bullet holes or bloodstains on the walls, nor any signs of recent paint in the vicinity. After lingering outside for a moment, he retrieved a somewhat rusty key from his pocket and unlocked the door. As he pushed it open, the ancient hinges emitted a dissonant screech, enhancing the room's already eerie ambience. A cold draft swept through, causing Jason to shiver involuntarily. Evidently, the man was no longer there. Jason was unperturbed. After all, that man seldom engaged in anything outside of the confines of the law, frequently ending up in jail, and rarely returned to this place. When he did, it was typically to unleash his wrath upon Jason, so his absence was a relief. The lingering scent of alcohol suggested that someone had occupied the space not long prior, perhaps out hunting for prey or seeking more liquor. Oh, it seems he is still alive, Jason mused. Realizing the potential danger, he resolved to leave and shut the door behind him. You finally returned. A stranger's voice unexpectedly echoed just as Jason was about to depart. Years of instinct honed from his time navigating the underbelly of Gotham propelled Jason to bolt from the room without a backward glance. Without hesitation, he leapt from the second floor, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact of gravity, then sprinted towards the alleyway. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few strides before someone seized him by the collar, lifting him off the ground and delivering a brutal punch to his abdomen. The violent blow left Jason gasping, his insides churning, forcing him to kneel on the ground, immobilized. Soon, a hand gripped his hair, compelling him to lift his head, followed by a couple of sharp slaps. "Quite the runner, are we? Still running?" mocked the assailant. "Hey, this is a valuable commodity. Don't damage him." "Humph. Just don't ruin that pretty face," the portly man interjected. "An intact product fetches a higher price than a damaged one. Don't let your temper flare." At this, the leaner man finally retracted his fist, momentarily halting his assault on Jason. Two men dragged Jason to the black car at the alley's end, then started the engine and sped away. Chapter 19. The auction. Jason was unceremoniously tossed into a room like a discarded sack, the inertia causing him to roll twice before colliding with the wall and finally coming to a halt. The impact jolted his buzzing brain back into a semblance of function. Struggling to turn over, he lay on the cold floor, awaiting the cessation of the drone in his mind and the ringing in his ears. Cough, cough, cough. The dust swirling in the air provoked a fit of coughing, and the exertion sent a sharp pain through his chest, compelling him to suppress the urge to cough. After lying on the ground for a considerable time, Jason gradually acclimated to the dimness of the room and began to observe his surroundings. Humph, they certainly struck hard. His hands were bound behind his back, and the supine position pressed his arms against his chest, exacerbating the pain from the blows he had received. Aside from what appeared to be a bed, the room contained nothing else. The musty odor of dust suggested it had long been unused. Apart from the door through which he had been thrown, there was a small window on the wall opposite, exceedingly high and minuscule, leaving Jason skeptical about his ability to escape through that aperture. Even after a brief training session, given the smooth, vertical wall, the escape plan was hence abandoned. A scant amount of light filtered through the tiny window, while a chilling wind incessantly swept into the room, rendering the temperature unbearably low. Jason feared he might succumb to the cold before anything else could befall him. The door swung open once more, bright light from outside flooding in, illuminating Jason's eyes and causing his pupils, which had adjusted to the darkness, to constrict sharply. The sudden stimulus triggered physiological tears, which seemed to convey a different message to the newcomers. "Oh, are you frightened now?" One of them bent down, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Jason. That smile, reminiscent of a mask stretched over flesh, incited a fierce desire in Jason to strike him squarely in the face. "Rest assured, if you behave, a certain gentleman may take a liking to you, and you could live a life free from want." What a classic opening line. Having lingered in the underbelly of Gotham for some time, Jason had encountered many who used this phrase to entice young boys or girls into a life of exploitation. And then, should he feign interest and ask, "Really?" Yet Jason chose not to engage, for while the man's attire bore a resemblance to Alfred's, his voice, akin to that of a duck caught by the throat, did not evoke the same fondness. As the man drew closer, he noticed a distinct bruise around Jason's right eye, and the facade of a false smile crumbled instantaneously. Who did this? The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees with the man's voice, causing Jason to shiver involuntarily. As he struggled fiercely, the man who had emerged was abruptly struck in the face by the duck man, who exclaimed, "You fool, this is a valuable commodity." As he spoke, the duck man turned to leave, commanding, "Bring Aisha to handle this. The auction in a few days cannot afford any flaws in the merchandise." Who opened that ventilation window? Shortly after the door had closed, it swung open once more. A corpulent woman entered, her ample figure making Jason doubt whether she would fit through the narrow doorway. She brought with her a rather flimsy blanket and a ladder. Casually tossing the blanket onto the rickety bed, she stirred up a cloud of dust that nearly provoked a cough from Jason. Then, she propped the ladder against the wall, clambering unsteadily up to shut the ventilation window. Once the frigid air was sealed away, Jason felt a slight alleviation of his icy body. Approaching him, the woman produced a knife, and as Jason contemplated whether to scream or roll away from her reach, she swiftly cut the ropes binding his hands and feet, tossing him an ice pack. "Don't even think about escaping," she declared in a surprisingly delicate voice that contrasted sharply with her size before departing the room. Jason rose from the floor, retrieving the ice pack to apply to his face. Even in the absence of a mirror, he could surmise that his cheeks and eye sockets would not present a favorable appearance by morning. The ladder the woman had left leaned against the wall, and he climbed it, barely able to peer out of the small window, which seemed barely large enough for a 3-year-old child to squeeze through. Through the opening, Jason beheld a snow-covered expanse of land just beyond his reach. This must be a basement, a place designed to confine someone like him, one who might attempt to escape. Yet, judging by the surroundings, it seemed that successful escapees like himself were a rarity. Jason sat on the edge of the bed, inadvertently pulling at his bruised chest, eliciting a muffled groan. He had fled twice before, and both times Bruce had easily tracked him down. This time, he wondered if he would be so fortunate, contemplating whether they would assume he had escaped again if he remained hidden. Perhaps they would search for him, but eventually give up if they found no trace. The Duck Man had mentioned an auction in a couple of days, and Bruce had previously alluded to the pedophile inviting him to a private party. He pondered whether there was a connection between the two. The worst outcome would be to find himself on display at the auction, with Bruce seated below, bidding, an utterly mortifying scenario that would surely provoke laughter from that insufferable Dick. Jason could almost hear Dick's obnoxious laughter echoing in his ears. Who knew? Perhaps this was the best outcome after all. The truly dreadful possibility was that the two events were entirely unrelated. In such a case, he might never return to that house again. Will Bruce seek him out? Perhaps not. Both Bruce and Batman are burdened with numerous responsibilities. While Jason Todd is merely a street thug, he is simply a young delinquent saved by Bruce's fleeting kindness, unworthy of extensive effort to locate. If it were up to him, he would choose to let go. Normally, one would opt for abandonment. Jason reclined on the bare bed frame, burying his face in the thin blanket, a musty, damp odor invading his nostrils. He yearned for the grand, luxurious bed that had always robbed him of sleep, reminiscing about its comfortable firmness and the large quilt that perpetually exuded a dry fragrance. Had he known that stepping out today would lead to an undercover assignment, he should have brought something along. Chapter 20. Unnecessary Troubles. Gotham was graced with a rare, clear sky tonight. The luminous glow of the full moon cascading down to illuminate the snow-covered ground, transforming the dim streets into a radiant spectacle. The shadowy figure of Batman traversed the white alleyway at a deliberate pace, pausing intermittently to sift through the snow in search of something. "Batman, have you found any leads?" Batgirl approached from the alley entrance, the sudden snowfall obscuring much of the evidence. She had tracked the black sedan using footage from the cameras, but soon the trail had abruptly ended, compelling her to return and check if Batman had uncovered anything. Batman remained silent, his focus entirely on the rusted key lying on the ground, most of it concealed by snow, a clue that could easily be overlooked. Carefully, he brushed away the snow surrounding the key, revealing a pattern that was evidently man-made beneath it. "What is this?" Batgirl examined the barely discernible triangular shape on the ground, with part of the key nestled within the triangle, its head protruding outside the figure. Pisk Corporation. Pisk was an emerging company, their logo resembling an abstract painting of a key inserted into a lock, clearly symbolizing their mission to unlock the confines of human thought. Are you certain? Could this not be the product of some childish prank? Although Batgirl had never witnessed Batman's deductions falter, she felt that basing conclusions on a rusted key and an indistinct triangular frame was rather tenuous. "This key belongs to Jason," Batman asserted, having seen the rusted key before. Though Jason had not mentioned it, he surmised it to be the key to his father's residence. "Well, I believe we still require more tangible evidence," Batgirl replied, convinced that this deduction was too far-fetched. Batman did not respond, instead turning towards the end of the alley, where a rudimentary iron staircase led to the only wooden door on the second floor. He ascended, standing before the somewhat dilapidated wooden door, gently pushing it. The old hinges creaked under the strain, protesting with a grating noise. The room stood desolate, an icy wind mingled with snowflakes relentlessly pouring in through the unshut window, leaving a trace of frost upon the floor beneath the windowsill. A faint aroma of alcohol lingered in the air. Although the room was cluttered, it remained impeccably clean. Batgirl entered behind, and upon observing the state of the room, she inquired with curiosity, "Strange, isn't that man supposed to be incarcerated?" Jason's father, the owner of this very abode, had been investigated by Batman, who discovered that he had been imprisoned for robbery at the time of Jason's disappearance, sentenced to a year. Jason appeared oblivious to this matter, and considering his past experiences, Batman did not believe Jason would be particularly concerned for the man's predicament, hence he refrained from mentioning it. However, this was not the primary source of Batgirl's perplexity. Her confusion stemmed from how a room uninhabited for 6 months could remain so pristine. On the table lay a partially consumed bottle of open liquor, surrounded by remnants of half-eaten snacks and fast food, while scattered clothes and shoes on the floor suggested that someone had deliberately maintained the appearance of occupancy. Or perhaps someone had indeed resided here during the owner's incarceration for some ulterior motive. Batman produced a portable spray, circling the liquor bottle and the tabletop, waiting a few minutes for the residual fingerprints to emerge on the smooth surface as he anticipated. With the gathered fingerprint samples in hand, Batman and Batgirl returned to the Batcave, transferring the samples into the computer and awaiting the results of the identity analysis. Batman's computer housed nearly all criminal information, including fingerprint data. "I should have kept a closer watch on him," Barbara lamented, feeling a tinge of guilt while awaiting the computer's feedback. In recent weeks, both Batman and Batgirl had sensed each other's ongoing search for Jason. While they were unaware of the sum they had paid that scoundrel, it was evidently considerable, enough to warrant the mobilization of resources to apprehend him. "This is not your fault," Bruce remarked, not anticipating Jason would return to that room. Had he known, he would have informed Jason of his father's incarceration beforehand. "I've sent a message to Dick, hoping he can locate Jason." Upon learning of Jason's disappearance, Barbara had notified Dick. If Jason hadn't dismantled the tracker, finding him would indeed be far simpler. Yet, that young man, upon realizing Bruce was Batman, would easily deduce that his effortless discoverability was due to a tracker, and thus, he would have removed it. At this juncture, any further discussion seemed futile. They could only hope that Jason would not encounter trouble before they could find him. "Master Bruce, Mr. Himmler has left you a message," Alfred announced, emerging from the elevator with a tray, breaking the heavy silence that enveloped the room. Bruce took the note from the tray and, after a brief glance, remarked, "Jason should be fine for the time being. How can you be so certain?" In response, he explained, "Himmler has alluded more than once to the presence of gifts at the island party that would be worth a fortune. I suspect he intends to commodify those children." Initially, Bruce theorized that Himmler had established a club for individuals with perverse inclinations similar to his own, with Chris tasked to procure children to serve as commodities for this club. However, as Bruce delved into the archives of cases related to missing children since Himmler began to rise in prominence, he found no evidence to substantiate this theory. The number of missing children each year is substantial, making it impossible to conclude that Himmler would only target those with green eyes. A child like Jason, who is practically a street urchin, would hardly warrant contacting a guardian for purchase. They could simply be abducted from the streets. The rationale for purchasing instead of kidnapping likely stems from a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. If Bruce's intuition serves him correctly, Batman represents that complication. Acquiring children under the guise of adoption would not attract Batman's scrutiny. However, a sudden influx of missing children would undoubtedly draw his attention. As the president of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce understands better than anyone that a businessman does not engage in unprofitable ventures. Himmler's lavish purchases of children must be financially motivated. Merely establishing a club to satiate the perverse desires of a few would hardly suffice to recoup costs, let alone account for the vast number of children involved. From Jason's revelations, it appears that at least 4 to 6 children are delivered to Himmler at a time, and this procurement of children is an ongoing operation. Such immense demand necessitates a means of consumption. Selling these children presents a viable option. This would also clarify the circumstances surrounding the 6 discovered bodies. These children must have already been sold, with their buyer being a deranged killer with a peculiar preference for green-eyed victims, who, under duress, was compelled to dispose of their bodies, resulting in their discovery. In subsequent observations, Himmler showed no signs of concern regarding the deaths of these 6 children. He indeed met with every legislator he could, as promised, yet no further developments ensued. If he were not entirely uninvolved, the most plausible explanation is his confidence that the deranged killer responsible for the 6 children's deaths would not be apprehended easily. The chip stolen from Dick contained a decrypted list, which included several names from Gotham's political sphere, alongside that of Senator Lawrence. If this list indeed represents the individuals under Himmler's control, it is highly probable that the deranged killer is among these political figures. In such a case, Himmler need not be concerned. Gordon's report is likely to be suppressed under pressure from above before it even reaches the judicial authorities. Auction. What? Bruce suddenly comprehended that if the children were being sold, the cost of those abducted would undoubtedly differ from those purchased. Thus, it is conceivable that a child like Jason, with his striking green eyes, would be auctioned to inflate the price. Coupled with Jason's rare hair color and charming visage, he is likely considered the piece de resistance of the auction. If that is the case, the sum paid to that scoundrel would surely be considerable. "I am heading to prison," Bruce declared before leaping into the Batmobile and departing the cave. He urgently needed to extract definitive evidence from that scoundrel's lips to substantiate his suspicions. The note left by Himmler hinted at a new acquisition that would greatly please Bruce, who eagerly anticipated the performance at his island gathering. Bruce sincerely hoped that Jason was indeed that new acquisition, as this would spare him too much distress before being sold. Chapter 21. Puppet Gas. Himmler sat alone in a dimly lit room, the bluish glow of the computer screen casting an eerie expression upon his face. Do not worry. After this matter, I believe Bruce Wayne will become an excellent partner for us, he said, his relaxed tone combined with his sinister expression evoking an unsettling chill. An electronic synthesized voice emanated from the computer, speaking in a flat, cold tone. You best ensure your plan succeeds, so I can indeed receive the promised benefits. There is no need for concern. Controlling Bruce Wayne equates to controlling Wayne Enterprises. By controlling Wayne Enterprises, we effectively hold the economic lifeblood of Gotham in our hands. I am not worried about that fool. I merely hope we do not attract that dark bat. Thus far, everything has progressed smoothly, and I trust it will not draw the attention of that blood-sucking bat. 6 children's bodies have been discovered, have they not? That was a minor oversight. I did not anticipate it would garner attention, but the police have not yet acted. They are likely regarding it as 6 similar cases or a serial murder. The synthesized voice did not respond to this query, a faint crackling sound emanating from the speakers that pierced the silence. You know nothing of that bat. By the time you realize he is on the move, he will have already begun his netting. I will exercise greater caution. Sensing the displeasure in the other person's words, Himmler hastily assured that he would be more vigilant. The reply he received was a unilateral termination of the video call. Himmler gazed at the blank screen, contemplating how to ensure the success of this operation. As for whether Bruce Wayne aligns with the assertions made in the messages, it is of little consequence to him. After all, every individual harbors facets of themselves that often remain undisclosed. Among his clientele, how many initially possessed such unutterable peculiarities? Even if Bruce Wayne does not indulge in such proclivities, his status as Gotham's wealthiest individual and a prominent figure necessitates collaborations to obscure certain matters. Thus, these concerns are trivial. Once Bruce steps into his trap, the option to extricate himself at will ceases to exist. Who, in their right mind, would decline to sell particle-cutting technology to the military? In Himmler's eyes, Bruce Wayne is merely a naive playboy. Perhaps he excels in the art of seduction. Yet in business, he is utterly inept. It is said that he was once regarded as a genius, but now, it seems that his talents have been squandered on extreme sports. Particle-cutting technology is merely a colloquial term. Indeed, if applied judiciously, it could yield substantial benefits in civilian applications, particularly within the medical field. However, the military scope for utilization is far broader. Consider the allure of a projectile capable of directly dismantling the particle composition of an object. Himmler is convinced the military would offer a handsome sum to acquire such technology. Yet, Bruce Wayne absurdly intends to apply this innovation toward cancer and tumor treatment, setting aside the protracted timeline required to recoup development costs in the medical sector. The regulatory hurdles are exasperating. Himmler even forebodes that Bruce may publicly disclose this technology, valued in the billions. How foolish. This endeavor must succeed. Failure is not an option. Should we process the bait further? A gravelly voice emanated from the shadows. No, not all fish prefer bait that has been nibbled by others. And fresh bait can heighten the guilt of the individual. Wouldn't procuring someone experienced enhance our chances? Of course, baiting isn't limited to a single type. Who can discern his tastes? Will the auction be conducted collectively? Wouldn't that be rather reckless, considering these individuals would prefer to keep their identities concealed? Why are you so impatient? This is uncharacteristic of you. Himmler cast a sidelong glance at the shadowy corner. No, merely a troubling premonition. When did you start believing in intuition? Why are you so confident of success? I possess a secret weapon. I do not trust the Scarecrow. You know his objective is world domination. Oh, what a foolish and convoluted ambition. My aims are much simpler. As long as I can profit, why should I oppose money? You possess not a shred of knowledge regarding the criminals of Gotham. I must have been truly deranged to have allied with you. Upon hearing these words, Himmler chuckled nonchalantly, gradually rising to approach the source of the voice. Embracing the figure shrouded in darkness, he remarked, Mr. Chris, we find ourselves as grasshoppers in the same boat. I am here solely for profit, while you indulge your peculiar inclinations. Our collaboration has been quite delightful, has it not? At least I have yet to completely abandon my moral compass, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter. When Himmler first approached Chris, the latter was indeed pleased to have found such a means to fulfill his unique desires. Their partnership blossomed seamlessly. However, Himmler's ambitions far exceeded Chris's expectations. By the time Chris sensed the shifting tides, it was too late for retreat. He harbored a penchant for children, but was decidedly not one to revel in their torment. You are correct in stating that I do not shy away from any means that serve profit, but it seems you have overlooked, Mr. Chris. that society's condemnation of pedophilia far surpasses that of a mere murderer. Human nature is a curious phenomenon. Individuals may forgive a serial killer, yet find it exceedingly difficult to absolve a child molester. Thus, let us continue our pleasant collaboration. Himmler patted Chris on the shoulder. Entirely unconcerned that Chris might act against him, everything was well within his control, save for that bothersome blood-sucking bat. Himmler could not fathom why both Chris and the elusive figure who operated in shadows alongside him harbored an inexplicable dread of the Gotham legend. After all, it was merely a figure of folklore, the existence of which remained uncertain, yet it was capable of instilling such fear in these individuals. Bruce, clad in his Batman attire, sat quietly in a chair, resembling a lifelike statue as he absorbed the messages transmitted through the communicator. This represented his most significant gain since installing listening devices in all of Himmler's venues. Why was Scarecrow involved? Surely, he should have little interest in monetary gain. Barbara never anticipated Scarecrow would insert himself into the fray. A lack of interest does not equate to an absence of need for funds. The acquisition of numerous test subjects was likely his true objective. Bruce was acutely aware of Scarecrow's inclinations. While he showed little interest in money, he was fervently drawn to experimental subjects. This dialogue, however, provided Bruce with a spark of insight. Scarecrow was likely engaged in the development of some dreadful neurotoxin. Scarecrow's research in chemistry, combined with Professor Asma's expertise in biological neuroscience, using the children in Himmler's possession as test subjects, suggested that those clients of Himmler could also be among the experimental subjects. Was Scarecrow intending to create a puppet gas capable of manipulating the human nervous system? Chapter 22. The prison. The island to which Himmler referred lay at the northernmost boundary of Gotham, far removed from the mainland. Concerning the ownership of this island, Bruce conducted a thorough investigation. Unsurprisingly, the true proprietor was a member of the Lawrence family. Stepping down from the helicopter prepared by Himmler, a woman clad in a black maid's outfit approached him, donning a bird-beaked mask and holding out a mask and an ornate cloak. Here are your mask and cloak. Please wear them at your convenience. The voice emanating from beneath the mask sounded artificially synthesized, devoid of any tonal variation. Taking the mask and cloak from the woman, Bruce cast a cursory glance at them. Unlike the ornate embroidered cloak, the mask was rigid and utterly unremarkable save for the bird beak, which was nearly identical to that of the woman's face. In contrast to the Venetian-style mask from his previous encounter at the villa, this one lacked any distinguishing features. The eye openings were covered with a thin layer of colored film, obscuring even the color of his eyes, while the mouth section seamlessly integrated with the beak of the mask, suggesting the presence of a voice modulator within. This was indeed a mask designed for true anonymity. This is your identification token. Once Bruce was fully adorned, the woman handed him a plain token inscribed with numbers, reminiscent of those used at ordinary auction houses. Under her guidance, Bruce traversed a lengthy corridor before entering a splendid banquet hall, dominated by a colossal silver screen that captured immediate attention. The entire building exuded a rich Baroque style, and upon a slight elevation of his gaze, Bruce noted the extravagant decorative sculptures evenly distributed across the circular ceiling. Overseeing the hall, he was not at all surprised to find it brimming with cameras, ensuring comprehensive surveillance of the entire space. In the last century, such islands typically served as prisons for the incarcerated. However, with the passage of time, the prison had long relinquished its original purpose, transforming into the property of the Lawrence family. Following extensive renovations in line with the architectural style of the era, this prison had been passed down through generations of the Lawrence lineage. The opulent Baroque decor could not conceal the essential structure of the former cells. The central hall, once intended for exercise, had been repurposed into a banquet area, while the surrounding rooms, originally designed as prison cells, had been converted into private booths. From his vantage point, Bruce could not ascertain whether anyone occupied those rooms, but he deduced that he was certainly not the first to arrive. As Bruce scrutinized the layout of the banquet hall, he continued to follow the woman. Your room is here. She led Bruce to a private chamber, where the walls bore lavish sculptures and murals, mirroring the exterior's grandeur. The room contained only a splendid chair and a coffee table adorned with an exquisite teapot. Please refrain from entering other rooms. Simply raise your token to indicate your desired item, the woman instructed before departing. Standing in the center of the room, Bruce feigned indifference as he surveyed his surroundings. The abstract painting on the wall bore eyes that concealed surveillance devices. Bruce attempted to shift the ornate chair, but it proved excessively heavy. The coffee table, too, was likely cumbersome. Beneath it, one would expect to find listening devices. Extracting his phone from his pocket, he was unsurprised to see it displayed no signal. It appeared that both the children and the so-called buyers had become pawns of the house the moment they set foot on this island, with no one capable of escaping. Bruce pressed the communicator nestled in his ear and quietly inquired, "Have you located the children?" "Not yet. Once I complete this round of patrol, I will search for Jason." "Where is the information?" "It should be in Himmler's office." Bruce unilaterally severed the communication upon hearing a noise from the door behind him. As he ceased speaking, the door swung open to reveal a man clad in an extravagant suit, adorned with a mask identical to Bruce's. "Is there something troubling you?" The mechanized voice did little to conceal Bruce's deduction of the man's identity. "Mr. Himmler, I believe I require an explanation." Bruce removed his mask, glaring furiously at the intruder. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the merchandise?" The screens in the banquet hall had begun displaying various photographs of children, devoid of the garish attire that adorned them. They would indeed appear quite charming. Just as Bruce had initially surmised, Himmler's hunting grounds extended far beyond merely children with green eyes. "I believe you are mistaken, Mr. Himmler. I have a fondness for children, but I harbor no such peculiar proclivities." Bruce endeavored to mask his indignation with the demeanor befitting a wronged aristocrat as he glowered at Himmler. His stance did not provoke displeasure in Himmler. Bruce's reaction was neither the first nor would it be the last of its kind. "There is no signal here. I trust you will facilitate my departure." "I am terribly sorry, Mr. Bruce, but the helicopter is currently not on the island." "Then provide me with a phone that connects to the outside world." "I can summon my private jet." "Very well, but we are not within the range of wireless signals." "This way, please." Himmler did not directly counter Bruce's assertion. He had anticipated Bruce's reaction, and Bruce was far from the first to respond with such fervor. In Himmler's eyes, Bruce was indeed the brainless dandy as rumored, entirely oblivious to his predicament. Even as a captive, he foolishly believed himself to be seated upon a throne, adorned with a crown, issuing commands to others, an utterly arrogant and foolish delusion. Himmler led Bruce into a room whose purpose was immediately apparent. It contained nothing but a bed of rather vulgar taste in Bruce's estimation. "What is the purpose of this?" "Mr. Himmler, do not be so anxious, Mr. Bruce. This is merely a collaboration intended to bring pleasure to both parties." "I have stated that I did not." "Ah, I understand. Yet isn't it true that everyone begins in such a manner? An affection for children. What is it about children? Their cherubic faces, their innocent natures, their boundless energy, and their smooth skin. Am I not correct, Mr. Bruce?" Himmler casually perched himself on the edge of the bed. The slight curl of his lips and his calculating tone filled Bruce with profound aversion. Estimating the time in his mind, he realized there was still some distance to the agreed hour. It was not yet the moment to sever ties. Despite his disdain, he needed to endure this man for a while longer. "I have said I did not." "Is that so, Mr. Bruce?" "If memory serves me right, when you adopted that child named Dick, there were already whispers circulating. Those are merely rumors disseminated by competitors." "Then why did the boy named Dick leave home as soon as he commenced school?" "It is rumored that he finally managed to escape your harassment." Bruce's urgent tone only reinforced Himmler's suspicions. He had indeed conducted thorough investigations, discovering that the boy named Dick had long since vacated Wayne Manor, renting a place near his school, and had not returned since his departure. Thus, he felt confident. Considering the immense effort the Wayne Enterprises public relations department had exerted to suppress this rumor, Himmler was certain that even if Bruce Wayne was not as obsessed as Chris, he certainly harbored a significant and conscious inclination toward such behaviors. Bruce offered no response to this matter, merely fixing a stony glare upon Himmler, striving to buy time as best he could. Chapter 23. Ignorance in stark contrast to the bustling villa. The modest woods on the island exuded a quietude reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Two men clad in security uniforms lounged before a warehouse of modest size. Scattered around them were walkie-talkies and an object resembling a tape recorder, which emitted a monotonous declaration of normalcy every minute. The warehouse doors stood wide open, the cacophony emanating from within interspersed with dissonant female voices. Batgirl sat nonchalantly atop a pipe, gazing through a small window at the sun descending toward the horizon, cheerfully humming a tune while occasionally glancing at the time in her hand. This site, once utilized for housing prisoners, had initially stored coal, wood, and other fuels. Following the advent of electricity, it transformed into the main power distribution room. The deafening roar of the massive diesel generator did little to diminish her present cheer. "Oh, the time approaches. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No sooner had the countdown concluded than a bat-shaped device atop the diesel generator flickered a few red lights before emitting a resounding bang, followed by the immense machine groaning under its own weight before gradually ceasing operation. As the deafening noise subsided, the entire island was enveloped in darkness. Batgirl has successfully completed the first phase of her plan. After connecting to the communicator in her ear, she reported her findings to her counterpart. As the operational time approached, Nightwing concealed himself within the main control room of the surveillance facility. When the entire island plunged into darkness, he swiftly implanted the prepared video footage into the surveillance system's disk. He needed to act quickly, as he was certain there was a backup power source in the control room. Having completed his task just before the power was restored, he exited the main room, using the cloak of darkness to navigate through the chaotic interior until he reached the exterior walls. After carefully inspecting the numerous windows, he drew his grappling gun and aimed at one of the windows, using the grappling hook to ascend swiftly to the windowsill. It seemed the occupants inside were fully aware of his actions, as they opened the window the moment his feet landed on the sill. Second phase complete, Nightwing stated, handing over a package to his contact, who quickly donned Batman's uniform. Go find the kids. What about you? Nightwing inquired. But Batman offered no response as he turned and vanished into the shadowy corridor. Nightwing had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. With a shrug, he proceeded towards the signal location where Jason was waiting. The power outage did not last long. The backup source was activated swiftly. However, due to its limited capacity, only essential surveillance and lighting were restored within the villa, creating a dim environment that favored Nightwing and his companions' movements. Powers out. Himmler, seated in his study, had just finished reporting the situation via satellite network. He had anticipated Bruce Wayne's reaction, finding nothing to be anxious about, thus leaving him alone in that room to ponder slowly. After all, one cannot reel in a fish too tightly when angling, can they? Having engaged in such manipulations repeatedly, Himmler held no doubts about the depths of human depravity. Nothing ignites the primal instincts of humanity more than a confined environment. Humans are inherently social creatures, driven by an unquenchable thirst for power and dominance over others. In the absence of societal morals or legal repercussions, who would resist the temptation of wielding life and death over another? The answer is no one. Prisons and closed-off institutions are more susceptible to the reclassification of social hierarchies for this very reason. In a sealed environment, no one can escape the allure of controlling another's fate. Even if Bruce Wayne proves to be a formidable opponent, Himmler remains untroubled, having secured his resources from Scarecrow. He has yet to experience failure. The power outage arrived with startling abruptness, and the cacophony outside resonated eerily within the enveloping darkness. In this moment, for reasons unknown, Himmler recalled a particular phrase: "You know nothing of Batman. By the time you become aware of him, it is already the moment he begins to ensnare you." Fortunately, the emergency power was swiftly restored, illuminating the shadows that had conjured inexplicable fears. Yet, it did little to soothe the frantic beating of Himmler's heart. He quickly rebooted his computer, reconnecting to the island's surveillance network. Due to insufficient backup power, the monitoring feeds appeared exceedingly dim, but each camera possessed night vision capabilities, allowing for visibility despite the darkness. Every room and corner appeared normal. The guests seemed slightly flustered, yet the well-trained staff would undoubtedly manage to calm them. The generator storage area looked unremarkable, and the secured goods remained undisturbed. But why did the chaotic footsteps outside his door not manifest on the monitors? Although somewhat disconcerted, upon closer inspection, the footage depicted a scene of mild confusion from when the guests had just arrived, merely rendered darker by the reduced lighting. After making a call to the perimeter security personnel, the response he received only deepened his dread. The guards at the main power room were missing. "You know nothing of Batman." The mechanical, synthesized voice echoed once more in Himmler's ears. Suddenly, the window facing his desk was flung open by a gust of wind, producing a jarring noise that startled Himmler, causing him to spring from his chair. After glaring at the open window for an extended moment, he cautiously retrieved his handgun from the desk drawer and edged closer. After a thorough inspection yielded nothing, he closed the window, deep in thought. At that very moment, a powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly and casting him aside like a rag onto the cold floor. Gasping for breath, Himmler struggled to fill his lungs once more. As he finally regained his composure, he noticed a pair of dark boots slowly approaching him, halting within a mere 30 centimeters of his position. The dim light cast a vast shadow that enveloped him entirely, and a raspy voice, reminiscent of sandpaper, resonated from above. "Himmler Pisk, I require you to answer a few questions." Himmler's gaze traveled slowly up the sculpted calves until it rested upon the face largely obscured by a dark mask. How did Gotham's criminals describe him? Malevolent? Ferocious? Stalwart? No. It was fear. You possess no knowledge of Batman. The harsh, cold mechanical synthesized voice echoed once more in Himmler's ears. Chapter 24, Little Wings. The sudden power outage did not incite undue chaos among the trained security personnel. Rather, it heightened their vigilance. The power room had suffered deliberate sabotage. When this information crackled through the intercom, Nightwing realized that masquerading as a security guard was no longer feasible. Concealed amidst a cluster of boxes, he observed the noticeable increase in security personnel in the corridor. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted to the vent directly above him. What discovery awaited? A guard meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, including the boxes piled in the corner, wielding his flashlight to illuminate every shadowy recess, even casting light upon the refuse strewn across the floor and the vent above. Nothing appeared amiss. After a thorough inspection, the guard departed, heading elsewhere. Nightwing remained crouched within the ventilation duct, waiting for the light to fade before meticulously examining the map on his computer. Judging by the strength of the signal emitted from the transmitter concealed on Jason, the location where the children were held must be in the basement, facilitating Nightwing's navigation through the ducts. Adjusting the map to three-dimensional navigation mode, Nightwing successfully arrived at the room where the signal was strongest. Switching his goggles to night vision mode, he peered through the vent, scanning for any signs of life, yet found none. How peculiar. Had they been taken away? Nightwing felt a twinge of worry. Although he had hidden the tracker well, the possibility of it falling off could not be dismissed. If it were indeed lost, it would pose a significant problem. He produced a specialized tool to remove the screws from the vent, carefully detaching the grate. Peering out, he surveyed the area but still saw no trace of any person. This was troubling. Where could he possibly search? However, the signal should not be too far from this location. He hoped it was not due to. As Nightwing cautiously slid down from the vent, pondering where to find Jason, he suddenly sensed an attack from behind. Instinctively bending low to evade a flying kick, he felt a familiar grip tighten on his shoulder. The familiarity of the assault style instantly revealed the assailant's identity. Using the force of the grip, he leaned back, seizing the leg that had missed his face, and with a swift motion, he tossed the attacker aside. As the assailant lunged at him once more, he exclaimed, "It's me, Jason." The figure, nearly leaping upon him again, halted, uncertainly inquiring, Hey, call me Nightwing." Before Jason could utter Nightwing's real name, a hand swiftly covered his mouth. What did it matter? Others would merely presume he was uttering profanities. Emerging from the long-unused vent, Nightwing found his gloves smeared with an unidentifiable substance, causing Jason to furrow his brow tightly. "Call me Nightwing." As Nightwing reiterated his words, Jason nodded under the threat of nausea that almost compelled him to expel the contents of his stomach from the previous night. Excellent. Once this brief interlude concluded, Nightwing finally had the opportunity to scrutinize Jason for any signs of injury. Although Jason's recent display of Batgirl's combat techniques had already substantiated that he had sustained no substantial harm, despite the distortion of colors caused by the night vision goggles, Nightwing managed to discern Jason's current attire, momentarily taken aback before exerting every ounce of willpower to suppress an almost uncontrollable fit of laughter. "What on earth are you doing?" Though visibility was limited, Jason could sense someone bending over, nearly kneeling on the floor, their muffled laughter igniting an inexplicable irritation within him. He, angel haha. Jason was clad in an outfit reminiscent of the angels depicted in church murals, complete with a pair of adorable wings on his back. Although the night vision filter rendered them a dim yellow, Nightwing wagered that once the lights were turned on, it would undoubtedly reveal a pure white ensemble. If he was not mistaken, Jason's disheveled hair likely sported a halo as well. Little wings, haha. Upon hearing Nightwing's jest, Jason paused, finally realizing that in this nearly lightless room, he could feel the blood gradually rising to his face. Through the night vision goggles, Nightwing could distinctly observe Jason's cheeks flushing crimson. "What is so funny? You, damn it, those perverted idiots." Jason angrily ripped off the decorative wings from his back, intending to tear away the scant fabric that scarcely covered his body. "I advise you not to remove that." Nightwing finally stifled his laughter, hastily intervening with genuine concern. "Why? You want to see, pervert?" Jason's fondness for Nightwing had plummeted to a level akin to that of the deranged Himmler. "Of course not, but I didn't bring you any clothes. If you wish to run around naked, then why not help me find something to wear? That outfit in the cupboard will do just fine." "Hey there, kid. Forget about that outfit. If you want to wear it, you must first gain Batman's approval, along with mine." Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Jason resolved to rank this fellow just behind Himmler. "Humph. All right, let us hurry up. We have serious matters to attend to. You know where the children are being held, right?" Seeing that Jason was genuinely upset, Nightwing quickly redirected the conversation. "I know, but I can't see." Before he could finish, an eye mask was placed over his face. and the blurred outlines of his surroundings became clearer. Then lead the way, little wings. Nightwing's cheeky grin loomed large in Jason's vision. Don't call me that. Dick Grayson. The noise at the entrance interrupted the heated exchange between the two individuals. They exchanged a quick glance and swiftly concealed themselves on either side of the door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a security guard wielding a flashlight, who entered while scanning the surroundings. Without affording him a moment's chance, Nightwing swiftly and decisively incapacitated him. What transpired? A figure at the door, drawn by the commotion, poked his head in, only to be met with Jason's precise strike to the back of his neck, collapsing before he could utter a sound. Well done, Nightwing remarked. Although Barbara had previously noted Jason's remarkable talent and rapid progress, Nightwing was still impressed by Jason's ability to deliver such a precise blow to a vital area. After dragging the two incapacitated men into the room and binding them, Nightwing and Jason stood in the corridor. Which way? Jason surveyed his surroundings and confidently pointed, this way. The two dashed down the corridor, only to find it unexpectedly devoid of any personnel, which puzzled Jason. Strange. Where is everyone? By all accounts, there should be numerous security guards here. There were about a dozen when I entered. Batgirl is causing a distraction up ahead. They've likely all been drawn away, Nightwing suggested. Causing a distraction? Why? Isn't she supposed to be gathering evidence? Jason queried, recalling their initial plan to record the auction proceedings as proof. The plan has changed. Scarecrow has thrown a wrench into things, Nightwing expressed with concern. The involvement of Scarecrow indicated that the situation was far more complex than mere evidence collection. To prevent him from potentially committing atrocities, the priority was now shifted to rescuing the children. That fool. Does he even realize whom he has aligned with? Even as a lowly thug, Jason was acutely aware of the Gotham underworld's elite, including the likes of Scarecrow. Only a madman would consider striking deals with such lunatics. Clearly, Himmeler's mind must have been compromised during his childhood. Jason mentally assessed Himmeler's intelligence. What about Batman? What is he doing? He is searching for leads on Scarecrow. He has been pursuing him before this incident, but to no avail. Is Scarecrow more important than the children? Jason pressed, but Nightwing did not respond. Suddenly, he halted, pivoting to execute a sweeping leg kick that sent Jason sprawling to the ground, while simultaneously flinging his baton towards Jason's original position. A crackling sound accompanied by the acrid scent of charred protein wafted from behind him. Caught off guard, Jason fell unceremoniously, unable to voice his indignation before it was stifled. Stun baton. Indeed. Cool. Are we not there yet? We just need to turn right at the next corner. The innermost door is the one. Chapter 25. Rescue, what are you doing? As they approached the corner, Nightwing did not immediately rush into the innermost room. Instead, he utilized the corner's concealment to scrutinize the area carefully. There are guards. I roughly counted. Besides myself, there are 10 other children, so there shouldn't be too many guards assigned. Jason peered cautiously from behind Nightwing, attempting to lower his voice as much as possible. There are 2 individuals at the entrance. Inside, there should be at least one more. Nightwing scrutinized the 2 standing at the door. Their build was considerably more robust than that of the patrolling guards, and astonishingly, they wore sunglasses even in this dim light. There should be no one inside, Jason interjected. Why are you so certain? Nightwing asked, puzzled. I overheard them mentioning something about using drugs for control when I was brought out. Jason's words raised some doubts in Nightwing. Jason, how many people came with you? Together? Yes. How many were there in total when you were brought here? I don't know. I was taken directly onto the plane and then thrown into here. Were you alone the entire time? Did the plane not stop anywhere along the way? No. Why were you isolated? I caused quite a ruckus. But it's a bit strange. Strange about what? Despite my commotion, not a single child cried, and there was this odd smell in that room. Did they all seem to be in a trance? Yes, how did you know? Jason's response confirmed Nightwing's suspicions and also validated Batman's conjecture regarding Scarecrow's actions. This was indeed one of his laboratories. If that's the case, then these 2 watchdogs may not be easily dealt with. Nightwing retrieved 2 capsules from his dark pouch, tossing one into his mouth and placing the other into Jason's. He then produced a portable respirator, saying, swallow it. If you encounter any strange gas, hold your breath and use this to breathe through your mouth. Batgirl should have taught you how to use it, right? As Jason received the portable respirator from Nightwing, he had no time to test it before Nightwing shoved it back behind him, saying, stay back. Nightwing then slowly crouched down, discreetly tossing 2 projectiles along the ground towards the 2 individuals at the entrance. The specially crafted spherical objects rolled silently over the rough surface. The 2 spheres successfully reached their designated spots, and the high-pressure gas contained within them erupted. As the smoke filled the narrow passage, A few gunshots greeted Nightwing and Jason. The infrared night vision function of the mask came into play, allowing Nightwing to swiftly throw 2 darts, accurately disarming the opponents. Seizing this opportunity, he charged at the 2 guards, delivering a flying kick that knocked one down, then pivoting to strike the other in the abdomen. However, this assault did not yield the expected results. Nightwing's ankle was firmly gripped by a hand, and the guard flung him back like refuse, crashing into a pile of debris in the corridor. Damn it, did they use some kind of drug? Observing another figure rising from the ground, it was evident that the previous ambush had inflicted little harm upon him. The sharp pain radiating from his ankle served as a reminder of the significant grip that Nightwing had endured. The impact against the debris had not been nearly as painful. Nightwing resolved to alter his strategy, creating distance. He swiftly rolled to his feet, hoisting Jason up and sprinting toward the far end of the corridor. Hey, aren't we here to rescue the children? These 2 fellows seem to possess extraordinary strength, likely devoid of any pain sensitivity. We need a plan. Years of rigorous training allowed Nightwing to maneuver rapidly, even while carrying Jason, disappearing into the dimly lit corridor before the 2 hulks could react. Once a sufficient distance was established, Nightwing halted. Why have you stopped? Jason could still hear the footsteps closing in behind them. Their reinforcements are on the way. We must swiftly deal with these 2. Are you joking? Jason strained his ears but discerned no sounds beyond the approaching footsteps. I have received training, Nightwing replied, as he busied himself with something in the corridor. After a moment, he handed Jason a syringe filled with a half ampoule of dark red liquid. Wait here. I'll find a way to distract them. Then you need to inject this into their necks. Don't administer too much, and be careful not to prick yourself. What is this? Nightwing had no time to respond to Jason's query. The footsteps behind them grew ever closer. Once prepared, Nightwing stood his ground, awaiting the 2 who were unwittingly approaching, while Jason concealed himself in a nearby shadowy alcove. The 2 men soon caught up, and upon seeing Nightwing standing still, they simultaneously halted, raising their guns to aim at their target. This time, Nightwing did not grant them the opportunity to fire. 2 darts swiftly penetrated the dark muzzles of their weapons, the red lights on the darts flashing briefly before emitting a faint explosion that signified the destruction of their firearms. Ducking to evade an attack from above, he rolled between the 2 men, escaping their line of fire. He swiftly executed a sweeping kick, toppling one adversary, and in one fluid motion, threw a binding lock around the legs of the other. The guard, losing balance due to the restraints, crashed heavily onto the one already sprawled on the ground. The entire sequence seamless and devoid of hesitation. Attack. Seizing the moment as the 2 men collapsed, Nightwing struck each of them with a swift blow before urgently calling for Jason, only to discover that Jason had already positioned himself beside the 2 men, administering injections with his syringe. Quick to react. Then what? Let us return and rescue the children. Batgirl is growing impatient outside. What did you just do? On the journey back, Jason could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, what was that little trap set for their reinforcements, intended to buy us some time? What is contained within the syringe? An invention of the Scarecrow, Nightwing replied. I have yet to discover any other use for it. But it can induce a state of chemical paralysis. As they spoke, the 2 arrived once more at the doorway. Nightwing produced a hook and deftly manipulated the old lock, effortlessly opening the door. A cloying sweetness assaulted their senses. Use the respirator. There is something amiss with the air. Even without Nightwing's warning, Jason could surmise from the children's reactions within the room that the air was indeed compromised. He retrieved a respirator and fitted it over his mouth. The room was shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination seeping in from the dim corridor behind them. Several children, either seated or lying down, remained in their positions, seemingly indifferent to Nightwing's intrusion. Observing this, Nightwing frowned deeply. Counting carefully, he confirmed that there were indeed 10 children, a number far fewer than they had anticipated. Perhaps there were other locations where children were held, or some had already been sold, or, like the 6 others, they had met a grim fate. Nightwing gathered the children and placed them in a corner before producing a spray canister, applying a viscous substance to the wall. Jason was about to inquire about it when Nightwing pulled him down to shield him alongside the children. With a resounding crash, fresh, cool air rushed into the room, diluting the nauseating sweetness that had pervaded the space. Too slow. I was beginning to worry about you, a familiar female voice called out. Turning towards the source, Jason saw Batgirl and several men standing outside the gaping hole in the wall. Indeed, we encountered some difficulties, Nightwing replied, just as a tremendous noise erupted from the corridor behind them, indicating that the trap he had set was now functioning. Let us hurry. Everyone is here, right? Everyone should be, at least those on this island. Batgirl nodded to the men beside her. The men swiftly entered the room, carrying the children out one by one. "What has happened to the children?" Batgirl asked, her concern evident as she observed their peculiar condition. "They have likely been affected by a modified version of Scarecrow's new toxin. I wonder how the antidote is progressing over there. What are you doing?" Batgirl looked quizzically at Jason, who was standing outside, scanning the surroundings. "Isn't this the basement?" This prison was constructed in accordance with the island's topography. Due to the uneven terrain, only a portion of that level is subterranean. "Who are they?" Jason decided to shift the topic. They are Gordon's men. Police? If they are police, why don't they simply come to the island and conduct a search? Young man, had this island not belonged to the Lawrence family, Gordon would have long since descended upon it with a formidable force to wreak havoc. However, since it is indeed under the Lawrence family's dominion, should he carelessly lead the police to conduct a search, he would undoubtedly find himself dismissed and sent home to his own demise. As it stands, he is merely waiting for our evidence in the nearby waters. Do you comprehend? Not that it matters if you do or not, but are you not cold? Upon hearing Nightwing's mention, Jason suddenly became acutely aware of the wind that whipped against his skin, each gust akin to 1,000 icy needles piercing him, causing discomfort. Having resided at Wayne Manor for a period, he had nearly forgotten just how biting Gotham's winter winds could be. Chapter 26. Discovery. Well then, children, we entrust you to our care. Batgirl imparted a few instructions to several officers before she and Nightwing turned back to assist Batman. The guards on this island posed little concern in terms of combat prowess. Thus far, Nightwing had only encountered 2 individuals potentially linked to Scarecrow, indicating that the Fiend did not intend to delve too deeply into this affair. This was hardly surprising. Scarecrow's ambition was to dominate Gotham, unleashing toxic gas to enslave the entire city. For a wretched pervert like him, if he were not to gain a plethora of test subjects, he likely would not even bother to involve himself. However, their objective was not merely to vanquish adversaries or incapacitate some lunatic. They needed to procure sufficient evidence. Given the Lawrence family's substantial influence in the political realm, it was imperative that the evidence they gathered bore enough weight to instill genuine fear. To enforce the law on this isolated island, Gordon had mobilized all his connections to summon the Coast Guard. Should they return empty-handed, it would signify an utter defeat. Thus, they must uncover evidence compelling enough to ensure that these scoundrels are imprisoned. Shortly after Nightwing and Batgirl departed, the officers prepared to load the children onto a small boat ready to leave the island. Suddenly, before the officers could react, Jason leaped from the vessel, wrapping himself in a thermal blanket and swiftly vanishing into the night. "What should we do?" one officer inquired uncertainly. "Set sail. Shall I pursue him?" "Contact the sheriff and have him reach out to Batman. If we are discovered here, it could lead to significant trouble." "Set sail." "Understood." Before they obtained concrete evidence, being discovered here could spell disaster, potentially nullifying all their efforts. Despite their concerns, they had no choice but to vacate the area. Jason remained oblivious to the officer's apprehension. He felt a sense of discontent, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Concealed behind a stone, Jason watched the individuals emerging from the wall opening. Several figures were now patrolling outside, rather than retreating from the tunnel. It is impossible to enter from this point any longer. It requires little effort to arrive at this conclusion. Jason felt a pang of regret, realizing that he should have at least secured a grappling gun. As he contemplated alternative entrances, the crowd that had gathered seemed to receive an unseen signal, abruptly retreating back into the opening, leaving the area deserted. Cautiously, Jason approached the entrance and peered inside, discovering it devoid of any presence. Not even the dilapidated iron door had been closed. What had transpired? His query was soon clarified by the sudden explosion that resonated from the front. Truly a love for theatrics. Jason would wager Alfred's hair that the explosion was orchestrated by that rascal Dick, yet this presented an opportunity. Seizing the moment, as the chaos diverted everyone's attention, Jason swiftly traversed the vacant corridor towards the room that lingered in his memory. In the time he was taken away from that group of children to be isolated, he had been led to the room belonging to someone named Chris. This was likely the same Chris mentioned by Bruce, who conspired with Himmler. He distinctly recalled the captor addressing him as Mr. Chris. This must be the room. Jason paused before an unremarkable door, its simplicity mirroring that of the other rooms. Leaving him uncertain, the cacophony ahead urged him to make a decision. He gently pushed the door, which opened with ease, revealing a narrow gap. Mimicking Dick's earlier actions, Jason cautiously peered through, only to find chaos within. It appeared evidence had been destroyed in the haste to escape, suggesting his visit might yield nothing. Despite a foreboding sense of futility, Jason stepped inside. The room was in disarray, scattered papers littered the floor. A laptop sat on the desk, a silver dagger embedded in its keyboard, accompanied by several bullet holes. Why not take it or set it ablaze? Jason pondered with intrigue, yet his hands remained diligent. As for a habitual thief like him, extracting a hard drive from a laptop was a trivial task, though removing the dagger required some effort. This hard drive was unlikely to be salvageable, he surmised, assessing its damaged state. Clutching the hard drive, Jason rummaged through the scattered papers, searching for anything of value. I wonder why that old bat left Gotham to come here. It seems you lured him in. As Jason sifted through the debris, an unfamiliar voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Without hesitation, he rolled forward to evade the initial attack. However, before he could regain his footing, a slightly stout figure rushed to his side with an unexpected swiftness for his build, seizing Jason's head and forcefully slamming it against the floor. You little brat. I once thought you were merely a street thug. Could it be that you are the little imp perpetually shadowing the bat? Chris's face was so close to Jason's that he could see the grotesque expression and the bulging veins on his temples. As Jason struggled to retaliate but found himself utterly immobilized, he suddenly recalled Bruce's mention of Chris having once been a mercenary for an extended period. What a shame for that pretty little face of yours. Had I known you were associated with that bat, I would never have consented for Himmler to use you as bait. Chris's gaze greedily roamed Jason from head to toe, the unabashed scrutiny making Jason yearn to deliver a forceful kick to this scoundrel's nose, vowing that if given the chance, he would indeed do so. However, you still serve some purpose for me at present. Ultimately, it seemed that Chris's rationality prevailed as he hoisted Jason off the ground, his immense grip tightly squeezing Jason's head, instilling in him the unsettling sensation that his skull might shatter at any moment. Very well, let us see how far your mentor will go for you. Chapter 27. Hostage, did you find anything? Nightwing inquired, kicking aside a figure lying at his feet. We have pinpointed the trajectories of all satellite network signals, Batgirl replied, glancing at the computer screen on the desk. This island is too far from the mainland. All signals are transmitted and received through the satellite equipment on the island. Such encrypted satellite signals pose a challenge for ordinary police to track, but for Batman, who possesses his own satellite network, tracing satellite signals is significantly easier than tracking standard signals. Soon, they identified the majority of the signal's origins from this computer. Most signals interacted with the Piss Company, and occasionally, a few corresponded with names from the list Nightwing had pilfered from Chris's computer. However, a small fraction of the signals had unknown destinations. The recipients of these signals were neither Piss Company nor any anticipated individual, but rather a fictitious address, which, when located on the map, revealed nothing but vast ocean. Did the Black Manta also get involved? Nightwing's self-proclaimed clever quip received no response. All data has been fully uploaded. Should we notify Commissioner Gordon now? The darkroom of this office housed a plethora of servers, containing data far exceeding their expectations. It stored nearly all transactional information from the inception of this plan to the present, the earliest records dating back 2 years, including the characteristics of all the children sold, the list of buyers, amounts, and more. The time taken to upload was longer than anticipated, and they hoped Gordon had not grown too impatient. With Batman's approval, Batgirl activated the communicator to connect with Gordon, who, having awaited the call with growing impatience, immediately began orchestrating the landing. Is this something to be thankful for? This occurrence transpired merely 2 years ago, aligning with their expectations. Initially, the Piss Company was an unremarkable entity, akin to countless nascent firms emerging across the United States daily. However, in the past 2 years, Pisk has experienced meteoric growth, swiftly evolving from a modest enterprise to its current magnitude. Its clientele now spans political and military sectors, with its industry focus expanding from mere basics to comprehensive technological advancements. Such rapid expansion inevitably attracted a plethora of negative press, including multiple reports alleging the use of illicit methods to forcibly acquire promising small businesses. Yet, these allegations ultimately dissipated, underscoring the immense power wielded by the Piss Company. Why did Batman let Himmler escape? Batgirl inquired with a hint of perplexity. To prevent the destruction of evidence, Batman opted to confront Himmler directly, yet allowed him to flee. We haven't uncovered any leads on Scarecrow, Nightwing murmured, casting a glance at Batman, who stood in the center of the room, resembling a statue lost in contemplation. Himmler was despicable and infuriating, but in terms of danger, Scarecrow far surpassed him. Thus, Batman deliberately permitted Himmler to escape, anticipating that, when cornered, Himmler would seek assistance from Scarecrow. Even a satellite phone would suffice for Batman to pinpoint Scarecrow's current hiding place. Nice work. But I believe I still have a fighting chance. A voice interrupted the oppressive silence from the doorway. If I were you, I wouldn't act recklessly, Chris cautioned, emerging from behind to reveal a captive, pressing a gun against his head. Damn it, I should have sought him out first. Nightwing lamented upon recognizing the cocooned figure Chris had restrained. When he received Gordon's call, Nightwing had considered locating Jason first, but the situation left him with little choice. I don't think Batman would stand by and watch his young Prodigy perish, Chris remarked confidently, sensing the effect of his threat. Destroy all the evidence you possess and let me leave. In truth, amid Himmler's increasingly deranged schemes, Chris had contemplated escaping this murky situation on more than one occasion. He could not allow everything he had painstakingly built to be obliterated. Are you an idiot? Jason, threatened by the gun, suddenly spoke, his words dripping with sarcasm, prompting Nightwing to involuntarily sweat on his behalf. Huh, use your brain. Hasn't T. Robin matured after years of following Batman? What? The one in the blue spandex is the former Robin. I'm merely a thug. Threatening me will yield no results. They would never forsake their hard-won gains for a mere ruffian. Shut up. Chris delivered a powerful punch to Jason's face, silencing him. Jason was already aware of everything he was saying, but who truly cared? Regardless of the boy's connection to Batman, his threats were undeniably effective. When a person is driven to desperation by fear, rationality is cast aside. Even the slightest possibility, no matter how infinitesimal, takes on the guise of hope to one gripped by terror. Jason understood this all too well, yet he did not believe that Batman would relinquish the hard-won fruits of victory for his sake. To Jason's surprise, Batman agreed to the terms of the exchange. People could be captured later. As for the evidence, all data had already been uploaded to a satellite, rendering the destruction of local materials inconsequential. There was an abundance of data, and formatting would require some time, Batgirl carefully articulated. Don't try any tricks. Take it, Chris exclaimed, pulling a USB drive from his pocket and tossing it onto the ground. This contains the new virus developed by Himmler. Simply connect it to a computer, and soon the entire disk will be rendered inoperative, making data recovery impossible in mere seconds. Nightwing cautiously approached the USB, calculating the distance. Don't try any tricks. You're not faster than a bullet. Chris sensed Nightwing's subtle movements, the sound of the gun's safety being disengaged echoing sharply in the quiet. Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Nightwing reluctantly picked up the USB and returned to Batgirl's side. You go tell the police outside that I want a helicopter. As Batgirl inserted the USB into the computer, the images on the screen swiftly disintegrated like collapsing pixels. Chris once again made a demand of Batman. Chapter 28. The Sacrifice. Damn it. So the police and Batman are in cahoots? Having finally evaded Batman amidst the chaos, Himmler hid in a dark room, utilizing the backup satellite equipment to send a signal to the mysterious figure. Damn it. Connect already. After several minutes of anticipation, the screen finally displayed a successful connection. Before the other party could speak, Himmler impatiently declared, Batman is coming. Oh, and then what? Came the mechanical voice from the other end, devoid of inflection. What should I do? Not only Batman, but the police are on their way. Calm down. That island belongs to the Lawrence family. The police won't recklessly search it unless they have solid evidence. They're already inside. They have a search warrant. The island was encircled by a joint operation of the Coast Guard and police, methodically searching each room in the villa. Is that so? Don't speak as if this doesn't concern you. If the police sees anything on this island, it will not bode well for you either, Senator Lawrence. Upon hearing Himmler's words, there was a brief pause on the other end of the line before that mechanical voice resonated once more, at the end of the ventilation duct. I have already placed the gas canister. Do you wish to erase me along with it? Accompanying the bomb is a box containing an antidote, sufficient for a human dose. And then, beneath the heights of the island lies a cavern, where a speedboat awaits. Understood. Furthermore, Himmler comprehended the adversary's plan to detonate the gas bomb, sending every soul on this island, be they police, guests, or Batman, into the abyss. Nothing from this island must escape, even if evidence were procured without witnesses. It would all be in vain. Yet, as the conversation neared its conclusion, a perplexing statement from the other party instilled a sense of inexplicable dread in Himmler. I am not a member of the Lawrence family. The other party had unequivocally stated this, causing Himmler to question his long-held belief that they were a member of the Lawrence lineage, aside from Joseph Lawrence. They had procured everything he required, including a new type of gas for the Scarecrow, yet now this individual claimed to belong to no such family. Was it a ruse? However, such trivialities were not Himmler's primary concern at this moment. He was presently crawling through the ventilation ducts towards the location provided by the mysterious figure. Gordon has prepared the helicopter as per your instructions. It will arrive shortly. After concluding his conversation with Gordon, Batman relayed the latter's response to Chris. This outcome seemingly did not alleviate Chris's grip on Jason. I warn you not to jest. Stay here. Chris, while holding Jason hostage, slowly retreated towards the door. Batman. I have detected a strange signal, Batgirl exclaimed, noticing Batman's intent to follow Chris. She had been monitoring all signal frequencies on the island and had just discovered one. What does it contain? Batman inquired. Batgirl swiftly translated the signal's content. These bastards. Do they truly intend to kill everyone? Nightwing exclaimed in anger upon grasping the dialogue's implications. Nightwing, seek out Himmler. After uttering this command, Batman swiftly exited the room, heading towards the helipad. Nightwing gazed at the nearby ventilation duct, pondering the information regarding this so-called endpoint. According to the duct map stored in his portable computer, the ventilation system permeated every corner of the prison, with multi-layered, dense ducts ensuring that each room enjoyed sufficient airflow, even extending to the basement. When the Lawrence family took over the prison for renovation, they did not undertake extensive modifications to the main structure. Rather, they merely adorned and refurbished the building, while also enhancing the ventilation system to ensure that each room provided a truly comfortable experience. As technology advanced, this villa incorporated more sophisticated equipment, transforming what was originally a simple ventilation duct into conduits for water, electricity, and network lines among other modern amenities. However, regardless of the era, the intricate network of ventilation pipes, resembling an irregular three-dimensional spider web, remained a constant throughout the prison. Thus, one might ponder, where exactly does this so-called ventilation duct lead? Nightwing gazed forlornly at the virtual computer screen on his wrist, the irregular diagram of the ventilation system rendering him indecisive about which direction to take. He fixated on the bluish glow of the virtual screen, meticulously reflecting on every word from their earlier conversation. The gas grenade must be capable of traversing the ventilation ducts to reach every room, but it cannot be in areas with excessive airflow, he muttered, marking off several points on the screen. These locations were unviable, essentially dead ends where the gas would struggle to diffuse. He eliminated a few more suspicious spots. This antiquated ventilation system relied on natural winds passing through specially designed vents to create a vacuum effect, generating negative pressure to facilitate airflow. Therefore, the gas grenade must be positioned at the lowest point to allow the gas to diffuse throughout all rooms under the influence of negative air pressure. Here, after dismissing all improbable locations, Nightwing ultimately pinpointed the likely position of the gas grenade and sprinted towards it. Upon reaching the lowest level, he was unsurprised to find the ventilation duct cover discarded on the ground. Indeed, it was here. He swiftly crawled into the upper ventilation duct, hastening towards the source of the noise. The end of the duct was larger than Nightwing had anticipated, aside from the low height. It could almost be regarded as a small room, designed to enhance air pressure to ensure the ventilation system operated effectively. In the cramped space stood a central object resembling an egg, presumably the gas grenade, yet there was no sign of Himmler. First, let us see if this object can be dismantled, Nightwing thought as he approached, hoping to uncover a cover concealing the wiring. That's not something you can move. A voice rang out from behind him as a pair of arms tightly ensnared Nightwing. He felt a bewildering pressure on his arms and chest. The pain was far beyond what any ordinary person should endure, as if his blood vessels might burst. After rolling a few times and crashing against a pillar, he finally broke free from his assailant's grasp, quickly creating some distance. It was only then that Nightwing could clearly see who had attacked him. Himmler? Nightwing hesitantly called out to his counterpart, having encountered Himmler before. Indeed, he appeared quite robust, at least in terms of visual perception. However, Nightwing recalled that no matter how muscular this fellow seemed, his biceps could hardly rival the strength of Nightwing's legs. Does Himmler know who I am? Nightwing attempted to inquire. Nightwing, or would it be better to refer to you as Robin? The excitement in Himmler's tone conveyed an aggressive undertone that Nightwing could sense. Though Himmler exhibited some erratic behavior, communication was still possible. Listen, Himmler, are you aware of your current condition? Nightwing pressed on. Utterly comfortable, Himmler replied, seemingly oblivious to the lack of light in the room. Nightwing was quite certain that Himmler was unaware of his appearance at that moment. Himmler, the individual you are conversing with, we suspect he is Scarecrow. Whatever he instructs you to do, do not comply. Well, it doesn't matter. You're going to perish here anyway. Himmler appeared to disregard Nightwing's warning and crawled towards the gas canister. Himmler, do not detonate the gas. You will meet your demise as well. Oh, don't worry. I have taken an antidote. Following that sardonic remark, the gas canister released a hissing sound as toxic fumes swiftly filled the entire space, permeating the villa due to the negative air pressure. Nightwing, donning a gas mask, cautiously approached Himmler, who had collapsed onto the ground, frothing at the mouth, his facial expression grotesquely contorted. Navigating through the nearest duct, Nightwing established a connection with Gordon's frequency. Sheriff Gordon, Himmler has detonated the gas canister, and it is now spreading throughout the villa via the ventilation system. Evacuate immediately. The rate at which the toxic gas spread was not particularly swift, yet it was certainly not slow either, especially when it came to a large-scale poisoning in a short span of time. From the outset, the individual suspected to be Scarecrow had aimed solely to eliminate Himmler. As for Himmler, he had been cast aside as a mere pawn. Chapter 29, just a word of thanks you. Get down. The deafening roar of the helicopter had yet to subside when Chris aimed his gun at the pilot in the cockpit, commanding him to exit the cabin. The pilot, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to hesitate. As soon as the helicopter came to a halt, he promptly opened the door and stepped out, raising his hands while cautiously retreating, his eyes fixed on Chris, searching for an opportune moment to strike amidst Chris's distraction. Stop dawdling. Chris fired a shot near the pilot's feet before pressing the gun's muzzle against Jason's head. This was a military aircraft. Even if the pilot was not from the Coast Guard, he was undoubtedly a law enforcement officer. Chris was not foolish enough to allow someone like him to draw too close. Threatened, the pilot begrudgingly accelerated away from Chris. Get in. Chris forcefully dragged Jason towards the airplane, his attention divided as he kept a vigilant eye on Batman's movements. This distraction allowed Jason to seize an opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick to Chris's elbow, sending him crashing against the doorframe. Utilizing his small stature, Jason slipped through the gap between Chris and the aircraft, landing on the ground and rolling away to evade Chris's grasp. He quickly regained his footing and sprinted towards Batman. Reacting swiftly, Chris raised his weapon to aim at Jason. But before he could pull the trigger, a batarang pierced the barrel of his gun, thwarting his attempt to shoot. Nevertheless, as a seasoned mercenary, Chris discarded the useless firearm with remarkable speed and lunged at Jason, tackling him to the ground. The momentum caused them to roll several times before finally coming to a halt. Let you run, Chris exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to Jason's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before Jason could comprehend the situation, Chris ensnared him once more, this time with a grip that constricted his chest painfully, making it difficult for him to concentrate as a swarm of thoughts buzzed chaotically in his mind. A cold sensation pressed against his neck, bringing a sharp sting that momentarily focused his scattered attention. At this juncture, Chris held a small dagger against Jason's throat, leaning in closely to confront Batman. The blade made a faint incision on Jason's pale neck. Step back. Chris's eyes glinted with madness. The near escape of Jason had become the last straw that threatened to shatter his sanity. After weighing the situation, Batman reluctantly retreated a few steps. Further back, Chris insisted, as Batman complied and stepped back again. Clear the helicopter. Amidst the chaos, Batman maneuvered to flank Chris's left, while Batgirl and the pilot positioned themselves between Chris and the aircraft. Despite being in a precarious situation, Chris's dwindling rationality reminded him that without the helicopter, he could not escape the island. Stay calm. Be careful with the knife. The hostage is vital to you. Isn't Batgirl urged. Observing that Chris's grip was becoming unsteady, the blade hovering dangerously close to Jason's neck, evoking unease. Keep away from the plane. Ignoring Batgirl's warning, Chris continued to tightly hold Jason as he slowly advanced along the edge of the tarmac towards the aircraft. His entire focus was on the three individuals who had him nearly surrounded, completely oblivious to the fact that his feet were perilously close to a gaping edge. Chris remained unaware of the impending danger, yet Batman and his companions were acutely aware. As Chris inched closer to the precipice, Batgirl wished to call out a warning, but Batman restrained her. At this moment, Chris teetered on the brink of madness. Any attempt by Batgirl to alert him would likely exacerbate his fragile state. Gripping a batarang tightly, Batman watched alertly as Chris remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching peril. Ultimately, Chris's right foot landed on the edge, and with all his attention fixated on Batman, he completely lost his balance, toppling backward while clutching Jason. With remarkable speed, Batman hurled two batarangs. One aimed at Chris's arm that held Jason, and the other at the long thermal blanket trailing by Jason's feet. The batarangs struck their intended targets with precision, causing Chris to relinquish his hold on Jason. He was the first to plummet, while the blanket, anchored to the ground, suggested that Jason was ensnared. However, when the three reached the edge, they discovered they had underestimated Chris's madness. His uninjured arm clutched the knot binding him to Jason, while his injured arm firmly grasped Jason's leg, blood trickling down and dripping from Jason's toes. The thermal blanket creaked ominously under their combined weight, unable to endure for long. You will die too, kid. Chris had succumbed entirely to insanity, intent on dragging Jason down with him. The frigid sea wind caused the two to sway perilously in the air, and the blanket's fabric emitted increasingly loud cracks. Jason's bare legs, exposed to the biting wind, had lost all sensation. After a moment of gazing at Chris's deranged face, he mustered the strength to move his free leg and delivered a sharp kick to Chris's despised nose, exclaiming, "I've wanted to do that for ages." The force of Jason's kick struck Chris's nose, producing a sound akin to a fractured nasal bone, coinciding with the tearing of fabric. "Jason!" Batgirl's voice had barely escaped her lips when a blue figure suddenly swung in from the side, catching Jason mid-fall and delivering a kick that sent the still-defiant Chris sprawling away. "Don't worry, I've got you." Jason, struggling with his frozen muscles, managed to lift his head to see the familiar profile, adorned with that infuriatingly smug grin he despised. Yet, never had he been so eager to behold Dick's insufferable face. "I didn't ask for your help," he stammered, his chattering lips reluctantly forming the words, instantly regretting them as soon as they left his mouth. Stealthily glancing at Nightwing, whose facial muscles had stiffened into an exceedingly peculiar expression, I discreetly closed my mouth. What an utterly unendearing demeanor. It appeared as though Nightwing, in a fit of retribution against Jason, intentionally tightened his grip on Jason's arm with considerable force before continuing. "If you find yourself at a loss for words in such moments, merely uttering a thank you will suffice. You little rascal." "I'm not a rascal. You're only 2 years older than I am. More than 2 years. I've checked. You are not yet 14. Just barely. Still not yet. Your birthday is imminent. Then let us wait until after your birthday to emphasize that you're 14. All right, boys, could you possibly relocate your debate to another venue?" Chapter 30. The third party. This operation was undoubtedly a success, as the police conducted a thorough sweep of the island, apprehending nearly 100 individuals, including guests, staff, and security personnel. Of course, they also rescued Bruce Wayne, who was merely an excuse for their intervention. The body of Himmler Pisk was discovered, and through forensic means, the possibility of foul play was eliminated, categorizing it as a suicide born out of guilt, a regrettable conclusion. The new toxin developed by Scarecrow dissipated without leaving any trace, and Nightwing could not serve as a witness. Thus Himmler could only be classified as a suicide. As for Himmler's accomplice, Chris, he vanished after plunging into the sea. The police and the Coast Guard undertook a large-scale search in the relevant maritime area, yet to no avail. Batman's work was thus completed, but everyone was acutely aware that the real trouble lay ahead. The transaction list extracted from Himmler's server, once decrypted, revealed an extensive network of individuals involved, causing Gordon's hairline to recede by several millimeters. Lacking evidence, there was no basis to justify the dispatch of officers, although it was unclear how Batman persuaded Bruce Wayne to become involved. Nonetheless, the call for help from Wayne Manor provided Gordon with sufficient grounds to convince the Coast Guard and police to act. While rescuing Gotham's wealthy elite from abduction, they uncovered sordid dealings within the villa and then returned to draft a detailed report to expose this murky transaction, preparing to confront the pressures emanating from the Lawrence family. This should have been the standard procedure. However, I found myself pondering how to compose this report. Gazing at the transaction records Batman had sent him, it became evident that not only Gotham, but nearly all of America's elite and political figures were implicated in such sordid dealings with Himmler. Gordon extinguished the cigarette, but in the overflowing ashtray, lighting another, clearly resigned to a sleepless night ahead. "Master Bruce, what occupies your thoughts?" Alfred inquired as he entered the Batcave, carrying a late-night meal and a cup of coffee enriched with milk, only to find Bruce, his expression grave, intently focused on the computer screen. "The situation has become exceedingly complex. Gordon may face considerable pressure, and it seems this incident will likely be suppressed. Bruce understands the challenges that Gordon must confront. To conceal this scandal, certain individuals will resort to any means necessary. However, that is precisely the burden Mr. Gordon must bear. Is it not? And there is little that you can do. I know, Bruce recognizes that at this juncture, both Bruce Wayne and Batman are somewhat limited in their capabilities. What, then, are you still searching for?" Alfred regarded the extensive list displayed on the enormous computer screen with a hint of perplexity. "The situation remains ambiguous. Yet I believe the leverage we possess should extend beyond this. You have left me in a state of confusion." Alfred was somewhat bewildered. They had acquired all the evidence related to this case, each piece being utterly damning. Even if the opposing party were to engage top-tier lawyers, it would be exceedingly difficult to overturn the case, perhaps merely reducing the sentence. Furthermore, concerning such a catastrophic scandal, whether high-profile attorneys would even take the case remains debatable. However, even the most compelling evidence, when faced with attempts from higher authorities to suppress it, becomes nothing more than a pile of worthless claims. Even if Bruce Wayne were to leverage his influence to persuade, the enormity of this scandal, which has ensnared even the military, renders his capabilities woefully inadequate. What about the 6 deceased children? What? The 6 bodies of the children that were discovered, presumed to have been disposed of hastily, must indicate that some force is intervening in this matter. There are many unresolved questions in this case. Based on transaction records, Gordon has done everything in his power to rescue those children still in Gotham City. Those sold to other cities require formal procedures and coordination with law enforcement in those locations for their liberation. The list of transactions does not include those 6 children. Yet according to the testimonies of service personnel, it is confirmed that they had indeed spent time on the island, and Joseph Lawrence had shown considerable interest in them. Are you referring to Senator Lawrence? Batman chose not to respond to this inquiry. His fingers deftly maneuvered over the keyboard, and the computer promptly displayed all news related to Joseph Lawrence. Joseph Lawrence is a politician in Gotham, yet his accomplishments pale in comparison to those within the entire Lawrence family. His father is a sitting congressman, and both of his brothers are rising stars in politics. His only sister is married to a promising young congressman, reportedly one mentored by their father. In contrast, Joseph Lawrence has served as a Gotham councilman for 3 years without notable achievements, appearing more like a deliberate placement in this role to prevent family disgrace. America is never short of paparazzi. From celebrities to politicians, none are exempt from their relentless pursuit, and Joseph Lawrence is no exception. His news is perpetually shadowed by scandal, akin to how the whispers surrounding Gotham's darlings are never devoid of alluringly voluptuous figures. Before he ascended to the position of a legislator, whispers of his sexual scandals were incessant. He faced no fewer than 13 lawsuits stemming from accusations of sexual misconduct, with plaintiffs ranging from lovers to sex workers. There were even instances where nannies employed by him alleged forced sexual encounters. Given the tragic circumstances surrounding the deaths of those children, Joseph Lawrence undoubtedly bears significant suspicion. Yet, the absence of concrete evidence complicates matters. Among all the evidence extracted from Himmler, Lawrence's name was conspicuously absent. Aside from the island villa, there exists no direct proof of his involvement in these events. Pursuing charges against him based on the current evidence risks a backlash. What is this? Alfred suddenly noticed an object that had been resting to Bruce's left, resembling a malfunctioning external hard drive. It was a drive that Jason had removed from Chris's computer. Seemingly unreadable, it could still be accessed with the right techniques, he mused. Do you believe it contains what you seek? Indeed, Chris possessed a computer virus capable of rendering disks inoperable, yet he opted for this seemingly severely damaged drive, which can still retrieve some data. There must be a rationale behind his choice, particularly since he deliberately attached this disk to Jason. His insistence on taking Jason away appears to be motivated by more than merely using him as leverage, Bruce pondered. What of Jason? Bruce recalled the boy who had been rescued but had since vanished from sight. You finally thought of him, Alfred remarked. Due to the shock in his scant clothing, combined with prolonged exposure to the sea breeze and minor rib fractures, he has developed a fever and is currently asleep. Jason grew up in the depths of Gotham. Such fright would hardly faze him, if thinking so brings you solace. Bruce refrained from contesting Alfred's assertions, his steel blue eyes fixated on the computer screen for an extended period before inquiring. Are the rib fractures severe? They are merely slight. Children tend to recover swiftly. Please, do not worry, Alfred reassured him. Bruce chose not to engage further with Alfred's words, instead dedicating all his focus to the information relayed by the computer, sifting through the vast data in search of crucial clues. Chapter 31. The Visit of Mrs. Emma Blastett. Gordon exclaimed, his fist striking the wall with force. He fully understood that this incident would inevitably involve a vast array of complications, thereby creating immense pressure. He had prepared himself for the possibility of resigning to ensure the truth came to light. He was even ready to handle the unwarranted pressures from above by allowing this matter to be discreetly resolved. Having contravened the fundamental confidentiality principles of the police by leaking information of interest to certain media personnel through unofficial channels. Indeed, the situation unfolded as he had anticipated. The incomplete and ambiguous information, akin to a fresh stream of blood in the ocean, captured the attention of ubiquitous media personnel, dominating the headlines of that day's newspapers and causing a nationwide sensation. Numerous celebrities, politicians, and influential figures began to express their concern regarding the incident through various channels. However, he was unprepared for the upper echelons to employ the information already known to the media to downplay the event. Aside from the few individuals apprehended on site, and the subsequent search of their residences that led to the rescue of several children. There was not a whisper regarding the lengthy list of names involved. Meanwhile, he found himself compelled into an involuntary leave of absence under the pretense of an unfounded injury. A leave of absence indeed. From the window, he observed the black sedan stationed beneath his apartment building, occupied by officers from the Federal Bureau, effectively rendering him under house arrest. Upon turning on the television, he witnessed the individual temporarily occupying his position conducting a press conference. The content was precisely as he had surmised. The police had received a tip-off and proceeded to investigate the relevant island, ultimately uncovering a pedophile club. Summarized, the narrative bore a close resemblance to the truth. Yet, a mere shift in phrasing was sufficient to redirect the media's focus elsewhere. Those scoundrels diminished the significance of the children's plight, instead glorifying how the police had rescued Bruce Wayne. Moreover, they refrained from mentioning the ownership of the island altogether. Nevertheless, the journalists were not easily fooled. They were acutely aware of the pressing issues surrounding the case. The reporter wielding a microphone emblazoned with the insignia of the Planet Daily finally secured the opportunity to pose a question. May I inquire how many individuals are currently implicated in this case? As we understand, it is not merely a club, but rather a children's auction, he queried, pushing his glasses up, which obscured a significant portion of his face. I am uncertain of your source for that information, but this case is still under thorough investigation. So, may I ask, who owns the island? The reporter, unwilling to relent, tossed out another deliberately concealed question. I regret to inform you that we cannot disclose that information at this time. The spokesperson skillfully sidestepped the inquiry posed by the reporter from the Planet Daily, deftly maneuvering past his towering figure to grant question time to another female journalist behind him. However, redirecting the conversation back to the original topic proved increasingly challenging. The reporters expressed their profound dissatisfaction with the police department's perfunctory responses, persistently launching pointed inquiries, yet were met with the standard reply. The case is under deep investigation, and we cannot provide further information at present. Occasionally, a few inquiries, possibly inserted by the police themselves, emerged, probing into Bruce Wayne's condition and the trivial reasons behind his involvement, receiving only the official responses from law enforcement in return. No journalists' inquiries received any substantial answers. This press conference was less a genuine media event and more a smokescreen deployed by the police to obfuscate public perception. So, Master Bruce, what actions lie ahead? Alfred observed the two vehicles stationed outside Wayne Manor, conducting surveillance. Naturally, it was not surprising that Gotham's darling required a few days of recuperation at home after such a traumatic incident. The media frenzy had been effectively diverted by the police, and even the press releases from Wayne Enterprises had to undergo scrutiny by law enforcement before being disseminated. Given that these vehicles were not paparazzi, they undoubtedly belonged to the police. Do not misconstrue this. It certainly was not an arrangement intended to protect Bruce Wayne. Despite the police having proposed such a notion under the pretext of preventing any loose ends, a rationale so absurd it was promptly dismissed. However, this did not preclude them from employing alternative methods to monitor Bruce Wayne's movements. In this incident, aside from the confined Commissioner Gordon, Bruce Wayne remained the sole individual possessing both the right to information and personal freedom. Certain parties were exceedingly anxious about the possibility of Bruce inadvertently revealing something. Would this incident be suppressed? Barbara inquired with a hint of frustration, lamenting the exertion that resulted only in a handful of minor culprits incarcerated. Especially with the mastermind deceased and Chris missing, it seemed unlikely that a severe sentence would be rendered. Has the damaged disc been deciphered? Jason, who had remained silent until now, posed the question. It has been analyzed, Barbara explained to Jason. The findings include several audio recordings, predominantly conversations between Joseph Lawrence and Himlay Pisk, alongside a few scanned documents and a couple of video clips. However, the information is far from complete due to significant damage to the disc. Chris evidently intended to use this information to threaten Joseph Lawrence, yet in their possession, it now held no value. Any evidence submitted to the police would inevitably be suppressed, judging by the actions from above. It appeared that the current approach was to adopt a hands-off strategy, allowing the public to forget the matter before selecting a scapegoat to shoulder the blame and close the case, unless it was handed over to the media. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce picked up his phone and dialed a number, speaking softly to the person on the other end. Once Bruce concluded the call, Alfred glanced at the computer clock and remarked, Master Bruce, please prepare yourself. Mrs. Emma will be visiting shortly. Given the considerable distress experienced by Gotham's wealthy heir, it was only natural that many would come to offer their condolences. Even if they could not visit in person, they would surely send their regards through various means. Yet, Mrs. Emma, Although Bruce has long been entrenched in the social circle, the nature of his relationship with Lady Emma should not warrant a personal visit from her. It seems there is more than mere concern at play, Barbara remarked quietly as she watched Bruce and Alfred disappear into the elevator. Chapter 32. Emma Fox, welcome to my humble abode, Lady Emma. Bruce descended the staircase, clad in a tailored casual suit that accentuated his lively demeanor. Oh, Mr. Bruce. There is no need for you to personally greet me. Lady Emma approached, offering Bruce a warm embrace and a kiss on the cheek. This way, Lady Emma. Bruce ushered her into a reception room. I heard you were shaken and resting at home. You appear to be in good spirits. It would be quite rude to hold a meeting in such a despondent state. Ah, you remain ever so mindful of decorum, she replied with a chuckle. That is due to my exceedingly meticulous butler, Bruce responded. It is my honor to receive your praise, Master Bruce. Are you not curious about what they are discussing? After Bruce led Lady Emma into the reception room, Alfred turned away, heading towards the kitchen. Shortly after, he returned with steaming red tea and refreshments. Jason and Barbara peeked around the corner from the staircase, fixated on the closed reception room door. Surely you are not telling me that this contraption is present in every room of Wayne Manor? Jason remarked with a hint of displeasure as he observed Barbara deftly manipulating the controls, causing the image of the reception room to materialize on the large screen. Well, you will get used to it, Barbara replied, not disputing Jason's comment. After all, he would eventually come to terms with it. Adjusting the volume slightly, an aged voice emanated from within. Mr. Bruce, you are an astute individual. I trust you are fully aware of the reason for my visit. Lady Emma bypassed any pleasantries and directly stated her purpose. I regret to inform you, lady, but all that I know has already been relayed to the police. I am aware, but the information provided to me by the police has certainly been redacted. I seek the truth. Lady Emma had come for the children, specifically to rescue those who had gone missing from her Angel's orphanage. Of the several children, only 3 had been located, with 2 still unaccounted for. Utilizing her connections, Lady Emma had indeed garnered some insider information from the police, though it was merely slightly more detailed than what had been made public. Ultimately, she was informed by her contacts within the police force that the case had been suppressed from above, compelling her to seek out Bruce Wayne directly. I am truly sorry. You have not been silenced, have you? Her keen gaze pierced through her murky eyes, exerting an unspoken pressure on Bruce. Indeed not, Mrs. Emma. Yet my knowledge remains rather scant. I understand, thus I shall inquire. If you are able to respond, I implore you to answer honestly, if you would. Very well. Even though it has been a considerable time since departing from the military camp, the essence of a soldier still lingers about Mrs. Emma, making her commands difficult to disobey. Does this old woman fancy herself an officer? Jason remarked with some irritation, observing the woman seated as if interrogating a criminal. Mind your words, young man, Mrs. Emma is indeed an officer. A soldier, you say? Certainly, and had it not been for her marriage, she could have ascended to the rank of general. Barbara's words successfully curtailed Jason's complaints, leaving him with no choice but to redirect his attention to the screen. The silver-haired matron displayed a stark departure from her usual benevolence. Resembling a hawk fixated on its prey, her piercing gaze exuding a palpable intensity even through the computer screen. That island must belong to the Lawrence family, I presume. While outsiders may be oblivious, for those of high society, such matters are as well remembered as the daily meals. Bruce was acutely aware that claiming ignorance at this juncture would be a blatant falsehood. Indeed, thus I find it curious that prior to your arrival at the island, you were unaware it was owned by the Lawrence family? Yes, I had thought Himmler intended to host a charity auction on his private island. Did he not inform you of the auction's nature? Regrettably, he merely mentioned it was related to children. So you went? Yes. After scrutinizing Bruce's smiling visage for a prolonged moment, Mrs. Emma gleaned no discernible clues. Did you encounter anyone from the Lawrence family? No, all attendees were masked and cloaked. Concealing their forms, I cannot ascertain. Such inquiries could easily be resolved by asking anyone present at the time. Bruce saw no need for deceit. After contemplating Bruce's words for a while, Mrs. Emma continued. As far as I know, Mr. James Gordon has been placed under house arrest. Are you aware of this? Oh, really? I had heard he was on leave due to injury. Bruce's impeccable demeanor failed to capture Mrs. Emma's attention. How much do you know of the list? What list? Mr. Bruce, you are an astute individual. I trust you comprehend the purpose of my visit. I certainly do, Mrs. Emma. You are concerned for the children who have yet to be found. Thus I shall divulge all that I know to you to the best of my ability. Bruce responded to Mrs. Emma's inquiries with polite detachment. Why doesn't he tell her? Jason queried, tossing a popcorn kernel into his mouth. The character portrayed by Bruce is merely that of a wealthy individual coerced into participating in a grotesquely perverse auction, an affair entirely outside his realm of understanding. Meanwhile, Barbara snatched a handful of popcorn from Jason's bucket, popping it into her mouth as she spoke. Moreover, the true allegiance of this Mrs. Emma remains ambiguous. However, she genuinely appears to have the children's best interests at heart. Having long navigated the underbelly of society, Jason has honed the instinct to read subtle cues. And he sensed that the elderly lady was truthful. Her concern for the children was sincere. What do you know about Mrs. Emma? Barbara found Jason's remarks intriguing. According to Bruce's assessment, Jason seemed to possess an exceedingly vigilant nature, not one to easily place his trust in others, much like Batman himself. Oh, I used to frequent the orphanage under her name. The residents there. Wait a moment, Jason, Barbara interjected, having caught several key words from the conversation, hastily raising the volume. Let me be direct, Mr. Bruce. You must be aware that the police have discovered several children's bodies. Yes, I am aware. It is indeed tragic, Bruce responded. Emma paused to glance at him before continuing. The second body found belonged to one of the missing children from Angel's orphanage, a little boy with intellectual disabilities who possessed remarkable artistic talent. We all believed he would become a splendid painter. This information was derived from Mrs. Emma's personal connections, which she utilized to obtain such results. I am truly sorry, Mrs. Emma, Bruce said as he rose and offered her a handkerchief. After accepting it and dabbing her tear-streaked eyes, she apologized. Forgive me. Old age makes one prone to sentimentality. Regaining her composure, Mrs. Emma continued. In fact, since the children went missing, I have employed every possible connection, including a private investigator I know well, to trace their whereabouts. Yet, all efforts have yielded little fruit. The investigator contacted me when the third child disappeared, claiming to have uncovered some leads that warranted further investigation. However, the following day, I received a large envelope containing the clues he had been pursuing, which turned out to be mere suspicious leads without any direct utility. Notably, the envelope bore a hastily scrawled name, Joseph, while the surname could only be speculated as Lawrence. The reason for this conjecture? Because Lawrence was only partially written, leaving it open to interpretation. The envelope bore no postage, suggesting it had been hurriedly tossed into the mailbox. Shortly thereafter, the Gotham police reported the tragic demise of a drunken man who fell into the water. At this point, Mrs. Emma paused to sip from her teacup. Was it him? Even without an answer, Bruce could surmise the identity of the unfortunate soul who had met such a fate. Indeed, he was murdered. A friend of mine at the police station informed me that most of the alcohol remained in the esophagus, with very little in the stomach, indicating that it was administered post-mortem. However, the autopsy report has been tampered with. Lady Emma's hand trembled slightly as she clutched her cup. Lady Emma, would you care for another cup of tea? Alfred appeared just in time, carefully taking the exquisite teacup from the elderly woman's hands and refilling it with warm tea. Thank you. You have a splendid butler. Thank you for your kind words. And then what happened? I couldn't report that he was working for me. Shortly thereafter, the police discovered the first child's body. I sensed a connection between the two, but I was unsure whom to approach. At that moment, my nephew, who is serving in the Marine Corps, returned home on leave. Upon hearing about the incident, he gathered a few friends and continued the investigation along those leads. But they were nearly caught every time. As a professional special forces operative, my nephew's team managed to avoid the same fate as that detective. However, each time they were on the verge of uncovering the truth, the trail would abruptly end with the disposal of a body. Recently, that boy finally received a lead. Joseph intended to dispose of the last body, hiring individuals from the underworld to assist. After acquiring the disposal route, they lay in wait for a considerable time in a nearby ruin until a dilapidated vehicle passed by. To avoid suspicion, they deliberately gathered many acquaintances to stage a car accident, blocking the road. However, the body was not disposed of as planned in the sea, but rather remained within that ruin, forcing them to retreat. Oh my heavens, it was her. Barbara, behind the silver screen, finally grasped the identity of the third party, compelling Joseph Lawrence to discard the body. Is this old woman formidable? Jason listened, perplexed. Yet he knew that this elderly lady must possess greater strength than the twisted Joseph, or else the latter would not have hurried to dispose of the body. Certainly, more formidable than the Lawrence family. Lady Emma's maiden name was Emma Fox. Not just any fox, but the kind that could shake the very foundations of the political realm with a mere stomp. In comparison to the Fox family, the Lawrence family appeared insignificant. At least half of the members in Congress have ties to the Fox family. This explains why Lawrence opted for disposal rather than secretly eliminating those special forces operatives. Firstly, it was challenging to deal with professionals, and secondly, attracting the attention of the Fox family was not a wise choice. Similar to the Wayne family, If the Wayne family were to focus on politics, their influence would likely rival that of the Fox family. Alas, they remain more interested in amassing wealth. What a fool. Not only did he fail to escape, but he also attracted the attention of the old bat. Jason tossed another piece of popcorn into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. Indeed, what a fool, Mr. Bruce. At this moment, I am keen to ascertain whether the evidence sufficient to incarcerate that scoundrel is firmly in the possession of the police. I have previously mentioned this, Mr. Bruce. I now wish to know if the removal of the invisible hand that has confined you and that officer within your abode could indeed lead to the imprisonment of those wretches. Mrs. Emma afforded Mr. Bruce no opportunity to decline, reiterating this inquiry once more. In pursuit of this question, she intentionally requested her acquaintances within the police department to replace those tasked with surveillance, concealing the reality of her late-night visit. Yes, Mrs. Emma. The police indeed possess ample evidence, including information on those who were not apprehended during this operation, albeit with complications due to the extensive connections involved. I understand. Thank you for graciously spending a moment of your evening to converse with this old woman. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Now, Alfred, please escort Mrs. Emma out and exercise caution on the way. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Emma, Alfred observed Mr. Bruce engaged in a phone call, concluding it shortly thereafter. Mr. Bruce, do you believe Mrs. Emma can manage alone? The implications are too far-reaching. Even the Fox family might find it challenging. However, I have secured external assistance for her. Bruce gestured with the phone in his hand. Sometimes, the media can be more potent than anything else. That is reassuring. Chapter 33. The power of the media. The resolution of the situation proved slightly more arduous than anticipated. In the days following Mrs. Emma's departure, everything remained unchanged. Sheriff Gordon continued to be under house arrest, while Bruce Wayne, as a public figure, had effectively escaped the constraints of confinement. Yet a few individuals lingered in the shadows wherever he went. The turning point emerged from a series of reports by the Metropolis Daily Planet. Initially intended as a routine coverage of the collaborative project between Wayne Enterprises and the Pisk Company, as a subsidiary of Wayne Group, the Daily Planet's reporting on its own boss typically garnered little attention. However, once Himmler was identified as the mastermind behind this sensational nationwide pedophilia case, the publication began to attract considerable scrutiny. As a responsible individual, Bruce Wayne resolved to acquire the Pisk Company to prevent a potential bankruptcy that could lead to widespread unemployment. The news of this acquisition, which caused Pisk stock prices to soar rather than plummet, was first revealed in this series of articles. Subsequently, the focus of these reports swiftly shifted from corporate projects to the kidnapping conspiracy targeting Bruce Wayne. Initially, the content predominantly comprised information released by the Gotham police, including testimonies from Bruce Wayne and the criminals involved, but soon it began to unveil details that had not been disclosed publicly, such as the involvement of Gotham Councilman Joseph Lawrence. Initially, the Gotham police greeted the media seeking verification with casual banter, categorizing the ownership of the mysterious island simply as a trust-based loan from the Lawrence family, while asserting that the case was under investigation. However, as the Planet Daily revealed more and more sensitive information, it became apparent that the newspaper had likely acquired sealed documents from within the police department through some clandestine means. Consequently, they shifted their approach, applying pressure on the Planet Daily to cease its reporting. Yet, the Planet Daily, stationed in Metropolis, paid no heed to the Gotham police's demands. In fact, to safeguard the journalist, the report was published anonymously. How did they obtain such information? Was there a mole among them? The acting chief, temporarily taking over the Gotham Police Department in Gordon's absence, angrily slammed the newspaper onto his desk. The latest edition of the Planet Daily bore the contents of a list. "I apologize, but these documents should be under the purview of your personnel," he stated, in an effort to completely suppress the incident. Federal officers seized all related evidence from the case, with the keys to the independent archive room now in their possession. The discontent within the Gotham Police Department had been brewing for some time. They relished the chaos resulting from such a blunder. "Gather those who were involved in the operation that day," he commanded. "I'm sorry, but they are currently on leave, and due to enforced vacation, you know." The junior officer showed no respect for the newly arrived chief, demonstrating no intention of obeying his orders. Who else, apart from the police department, might possess knowledge of this case? It seemed clear that the chief's overly forceful demeanor had fostered resentment within the ranks. He softened his tone. This case was a joint operation with the Coast Guard. They should have some insights. Besides the Coast Guard would never leak such information. Numerous high-ranking military officials were implicated, and the military would not permit any disclosures. "I'm afraid I cannot provide further information. I've heard that Gotham's vigilante was involved as well." Upon hearing this, The junior officer adjusted his glasses and replied slowly, "I believe you are mistaken. Batman is merely a legend in Gotham City. We have apprehended several individuals claiming to be Batman, but they were ultimately confirmed to be mere enthusiasts imitating the persona. No one has ever substantiated the existence of such a figure. He may not even be real." A heavy silence enveloped the office following the officer's words. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to my post. A throng of journalists awaits outside. Go ahead." As the junior officer exited the office, he was immediately surrounded by his colleagues. "What is the latest?" "Who knows? Let him deal with the headache." "So how do we plan to confront those individuals outside?" A colleague gestured towards the door, through several layers of transparent glass, revealing a multitude of heads gathered outside. The situation appears to be unfolding more smoothly than anticipated. Master Bruce. Alfred, holding a tray, stood beside Bruce, who was intently focused on a newspaper. "We have nearly exhausted all the evidence we could release. If Mrs. Emma fails to find a solution, we may find ourselves in a very passive position. I believe this is not worth worrying about." "What?" "This is today's news." Alfred turned on the television, where Gotham's news station was currently broadcasting the upper class's reactions to the situation. Those unrelated to the list expressed outrage, demanding that the police swiftly resolve the case and provide an explanation to the public. Those slightly connected to the list urged calm and trust in the justice system, while those whose names might appear on the list amusingly split into two factions. One faction vehemently attacked the Planet Daily, vowing to hire the best lawyers to drive them to bankruptcy, while the other faction remained entirely silent, refraining from comment, as the names on the list were merely speculative and not definitive. The situation escalated absurdly, with large-scale protests erupting across the nation, accusing the judicial system of inaction. At this moment, the Planet Daily abruptly ceased its follow-up coverage, claiming their informants had provided no further information. However, the public's perception, fueled by the police's evasive attitude and a rich imagination, led to significant pressure on the political elite to compel the Planet Daily to refrain from reporting such potentially damaging news. As the pressure from the public and media intensified, it was soon after that Sheriff Gordon returned from his vacation to resume his duties, and Bruce realized that Mrs. Emma had finally succeeded. The first case Sheriff Gordon addressed upon his return was to request a comparison with Joseph Lawrence himself, concluding the investigation into the previously discovered 6 bodies of sexually assaulted children. This time, there was no pressure from above. The police swiftly apprehended Lawrence at one of his villas. Through comparison, it was confirmed that 4 of the bodies matched him. Based on Lawrence's confession, the police successfully arrested several other participants, surprisingly discovering that these individuals were not all from the same social class as Lawrence, but rather came from various strata, including even a beggar. In response to this incident, the Lawrence family hastily convened a press conference to announce Joseph Lawrence's disownment from the family. Furthermore, they expressed profound regret that the family estate had been utilized for such vile transactions, declaring that the island would be auctioned off, with all proceeds donated to a children's charity fund. Under the extraordinary prowess of public relations, the Lawrence family has successfully extricated themselves from the whirlpool of this case. How audacious they are to claim that many among those under control were not supporters of the Lawrence family. Even without a comprehensive understanding, after these past few days, Jason has begun to grasp why the Lawrence family tacitly endorsed Joseph's actions. To put it succinctly, both Lawrence and Himmler have become discarded pawns. This is an inevitable outcome. Young Master Jason. After all, there exists no direct evidence to suggest that the Lawrence family was aware of the incident. If those who support the Lawrence family were to meet their demise, the family would surely face ruin as well. Oh, but that may not be the case, after all. The Lawrence family is an established lineage with a solid foundation. Nonetheless, this presidential election may very well be doomed to failure. By the way, young Master Jason, what are your plans? Alfred inquired of Jason in return. Me? Do you still wish to attend boarding school? Chapter 34, Batman's new assistant Master Bruce. What are your intentions regarding young Master Jason? The child trafficking case seems to have reached a conclusion. At least the remaining matters lie solely with the police. However, crime in Gotham will not cease simply because one case has been resolved. Batman never has a moment of respite, as he continues to sit before the computer, tracking Scarecrow and pursuing new cases. Alfred, holding a tray of snacks, stood beside him, and as Bruce immersed himself in analyzing the clues at hand, he unexpectedly asked, "What?" "Allow me to remind you. The initial decision to send young Master Jason to boarding school was made because he was unaware of your true identity, Master Bruce." Alfred's words successfully diverted Bruce's gaze from the screen. He has always regretted thrusting Dick into such a perilous life, but at that time, there were no other alternatives. In the boy's eyes, he saw a reflection of his own vengeful spirit. He understood that if he did not guide Dick, the child would inevitably seek vengeance on his own. Sending a 9-year-old to confront a formidable crime syndicate was a recipe for disaster. He could not bear to watch the child march towards death, so he adopted Dick and nurtured him into Robin. He was pleased that Dick transcended his hatred and did not resort to vigilante justice, yet simultaneously, he irrevocably severed the possibility of Dick remaining untouched by such a dangerous life. Alfred, I do not wish to involve a child in this existence. Master Bruce, it seems you have misconstrued my meaning. I am inquiring whether you intend to maintain your relationship with young Master Jason solely as a benefactor, or do you plan to adopt him? Alfred did not afford Bruce any opportunity for evasion, directly articulating his intent. Keeping him away from me will allow him to grow up more safely. After he discovers your identity, Alfred, I believe Master Jason will teach you comprehensively how to embrace the role of a father. Alfred rarely intervenes in Bruce's decisions, yet on certain matters, he possesses his own stubbornness and opinions. The arrival of Dick has indeed infused Bruce's life with a hint of vitality. He has begun to attempt to learn how to communicate with others in a manner that transcends the typical Gothamite exchange. Although they are ostensibly father and son, the minimal age gap between them renders them more akin to brothers with a slight disparity in age. They will inevitably experience conflicts, akin to those between ordinary individuals. They will quarrel and subsequently reconcile. Dick may find himself incensed by Bruce's obstinacy, leading him to leave home, while Bruce will be troubled by Dick's rebelliousness, facing the same vexations as any typical household. This is an experience that Alfred cannot provide for Bruce, and thus he sincerely appreciates Dick's presence. However, there is one lesson that Dick cannot impart to Bruce: the ability to relinquish hatred. Both Dick and Bruce harbor a deep-seated loathing for evil, a sentiment that serves as their primal motivation to combat Gotham's criminality. Jason, on the other hand, despite the treatment he has received from his biological father, experiences only disdain rather than hatred. Alfred hopes to persuade Bruce to adopt Jason, sensing that the boy could introduce a new outlook on life for Bruce. From Jason's demeanor, Alfred recognizes his fervent desire to become the new Robin. The child's ability to disguise his trust in others is alarmingly low, and his hopeful attitude is so palpable it could influence those around him. After all, he is still a child. Alfred understands Bruce's reservations. After Dick's injury, he felt immense guilt, leading him to prohibit Dick from continuing as Robin, which ultimately became the catalyst for Dick's departure. He does not wish for another child to be ensnared in such a life, yet selfishly, he hopes for an ordinary child to aid Bruce in reclaiming the ordinary life he once knew. Jason's father is still alive. You know I am not referring to that matter. This issue remains unresolved. Alfred can only offer Bruce some counsel, for the final decision rests solely in Bruce's hands. Jason, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, meanders aimlessly down the corridor. Alfred's question has rendered him unable to concentrate on his reading all day. At times, Jason lies on his bed, gripped by a surreal sensation regarding his surroundings, a disillusionment that keeps him from sleeping, fearing that upon closing his eyes, he would awaken once more amidst a pile of tattered cardboard boxes. He does not belong here, unlike Dick, who has been formally adopted by Bruce. He is merely a boy whom Bruce picked up out of kindness, occasionally getting caught up in the cases Bruce is investigating, and nothing more. It seems rather greedy to aspire to be the adopted son of Gotham's wealthiest. Jason casually perches himself on the windowsill of the living room, watching the snowflakes outside while flicking ash into a paper bag in his hand, amused by his own inexplicable fantasies. Bruce, I have heard that you wish for Jason to become Robin? The voice of Barbara echoed through the corridor, her distinctly feminine, high-pitched tone effortlessly penetrating the heavy wooden door into the living room. It's not about Robin. I have no objections, but honestly, regardless of whether it's Robin or something else, I do not believe this is a prudent idea. Jason pressed his ear against the door, eavesdropping on the conversation outside. Bruce, hear me out. I mean no offense, nor do I harbor any prejudice against Jason's origins, but you must understand that red hair and green eyes are exceedingly conspicuous. You cannot conceal Jason's presence for long. The omnipresent paparazzi would swiftly uncover the fact that another boy has appeared in your life. You are a celebrity, and at least half of Gotham's paparazzi thrive on your news. The Gotham darling has adopted a red-haired, green-eyed boy, and simultaneously, a new Robin with the same striking features appears at Batman's side. Anyone with a modicum of sense would make the connection. Not to mention, Jason smokes. The pungent scent of tobacco about him is easily detectable. I truly do not think him becoming Robin is a wise decision. I can dye my hair. Before Barbara could finish her thought, Jason flung open the living room door, hastily interjecting. Noticing the simultaneous focus of their gazes on the cigarette in his right hand, he quickly added, "And I will quit smoking." Bruce regarded Jason, who was busy extinguishing the half-consumed cigarette, and remarked, "I await your progress," before turning to leave. Leaving Jason standing in a daze, pondering the meaning of those words. "Well then, young man, let me witness your resolve," Barbara said, approaching him and giving his slight shoulder a firm pat before following Bruce's footsteps. Chapter 35. The family named Nightwing perched atop a rooftop, his legs, perfectly outlined by his fitted costume, idly swinging in midair. Below, a group of thugs huddled together in the alley, whispering amongst themselves, while one stood at the entrance, seemingly searching for a target. Nightwing remained above them, showing no inclination to descend. To be honest, he felt somewhat uninspired today. Barbara had relayed news that Bruce intended to make Jason his new Prodigy. Bruce certainly should have a new aide. After being that stubborn old man's assistant for so long, Dick understood better than anyone the other side of the omnipotent Batman. He had decided to become independent. Hadn't he? Standing beside that man would always cast him in the shadow of his formidable presence, forever regarded as a child, which was hardly favorable. "Ah, Richard. Summon some masculine fortitude. This is a good thing, is it not? If you wish to be independent, old Bat must have someone to look after him." Nightwing rolled back onto the rooftop, hugging his knees, awaiting the dissipating of the vexation that resided in his chest. His knowledge of Jason was limited to snippets gleaned from Barbara, who characterized him as possessing a sharp tongue and a propensity for profanity. It is of little consequence. After all, Jason has been raised in the underbelly of Gotham's sewers, making it rather peculiar for him to articulate his thoughts poetically. Following a brief encounter with Jason, Dick has come to appreciate the sharpness of his tongue. Despite his acerbic wit, Jason is a forthright individual. Perhaps just the remedy for the taciturn nature of the old man who rarely speaks. Nightwing reclines on the rooftop in a sprawled position, gazing at the overcast sky, muttering to himself. Bruce Wayne epitomizes the archetype of one who acts without uttering a word. Do not be deceived by his debonair effrontery. Even cloaked in the persona of Gotham's darling, his seemingly trivial chatter serves a calculated purpose, consistently redirecting media attention. He is perplexed as to why anyone would perceive Bruce Wayne as a naive, simple-minded playboy. Have they not noticed that in every public appearance, Gotham's darling has never relinquished the spotlight to anyone, including the media? When he sheds the guise of Gotham's darling and dons the dark mask of Batman, Bruce fully indulges his true nature. At times, Dick finds himself in awe of Alfred, pondering how he endures the unmasked reality of Bruce. Despite living alongside Bruce for so long, he remains unable to fully decipher the thoughts concealed beneath that impassive exterior, even though he believes he knows him well. Perhaps I still do not understand him enough. That boy seems quite adept at reading the room. Nightwing's turbulent thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream emanating from a nearby alley, the high-pitched cry of a woman resonating through the quiet night, capable of penetrating several streets. Yet, no one steps forward. This is Gotham. Nightwing suppresses the nameless agitation within his chest and rises to observe the scene from above, where a group of thugs encircles a blonde woman. Although Nightwing cannot see her face from his vantage point, the way her simple shirt accentuates her alluring curves speaks volumes about her striking figure. As he watches the thugs' eager movements, Nightwing narrows his eyes. It appears this situation is not merely a simple robbery. The woman is clearly terrified. Today, her boyfriend was supposed to pick her up from work as usual, but a last-minute obligation prevented him from coming. Due to a lapse in her work, she has been forced to stay late, and the oversized coat her colleague kindly lent her has become a makeshift mat beneath the thug's feet. "Take the money. Please don't hurt me," she pleads softly. But her words seem to have the opposite effect. "Don't say that. How could we ever hurt you?" The foremost thug's words are cut short as a blue figure descends from above, delivering a swift kick that sends him crashing into a nearby pile of refuse. The remaining thugs scarcely register what is happening before the blue figure swiftly dismantles them, leaving them to join their comrade in the refuse. "Do you need me to escort you to a safe place?" Nightwing inquires, his back turned to the woman. However, before the woman could respond to his inquiry, a man's anxious voice echoed from the street corner. "Emily. Tom." The man's tone finally roused the woman's senses. "You should have called me to pick you up." He chided gently. "I'm sorry," she replied, her voice trembling from the earlier fright, finally able to relax a little upon seeing her boyfriend. "No. I should be the one apologizing. I ought to have come for you first. Are you all right?" "No. This gentleman saved me," she said, turning to express her gratitude to her rescuer, only to find that apart from the few thugs still lying in the refuse behind her, there was no one else present. "Who? I don't know. All right, let's leave this place quickly." Nightwing crouched atop a rooftop, observing the couple as they exited the unpleasant alleyway. Standing upright, he stretched, easing his shoulders and stiff neck before retrieving a grappling hook and aiming it at a nearby skyscraper, swinging away from the scene. All right, Richard Dick Grayson. Time to adopt the demeanor expected of a mature man. No, Jason, you are you, and Dick is Dick. You are entirely different, so you should have your own codename. Bruce remarked, watching Jason struggle to fit into Dick's old uniform. Due to prolonged malnutrition, Jason's physique was considerably leaner than that of his peers, and now, with access to regular, nutritious meals and Alfred's careful dietary balance, the once well-fitting uniform felt a bit snug on him. Flamingo? Raptor? Bald eagle? Owl? Vulture? Claw? Ha ha. I think you should just be called Little Wing. As for Claw. Unable to contain himself, Dick stepped out from the shadows, his annoying laughter igniting Jason's fury. What are you doing here, Paradise Bird? Hey, who's the Paradise Bird? I've got a brand new uniform. Jason retorted, glancing at Dick's new attire. To be honest, he felt there was little difference. The same striking blue wing design remained prominently displayed on his chest, and while the flamboyant open-collared style had been replaced with a design snugly wrapping around his neck, the pants had shifted from a loose fit to a tight design, perfectly accentuating Dick's enviable muscular physique. This design did make him appear slightly more age-appropriate, yet he still resembled a peacock in courtship. Jason decided to categorize Dick's taste in aesthetics as inversely proportional to his appearance, especially after discovering that both Robin's and Nightwing's costumes originated from this guy. Never mind. I won't tease you anymore. Here. What? Seeing Dick hand him an oversized box, Jason accepted it, puzzled. When I chose the name Robin, my hope was for it to symbolize a family legacy. I have already assumed the identity of Nightwing, and now it belongs to you. Would you not like to take a look? Under the gaze of onlookers, Jason slowly opened the box, revealing exactly what he had anticipated, the familiar colors and design. Yet it was unmistakably a brand new and used uniform. Dick, are you on the verge of tears? Come give your brother a hug. Your taste is truly questionable. Huh. You little brat, don't return it to me. Absolutely not. Bruce chuckled as he observed Jason, who was clutching the uniform while deftly dodging Dick's playful attacks. Hurry and change. The night patrol awaits. All right, Dick, watching Jason dash off to change into the new uniform, expressed his concern. Is it wise to take him on patrol without sufficient training? Bruce did not respond to Dick's inquiry, instead directing his focus to the computer screen, selecting the route for the evening's patrol. Understanding Bruce's character well, Dick did not expect a reply. Master Bruce, would you care for another cup of coffee? No, Alfred. What about you, Master Dick? Jason, are you ready or not? You're not coming. As Dick lifted the coffee tray, Bruce nearly startled him into dropping it with an unexpected remark. Huh, did I scare you? Jason suddenly leaped out from behind the computer, causing Alfred to inadvertently drop the tray. You certainly startled me, Master Jason. I didn't you little rascal. Humph, I did scare you. Jason gleefully bounced around, completely unfazed by Dick's teasing. Hey look, I'm Robin, the amazing kid. This is the best day of my life. Come on, old buddy, the villains are waiting. Let us get moving. As he spoke, Jason sprinted toward the Batmobile, circling back to exclaim, this is truly the best day of my life. Chapter 1. The first lesson. Crouched atop a rooftop, Jason used the yellow cape draped over his shoulders to shield his bare legs, mentally critiquing Dick's sense of aesthetics from head to toe. Even without understanding the intricacies of high-tech polymer infrared heating, Jason recognized that this uniform was far from ordinary material. Lightweight and soft, though it didn't feel thick, it provided significant warmth. Coupled with the small cape behind him, it kept his sensitivity to cold at bay, except for his legs. While darting alongside Batman, he hadn't felt the chill, but now, as he crouched in a corner, he could only attempt to cover his legs with the cape. If you're cold, you can wait in the Batmobile. A shadowy figure lurking near the rooftop's edge suddenly spoke, startling Jason. Jason found himself struggling to acclimate to the rough, leather-like sound that Bruce emitted. Ever since he discovered that Bruce was, in fact, Batman, he had been speculating whether that voice, so distinct from the usual tones of Gotham's denizens, originated from an advanced voice-modulating device or was a product of Bruce's rigorous training. At times, Jason even pondered whether Bruce possessed the art of ventriloquism, as it seemed Batman's lips barely moved when he spoke. How much longer? Jason inquired. Prior to becoming Robin, he had only heard tales and seen fleeting glimpses of how Batman and Robin dealt with villains. He had never anticipated that before confronting the nefarious, one might have to endure hours of stagnant stillness perched upon a rooftop in the snow, like a statue, an exceedingly dull affair. The allure of fantasy often diverged from the starkness of reality. Unlike Dick, who had been inspired by the identity of Robin. Jason had assumed the mantle primarily out of admiration for Superboy, thus finding the monotony rather tiresome was only natural. Why not just go in and plant a listening device or something? Jason countered, though the stillness was indeed tedious. His curiosity about what Batman was truly engaged in outweighed his boredom. With the enhanced vision offered by his mask, he peered into the room Batman was observing, only to find it empty. He remained perplexed about what Bruce was anticipating. Come here, Jason inexplicably approached Batman's side. Look. Batman gestured towards a window adjacent to the room they were surveilling. Do you see the woman inside? Jason scrutinized the scene and discerned a woman seated by the window, clad in a revealing nightgown, holding a small mirror as she seemed to apply makeup. Isn't she supposed to be going to bed? Why is she putting on makeup? Jason felt a sense of dissonance. Give me your communicator. Batman did not respond to Jason's inquiry, but instead requested his device. Though confused, Jason complied, removing an in-ear communicator and handing it to Batman. After a moment of adjusting the settings, Batman returned it to Jason, instructing, put it on. Perplexed, Jason reinserted the communicator into his ear. This time, his eardrum vibrated with sounds emanating from the device. What is this? Shoo! Batman silenced him with a gesture, pointing towards their feet. Understanding dawned upon Jason. It was a double trap, a deliberate ruse to lure Batman into this location, using the empty room as bait. The woman and the room beneath them were the true targets of their investigation. Why are we still guarding an empty room? Jason whispered. I'm observing what the woman is saying. You planted a listening device. No, I'm reading lips. Jason was taken aback. He had never considered that someone could decipher spoken words solely through the movements of lips. He had always thought it was merely a plot device from novels. The evening breeze of Gotham seemed to lose its biting chill. Jason crouched beside Batman, eavesdropping on the conversations emanating from the room below, while simultaneously observing the movements of the woman's lips across the way. The target had not yet appeared. Jason, aided by the binoculars, strained to decipher her words, but his efforts were evidently in vain. Batman provided the accurate interpretation. After casting a glance at Batman's sculptural profile, Jason returned his focus to the woman's red lips, endeavoring to extract each precise utterance from their rhythmic parting and closing. The woman was engaged in a conversation with an unseen interlocutor. From the communicator below, not a hint of her voice was audible, only the sporadic dialogue of two men, devoid of substance, who offered crude commentary about her, as if they were oblivious to her connection to their cohort. Suddenly, the woman sprang to her feet, her agitation palpable as she seemed to bellow at her counterpart with all her might, before storming to the window. Her beautifully lined eyes scanned the street below, and then she drew the curtains, shutting out the world beyond. What do we do now? Jason inquired, gazing at the now-shuttered window. Wait until dawn. A gust of wind swept through, sending snowflakes swirling onto Jason, causing him to shiver. Indeed, it was still somewhat cold. Patience is essential in the hunt. Ample preparation is a prerequisite for a decisive strike, Batman remarked, still peering through the binoculars at the building opposite. Jason shivered again from the cold breeze, glancing at Batman's long cape, now dusted with snow, before quietly lifting a corner and slipping underneath. Ah, much warmer, he mused, while keeping an eye on the movements of the building across. Soon, a woman emerged from the apartment's entrance, her striking red coat standing out vividly against the snowy backdrop. She's leaving, Jason exclaimed, perplexed by Batman's words. Who? The woman who has been watching us, Batman replied. Follow her. As Batman rose, the portion of the cape draped over Jason slid off, and he felt the cold air once more against his warm skin. He swore he would eventually change this uniform for a more practical outfit of long sleeves and trousers. Do we not need to keep watching? He asked, puzzled, as he saw Batman retrieve his grappling gun. No, we pursue that woman. Chapter 2. The second lesson. The woman in the red coat exited a taxi, scanning her surroundings with keen awareness before entering an antiquated apartment building. The room now illuminated was the target of Batman's surveillance. Jason had yet to undergo thorough training. Thus, Batman provided him with a grappling hook that permitted only vertical ascension, forbidding him the freedom to glide through the air like himself or Dick. As he was unable to soar, Jason was relegated to sitting in the Batmobile, allowing it to transport him to the nearest point relative to Batman's location. The inefficiency of this method resulted in Jason clumsily scaling the rooftop via the rope, discovering that Batman had already been perched on the edge, observing the opposite apartment for quite some time. What had he discerned? After a prolonged gaze at the sole-illuminated room, Jason struggled to uncover any significant detail. The heavy curtains let in a mere glimmer of light, concealing any discernible shadow. Nevertheless, Batman remained steadfast, peering through his binoculars at the scene across the way. Jason pondered whether Batman's binoculars possessed X-ray capabilities akin to Superman's. Batman, resembling a statue, offered no response. Unperturbed, Jason was not one to relish in conversation. However, the recent encounters had utterly transformed his previous perceptions of Bruce Wayne. Prior to meeting Batman, Jason's understanding of Bruce Wayne was limited to televised public appearances and a few public speeches, mostly gleaned from the gossip of women in the streets. Each woman harbored dreams of marrying a prince, a notion that transcended wealth or poverty. Though he deemed such dreams foolish, who could truly know? He had never anticipated any connection with Bruce Wayne. Yet, through the words of those women, Jason had gathered that Bruce was a gentleman, though to him, this seemed mere hypocrisy. Humorous, he was ambivalent on that front. Knowledgeable, indeed, profoundly so in every conceivable sense, capable of speaking 20 languages, a fact that garnered Jason's respect. As for being handsome, after casting a sidelong glance at the man beside him, Jason silently amended that to extraordinarily handsome. What else? Gentle disposition was purely deceptive. Those people had never witnessed Bruce in anger. Even without that mask obscuring most of his face, Bruce could be quite intimidating when riled. Compassionate, that attribute was undoubtedly true. The public's perception of Bruce had not shifted dramatically, yet they had concocted a character wholly at odds with his true self. Most disorienting to Jason was the notion of humor. Since his arrival, he could count on his fingers the number of times Bruce had spoken. While he could articulate fluently when addressing Jason's inquiries, more often than not, he was silent. Silent while investigating, silent during meals, silent while perusing the newspaper, silent in the presence of leads, and silent even in their absence. He resolved to inquire of Dick during their next encounter whether this reticence was peculiar to him or a trait Bruce exhibited towards all. Robin. Jason had yet to acclimate to being called Robin. A fleeting moment of distraction nearly caused him to forget his current identity. You returned to the car to activate the synchronized recording device. Oh, what about you? Jason's question remained unfinished as Batman transformed into a shadow, gliding toward the window, which had inexplicably been darkened. Jason hastily retrieved his grappling gun, descending along the wall into the alley below. He leaped into the Batmobile and activated the recording function. Before long, a conversation emerged from the receiver, an all-too-familiar sound reminiscent of rough leather rubbing together, accompanied by an unfamiliar male voice. Who sent you? What? Who sent me? Although it was a male voice, its unusually sharp timbre astonished Jason. Among those he knew, only a select few spoke in such a manner. You know what I'm asking? I truly don't understand. Good. It seems we have yet another pitiful soul terrified. A ventriloquist or a riddle maker? I genuinely believe you wouldn't wish to know what follows. I said, I truly don't know. I was merely commissioned. The client provided me with a phone and a room key, instructing me to monitor the adjacent room tonight for any occupants. Then if someone was present, I was to record the conversation. That's all. You're lying. You've been watching the street. What? How did you know? No. I was also instructed to keep an eye out for any peculiar individuals nearby. Truly, that's all. Then silence enveloped the speaker for an extended period. Before the sharp male voice resumed, I swear, I genuinely thought it was merely a side job to catch someone in the act. He was quite generous, paying me $300 up front, promising the remainder upon completion. However, as the scheduled time approached and everything seemed normal, he inexplicably refused to pay the rest, so I left. I swear, everything I'm saying is true. The voice abruptly ceased, and a faint static crackled through the speaker, causing Jason to worry. Is this thing malfunctioning? He tapped the top of the speaker, recalling how he had seen some individuals repair such antiquated devices in this manner. It's not broken. But if you continue to strike it so forcefully, it might just become so. A voice imbued with an indistinguishable hint of amusement emanated from above Jason. Batman leaped into the vehicle, taking the driver's seat, and replayed the recording they had just captured. Any leads? None. Wasn't he that individual supposed to be the one we were seeking? No. But this recording, both in its tremors and the frequency of breathing, indicated a normal response to fear. He was not lying, suggesting this lead was erroneous. Batman replayed the conversation multiple times, pausing briefly at several crucial points before starting the vehicle and preparing to return to the Batcave. As Jason drove along the road, he replayed the recorded conversation several times, attempting to decipher the breathing frequency that Batman had mentioned. Indeed, he recalled that Batman had remarked on Bruce's reputation for being knowledgeable. Jason wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment, particularly in the realm of psychology. How could he not discern that the breathing frequency was entirely normal? To his ears, it sounded as if someone were paralyzed with fear. Chapter 3. The soaring Grayson, when will I be able to soar like you? Jason inquired from within the confines of the car, reluctant to find himself running below while Batman soared above. You require specialized training. Has he undergone extensive training as well? Jason asked, recalling that Dick had likely been flying alongside Batman from a young age, leading him to believe that he was simply a bird. You are not like him. In what way? He was born into a family of aerialists. Perhaps he learned to fly before he even learned to walk. The soaring Grayson? Jason knew well of the famed Grayson family. Their tragic demise and Dick's subsequent adoption by Bruce were intertwined narratives that were hard to ignore. It seemed only natural for him to occupy the spotlight, a fact that he could present to others. When Jason clumsily ascended the rope for the first time, Bruce realized that not every child could effortlessly mimic Dick's aerial maneuvers. Growing up in a family of aerialists, Bruce had never considered training Dick in the art of navigating ropes in midair. Flying was second nature to Dick. He could even perform acrobatics in the air. At times, Bruce felt as though Dick had transformed the skies of Gotham into his stage. Had it not been for those tragic events, he would have undoubtedly been the darling of the limelight, like his parents, becoming an illustrious aerialist who brought joy to others. Jason remained silent, merely connecting his headphones to the car's recording device, continuing to search for the elusive emotional fluctuations within that earlier conversation. Just as he felt he might be brainwashed by that high-pitched, effeminate voice, the Batmobile finally came to a halt in the Batcave's parking space. Why? It's quite early tonight, Master Bruce, Alfred remarked, holding a tray of refreshments as he addressed the occupants of the vehicle. Isn't there an important shareholders meeting tomorrow? I'm glad you remember. It seems you have no intention of being absent. I believe Lucius will be very pleased. Master Jason, how did your first patrol feel? Alfred inquired as he presented a steaming cup of milk to Jason. Cold. Shall I arrange for a change in your uniform style? Not for now, Jason replied, watching Bruce remove his uniform and retreat to his room, pondering aloud. Has he always been so taciturn? What are you saying? No, it's nothing. Please make sure to rest early. You'll need to prepare for your new school tomorrow. Jason watched as Alfred's figure faded into the elevator before turning to check the time on his computer. Dick became Robin at the tender age of 9. And Jason understood that Bruce had deliberately pursued that individual today because he was with him, rather than questioning the two men they had encountered earlier. Noticing that it was still early, Jason decided to visit Dick's territory. At that moment, Nightwing was crouched on a rooftop. The night was relatively calm, and there seemed to be no immediate need for action. Relinquishing the identity of Robin had alleviated much of his burden. It wasn't particularly challenging, was it? Yet, Bruce's insistence on Jason still surprised him. After all, when he had become Robin, that man had never waited for him. Nightwing gazed at the heart of Gotham's old district, the darkest place in the city, which also served as Batman's hunting ground. At this hour, Batman was likely patrolling there with his new Robin. That young boy lacked a foundation. Although he had trained with Barbara for a few days and was rumored to possess considerable talent, he was still just a kid. Should he sneak over to take a look? As Nightwing contemplated whether to cross the boundary of his territory to check on the area he had previously patrolled, a voice suddenly called from behind, nearly causing him to stumble off the edge of the rooftop. How did you? Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, Nightwing was momentarily taken aback. Are you okay? Did you have a disagreement with Batman? While it was not unusual for Batman to have conflicts, the swiftness of this one caught Nightwing off guard. No. Robin crouched beside Nightwing, using his small cape to cover his bare legs for warmth. Sorry, I didn't realize you were so sensitive to the cold. Nightwing noted Robin's posture. As a child, he had not been particularly affected by the chill, and running alongside Batman had never felt too cold. Thus, he had designed Jason's new uniform in a similar style to the original, tailored to his physique. Why did you design the uniform as shorts? Well, the uniform wasn't my design. I merely selected a set. It originally came in long pants, but they can be quite cumbersome while flying. The material is indeed quite warm. This revelation surprised Jason. The thin cloak and fabric, along with the materials of the gloves and shoes, were lightweight yet remarkably insulating. Of course, this is high-tech fabric, not ordinary cloth. Is Batman's suit the same? His is considerably better, with plenty of enhancements from extraterrestrial technology. After Nightwing spoke these words, a silence enveloped them. By the way, I still don't know how you came to know him. Jason was not particularly adept at conversation, a fact Dick had recognized from the very beginning. Thus the burden of initiating the dialogue fell upon him. He had always been curious about how Bruce came to know Jason. After all, given the scale of Wayne Enterprises' charitable foundation, children like Jason would typically be sent there. And Bruce likely lacked the time and energy to care for a boy like him. Though it may sound harsh, children like Jason were indeed as numerous as the stars in Gotham. I stole his car tires, Robin hesitated before revealing his illustrious deed. Upon hearing this, Nightwing paused for a moment before asking, "Is it the car I know?" "Yes, that super cool one." "Huh, you're quite the character, kid." Nightwing observed the movements below, sensing that some individuals were beginning to take action, perhaps reluctantly. "By the way, what exactly are you here for?" "Well, he said I could come to find you." Robin's response left Nightwing momentarily stunned. Tonight, he had already experienced too many surprises from this boy. "Shall we patrol together then?" "Sure." Nightwing leaped gracefully from one rooftop to another, while Robin clumsily followed suit, awkwardly hopping across the roofs. "Be careful." Robin's foot slipped slightly, nearly sending him tumbling off the roof, but Nightwing caught his cloak just in time. "Perhaps I should consider returning to a style with a cape." "I think the same. That tight suit of yours certainly accentuates your rear." "I'll take that as a compliment about my physique." "I didn't mean it that way." Chapter 4. Out-of-place Bruce had never believed that a life of isolation was a good idea for a child. Thus, whether it was Dick or Jason, he insisted they attend private school. "I don't think I will like this place," Jason complained glumly from the back of the luxurious stretch limousine. He preferred Alfred's teaching methods, which allowed him to easily grasp concepts he previously found challenging. As the Wayne family's dedicated butler, Alfred naturally excelled as a tutor. However, he wholeheartedly supported Bruce's decision. During a child's development, peers are essential. No matter how exceptional a private tutor may be, some lessons can only be learned within the environment of a school, such as social interaction. Unlike Dick, who was a natural socialite and never lacked for friends, Jason found himself in a more complicated situation. His upbringing had led to a lack of friendships, leaving him without the need for companionship. Alfred hoped that Jason could forge some ordinary friendships through school. "I am confident that you will find enjoyment here, surrounded by children of a similar age, where friendships may blossom." This is merely Alfred's aspiration, and Jason is well aware of it. Yet, he remains unconvinced that he would appreciate the elite atmosphere of this prestigious private institution. Perhaps he should suggest to Bruce that a casual public school would suffice. The car swiftly approached an antiquated gate, traversed a courtyard adorned with opulent statues, and finally halted before an ancient edifice steeped in history. Alfred led Jason to an office, where they were greeted by a plump woman donning elongated spectacles. "Oh, so you are Mr. Jason Todd, the new protege of Mr. Bruce Wayne," she remarked, perusing the documents in her hand before adjusting her glasses. Her sharp gaze piercing through the amber lenses to scrutinize Jason intently. Due to the complexities surrounding Jason's identity, he could only be acknowledged under the auspices of his benefactor. However, the respectful address that sounded so pleasant from Alfred's lips felt disconcerting when uttered by this woman, sending a shiver down Jason's spine. "Indeed, Ms. Matthews." Alfred responded courteously. "To be frank, Mr. Pennyworth, I believe it is ill-advised for him to enter midterm, especially considering the difficulty of the curriculum. Why not wait for the new semester to commence?" Ms. Matthews expressed her dissatisfaction regarding Bruce Wayne's decision to admit a student without any examination, deeming it a violation of school protocol and unfair to the other students who had gained admission. Her tone towards Alfred bore an undertone of irritation. "Ms. Matthews, Master Bruce believes that nothing is more paramount than ensuring a child receives timely education." "Very well, but with final exams approaching, this institution will not extend any special allowances due to his introduction by Mr. Bruce Wayne or his late enrollment." "Of course," Alfred replied. Ms. Matthews pressed a silver bell atop her desk, and shortly thereafter, 3 rhythmic knocks echoed through the room. A young man clad in a tailored suit entered, his hair styled with a meticulousness reminiscent of Alfred, though carefully combed atop his head. His standard-issue spectacles obscured his modest eyes, and as the door swung open, the scent of cologne wafted through the air, causing Jason to stifle a cough. "Mr. Miller, this is Mr. Jason Todd, who will be joining your class from this moment onward, and you shall be responsible for him," she stated. The man turned his attention to Jason, adjusting his glasses as he said, "Ms. Matthews, isn't it somewhat inappropriate for a midterm admission? This individual has been introduced by Mr. Bruce Wayne." Ms. Matthews emphasized Bruce's name with intent. "Very well, please follow me, Mr. Todd," the man replied, reluctant to accompany this impeccably groomed gentleman. Jason felt the weight of disappointment for the elderly figure behind him and did not wish to let Bruce down either. Thus, he resigned himself to rise and follow the well-coiffed man out of the office. "Well then, Master Jason, I'll come to pick you up after your class." Alfred's voice resonated just before the door closed. "Very well, Alfred." Jason followed the man down a lengthy corridor towards the classroom. Sunlight streamed through one side of the corridor, casting the shadows of the 2 figures upon the wall opposite. "Are you particularly interested in these paintings?" Miller observed Jason's gaze lingering on the artworks adorning the walls. "They're quite admirable, Jason offered a casual compliment, though he suspected these pieces were not masterpieces. He had never encountered them in Bruce's study. Of course, these are all created by students of this institution. If you apply yourself diligently, your artwork may grace these walls as well. Miller's words dripped with a sarcasm that irked Jason. He could discern the palpable animosity directed at him, both from the earlier Matthew and the man before him. Yet, he could not quite discern whether their disdain stemmed from his association with the title of Gotham's orphan or from the shadow of Bruce Wayne that loomed behind him. Even clad in a bespoke suit and exquisite leather shoes, Jason felt utterly out of place in this environment. He held a distaste for the opulent corridor, the mediocre graffiti lining the walls, the overly polished man exuding a cloying scent of cologne, and the acerbic woman he had encountered earlier. He wondered if the boarding school Bruce intended to send him to would evoke the same feelings. Here we are, this is your classroom. It is currently study time. Allow your classmates to become acquainted with you, the man said, guiding Jason to the entrance of a classroom. After a brief introduction, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Classmates, today we welcome a new student, Miller announced, and immediately, Jason could hear the whispers ripple through the classroom. Despite his unfamiliarity with the rules here, he instinctively sensed his unique status as a transfer student. Please come in, Todd, and introduce yourself to your classmates, Miller called out. Upon hearing his name, Jason adjusted his bow tie and stepped inside, quickly surveying the classroom's atmosphere. Was it fair to say this was indeed a school for the elite? There were only a handful of students, with a balanced ratio of boys to girls. Todd. Miller's tone carried a hint of amusement, as if he believed Jason was intimidated by the situation before him. Clearing his throat, Jason introduced himself. I am Jason Todd. Chapter 5. The altercation. Jason was acutely aware of his unpopularity in this setting. Much like his aversion to these individuals, they reciprocated his sentiments towards the newcomer. The girl seated to his left seemed amiable enough. From her curious gaze, he sensed more intrigue than malice. Once Miller departed, the girl leaned in to engage him in conversation. She appeared lively, yet bore an air of loneliness. From the girl's words, Jason discerned that neither of them truly belonged here. However, she was fortunate in that her mother had married a wealthy man. Amisa, it is currently class time. The girl in the front row turned to issue a warning. Jason realized that, unbeknownst to him, they had become the focal point of the classroom, with glances cast their way as whispers circulated. After several training sessions, he was able to catch snippets of conversation, filled with a plethora of irksome words. The girl named Amisa appeared to be ostracized as well, yet she was fortunate to have a good friend. The girl seated in front of her seemed to hold some stature within the classroom, and her voice considerably diminished the gossip surrounding Amisa, redirecting the malicious conjectures towards Jason. Leaning back in his chair, Jason diverted his attention from the incessant whispers, wishing to avoid causing a scene on his first day that would require Bruce's direct intervention. He had yet to receive his textbooks, as Alfred had informed him that, being a transfer student, they would not be available until the following day. Today, he was merely introduced to the teachers and the classroom setting. Jason closed his eyes, striving to concentrate on recalling the aerial maneuvers Dick had executed the night before, visualizing each of Dick's movements. As Bruce had remarked, Dick was the type destined to stand at the center of the stage. Unlike Bruce, every movement Dick made was as graceful as a dance. He leaped from one rooftop to another, executing seamless flips and landings that imparted to Jason a genuine illusion of flight. Were it not for his parents' predicament, Jason believed Dick would undoubtedly have become a renowned aerial performer, basking in adulation and the splendor of fame. Todd, it's your first day, let me show you around. A voice interrupted Jason's contemplation. Raising his head, he noticed that most of the classroom's occupants had departed, leaving only a few behind. A boy, not much taller than himself, stood before him speaking. Amisa, with a worried expression, lingered at the doorway, seemingly wishing to say something but was halted by the girl behind her. Boredom had driven him to this point. The trifles that had grown tiresome on the streets remained prevalent in this elite school, which he found utterly tedious. Rising to his feet, Jason followed the boy out of the classroom, intrigued to see what these affluent peers truly intended. Predictably cliché, Jason followed the boy as he meandered seemingly aimlessly through the campus. The boy, eager and enthusiastic, introduced various sights along the way. Yet their path led them increasingly into secluded areas. At the intersection of a group of sculptures, Jason halted and inquired, by the way, I still do not know your name. The guiding boy paused momentarily and replied, Martin. This is the last corner of the academy. We should hasten our pace. The boy spoke with a slightly accelerated cadence, his breath betraying a hint of urgency, which was evidently not a result of their walk. It was clear that this Martin fellow was anxious about the impending events. By merely listening, Jason discerned that something ominous awaited him. Oh. Bruce had mentioned the significance of breathing patterns. Jason finally grasped the meaning behind the term. Oh, aren't you the new transfer student? This vexatious opening line left Jason utterly exasperated. Why did these individuals favor a fade of serendipitous encounters? Could it be that being born into affluence does not dictate one's intelligence? As Jason observed the 5 figures concealed behind the sculptures, their physiques aroused his suspicion. He was acutely aware that he was among the smaller stature of his peers, a condition Alfred attributed to his prolonged state of malnutrition. However, that did not lead him to consider the 5 before him as being of standard build, particularly the blonde one at the forefront, whose physique appeared even more robust than Dick's. Curiously, none of the 5 were familiar to him. He strained to recall the faces of the classmates he had encountered that day, confirming that none matched those standing before him. It was likely that these 5 were upperclassmen. Did the status of a transfer student necessitate an audience with seniors? This sensation of being on display, akin to an exhibit, made Jason decidedly uncomfortable. You frightened him, remarked one boy with curly brown hair, laughing as if interpreting Jason's silence as fear. While the words were ostensibly benign, the underlying mockery in his tone left Jason feeling quite unsettled. He could only respond with a cold stare directed at the individual who stepped forth from the group. Are you Bruce Wayne's new ward? No, he is merely my benefactor, Jason countered, dismissing the assertion. Benefactor, huh? Although he could not fathom the source of humor, Jason's words seemed to trigger an unknown punchline among the 5, who erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had uttered something profoundly absurd. Huh? Who are you trying to fool? Just a benefactor? Alfred Pennyworth personally brought you here to Wayne Manor, didn't he? The laughter subsided, and the boy with brown curls fixed Jason with a blank expression, his icy gaze penetrating. Jason remained silent, unsure of how to respond to Bruce's unspoken question regarding whether he should conceal his residence at Wayne Manor. Alfred had brought him to school, and denying his stay at the manor seemed implausible, so Jason opted for silence. In this group, his reticence was interpreted as acquiescence. His father was indeed correct. Bruce Wayne undoubtedly exhibited such tendencies. During the last significant incident in Gotham, he managed to extricate himself unscathed, undoubtedly spending a fortune on public relations. Truly a peculiar character. Jason could not simply dismiss this blatant provocation. He clenched his fists behind his back before ultimately releasing them. By the way, was that Richard John Grayson still residing at the manor? Who was Richard John Grayson? The suddenly mentioned name left Jason perplexed. Oh, right, he was usually called Dick. It was amusing that someone from such a lower class would name their child after a genitalia. Were his parents perpetually dissatisfied? Had Gotham's darling finally grown weary of him? Just a circus kid who thought he could soar to great heights by associating with Bruce Wayne. This was Jason's first encounter with Dick's full name, and he had no interest in the subsequent remarks. He merely wished for this trash to silence himself. Who are you? Jason inquired. Oof, what an impolite fellow you are. Someone born in the gutter belongs in the gutter. Didn't Bruce Wayne teach you that interrupting others is exceedingly rude? Who are you? Jason patiently repeated, his muscles tense and ready. Humph. Listen well. Don't think for a moment that Gotham has only one Bruce Wayne. I'll say this only once. Remember it. My name is Adam Williams. Jason was aware of the Williams name. Barbara had mentioned it during the last incident. After Bruce adopted Dick, rumors circulated, largely stemming from competitors of Wayne Enterprises, including the Williams family. These individuals aimed to incite turmoil within Wayne Enterprises for their own gain, a despicable tactic known as short-selling. Jason had lost all interest in continuing this conversation and retaliated with a punch, striking Adam's incessant mouth and ceasing his prattling. This blow was in defense of Dick. Chapter 6. The good man naturally. Bruce Wayne would not deign to visit the school for such trivial matters. Thus, when Alfred arrived at the school's administration office at the designated hour, he was greeted by a bruised Jason and 5 disgruntled parents. Mr. Pennyworth, I believe an explanation is in order, stated a man with curly brown hair, his tone far from pleasant. His son had suffered 3 broken ribs, the most severe injury among the 5, inflicted by this little wretch. What did Bruce Wayne think this prestigious school was? A charity of his? People from all walks of life flock here, from the previous smooth-talking Richard Grayson to this Jason Todd, a person from Gotham's underbelly somehow, making his way into this space. Mr. Williams, I believe we should clarify matters before proceeding, shall we? Is it not clear yet? My son is still lying in the hospital. Mr. Williams, please do not forget that your son is 1 against 5, Alfred stated with unwavering composure. Indeed, Jason had successfully sent those 5 individuals to the hospital. Yet he himself was not unscathed. Bruises adorned the area around his eyes, and it was uncertain whether the stains on his face were his own blood or that of the 5 assailants. Crumpled tissues were haphazardly stuffed in his nostrils. And these ruffians had not even provided Jason with proper emergency care. Alfred furrowed his brow. Mr. Williams, if there are no other pressing matters to address, I shall take Master Jason to the hospital. Should anything arise, I will inform the lawyer. You. Then, Mrs. Matthews, do you have any other concerns? No, none at all. Then I shall take my leave. Without further ado, Alfred escorted Jason away from the scene. Master Jason, please hold on a moment. I will promptly take you to Master Bruce's private physician. No need. Alfred, it's nothing serious. The previously silent Jason finally spoke. You are bleeding quite profusely from your nose. Oh, it's nothing. Jason rubbed his nose, firmly convinced that his nasal bone was intact. Very well, I shall take you back for a quick examination. The medical equipment in the Batcave is more advanced than that found in any hospital. After conducting a brief examination and confirming that there were no significant issues, Alfred broached the question, why did the altercation occur? Despite their brief acquaintance, Alfred was certain that Jason was not the type to instigate trouble. Perhaps due to the survival instincts gleaned from his past as a street dweller, Jason preferred to avoid conflict. And it was unlikely that he possessed the temperament to confront 5 upperclassmen on his first day of school. In response to Alfred's inquiry, Jason merely turned his head away, refusing to answer. Very well, please return to your room and await Master Bruce's return. Jason said nothing and simply retreated to his room, throwing himself onto the soft bed in a starfish position. His mind was a cacophony of chaotic thoughts, reminiscent of a flock of chattering sparrows, leaving him utterly bewildered as to what he was contemplating, from Mr. Williams to that woman, Matthews, from Alfred's demeanor to the reprimands he would likely receive upon Bruce's return. He drifted off to sleep unknowingly. How is it? Alfred quietly inquired from the doorway. In a profound slumber, Jason lay utterly unconscious. Even the gentle act of Bruce covering him with a blanket failed to rouse him. What occupies your thoughts, Master Bruce? As Bruce exited Jason's room, he bore a countenance laden with concern. It's nothing, merely a realization that my considerations may have been somewhat inadequate. Dick previously transferred schools due to his struggle to assimilate into the elite environment, and now I have placed Jason in a similar predicament. Should we arrange for his transfer as well? What does the school have to say about this? Although no formal response had been issued, Jason had already sent 5 individuals to the hospital. While he himself sustained only minor injuries, it was likely that the school would exert pressure, potentially resulting in a temporary suspension. Alfred was acutely aware of the high probability of Jason facing such consequences, especially since the 5 involved hailed from families with grievances against the Wayne Corporation. Furthermore, Ms. Matthews had always regarded this institution as an elite establishment, leading to her dissatisfaction with Bruce's decision to enroll a child from a lower background. Let us transfer Jason to a public school. I will initiate the process tomorrow. Will you be patrolling tonight? Of course. Aren't you taking Jason with you? He is grounded tonight. Then please return early. What has you so cheerful, Alfred? I am simply delighted, Master Bruce, that you are experiencing some of the common troubles of ordinary life. Bruce offered no response to Alfred's comment as he drove the Batmobile, commencing his nightly vigil. Jason awoke suddenly, his mind blank for a moment before he remembered the routine patrols. He quickly leapt from his bed, glanced at the clock, and rushed towards the grand clock leading to the Batcave. Strange, isn't Bruce back yet? Just as Jason was about to open the clock, it swung open, revealing Alfred, who emerged with a tray in hand. Ah, Master Jason, you are awake. Your bruises have diminished significantly. Alfred, has Bruce not returned? Master Bruce has already gone out on patrol. What? Also, he instructed me to inform you that you are grounded tonight. What? Jason sat glumly on his bed, gazing at the moon outside. Though he anticipated punishment from Bruce for the altercation, he had assumed it would amount to little more than a scolding. A light tapping at the window caught Jason's attention, and upon recognizing the visitor, he sighed. You seem to have a habit of avoiding the front door, don't you? Jason opened the window, looking at the figure perched there with a sense of resignation. Rest assured, you will adopt this habit in due time. I will not. Jason shifted aside, allowing Dick to vault through the window. Why didn't you accompany Bruce on patrol tonight? Humph. Knowing the answer, yet feigning ignorance, Jason was incredulous. Dick, in the dead of night, did not come to his room merely to inquire why he had skipped patrol. He was undoubtedly aware of Jason's confinement. Huh, I heard you got into a fight at school today. Did you give that Williams a beating? Yeah. What? Do you want to scold me too? Spare me. I'm already grounded, Jason replied, his tone laced with irritation. Your skills seem lacking. You fought 5 privileged boys and ended up on the receiving end. Although Jason had not turned on the lights, the moonlight illuminated the bruise on his face, visible to Dick. I did it on purpose, you know. On purpose? Dick was taken aback by this revelation. If I came out unscathed, it wouldn't be easy for Bruce either. Jason understood that if he emerged without a scratch, he would never find himself at a disadvantage, not even against 5 opponents. Even Bruce Wayne would face difficulties under such circumstances. Thus, during the brawl, Jason intentionally absorbed a few blows, dodging vital areas, allowing his face to bear the brunt of a few punches and his abdomen a few kicks, serious in appearance, yet merely superficial injuries. Dick raised an eyebrow at Jason's admission. Though Barbara had spoken highly of Jason's intelligence, and Bruce had echoed such praise, Jason's current statements astonished Dick. Such thoughts were not typical of a mere teenager. They bore the weight of experience that one so young should not possess. Was it a result of Jason's tumultuous past? What are you doing? Dick suddenly embraced Jason, leaving him bewildered. It's fine. They struck first. Did you retaliate? No, I initiated the confrontation. Oh, what did they say that provoked such a strong reaction from you? This caught Dick by surprise. He had assumed Jason had merely defended himself after being attacked. They used those rumors to insult Bruce. Jason refrained from detailing the rumors, but Dick knew well that during his time at that school, Williams had often used such gossip to torment him. So you decided to fight back? MHM. You really didn't have to engage with them. Everyone knows those rumors are just their fabrication. Although Bruce is wealthy, he is a good person, and so are you. I despise their slander against you. Dick was puzzled why Jason placed wealth and virtue in opposition, yet he felt a surge of gratitude and embraced Jason tightly. Thank you. Now let go. I can't breathe. Can you stop emulating Bruce's reclusive nature and adopt some of his better traits? Such as? Dick pondered for a long while but failed to identify a single admirable quality of Bruce's. Chapter 7. Special training. As anticipated, Jason was suspended from school. This was merely a return to the previous routine of studying at home. Compared to attending that place, Jason preferred to immerse himself in books within the confines of his room. However, Bruce seemed to harbor a different opinion. The news of transferring to a public school, conveyed through Alfred, did little to elevate Jason's spirits. Master Jason, you ought to cultivate friendships with peers, Alfred suggested. Although Jason refrained from openly contesting the notion of friendship, deep within, he felt a profound disdain. Throughout his past, he had witnessed how so-called friends could betray one another, and he had seen many fall victim to the traps set by their companions, ending up with nothing. In Jason's worldview, friends were merely individuals who exploited each other for mutual benefit. Thus, he had little interest in Alfred's advice, yet he felt it inappropriate to voice his dissent. Resigning himself to a gloomy training session, adhering to the regimen Bruce had devised. To hasten his pursuit of Batman's prowess, Jason prioritized honing his aerial maneuvers. Swinging along the ropes, he ascended the artificial rock wall designed for training, swiftly mimicking Bruce's movements. However, as he attempted to surmount the wall, his foot slipped, nearly sending him tumbling down. You truly are quite clumsy, a feminine voice chimed in with amusement from the doorway. Turning his head, Jason saw Barbara standing there. Are you not busy? He inquired, only to later learn that she was a university student. He had always assumed she was merely Bruce's girlfriend. I'm rather free today. Would you like my guidance? She offered. No, thank you. Honestly, if it weren't for the age difference, I'd almost suspect you were Bruce's illegitimate son. With your stubbornness and disregard for others' goodwill mirroring his, Barbara remarked, leaving Jason momentarily speechless. He maintained his silence in response to her teasing, descending from the wall to continue his next round of training, ascending the rope, swinging, landing, and failing to vault over the wall again. Jason was certainly capable of overcoming the obstacle. The challenge lay in what followed. Whether it was Bruce's efficient, no-nonsense approach or Dick's graceful, almost balletic maneuvers, both transitioned seamlessly into subsequent actions, whether offensive or defensive. Jason, however, struggled to achieve that fluidity. With a sigh, he climbed down from the wall, ready to embark on another round of practice. After several swings, Jason began to derive some insights from Bruce's previous instructions, yet something still felt amiss, hindering his progress as he attempted to scale the wall. I can't bear to watch any longer. Let me teach you, Barbara declared, having observed Jason's repetitive training with growing impatience. As a former member of a professional gymnastics team, she could easily identify Jason's weaknesses. No, thank you, was his expected response. But that would not deter Barbara. She had earned Batman's recognition through her own merit. Although I am not a trapeze artist by profession, I hail from a background in a specialized gymnastics team. Barbara's words successfully captured Jason's attention. He stared intently at her for a considerable time, seemingly evaluating her statement. What do you think? Or would you prefer Dick to teach you instead? No, Jason had no desire to learn Dick's flamboyant moves. He favored the succinct and efficient style of Bruce, devoid of any superfluous actions. Have you come to a conclusion then? Jason realized he was in urgent need of specialized guidance. and Bruce was undoubtedly his first choice. The dilemma, however, lay in Bruce's overwhelming busyness. Life in Gotham was not merely a hedonistic escapade as he had once envisioned. The documents that required Bruce Wayne's personal attention, even after being filtered through Lucius, were piled high on his desk. Various meetings, including shareholder assemblies, were attended only when absolutely necessary, and social soirees, crucial for maintaining the faade of Gotham's elite, could not be overlooked, often serving as opportunities to gather intelligence. Bruce might skip trivial shareholder meetings, but he would never forego these gatherings. Coupled with his nightly patrols, Jason calculated that Bruce averaged no more than 4 hours of sleep per night. Indeed, he seemed like a vampire at times. Jason occasionally found himself musing over such thoughts. "Now, let me hear you call me master," Barbara teased, causing a brief short circuit in Jason's brain. "Well, I see no reason to waste my time training you without at least a formal acknowledgement." Perched on the training vault, Barbara regarded Jason with a mischievous smile. After staring at her cunning expression for a moment, Jason's mind finally began to function again. "Barbara, you aren't related to the Graysons, are you?" "What? No. That's impossible. I'm a Gordon. How did you even come to that conclusion?" "I thought you and Dick were siblings," he retorted, finding her equally irritating and chatty. Jason had always perceived Barbara as the most sensible among their group, but clearly, he had misjudged. "Impossible." Barbara rolled her eyes dramatically. "What need does a man have for charm? You are utterly unappealing." With that, she decided to set aside her teasing and began to instruct Jason on the fundamentals. Having observed him for quite some time, she noted that his overall movements were sound. However, he struggled with maintaining balance while airborne. "You need to engage your core to sustain your balance, and you can use the wind to alter your trajectory, like this." Demonstrating flawlessly, Barbara swung from one end to the wall, swiftly climbing up and over it. Jason's imbalance in the air rendered his control over himself significantly weakened, resulting in a lack of coordination upon landing, thereby rendering his movements rather clumsy. After observing Barbara's technique, Jason promptly attempted it himself. Compared to his previous efforts, this time his movements were notably more adept, prompting a satisfied nod from Barbara. Indeed, Jason was a clever child, grasping the crucial points with just a hint. As one approaches the ground, it is advisable to relax the thigh muscles and concentrate the force in the calves, which facilitates preparation for the subsequent maneuver upon landing. However, he still seemed somewhat tense. This was the correct approach. During the swinging phase, focusing power in the forearms while relaxing the joints allows for a swift transition between climbing objects, though it could be somewhat exhausting and waste unnecessary energy. Nonetheless, this was an improvement. Whether swinging or climbing, the strength of the upper body should not be underestimated. Bruce must have provided you with an upper body training regimen, correct? Yes, it is essential to adhere to it. Chapter 8. Familiarity. Numerous legends about Batman circulate through Gotham's underground. From the occasional glimpse of a cape to the vivid imagination of its citizens, Gotham has woven a tapestry of tales surrounding him. Jason had always assumed that Batman's modus operandi involved identifying a target, tracking it, and neutralizing it, systematically addressing the city's myriad underground threats. However, upon becoming Robin, Jason realized how challenging it was to connect seemingly straightforward clues. Gotham is not a simulated city where assistance is guaranteed. Clues do not conspicuously present themselves waiting to be discovered, nor does anyone come forth with information when all leads seem to falter. Every clue must be sought after personally. Once the trail of the Scarecrow's toxin case abruptly vanished, it felt as though it had evaporated entirely. Now, a new kidnapping case has emerged, and the true mastermind, be it the Riddler or the ventriloquist, remains shrouded in mystery. If one believes that Batman is only preoccupied with these two cases, they are profoundly naive. This is Gotham, a city perpetually rife with crime, a truth Jason has come to understand deeply. Initially, he held disdain for the Gotham Police Department's reliance on Batman for assistance, but he now recognizes that those crimes necessitating the activation of the signal are urgent and pressing, and thus must be prioritized by Batman. Fortunately, the supercomputer in the Batcave operates round the clock, even when Batman is not utilizing it. The computer continuously filters and collects relevant information from the internet based on predetermined criteria, allowing Batman to retrieve the information and leads he requires at any moment. Today, Bruce was absent. Although he had returned from patrol early the previous night, Jason had been sent to bed while Bruce remained at the computer, searching for something. Jason wished to discover what Bruce had uncovered, yet he could not recall when he had fallen asleep. Upon awakening, he found himself already nestled in bed. "Good morning, Alfred." Jason yawned as he strolled into the dining room, finding Alfred diligently preparing breakfast, a sight that elicited no surprise. Good morning, Master Jason. Here is your breakfast. Jason sat languidly at the table, consuming his meal in a daze. After a considerable pause, a thought struck him. Where is Bruce? He intended to inquire about Bruce's findings from the previous night. Master Bruce had an important meeting this morning and has already departed. Oh, Jason's gaze shifted to the wall clock, contemplating that the morning would likely herald another arduous battle. This was a realization Jason had come to during his time living here. The once glorious darling of Gotham suffered from an acute case of morning lethargy. It was hardly surprising, considering he averaged no more than 4 hours of sleep each night. Rising early and alert was a feat akin to superhuman ability. After finishing his breakfast, Jason descended to the Batcave via the elevator. As the doors slid open, the cave's lights activated, illuminating the previously dim cavern. Jason settled at the computer, idly browsing through the new folders Bruce had created the night before, awaiting the digestion of his meal. The contents of the folders revealed significantly more information than what Jason had seen the previous evening, indicating that Bruce had indeed made considerable progress. This was a recently emerged case, a rather mundane robbery incident, the type that typically would not warrant Batman's attention, as the Gotham police were far from inept, unlike their counterparts in Metropolis. Yet, Bruce had evidently discerned something noteworthy within this case, prompting him to investigate further. Sipping his milk tea, Jason scrolled through the scattered information within the folders. The annotations indicated the occurrence time and overview of the case, a standard jewelry store robbery, the targeted establishment belonging to a major chain in Gotham. This particular store was a newly opened branch, which, in an effort to draw in customers, had borrowed the store's prized possession, the Queen Mary, a necklace predominantly composed of a 205-carat natural yellow diamond, complemented by fancy colored and smaller diamonds, renowned for its exceptional clarity and color. Unsurprisingly, this exquisite piece was the robbery's primary target. Clicking on a video segment within the file, Jason accessed footage from nearby surveillance, which was far clearer than what the police had released. Even the lines on a passerby's face were discernible. The video was marked with numerical tags. Casually, Jason clicked on one of the tags, which promptly opened an adjacent file containing an analytical commentary on the individual. For instance, the person labeled as number 2 bore annotations stating, expressions of fear mixed with curiosity, movements indicative of untrained self-defense, preliminarily identified as an ordinary passerby. For instance, the individual designated as number 5 bears an annotation in his label. His gaze is wandering, seemingly fixated beyond the crowd, casting suspicion upon him. Jason scrutinized the passerby adorned with the numeral 5 above his head for an extended period, subsequently employing the magnification feature on his computer to enlarge the image. Yet he was unable to discern the focal point anticipated beyond the throng, leading him to relinquish his efforts. Disregarding Bruce's annotations on these bystanders, Jason instead perused the comments regarding the masked robbers, whose notes were far more elaborate than those of the innocuous pedestrians. The annotation for the first robber detailed everything from height and weight to even personal interests, nearly inscribing a name. Jason fixated on the note regarding the robber's affinity for alcohol for quite some time, yet he could not detect any scent of liquor emanating from the footage. How did Bruce ascertain that this criminal possessed a penchant for drink? Confounded, he proceeded to the next note. Jason clicked on another suspect's annotation. This one bore little distinction from the previous, lacking the mention of a taste for alcohol, yet it alluded to potential involvement in some form of heavy manual labor. What on earth constituted heavy manual labor? Moving on, just as Jason was about to open the annotation for the third suspect, he suddenly froze. Strange, he thought. I feel as though I've seen this person before. His gaze fell upon a man whose figure was largely obscured by the third suspect. This man, standing behind the third suspect, wore a flat-brimmed hat, one hand shielding his face, thereby concealing much of his features. Yet, Jason's focus was not on the man's visage, but rather on the hand that shielded it. The gesture suggested that the man was nearly collided with by the third suspect. Yet the distance indicated that such an occurrence was improbable. Jason scrutinized the man's hand intently, an eerie sense of familiarity washing over him. Master Jason, would you care for some milk tea? Ah, Alfred. Jason, lost in contemplation, was startled by Alfred's voice. Did I frighten you? Is this retribution for the other day? Jason took a moment to steady his racing heart, suspecting Alfred possessed some supernatural ability, as he was oblivious to when his empty cup had been refilled. You seem to be overthinking. What are you observing? Alfred inquired, puzzled. He had anticipated that Jason had come down to utilize the training apparatus in the underground cavern, only to find him seated before the computer, eyes transfixed on something. Not quite sure. Not sure? What do you mean? Nothing. Jason pondered for a lengthy spell, but could not pinpoint the fleeting sense of familiarity. He resolved to classify this sensation as mere illusion and decided to momentarily abandon the matter. Chapter 9. An inescapable attention. Jason felt an inescapable sense of recognition regarding this man, or rather, the man's hand, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. It was merely an ordinary man's hand, yet under the scrutiny of the high-definition camera, even the fine hairs upon it were rendered visible. Jason found it peculiar that he should harbor such sentiments towards a mere hand. By his own reckoning, he should be devoid of any peculiar proclivities such as a hand or foot fetish. Nevertheless, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered with him throughout the day's rigorous training. During his upper body strength exercises, as he beheld the prominent veins on his taut arms, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that man's hand. An unremarkable hand, characterized by robust knuckles, subtle scars, and ordinary brown hairs, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. Upon setting down the dumbbells, he transitioned to the rings for further strength training. As he executed a vertical hang, his mind remained preoccupied with that strange hand, to the extent that he nearly twisted his arm due to improper form while descending. Maintaining focus during training was imperative. A hand caught him just in time, preserving his twisted arm from injury. "Bruce, have you finished your meeting?" Jason inquired, somewhat bewildered, as Alfred had mentioned that Bruce had a significant meeting scheduled for today. "What were you just thinking?" Bruce remarked, having noticed Jason's distraction. Despite his engagement in training, it was evident that Jason's thoughts were elsewhere, rendering the training environment quite perilous. I can't really explain why that man's hand has captured my attention so," Jason replied, at a loss for words. "Don't know?" Bruce pressed. "Well, I suppose we should focus on combat training today." Noticing that Jason struggled to articulate his thoughts, Bruce opted to move past the issue and outlined the day's training agenda. "Combat? Are you going to teach me?" Since becoming Robin, Jason had been primarily engaged in foundational training. Unlike Dick or Barbara, he lacked any prior experience, making this the first time Bruce decided to instruct him in combat. "Your foundational training is nearly complete, and your physical metrics are satisfactory. It is time to teach you more advanced techniques. Relying solely on your street smarts will not suffice." "Yes, that sounds fantastic. Where do we begin?" "We shall commence with boxing today, as a means to assess the results of your upper body strength training." Swiftly donning protective gear, Jason eagerly positioned himself on the training platform. "Feel free to attack. I wish to gauge your strength." Bruce, also prepared in protective gear, gestured for Jason to initiate his assault. "Wait, isn't there a testing device?" Jason recalled that he had utilized it daily and was confident that Bruce was well aware of the recorded data. Real combat differs from boxing. The device serves merely as a basic reference. "Now, proceed with your attack." Jason launched a series of punches at Bruce's protective gear, each strike landing solidly. "All right, stop. Your strength is adequate, but the angle of your arm needs adjustment." After a few punches, Bruce rendered his succinct assessment. "Angle?" Jason threw another punch, unaware that his angle was amiss. "Your arm is too straight, particularly at the wrist. It requires a slight inward curve." "Isn't straight better?" "A straight arm can deliver a more powerful strike. Force is reciprocal. Currently, your strength is quite limited, so your wrist bones and joints can endure it. However, as you age and your strength increases, this overly straight posture will place greater strain on your wrists and joints. It's conceivable that with sufficient strength, you could fracture your own wrist bones. No wonder my wrist has been aching these past few days." Once more, Jason maintained a slight curvature in his joints and resumed the monotonous boxing drills. Bruce's guidance for Jason evolved from basic upper body instruction to a comprehensive focus on his entire body movement, particularly the positioning of his legs during an attack. Jason learned swiftly, and soon his stance became remarkably standard, with his punches growing increasingly powerful. When Jason's fist struck Bruce's protective gear with considerable force, sending vibrations up Bruce's arm, he knew the session could conclude. "All right, take a break." "Is that all?" Jason, breathless from the vigorous exercise, inquired. "If you aspire to become a professional boxer, you could continue practicing," Bruce replied with a smile, noting that boxing training was merely foundational for them, requiring only some very basic movements. "Oh, no," Jason had no desire to be a boxer. "Then take a breather. I'll teach you how to evade shortly." "Why not other methods of attack?" Jason retorted after swallowing the saliva in his mouth. Bruce glanced at Jason, who was resting on the ground. From their first encounter, Bruce had sensed Jason's notably aggressive temperament, a stark contrast to Dick's demeanor. "You will not be facing athletes from rival teams, but rather a group of ruthless individuals, potentially armed with guns, explosives, or even unknown weaponry. Moreover, evasion is not merely about dodging. It is a crucial component of your counterattack." Jason, however, preferred to learn the swift movements Bruce demonstrated, throwing a dart, releasing smoke, charging into the haze, delivering a punch to one adversary, and swiftly kicking another aside. That sequence was elegant and rapid, devoid of any superfluous actions. It struck Jason as particularly impressive. The break passed swiftly, and as Jason rose from the ground, he realized his arm joints were acutely sore. "Are you all right?" A somewhat awkwardly concerned voice inquired from the side, catching Jason by surprise. According to Dick's descriptions, Bruce was not one to show much concern for others, but that characterization was somewhat misleading. He simply lacked interest in trivial matters. Of course, Jason would not yield to such a minor discomfort. In the preceding training session, Jason was tasked with the role of the attacker, and in the subsequent training, he continued to bear that responsibility. Bruce utilized practical experience to instruct Jason on how to evade assaults, while simultaneously learning to counterattack. Once Jason had grasped some basic techniques, the roles were reversed, with Bruce taking on the attacking role. As Bruce's left hook landed squarely on Jason's abdomen, he reminded him to exploit his diminutive stature. "I will grow taller eventually," Jason grumbled, rubbing his stomach in discomfort. "That is a matter for the future. For now, make use of your advantages." With a disdainful grimace, Jason rose from the ground, bracing himself for Bruce's next onslaught. Thus, Jason found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of evasion, counterattack, collapse, and recovery in the face of Bruce's assaults. Bruce, for his part, offered guidance after each of Jason's setbacks, preparing him for the next round of attacks. "Gentlemen, it is time for dinner." Alfred's timely intervention reminded the two oblivious individuals of the passage of time. "Alfred, is it already that late?" Bruce inquired, slightly breathless, while Jason lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for air. "Indeed. Do you intend to dine here or at the restaurant?" "To the restaurant," Jason replied, hastily gathering himself. "After dinner, I'll prepare for patrol." With determination, he scrambled to his feet, rushing back to his room to freshen up before promptly taking his seat at the dining table. Alfred soon brought forth a platter brimming with food, placing it before Jason. As Jason observed Alfred's slightly aged hand, memories of the man's hand from the computer flashed through his mind once more. "Master Jason, is there something peculiar?" Alfred inquired, noticing Jason's unwavering gaze upon his hand. "No, I was merely pondering. I feel as though I have seen that hand somewhere before." Though he spoke these words, Jason was acutely aware that his familiarity with that hand transcended mere recognition. It must have left a profound impression on him, for he could not dismiss it so easily. Nor could he feign indifference. "Which hand?" Bruce's interest was piqued by Jason's comment. "The one belonging to the individual in the video file labeled on the back computer." Jason found it odd that while every other individual in the footage was identified by a numerical code, this particular person was not. Chapter 10. The man whose hands and face do not match this man was likely a pivotal figure in the recent incident involving toxic gas exposure. Bruce accessed another folder on the computer, revealing video footage from surveillance cameras near the homes of the victims affected by the neurotoxin. As he casually opened a clip, Jason scrutinized it for a considerable duration, yet failed to spot the familiar figure he sought. Here, Bruce magnified a specific area of the video provided by the police, which, in terms of quality, is utterly incomparable to his high-definition camera. Bruce's distinctive back camera is exclusively deployed at critical surveillance locations, while the remaining areas are monitored through the integration of public camera networks. The victims resided in affluent neighborhoods where crime rates are low, thus they were not likely to be focal points for Batman's surveillance. Given that it was nighttime, the already low pixel clarity of the footage appeared even more blurred. With the aid of pixel enhancement software, Jason barely discerned a shadowy figure amongst the flowers in one corner of the footage. How could he be certain it was him? As Jason scrutinized the indistinct outline, he noted that the absence of a wide-brimmed hat was overshadowed by the distinctive glasses, which could possibly be sunglasses. After a few keystrokes, Bruce extracted 2 frames for comparison using specialized software. What was this? A facial recognition program. The results revealed a similarity rate of nearly 60. This figure was low, primarily due to one image being obscured by a hat that concealed much of the face. Could this alone confirm their identity? Jason found it somewhat implausible that such a tenuous connection could assert they were the same person. No, it could only suggest a possibility. Bruce never definitively states a matter. His language is always laced with words like might, perhaps, or likely. Jason believed that even with a comparison rate exceeding 90, Bruce would still phrase it as a strong likelihood. Did the other 4 victims' videos include him? Yes, although he appeared in different outfits each time. Bruce retrieved the other 4 videos, highlighting individuals who might be the same as this man. Jason focused intently on the screen, but regrettably, none of the footage revealed any hands. Thus, he could not sense that peculiar familiarity. Did something come to mind? Upon hearing Bruce's inquiry, Jason reviewed the images once more and shook his head. No, it was indeed that hand that evoked a sense of familiarity. Was it? Then let us commence the night patrol. What did he do? Jason was curious. Could merely appearing in these locations warrant Batman's special attention? Had he done nothing? Might he also reside in the area? As Jason walked alongside Bruce towards the Batmobile, he continued his questioning. These 5 individuals lived in different communities and moreover, the fabric of his clothing was not expensive. Unless he deliberately donned cheap attire, his financial means would likely preclude him from residing in such neighborhoods. This statement occupied Jason's thoughts throughout their journey in the Batmobile, yet even upon arriving at the designated surveillance location, he remained puzzled as to how Bruce discerned the low quality of the fabric. Utilizing the skills he had just acquired that day, Jason deftly evaded an ambush, countering with a throw that sent his assailant crashing into a nearby pile of refuse, followed by a couple of swift kicks. How do you know the inclinations of those individuals? Jason mused, now capable of soaring through the skies alongside Batman, his agility significantly enhanced. After resolving a confrontation with a band of robbers, curiosity tugged at him as they journeyed to their next surveillance point. Which individuals? He inquired, referring to those captured in the footage, particularly one marked as a heavy drinker. Though Jason's inquiry was somewhat nebulous, Bruce comprehended his question while monitoring the street corner through binoculars. Those who indulge in alcohol typically exhibit a ruddy complexion, he explained. As a result of the damage alcohol inflicts on the liver, individuals with compromised liver function often face metabolic issues, leading to conditions such as frequent acne outbreaks. Generally speaking, that is not a definitive statement, Jason remarked, peering through the binoculars at the opposite street corner. Indeed, but the likelihood is considerable, Bruce affirmed. And what of the individual claiming to engage in some form of strenuous labor? Jason recognized a somewhat familiar figure emerging from the corner. The robber's attire was evidently snug, yet the man's upper garments were tighter than those of his lower body, suggesting he frequently undertook substantial physical labor, particularly involving his upper body. Perhaps a dock worker? He speculated. Precisely, Bruce replied as Jason observed the familiar figure hastily entering a neighboring building, only to emerge shortly thereafter, seemingly pursued by something. Batman rose, leaping from the rooftop and gliding a significant distance with the aid of his cape, intercepting the man mid-flight, engaging him in conversation. The individual appeared quite anxious, persistently attempting to evade Batman's grasp. However, Batman denied him this opportunity, effortlessly lifting him off the ground with a single hand. Eventually, the man, seemingly resigned, uttered something before Batman finally set him down, allowing him to flee the scene in haste. "Robin, we must go," a voice crackled through the communicator, prompting Jason to act swiftly. He retrieved his grappling hook and quickly joined Batman. Moments later, the Batmobile emerged from a concealed corner, halting before the two. "Who is he?" Jason inquired. "An informant. Do you still require informants?" This revelation took Jason by surprise. He had always assumed Batman operated independently of such individuals. I am not omniscient. I do not possess knowledge of all things. My leads also derive from these people," Bruce replied. As Jason settled into the passenger seat, he gazed at Bruce's profile, ultimately refraining from voicing the thought that Batman was all-knowing. What was he saying earlier? Jason had observed clearly that the informant appeared reluctant to divulge information to Bruce, ultimately facing threats for his silence. He was originally one of Riddler's henchmen, so I presumed he might be aware of Riddler's recent activities. Was it connected to that incident involving the drag queen? Is it confirmed that the Riddler has been identified? The likelihood is substantial, even though he has intentionally donned the guise of a ventriloquist. Overall, the possibility of him being the Riddler remains greater. Jason is rather unfamiliar with this enigmatic figure. He has merely heard whispers that he is a madman obsessively fixated on riddles. Indeed, none of Gotham's underground lords, particularly those of notable repute, are devoid of madness. Why does the Riddler delight in leaving clues? Jason finds this perplexing, as, in his understanding, engaging in nefarious deeds is best accomplished under the cover of darkness, swiftly executed without a trace. He does not wish to leave any clues. In fact, he strives to suppress the urge to do so. Yet he finds himself unable to restrain this impulse. Why? The Riddler is a mastermind of high intellect, possessing an overwhelming confidence in his own intelligence. Coupled with his extreme arrogance, this leads him to relish the opportunity to mock others through his intellectual superiority, thus satisfying his vanity. For this reason, even if he wished to leave no clues, it would be an impossibility, much like a compulsive disorder. Indeed, he has succumbed to madness. Upon returning to the Batcave, The sight of the large computer that Jason had unwittingly neglected the previous night stirred a peculiar recollection. Oh, what now? Jason groaned inexplicably, drawing the attention of Bruce and Alfred. I've recalled that hand again. Damn it. I surely must not harbor any peculiar inclinations. I believe not, Master Jason. You are simply fatigued. A night's rest may suffice. Oftentimes, the more one attempts to forget, the clearer the memory becomes, Alfred compassionately offered, presenting a warm glass of milk. Thank you. I shall retire, Jason replied, dragging his weary feet toward the elevator, intending to forego his nightly training and head straight to bed. That inexplicable hand had tormented him throughout the day, leaving him utterly exhausted. Perhaps Alfred's suggestion was indeed wise. Master Bruce, do you care? Alfred observed Bruce gazing intently at Jason's retreating figure, seemingly lost in thought. I am merely curious as to why Jason is so preoccupied with that ordinary man's hand, Bruce mused. Perhaps it is due to an unusual mark you have placed upon him, Alfred theorized. Such a possibility exists, but considering Jason's character, it is rather unlikely. Alfred refrained from elaborating further, instead refilling Bruce's empty teacup. Having survived in the depths of Gotham largely unprotected, Jason had developed an innate ability to read the nuances of human expression. He could instinctively discern the authenticity of a person's demeanor with remarkable accuracy. Bruce recalled an instance in the Batcave when, while poring over documents, Jason had fixated on Bruce's profile for quite some time before suddenly remarking, I think you look better when you're serious than when you're grinning all the time. Dick always advised him not to maintain such a stern expression, claiming that good fortune would flee in fear. Barbara also suggested that he should smile more, albeit not in the manner characteristic of a Gotham sweetheart. Alfred, however, had ceased to comment, perhaps having resigned himself to the situation. Interestingly, Jason was the first to assert that Bruce's serious demeanor was preferable. When he inquired why, Jason responded that he felt more at ease when Bruce wore that expression. What is it that amuses you? Alfred was taken aback to notice the faint upward curl of Bruce's lips. Such a sight was indeed rare, for few things could evoke a smile from Bruce. It's nothing. What does Master Jason's keen observation have to do with his impression of that hand? Alfred had long since discerned what Bruce meant, yet he remained puzzled regarding the connection between the two. Jason's ability to notice subtleties in such an environment was not merely reflected in his perceptiveness, but also manifested in various other aspects. He had pilfered countless items, yet had only been caught once, which was no mere coincidence. That hand must have stirred a primal unease in Jason within a specific context, thus leaving a lasting impression. Beyond instinct, Bruce struggled to articulate what could describe Jason's almost beast-like intuition. Dick had taken a considerable time to learn these nuances, while Jason had grasped them instinctively amidst Gotham's tumultuous backdrop, even if he remained unaware of their significance. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary man's hand. Alfred scrutinized the enlarged image on the screen, where the pores of the skin were distinctly visible, and the fine hair stood erect, a rather mundane hand. Jason lay in bed, his eyes wide and bright as two little bulbs, fixated on the ceiling. Today had been exhausting. He had trained rigorously throughout the day and patrolled through the night, leaving his body utterly fatigued. Yet, sleep eluded him, as that irksome hand continued to consume his thoughts, rendering slumber impossible. How curious! Why was he so preoccupied with that hand? If it were a woman's hand, perhaps it would be more understandable. Jason turned over, desperately attempting to expel the image of that hand from his mind. After failing, he flipped again, burying his face in his hands, striving to conjure other thoughts to lull himself to sleep. Think of something else. Think of something else. Consider the training he needed to review for tomorrow, or reflect on matters from the past. Jason closed his eyes, endeavoring to redirect his focus to other subjects, drifting from future plans to memories he had long wished to forget, like his dilapidated house, the ragtag crew he occasionally gathered with, and the places he had once sold stolen goods. Suddenly, it struck him. Jason recalled why that hand lingered in his mind. Bruce. He rushed toward the Batcave, only to find it unexpectedly empty. How peculiar. The Batmobile was present. Was Bruce retiring early tonight? Without pausing to contemplate further, Jason hurried back to the manor, racing toward Bruce's bedroom. Bruce. Jason abruptly swung open the bedroom door, only to find Bruce seated on the sofa in his pajamas, perusing documents. Master Jason. I should have reminded you to knock before entering, Alfred remarked disapprovingly, standing beside Bruce and casting a scrutinizing glance at Jason. My apologies. What brings me here? Jason replied. By the way, I have recalled whose hand it was. His words rendered Bruce momentarily speechless. Are you certain? Indeed, quite certain. He is the proprietor to whom I always sell stolen goods. What makes you so sure? Whenever I engage in that trait, the man's hand that reaches out is incongruent with his face. Incongruent? Yes, his visage belongs to an elderly gentleman, yet on one occasion, the hand that extended was remarkably youthful. Are you positive? Absolutely. It struck me as exceedingly odd, which is why I remembered it. However, those who partake in such dealings typically leave themselves an escape route, so I didn't pay it much heed. Jason had been oblivious until that moment when he suddenly discerned the stark contrast between the man's hand and face, an impression so striking that it lingered in his memory. What is his name? I do not know. Although everyone refers to him as Charlie, and the establishment bears the name Charlie's Grocery, I doubt that is his true name. Where is the store located? Not far from where you first drove to find me. Bruce promptly rose from the sofa and exited the bedroom, heading towards the grand clock. I seem to have disrupted his rare, early slumber. Perhaps I should have waited until tomorrow to inform him. Observing Bruce's hurried departure, Jason belatedly realized he had unwittingly interrupted Bruce's rare opportunity for an early night. It is not your fault, Master Jason. Chapter 11. The informant Bruce visited the shop Jason mentioned, yet he did not enter the dilapidated establishment. Instead, he stood atop a nearby roof, utilizing binoculars to scrutinize the shop. The entrance was tightly shut, and no light seeped through the cracks, indicating that the premises were currently unoccupied. At this hour, there is certainly no one inside, Jason called out as he climbed onto the roof, addressing the statue-like Bruce. You ought to get some rest, Dick advised, emphasizing that as Robin, one must always be prepared for Batman's endeavors. Surely, he did not imply that this excludes the day before an examination. Oh please. The public school entrance exams concluded 3 days ago, Jason thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. Bruce's exceptional memory seemed to elude matters unrelated to cases. Jason's words momentarily puzzled Bruce, until his mind raced to recollect a fragment of information, likely reported by Alfred, about Jason's successful admission. What are you observing? Jason inquired, glancing at the now somewhat unfamiliar door across from him. Are you certain no one is inside? What is there to confirm regarding the absence of anyone? Jason was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Bruce merely here to search for someone? Why the need to ensure no one was present? Once he ascertained that the room was devoid of any activity, Bruce leaped from the rooftop, landing in front of the store. He produced his tools and fiddled with the door lock until he successfully opened it and stepped inside. Despite his confusion, Jason followed Bruce into the shop, a place he hadn't visited in quite some time. How curious. Had it been renovated? Utilizing the night vision feature of his mask, Jason noticed that the store's arrangement differed significantly from his recollections. Quite peculiar. As Bruce meticulously examined every corner, he inquired, since I began selling goods here, I have never seen any change in the store's layout. It always looked the same whenever I came. While speaking, Jason extended his finger to touch the surface of a table that appeared much cleaner than he remembered. Don't touch. Bruce's hand intercepted Jason's just before his finger made contact with the tabletop. We mustn't leave any evidence of our visit. Oh, Jason reluctantly withdrew his finger, casting a casual glance at Bruce's back, momentarily wondering if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Jason was at a loss regarding what Bruce was searching for. He merely observed him crouching at times, using specialized tweezers to collect something from the floor before moving to the opposite side of the room in search of more. What are you looking for? Jason eventually couldn't help but ask. Clues. What clues? I don't know. The response left Jason astonished. How could one not know what constitutes a clue? Often, clues do not immediately correspond to your inquiries. You must gather all anomalies. Perhaps they will prove useful in the subsequent investigation. Bruce seemed to be musing aloud, addressing Jason's question. Is this exceptionally clean tabletop considered an anomaly? Jason turned back to focus again on the unusually spotless surface, recalling that it should have been long overdue for cleaning, even remembering a flattened mosquito carcass that had lingered for months. Upon hearing Jason's remark, Bruce paused his collection efforts, contemplating for a moment before asking, Very strange? Indeed, very strange. I have frequented this shop to sell goods for years, yet I have never witnessed any change in its appearance. Jason could almost navigate the store with his eyes closed, so familiar was he with its layout. Why do you come here to sell your goods? Bruce continued to inquire, considering that the shop was quite distant from Jason's original residence. Only this proprietor won't renege on his payments just because he is dealing with a child, Jason explained, revealing the reason for his long journeys to sell the stolen items. He was just a kid who had encountered numerous instances where he received nothing but empty promises from others. In such circumstances, Jason could only resign himself to his misfortune. The owner of this shop, though unscrupulous, was at least able to part with some money. Surely he would give something, wouldn't he? Yes, he would, albeit reluctantly. Besides, you Are there other children who come here to sell things? Bruce seemed to have an epiphany, his inquiries taking on a more purposeful tone. Naturally, he wouldn't hold the children accountable, as the local youths often flocked here to peddle stolen or found goods. Has he ever sent you to seek out anything or anyone? Bruce suddenly posed a question that caught Jason off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, he seems to occasionally pay children to perform tasks for him. Do you know what kind of tasks? I don't know. I've never accepted any of his jobs. Jason had always refrained from such undertakings. Although they promised quick rewards, the risks were substantial. He knew of a boy who had been killed by a drug dealer in Gotham Bay for delivering drugs to an unknown figure. Such incidents were far too common. Thus, Jason steered clear of dubious assignments. Perhaps he is an informant. What? Jason was perplexed by Bruce's conclusion. On the surface, this individual named Charlie appeared to be merely a pawn shop owner, yet his behavior suggested he was likely more focused on trading information. What led you to this conclusion? Bruce's assertion piqued Jason's curiosity. The homeless children scattered throughout Gotham, in another light, could be seen as a network of human surveillance. Once one mastered this web of information, they could easily uncover clues that even crime lords might remain oblivious to. Homeless children were ubiquitous in Gotham's underbelly, and generally, adults exhibited a diminished sense of vigilance towards them. Even the gangs did not significantly alter their stance on this matter. As long as the children's actions did not infringe upon gang interests, they were often overlooked. If this Charlie had harnessed this network, he could effortlessly employ these children to relay messages or gather information for him. So why not pay them a bit more? Jason found this curious. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to offer greater compensation to foster goodwill with these homeless children during his dealings? If he were to act too differently, it might attract unnecessary attention. Bruce's explanation was somewhat vague, yet Jason grasped the underlying meaning. Gotham's lower strata possessed their own social hierarchy, with the most vulnerable being these homeless children. Exploiting them was a commonplace occurrence, with some individuals refusing to compensate children after utilizing their services, while others would underpay for their labor. Regardless of the method employed, such behavior was deemed normal in this realm. Ironically, those who paid children fair wages were considered the outliers. The proprietor of the grocery store opted for the second approach, which allowed him to navigate the unspoken rules of Gotham without conflict. By offering a modest remuneration to the children for their efforts, he garnered their trust, ensuring their willingness to assist him, albeit for a meager pay, which was certainly better than nothing. Together, Bruce and Jason concluded their exploration of the grocery store and departed. Chapter 12. Futile clues. The nocturnal endeavor did not consume much time, apart from some anomalous conditions provided by Jason. Bruce's collection of soil samples from the floor yielded little else. What purpose did that refrigerator serve? An old fridge in the corner, still connected to power, captured Bruce's attention. No, it must be where he stores his own food. I've seen him retrieve items from it to eat, and he doesn't sell cold beverages here, Jason recalled. Gazing at the antiquated appliance, Bruce opened the refrigerator. Although it was operational, the temperature within was not particularly low, and some fresh food items had begun to spoil. After meticulously inspecting the contents, he closed the fridge door and turned to exit the small establishment. Once the door was securely locked, the two drove back to the Batcave. Upon their return, Bruce busied himself with analyzing the recently collected samples on his computer. Jason sat alongside him, observing as Bruce meticulously examined the soil samples for dryness and composition. What is this? Jason inquired, bewildered by the technical jargon. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, typically found in soils surrounding chemical plants, Bruce elucidated. Are they contaminated? Jason asked. Yes. What is the significance of the dryness? Bruce explained. It is used to estimate the approximate time the soil entered the room. Jason pondered. Is that even possible? It can only provide a rough estimate, not precise, Bruce replied. How do you deduce that? Jason was convinced that Bruce possessed some form of hidden ability. It snowed last night, Bruce noted. If these soil samples are excessively dry, they must have entered the store prior to yesterday. That range seems rather broad, Jason countered. Not necessarily. This clumped mud requires a certain moisture content to form such aggregates. The composition of the mud aligns with that of soil contaminated near a chemical plant, indicating that the individual likely drove directly from the facility. Couldn't the heating have dried it out overnight? Jason queried. Gotham has experienced considerable snowfall recently, with high humidity levels. To completely dry out clumps of that size would indeed require heating. However, the absence of it suggests something else. Bruce posed a question back to Jason. He didn't turn on the heating, Jason responded without hesitation. What could be his reason for not using it in such cold weather? Bruce posed another question. Was he saving money, or was he simply not present? I inspected the contents of the refrigerator and deduced that the food had likely remained untouched for nearly a week. The temperature inside the fridge was somewhat elevated, causing some perishable items to begin spoiling. It is also conceivable that he merely neglected to interact with those items, Jason remarked with a hint of defiance. Indeed, this possibility warrants consideration. Let us include it in our list of exclusions. Well, even if he is indeed absent, to what extent can we narrow down the time frame? Jason conceded. Between the last precipitation and the current one, approximately 5 days elapsed. Besides the individual who brought the mud into the room, there must have been another group that entered and tidied up the space. Jason listened intently as Bruce, through the mere analysis of a clump of mud, was able to ascertain the duration of the room's vacancy and the general circumstances during that time. Why? The reason remains unclear. Perhaps it was an attempt to conceal something. You mentioned the surface was unusually clean, correct? Yes. Someone had searched that room for something, and in order to mask their actions, they deliberately tidied up. You also noted that the arrangement in the room had changed, right? Yes, but wouldn't such meticulous cleaning indicate to others that someone had been there? Jason recalled Bruce's rationale for preventing him from wiping the table. There are two possibilities. One is that an outsider came here searching for something. The other is that the owner himself carried out the search. Jason nodded, somewhat perplexed. He failed to comprehend why the owner would tidy up after himself. At least in his recollection, that old man, or rather, that man, was certainly not the industrious type. If it were a group of outsiders, they might have simply been tasked with creating an empty facade, akin to our actions tonight. However, if it were the owner himself, it could likely indicate an effort to conceal something he may have taken or perhaps left behind. Oh, Jason was utterly bewildered. Bruce's analysis was riddled with conjecture, lacking even a shred of evidence. Yet, for some reason, Jason found himself unable to formulate a rebuttal. And what about that clump of mud? The floor was meticulously cleaned. Yet this clump remained in the corner, suggesting that the individual who cleaned was in a great hurry. What follows? We can deduce several possibilities. During the last rainfall, a person from the chemical factory, who likely had a familiar rapport with the owner, may have wandered freely within the room. The position of the mud clump in the corner indicates that it was unlikely for anyone to have stepped there, suggesting that this individual perhaps swung their legs while seated, inadvertently flinging the mud to that spot. He may have communicated something to the owner or even handed over something before departing. Afterward, a group of individuals took advantage of the boss's absence to rummage through the store. Subsequently, Bruce's analysis left Jason with a lingering sense of contradiction, compelling him to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, Bruce remained silent, diligently searching for the clues he required on his computer. What about the boss searching for items himself? It was merely a substitution of the second step, now involving the boss personally. Jason fell silent again, feeling that something was amiss. Gentlemen, it is already quite late. Alfred interjected, reminding the two that they had long surpassed their bedtime. Although Jason had passed the entrance examination, he would not officially commence his studies until the next term. Thus he did not need to rise early. Bruce rarely managed to wake up early. However, Wayne Enterprises had long since grown accustomed to this, making it a non-issue. Yet, this did not imply that they could indulge in sleepless nights indefinitely. Indeed, let us conclude for tonight. Jason, you should rest early, Bruce remarked. Glancing at the time on his computer, I'm contemplating, Jason replied, feeling that sleep would elude him that night. Bruce's analysis seemed to harbor certain contradictions. Yet Jason could not pinpoint the source of the problem. Master Jason, prolonged sleep deprivation during growth can affect your height, Alfred stated, holding a cup of warm milk beside him. Could it be possible that the boss returned from the chemical plant himself? Or perhaps an altercation occurred between the person from the chemical plant and the boss, resulting in damage to the store, prompting the boss to rearrange items in the room? Jason suddenly queried, holding the warm milk. All these possibilities exist, which is precisely why we require further clues to eliminate them. For now, let us retire for the night. Did this not imply that the clues they currently possessed could hardly be considered as such? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Jason pondered this as he walked back to his room. Chapter 13. An unexpected visitor. Jason lay in bed, his eyes wide open like two green bulbs fixated on the chandelier above. His mind cluttered with a plethora of seemingly useless clues. He could not comprehend why Bruce was so invested in these trivial details. However, the spell of drowsiness ultimately claimed him, and his weary body unwittingly succumbed to the call of sleep. When Jason awoke once more, he found the sun already high in the sky. Oh my, I've overslept. He sprang up and dashed toward the dining room, where Alfred was preparing fresh pastries. Good morning, Master Jason. You've risen a bit late today, Alfred noted. Apologies, Alfred. Not at all. Would you prefer milk or milk tea? Milk. Since learning that drinking milk could aid his growth, Jason had replaced all his beverages with milk. Alfred was not surprised by Jason's request and soon placed a steaming cup of milk alongside a lavish breakfast before him. Do we have guests today? The quantity of delicacies prepared by Alfred seems to surpass all previous records. Indeed, I shall now descend to deliver refreshments to Master Bruce and his companions. Master Jason, savoring his meal, gazed at Alfred's receding figure and sighed. Ah, Bruce's friends. This revelation piqued Jason's curiosity about the dashing playboy who captivated all of Gotham. Given his clandestine double life, Jason had yet to witness anyone visiting Wayne Manor as a friend since moving in, as he indulged in the culinary offerings before him. A detail from Alfred's earlier words struck him. Strange, Alfred mentioned delivering refreshments below. Wayne Manor, steeped in history, undoubtedly harbored a subterranean wine cellar for its finest vintages. Yet, even with his ignorance of high society's social customs, Jason knew that no one would entertain guests in a wine cellar. It would merely be a cursory tour, not a setting for tea gatherings. The only place within the estate that could be referred to as below would be the Batcave. Oh my heavens, a friend of Batman. If Jason was astonished by the notion of Bruce having friends, the revelation of Batman possessing acquaintances was enough to send him into a state of shock. Hastily stuffing the remaining food into his mouth and discarding the empty plate into the dishwasher, Jason donned his uniform and took the elevator down to the Batcave. Thank you, Alfred. Your brewed tea is exquisite, he remarked. Your praise is my honor, sir, came the reply. As the elevator doors opened, an unfamiliar voice resonated from the cave. Jason refrained from entering directly, instead opting to conceal himself in the shadows of the elevator's corner, peering curiously into the scene. Bruce remained seated at the computer, engrossed in an unknown task, while Jason could not discern Alfred or Batman's friend from his vantage point. However, it was not long before a figure, both strange and familiar, came into view. Jason had never encountered him in person, but he was certainly aware of the superhero from Metropolis, whose red, blue, and yellow emblem frequently adorned the pages of various newspapers. At this moment, the figure, usually confined to print, stood alongside Batman, engaged in conversation while examining the computer screen. And astonishingly, Batman was not even wearing his cowl. Oh my heavens, Batman's friend is Superman. Jason muttered softly, yet his words were not lost on Superman's superhuman hearing. Superman turned his gaze towards Jason's direction and paused momentarily upon recognizing the familiar uniform. Bruce, have you recruited a new Robin? Superman's casual reference to Batman's true identity startled Jason anew, as he audaciously addressed Bruce by name. Did you not already know? You never informed me. Dick must have told you long ago. He merely mentioned that he had a successor. Bruce did not pursue Superman's statement further, but turned to Jason, gesturing for him to approach. Realizing he had been discovered, Jason reluctantly emerged from his hiding spot and walked over to the computer. Jason, this is Superman. Bruce provided a brief introduction. Even without such an introduction, it was impossible for Jason to mistake the identity of the individual before him, the one who could wear those rather unremarkable primary colors with such elegance. Hello, Jason. I am Superman. Hi. I'm Robin. Yes, I know. Superman greeted Jason and then turned back to discuss matters with Bruce. Their attention was entirely focused on the computer, occasionally clicking on various sections as they deliberated. Jason found himself utterly unaware of their conversation, still grappling with the revelation that Batman had friends, and that one of them was Superman. His eyes fixated on the red cape. Superman's extraordinary senses were acutely aware of Jason's gaze, but each time he turned, he found Jason feigning indifference, distractedly sipping on his milk, which amused him greatly. He really is like Bruce, Superman mused, recalling when he first met Bruce, who had not been as adept at pretending to ignore him. Jason, I'm stepping out with Superman for a moment. You'll train at home today, Bruce instructed, then redirected the conversation back to their initial topic. I need to go there to investigate in person. I feel the same way. Do you think this has anything to do with Scarecrow? It's hard to say. I need to collect samples of the gas. The samples you provided me last time were somewhat different. It could be a newly developed toxin. Scarecrow's toxins have never been singular. Superman and Bruce ultimately reached a consensus, and Superman led Batman towards the helipad above the Batcave. It's not a suitable place to land a plane. Let me take you there, Bruce offered. No need. My aircraft does not require a landing strip. All right, it's your call. Superman was not surprised by Bruce's refusal. After exchanging greetings with Alfred, he followed the Batplane, which Jason had initially deemed impossible to land in the cave, as they flew out. Can he really fly? Chapter 14. Batman is preferable. Wait, has Superman already left? Dick's voice on the phone was laced with profound disappointment. I had thought you preferred Batman. Oh, come on. That is Superman, the mightiest man on this planet. Jason did not respond to Dick's remark, He was well aware that it was indeed Superman, the strongest being on Earth. "So what are you up to today?" Dick's voice echoed from the phone. "Nothing much. Bruce is off doing whatever with Superman, and I'm just here at home training and studying." Lacking any foundational skills in combat or related knowledge, Jason's sole focus was on relentless training and learning, ensuring his physical prowess matched the demands of his current role. Fortunately, with the new semester of public school yet to commence, he had ample time to dedicate to these pursuits. "Do you need me to be your sparring partner?" "Not necessary. I'll be there shortly." I said, "Not necessary." Jason glared at the now disconnected phone, resentfully uttering those last words. He could never comprehend why Dick was so utterly dismissive of others' words. Dick arrived soon, looking refreshed in athletic attire, greeting Alfred before making his way to the training room. Inside, Jason was engaged in combat simulation exercises using the simulator. Dick cast a glance at the settings on the simulator and, unsurprisingly, noted the number 3 displayed. The dust marks on Jason indicated he had failed numerous times. Had it not been for the simulation, he would have been thoroughly defeated by now. "You're too hasty, kid." Dick turned off the simulator, his tone disapproving. He understood that given Bruce's nature, he would likely only provide Jason with a plan and occasional guidance, but allowing Jason, a complete novice, to navigate this path alone was a daunting task. "Humph. All right, let us start with some basic combat training." Dick paid no mind to Jason's disregard. "Bruce has already taught me that." Jason shot Dick a glare. "Oh, he taught you?" This revelation surprised Dick. "Very well then. Let me see what he has imparted to you. You'll regret saying that once you lose to me." Dick soon realized he had made a miscalculation. He had assumed that despite Jason's training under Bruce, he would not measure up to Dick, who possessed years of crime-fighting experience. Yet, Jason astonished him. Although lacking professional combat experience, Jason had a wealth of street-fighting knowledge. He had survived in Gotham's underbelly, and now, under Bruce's tutelage, that experience was rapidly evolving into an advantage. Unlike Dick's style, Jason, due to his slight build, consistently targeted his opponent's critical weaknesses, executing each attack with precision and without any superfluous movements, concentrating all his strength into every strike. Jason's method of attack can be succinctly described as swift, fierce, and precise. Initially, Dick, somewhat careless, found himself narrowly evading Jason's strikes on several occasions. However, drawing on his vast experience, Dick quickly mounted a counteroffensive. Jason's defensive capabilities remained his Achilles heel, and as the rounds progressed, Dick gained the upper hand. Spotting a gap in Jason's guard, Dick executed a sweeping kick that sent Jason tumbling to the ground, subsequently pinning him down with considerable force. "You can't solely rely on offense, can you?" "Huh. Isn't it said that the best defense is a good offense?" After several intense exchanges, Jason was left gasping for breath. "Where did you learn such flawed reasoning?" "Bruce certainly wouldn't teach you that." "Flawed? It has always been about striking first," Dick retorted. This wisdom was not imparted by Bruce, but rather forged by the realities of Gotham. "Gentlemen, would you care for some refreshments?" Alfred's voice interjected, interrupting their sparring session. "All right, let us take a break and resume shortly." Dick released Jason, walked over to Alfred, and picked up a cup of sports drink, only to discover that another cup contained milk. As Jason approached, he unabashedly gulped down the milk. "Jason, no amount of milk will help if you're naturally short." Dick's comment caused Jason to sputter, the milk spraying from his mouth and nose as he coughed violently. "Drink more slowly. No one is competing with you." Dick feigned concern, patting Jason's back, which earned him an angry glare from Jason, tears brimming in his eyes. "Shut up, you little runt. Men grow taller as they age." "Little runt? I'm still in my growth phase, you know. At most. You'll only be a tad taller than Barbara," Dick teased. "Humph. I doubt you'll even surpass Barbara in height." "We'll see. I'll definitely grow to Bruce's height." "Oh, is that so? Then I'll grow to Superman's stature." Alfred chose to remain aloof regarding the boys' trivial squabble, seizing the opportunity to take the cups from their hands, preventing them from becoming casualties of their bickering. With their arguments still underway, he calmly exited the training room to attend to other preparations. Does Alfred truly lack superpowers? Jason pondered aloud, realizing that something was missing from his grasp. "Oh, I believe that is his superpower. He can fill Superman's teacup without the latter noticing." While Dick fetched a cloth to clean up the milk Jason had sprayed, Jason suddenly asked from behind him, "Are you close with Superman?" "Well, one could say we are quite familiar. He and Bruce are friends, and they often collaborate. He has also assisted me on numerous occasions." "Can he truly shoot lasers from his eyes?" Jason inquired, intrigued by the rumors surrounding Superman. "That is not a laser. It is thermal vision. Of course, it can be used for surgery as well." After Dick wiped the milk off the floor, he sat aside, amused by Jason's awkward expression. "Can he really see through objects?" "Certainly, although lead poses a challenge." Is he exceptionally strong? Well, I am not sure of the limits. Perhaps Bruce's computer might have that information. However, it is quite ordinary for him to lift an airplane. Does he have frequent interactions with Bruce? Not exactly frequent. Mostly due to their shared interests, but Superman occasionally takes Bruce to his parents' farm in Kansas, a beautiful place I have visited. I would love to take you there someday. Wait, does he have parents? Of course. Are they aliens as well? No, his parents are ordinary Earthlings. Superman was adopted. He is truly an extraterrestrial? Indeed. Superman stands at 192 centimeters tall and weighs 235 pounds. His birthday cannot be pinpointed, but it is likely a bit later than Bruce's. Besides his supervision, he possesses super hearing, capable of perceiving sounds from all over the earth, although he filters most of them out. His steel body is impervious to blades and bullets. And he has a secret base in the Arctic, to which Bruce has access. I do as well. Additionally, he maintains a secret identity in ordinary society and is currently single, though he has a fondness for a colleague named Lois, who is both beautiful and formidable. Is there anything else you wish to know? Dick chuckled, observing Jason's obvious curiosity masked by reticence. Nothing. You seem quite interested in him, don't you? This is not a question, but a statement. Jason's interest in Superman is evident, yet, knowing Jason, he would never admit it, much like Bruce. Not at all. What is there to be embarrassed about? He is Superman. Who wouldn't admire him? Jason refrained from continuing Dick's train of thought and pondered for a moment before saying, Batman is better. Oh, this took Dick by surprise. Batman protects Gotham, Superman does not. Jason provided his reasoning. Superman is invincible, but so what? He does not intervene when murders occur in Gotham, nor does he appear during drug deals on the streets, and certainly not when the citizens are starving. It is always Batman who steps up. It is Bruce Wayne. Well, things are not as you perceive. It is Bruce who prevents him from intervening in Gotham affairs. Dick felt compelled to defend his idol regarding Superman's abandonment of Gotham. Why? Isn't it easy to resolve matters with Superman around? He could effortlessly apprehend those criminals in Gotham. How should I put this? Even Superman has limits. He can indeed capture them, but then what? What evidence do you possess to incarcerate them? Indeed, Gotham is exceedingly intricate, with numerous issues entwined with a plethora of troublesome matters. Superman is capable of apprehending any individual before they commit a crime. However, he is powerless against the forces that lie behind them. It is precisely this understanding that prompts Bruce to dissuade him from intervening in Gotham's affairs. Superman is aware of this as well, and thus, unless absolutely necessary, he typically refrains from involvement. He is not as formidable as many perceive him to be. In Jason's perspective, Superman is often depicted as an omnipotent superhero, with some individuals believing that having Superman address Gotham's dilemmas is far superior to relying on the elusive Batman. This revelation, that Superman is not a panacea for every predicament, was indeed a novel realization for him. Therefore, Gotham necessitates our existence. Now, let us resume our training after a brief respite. Chapter 15. Untrustworthy individuals. Have there been any discoveries? This derelict warehouse has been thoroughly examined by Superman on numerous occasions, and he is confident that his superhuman vision has not overlooked any suspicious clues. Yet, Batman consistently uncovers those seemingly innocuous details. Unbeknownst to him, Batman delicately retrieved an object from the ground with a pair of tweezers and placed it into a specialized metallic container before rising and inquiring, "What have you found?" Superman's extraordinary vision allows him to perceive things that elude the naked eye. I have identified at least 5 distinct footprints, indicating that 5 individuals have visited this location. Furthermore, there are some recent red blood cells on the door, which are unlikely to be detected by blood testing solutions. Additionally, there is a trace of toxic gas. Such a minuscule amount raises the question of its origin. Batman pondered for a moment before articulating a potential explanation. "What did you discover?" Superman redirected the conversation back to the earlier inquiry, as Batman had been crouched in a corner, surely having made some observations. "Just a clump of mud. Is it suspicious?" "We cannot ascertain that yet. It requires analysis. This warehouse belongs to LexCorp, correct? Although it does not appear as such on the surface. I suspect it is inextricably linked to them. The ownership of this abandoned warehouse remains ambiguous, yet the land itself belongs to LexCorp. Given Luthor's character, it is indeed peculiar that he would leave such a vast expanse of land undeveloped. By the way, the child's name is Jason, is it not?" Superman casually inquired as he watched Batman scurry off to another corner in search of clues. "Jason Peter Todd. Is there something significant about him?" Batman replied distractedly, preoccupied with his task. "The child's hair should not be black, should it?" Superman observed, knowing full well that, based on his understanding, Jason's hair should not grow to be black. Golden brown with a hint of red. "Bruce, You ought not to refer to me as Batman. Very well, Batman. You should not allow a child to conceal their true self by dyeing their hair. Upon hearing Superman's words, Batman merely paused from his myriad tasks to glance at him, then resumed his duties with unwavering focus. I am aware you might argue that it was voluntary. However, such willingness is predicated upon his considerable role as Robin. Is it not? What precisely are you implying? I had presumed that after Dick's injury, you would refrain from involving any children in this perilous life. That incident left Dick gravely wounded, nearly fatal. Bruce not only forbade Dick from any further Robin-related endeavors, but also ensured he was barred from any related activities, arranging his schooling and future employment meticulously, even threatening to confine him until the age of 30 should he pursue vigilante work. Yet, as soon as Dick was able to rise from his sickbed, he stealthily slipped away to Metropolis, evading the school Bruce had arranged for him. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of him and Alfred that Dick managed to circumvent the threat of confinement until 30, yet education remained a necessity, a point where Superman found himself aligned with Bruce. To this day, Dick has refused to return to the manor, adopting the title of Nightwing inspired by Kryptonian legends, continuing his vigilante pursuits. At times, Clark reflects on the wisdom of the Elder's words, particularly the adage that one resembles their guardian. Dick's stubbornness rivals Bruce's, making both of them equally challenging to manage. I had also believed there would be no further assistance. Batman had not anticipated acquiring another child as a sidekick. However, to refer to Jason as a child would likely invite contradiction. Superman did not contest this statement, but instead watched with keen interest as Batman's lips curled into a rare smile. It is worth noting that such expressions are seldom seen when Bruce dons his mask. Is the child exceptionally talented? Indeed, in terms of martial prowess, he may surpass Dick. Warrior? Batman's choice of words piqued Superman's curiosity. That child harbors an inherent aggression, distinctly different from Dick. He possesses an alarming level of hostility. I am uncertain whether my decision is right or wrong. Bruce's greatest concern lies in the ruthless nature ingrained in Jason, leaving him to question whether nurturing him into Robin was a prudent choice or a grave error. Do not fret, he is a good child. You tend to overthink matters. With a gentle pat on Batman's shoulder, Superman is acutely aware of his friend's character, often exasperated by his tendency to anticipate the worst outcomes in every situation. Yet, what can he do? This man still conceals strategies for dealing with Superman in the Batcave, hidden in places even he is unaware of, and given his understanding of Bruce, these plans are likely subject to constant revision. Batman appeared disinclined to continue this discourse, rising to turn and depart. What shall we do next? Let us return and conduct an assessment to validate my conjecture. Batman emerged from the warehouse and pressed a button on his wrist. The Batplane swiftly materialized above him, descending along a cable into the cockpit, and soon the aircraft soared towards the Batcave. Superman promptly followed, his mind clouded with numerous unanswered questions. Upon their return, Jason and Dick had just finished training and ventured out for a stroll. By the time Jason and Dick returned, Superman had already departed. After lamenting for a while, Dick concocted an excuse to decline Alfred's dinner invitation and slipped away. Although Bruce said nothing, Jason sensed a subtle discontent emanating from the figure hunched over the computer. Alfred, is Bruce upset? Jason's inquiry startled Alfred, for few could discern Bruce's true emotions. Not quite, Master Jason. Master Bruce is merely a bit disheartened. Alfred. The two behind him spoke in hushed tones, but such a volume could not escape Batman's keen ears. What would you like for dinner, Master Jason? Alfred skillfully redirected the conversation to spare his master further embarrassment. Anything is fine. Jason was never particular about food. He consumed whatever was available without complaint or demand. Alfred understood that this habit stemmed from his past experiences of hunger, yet he still hoped Jason would allow himself to feel more at home, treating this place as his true sanctuary. Although Jason had grown closer to them since his arrival, a lingering sense of estrangement persisted between them. I shall prepare dinner then. Alfred busied himself with the evening's meal, ensuring the two young masters would possess ample strength for their nocturnal patrol. Jason, observing Bruce's constant labor, could no longer suppress his curiosity, despite having received answers from Dick and Alfred. Are you truly friends with Superman? Bruce's movements faltered momentarily. No, but your relationship appears quite amicable. I maintain such relationships with everyone. Jason had never encountered the multitude of people Bruce referred to, leaving him uncertain of the veracity of Bruce's words. You seem to place great trust in him. From Dick's remarks, Jason gathered that Superman had considerable trust in Bruce, and Bruce's actions suggested mutual trust. However, he refrained from answering Jason's question. How did you come to know each other? Dick had only provided Jason with a vague account. mentioning that Superman arrived in Gotham for a particular reason and subsequently encountered Bruce, leading to their acquaintance. Jason? Superman is not human. His loyalty is subject to scrutiny. Moreover, we cannot take his presence for granted. He has previously conveyed this sentiment to Dick, whose fervent admiration for Superman occasionally vexes him. Jason pondered Bruce's actions and words, sensing a contradiction between the two. Chapter 16. Others are quite nice. Jason sat on the gradually descending plane, gazing at the cloudless expanse beyond, intrigued by how this metropolis, merely separated from Gotham by a bay, exhibited such starkly different climatic conditions. Master Jason, we have arrived. Alfred approached to inform him to prepare for disembarkation. The flight from Gotham to Metropolis aboard Bruce Wayne's private jet took merely 3 hours, a duration Jason had never experienced before. Last night, Bruce unexpectedly informed Jason of a business negotiation in Metropolis and inquired if he wished to accompany him. Bruce seldom allowed Jason to partake in such matters. Yet knowing it was Metropolis, Jason could hardly believe Bruce was merely attending a business meeting, especially since that individual would be present as well. Hence, he decided to join. This marked Jason's inaugural experience aboard a business jet. Noticing Jason's somewhat pallid complexion, Alfred inquired with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Jason was unfamiliar with the sensation of motion sickness, having never traveled on a business jet before. His experiences as Robin had only permitted him a couple of flights on the Batwing, which bore no comparison in terms of performance and comfort. At this moment, he merely felt an unsettling churn in his stomach. "Jason, are you all right?" Bruce approached to ask. "Yes, I'm fine. Why didn't we take the Batwing?" Although he felt no discomfort while in the air, Jason believed the Batwing was significantly faster than the business jet. Because this is a business affair for Bruce Wayne. Bruce replied with a hint of amusement, observing Jason's feigned bravado as his face paled slightly. "Here you go." Alfred handed Jason a glass of lemonade. Jason accepted it and took a sip. The pleasantly tangy sweetness of the lemonade calmed his restless stomach, finally suppressing the urge to retch. The plane soon docked at the designated jet bridge, and Jason followed Bruce through the corridor into the airport. As he emerged, a barrage of flashing lights dazzled his eyes. "It's Bruce Wayne. Mr. Wayne, please look this way." The reporters' voices rose and fell with the clicking of shutters, and Bruce generously bestowed his charming smile upon them. Such scenarios were commonplace for Bruce, who encountered similar situations wherever he went. However, for Jason, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, it was less than pleasant. The blinding flashes overwhelmed him, and the throngs of people sent a shiver down his spine, causing the nausea he had managed to suppress with lemonade to surge once more from his stomach. "Master Bruce." Alfred noticed something amiss with Jason and promptly alerted the man stationed at the exit, dutifully fulfilling the responsibilities of Bruce Wayne. "I will divert the reporters. You escort Jason through another exit." With that, Bruce stepped out of the station, facing the throng of journalists, while the bodyguards arranged by Wayne Enterprises swiftly isolated him from the agitated crowd. "Mr. Wayne, may I inquire if your visit to Metropolis pertains to discussions of a new collaboration with LexCorp?" "Indeed," Bruce replied, offering a generous smile that elicited a flurry of camera shutters. "Could you divulge any details?" "Unfortunately, due to confidentiality agreements, I cannot disclose much, but it is undoubtedly a positive development. This marks Wayne Enterprises' inaugural collaboration with LexCorp, correct?" That assertion is somewhat misleading. We have previously partnered with LexCorp on smaller projects, but this is indeed our first collaboration on such a large-scale research initiative. With practiced ease, Bruce led the reporters away from the exit, leaving Jason nearly agape at the spectacle before him. Who could fathom that this charismatic Bruce Wayne was the same man who only exhibited a stoic demeanor at home? It was nothing short of deception. If Wayne Enterprises were to collapse one day, he could easily pursue a career in acting. Jason couldn't help but comment. "I appreciate your recognition of Master Bruce's performance, but I fear Lucius would not be pleased to hear your previous remark, Master Jason." "Oh, my apologies." "Not at all. Are you feeling better?" "Yes. Now, let us exit from another location." "Jason." As Alfred led him out through a different exit, a familiar voice called out his name. "Over here." A youthful, vibrant young man waved his arms, drawing the attention of those around him. His handsome face beamed with a radiant smile that showcased a perfect set of 8 teeth. For a fleeting moment, Jason thought he saw a dazzling effect glimmering off those pearly whites. "Alfred, does Dick possess some sort of superpower that includes stage effects?" "You were merely dazzled by the camera flashes, resulting in a momentary visual afterimage," Alfred calmly explained as he gathered their luggage and approached Dick. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" "Humph, I have already accrued enough credits. I'm just awaiting the holiday." Dick would never jest about his academic performance. Any slip-up could result in Bruce finding a reason to summon him back. What is your purpose for being here? This is your first visit to Metropolis, right? Don't expect Bruce to show you around. I'll take you for a tour. Why do I get the impression that you are quite familiar with Metropolis? Dick's demeanor suggested he was a local, which piqued Jason's curiosity. Well, Master Dick, I have arranged for Alfred, the most loyal butler of Bruce Wayne, to manage everything at the hotel, ensuring that he will be just as occupied as Bruce himself. Apologies, Alfred. Let us go. I shall take you on a tour of Metropolis. Without further ado, Dick seized Jason and led him away from the airport, into a taxi that had been prearranged. Embarking on a day of exploration in Metropolis, the taxi sped away from the airport, racing towards the city's most renowned landmark, Superman Plaza. Unlike the taxi drivers of Gotham, those in Metropolis were as vibrant as the clear skies above, animatedly sharing tales of the city's intriguing anecdotes, particularly those surrounding its most celebrated superhero, Superman. Before long, they arrived at Superman Plaza. To Jason's surprise, the park was rather modest in size, almost small, offering little more than the prominent Superman statue and scarcely anything else related to him. The park was not crowded. A few leisurely strolled, including mothers with strollers, couples nestled on benches, and seniors mingling nearby, alongside numerous vendors selling snacks and toys. Ice cream included. Ice cream in winter? Let us sit for a moment. Care for a snack? Dick inquired. No ice cream, Jason replied. Then let us indulge in some corn fritters. That vendor has been here for ages, and his fritters are delectable. Without waiting for Jason's response, Dick dashed off to an elderly vendor's cart, procuring 2 servings of corn fritters. Seated on a wooden bench beneath a tree, Jason gazed upward, watching the sunlight filter through the branches. In the summer, this bench would undoubtedly be the most sought-after spot in the park. Dick returned, holding 2 corn fritters, and handed one to Jason. I thought you were going to take me somewhere special. As Jason accepted the fritter, the atmosphere of the park enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of relaxation. In Gotham, even at midday, the throngs outside always moved hurriedly. As one could never predict when a robbery might occur, lounging in a park basking in sunshine was an activity only a fool would undertake. Truth be told, I am only familiar with this place, as I am not a native of Metropolis, Dick admitted. Jason observed the paper bag encasing his corn fritter, adorned with Superman's emblem. Is this all thanks to him? In the absence of sudden crimes, with no need to fret over robberies or homicides, the most one had to worry about were potential accidents caused by malfunctioning brakes. Being a police officer in Metropolis seemed remarkably effortless. Not entirely so. The crime rate in Metropolis is inherently lower than that of Gotham. Few cities in America can rival Gotham's figures. While robberies are scarce, financial crimes are prevalent, issues Superman cannot address. Thus, the life of a Metropolis officer is not as simple as you might presume. Dick whispered the latter part. Bruce said he cannot be trusted. Jason recalled Bruce's words from that day. He has always been that way and has told me as much. I do not believe he is lying. However, I sense that his relationship with that individual is quite strong. Indeed, it is rather remarkable. I have yet to encounter anyone who understands Bruce as he does. It is perplexing. I, too, find it incomprehensible. Bruce has meticulously prepared for all contingencies concerning Superman, and Superman is well aware of those preparations, as he entrusted his own vulnerabilities to Bruce. This is difficult to fathom. Dick's words only added to Jason's confusion. Nevertheless, Superman is exceptionally amiable. If one desires a flight through the skies, he would not decline such a request. That would be exhilarating. Furthermore, although Bruce has prohibited him from intervening in Gotham affairs, one can still seek his assistance in dire situations. A simple call would suffice. In his capacity as a mentor, Dick offers this counsel to his prodigy, for in an environment like Gotham, he nearly succumbed himself, let alone someone as inexperienced as Jason. After a moment's contemplation, Jason declined the suggestion. I can manage on my own. This response did not surprise Dick in the slightest. The lad is indeed reminiscent of Bruce in this regard. For heaven's sake, learning to ask for help is hardly a grave matter. Although Bruce has refrained from allowing Superman to directly engage in Gotham's affairs, Superman has nonetheless provided substantial assistance indirectly. Jason remained oblivious to the concerns Dick harbored, but he resolved to dismiss Dick's advice from his mind. Chapter 17. Lex Luthor, Dick and Jason are visiting Metropolis? Indeed, Master Bruce. Upon returning to the hotel after finalizing the details for tonight's press conference with LexCorp and Luthor, Bruce received this news from Alfred. He had harbored some concerns regarding Dick and Jason's dynamic, yet it appeared they were getting along quite well. Master Dick must be pleased to have a brother. The Grayson family has been engaged in the aerialist profession for generations, and pregnancy is not particularly conducive to such a career. Thus, the family traditionally raises only one son, contemplating a second child only in the event of a daughter. Even without experiencing such matters, Dick's parents would likely not consider having a second child. Furthermore, Jason's arrival has alleviated the tension between Bruce and Dick, which brings Alfred great joy. Shall I inform them of tonight's banquet? Bruce and Luther have decided to host a press dinner this evening to announce preliminary developments regarding their latest collaboration, both to satiate public curiosity and, should the event prove successful, to bolster the stock prices of LexCorp and Wayne Enterprises, thereby securing greater financing. As Bruce's ward, Dick and Jason seem to have a necessity to attend such gatherings. No, both Dick and Jason are not particularly fond of such environments. Dick is manageable, but judging by Jason's reaction upon disembarking the plane today, it is clear that he is wholly ill-suited for this atmosphere. Moreover, with Jason's identity still undetermined, this is likely to become a topic of interest for the media. Placing that child under the media spotlight is hardly a prudent idea. While Bruce did not intend to invite the two individuals to this soiree, it does not imply that they will not arrive on their own accord. I presumed you had no interest in such gatherings? Dick was somewhat taken aback that it was indeed Jason who decided to attend the dinner. He had always thought Jason would disdain such pretentious displays of high society. Indeed, he was not interested. Jason stood in a corner, observing the throng of guests streaming into the banquet hall. The majority of these individuals were journalists, alongside numerous partners associated with Wayne Enterprises and LexCorp, as well as their competitors. Jason scrutinized each person with the vigilance of a security guard. Then why are you here? Dick chuckled upon spotting a familiar figure in the crowd, quickly deducing whom Jason was searching for. Superman, he mused, recalling that Bruce had gone somewhere with Superman that day, and upon their return, had decided to come to Metropolis. He found it hard to believe this was merely a coincidence. Jason whispered, utterly convinced that Superman would indeed make an appearance that day. Dick had previously mentioned he possessed a means to conceal his identity as Superman, and had also alluded to his colleague. Oh, Clark. The familiar figure caught sight of Dick standing in the corner and amiably greeted him. Seizing the opportunity, Dick waved his hand and called out his name, drawing him from the crowd. Dick, I thought you wouldn't be coming, said a gentle man clad in a cheap gray suit, adorned with a striped tie and a checkered shirt, as he squeezed his way through the throng towards them. After calling out, Dick made an effort to blend into the shadows. Being Bruce Wayne's adopted son made him an easy target for the media, especially in the absence of the main subject. I am rather reluctant to frequent these places, but Jason wished to come. The tall man turned his gaze towards Jason, smiling warmly at him. Jason looked at the man's smile and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity stirring within him, instinctively scrutinizing the man more closely. His neatly combed black hair lay flat against his forehead, and a pair of unsophisticated thick black glasses obscured his blue eyes. Although the inexpensive suit was crisply pressed, Jason couldn't shake the feeling that it did not quite fit the man's stature, which was notably robust, perhaps even more so than Bruce. What brings you here? Dick greeted the man with familiarity. I am a journalist, he replied with a smile, prompting Jason to notice the press badge pinned to the man's chest. Why not simply ask Bruce when you're done? He will undoubtedly provide you with the information you seek. I am primarily interviewing Luther, and since Lois is here as well, I cannot break away. What about you two? I came to see you. To see me? The man turned his head once more, a gentle smile gracing his features as he regarded the boy who had been observing him intently. Louis? He inquired, his lips curling upward in a charming arc. In a swift motion, Dick covered Jason's mouth, stifling the utterance of that name. Please don't say it, he urged. Apologies. It's quite all right. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Clark Kent, a reporter for the Daily Planet. Pleased to meet you, Jason. Hello? Jason found himself at a loss as to why he was so determined to seek out Superman, yet when the hero stood before him in the flesh, he was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Dick appeared to seize the opportunity, pulling Clark aside to a corner and inquiring about the information he wished to uncover. What have you discovered? Dick asked bluntly. Such questions could only be posed to Clark. He knew better than to expect any revelations from Bruce. Dick, Clark replied with a hint of exasperation. I too am pursuing a lead that may be relevant to this matter. You ought to inquire with Bruce. Oh, Clark, you know Bruce won't divulge anything. Clark regarded Dick with a knowing look. He was acutely aware that Bruce would never willingly share any clues, and Dick, in his quest to prove himself, would certainly refrain from asking Bruce for any information. He is genuinely concerned for you. I know, but I am no longer a child. Very well, I shall share. But you must promise me that you will not pursue Luther. Ultimately, Clark relented. He understood that if he did not acquiesce, Dick would persist in his insistence. Clark. This is a conditional exchange, Dick stated, knowing that Clark would not yield without assurance. All right, I promise not to pursue Luther alone. That is a promise not to track Luther, Dick. This is Metropolis, Dick. Fine. What have you uncovered? Eventually, Dick capitulated. Of course. One could not simply deceive Superman with a single phrase in his domain, so Dick abandoned the notion of approaching Luthor for information. Bruce discovered some clumps of mud from the warehouse where I found the gas. Analyzing the composition revealed that these clumps are similar to those he found while tracking leads in Gotham, likely originating from the same location. Is that all? Bruce also isolated some bloodstains from the items in the warehouse. After comparison, it was confirmed to belong to a gang of criminals from Gotham. The gas sample I provided to Bruce, upon testing, appears to be a variant of Scarecrow's toxin. Is that it? At present, yes. Thus, Bruce has decided to engage in collaborative research on bioneurology, which Luthor had previously mentioned to him, to discern his intentions. Ah, Lewis is calling me. I must take my leave. Remember your promise to me, Dick. Clark, having given Dick a few more instructions, approached a woman clad in a red evening gown. Jason glanced at the woman. Indeed, she was quite striking and seemed to be the one with whom Superman was smitten. What are you investigating? Jason had been shadowing Bruce in his pursuit of crime, sometimes forgetting that Dick was also a vigilante. You are aware of Professor Esme McCloud, the neurobiology expert? Jason recalled that on the night of the theft of the Batmobile tires, Bruce was already delving into the case of this missing individual. 2 years prior, Luthor had approached Bruce to discuss a collaborative project. Yet given Luthor's typical behavior, Bruce did not deem the situation as straightforward as it appeared. Following the leads eventually led to Esme McCloud, which struck him as peculiar. Wasn't he merely a professor of neurobiology? While it was not surprising that Luthor employed him, what was curious was that McCloud's name was absent from the research team list Luthor had provided to Bruce. This indicated that he was secretly hired by Luthor. Indeed. And he recently initiated a research project aimed at repairing the human nervous system using microorganisms. A fund under Bruce's name, intended to support technological advancements, also allocated resources to this project. Bruce doesn't believe these two matters are entirely unrelated and wishes to observe any developments before allowing the collaboration to be shelved. Unfortunately, he was then abducted by Scarecrow. Jason refrained from making conclusions without solid evidence. Bruce should have imparted this wisdom to you. But it seems so obvious, Dick sighed, realizing Jason indeed lacked experience. In fact, both Bruce and I suspect that Scarecrow may have allied with Esme long ago. Thus, whether the abduction was for researching a new type of toxin or for other reasons remains uncertain. Moreover, this new puppet gas is quite odd. It hardly aligns with Scarecrow's typical style. This is the mystery that has eluded Dick. Given Scarecrow's penchant for control, how could he possibly develop a gas that manipulates the human body? It should logically be a fear-inducing toxin, unless he was commissioned to create it. Is it Luthor? Jason inquired. Unknown. The investigation reached a pivotal moment before unexpectedly stalling. Dick inwardly chastised himself for that blunder. Had he not been so reckless, he wouldn't have severed the hard-won leads. Observing Dick's displeased profile, a thought suddenly crystallized in Jason's mind. Is it the time you were injured? Upon hearing Jason's words, Dick turned his head, his usually playful demeanor replaced by a serious expression. Jason, has anyone ever told you that your intuition can be annoyingly accurate? No, you're the first. It seems I was right, he replied. Yes, that incident nearly cost me my life, and I failed to protect the lead I had. TCH. Jason was uncertain how to respond. The gravity of that mistake seemed to weigh heavily on Dick. This time, I must capture the straw man with my own hands. Otherwise, I can never truly stand on my own, Dick declared, gazing intently at Bruce, who was delivering a speech from the podium. What kind of person is Luthor? Is he more malevolent than Black Mask? Jason's upbringing had only afforded him glimpses of gossip, leaving him curious about Luthor. Was he akin to Gotham's other villains? No. How should I put it? That guy is entirely different from Gotham's lunatics. He resembles a more traditional villain. He harbors political ambitions. And his greatest vice is an insatiable greed for wealth, willing to employ ruthless means, Dick explained, eyeing the gleaming bald head emerging from the crowd. Is that Luthor? Jason followed Dick's gaze and spotted the bald figure, who had now approached the podium, casually draping an arm around Bruce's shoulder as he announced a joint decision between their enterprises to the reporters below. The glinting smile on that face made Jason yearn to shatter those gleaming white teeth. I despise him. So do I. Chapter 18. The corpse. So, you don't plan to don your suit to pursue any leads? Both Dick and Jason were disinterested in the high society gala. Dick rarely attended such events unless absolutely necessary, while the newcomer Jason found little appeal in them. To him, such gatherings were mere masquerades where everyone donned smiling masks and exchanged falsehoods. After aimlessly wandering the banquet hall for a while, the two returned to their already prepared suite at the hotel. Jason had expected Dick to change into his uniform and seek out clues, but to his surprise, upon entering the room, Dick collapsed onto the sofa, fiddling with a portable computer and whatever Barbara was tinkering with. You're joking. If I put on that uniform, I wouldn't make it a meter out of this room. Deceiving Superman is not a wise choice. I don't want to end up on Clark's list of individuals banned from Metropolis. Is he really that formidable? Well, although he usually tries to block out unnecessary noise, I believe he is undoubtedly monitoring the happenings in this room right now. And what are you doing? Jason's attention shifted to the computer where Dick was engaged in conversation with Barbara. Barbara had just sent a message stating that Gotham PD had discovered a corpse. The body was disfigured, and its identity was currently unknown. Is this something that warrants our attention? The fingers of the corpse bore almost no fingerprints. What could this signify? Jason struggled to comprehend why the absence of fingerprints on the body was noteworthy. It is inconceivable that a person could be born without fingerprints unless they were devoid of fingers altogether. The likelihood of having no fingerprints typically arises from environmental factors, often due to frequent exposure to chemical agents. Dick sat up, placing the laptop on the coffee table for Jason's convenience. Certain low-skilled laborers may also come into contact with such chemicals, like construction workers or factory employees in chemical plants. However, judging by the photographs of this corpse, the skin on the uninjured parts of the body was not particularly coarse, and the musculature appeared underdeveloped. Thus, one might consider individuals in high-end professions, such as pharmacists or those involved in chemical experimentation. Do you know? Bruce mentioned this. Jason's response elicited a raised eyebrow from Dick. So what is the plan? Are we going back tonight? If Jason recalled correctly, Bruce's business meeting was to last 3 days. Today was merely the initial press conference, followed by a joint press release after the 3 days of discussions. Traveling back to Gotham would consume 6 hours, rendering them unable to accomplish anything. Bruce Wayne certainly could not return, but Batman would undoubtedly make the journey back, Dick remarked with a smile. With the speed of the Batplane, they could reach their destination in approximately 10 minutes, as the Batplane could hover effortlessly in the air. I'll go and fetch Bruce. No need. He should already be aware. With Luthor in play, he is likely occupied and will take a bit longer. As Dick spoke, he sent a message to Barbara across the table. Barbara quickly replied, stating that Commissioner Gordon had reserved a slot, and they could head directly to the morgue. After the banquet concluded, it was already midnight. Upon Bruce's return to the room, he donned his black uniform. To Jason's surprise, waiting for them on the rooftop was not only the Batplane, but also Superman. Is he coming as well? Jason whispered to Dick. It seems so, especially since this matter concerns Luthor. Let us go. Bruce resumed the stoic expression Jason was familiar with. The previous image of Gotham's darling entirely vanished from his face, as if it had been a mere illusion. The group swiftly arrived at the Gotham Police Department's morgue, where Bruce expertly disabled the skylight alarm, and they descended through the opening. The temperature in the morgue was significantly lower than outside, causing Jason to shiver, as the room was filled with cadaver drawers. Bruce approached one of the drawers and opened it, revealing the body with the pixelated image Jason had seen on the computer just hours earlier. Jason felt his previously calm stomach begin to churn once again. Dick, noticing his state, discreetly positioned himself in front of Jason, obstructing his view of the corpse. Yet he dared not gaze directly at it. After following Batman for many years, Dick had encountered numerous bodies, each with varying causes of death. But this particular corpse struck him profoundly. The body was riddled with stab wounds, and the autopsy report indicated suffocation as the cause of death. The unmistakable dark ligature mark encircling the neck revealed the nature of the weapon, while the fingertips, stripped of their nails, bled profusely, and the face was grotesquely disfigured. The image, blurred by pixelation, had not prepared him for the sight of the face, which appeared to have been corroded by some chemical agent, rendering the features indistinguishable. What was I supposed to find? Clark stepped in front of Dick, breaking his fixation on the corpse. All possible examinations had been performed on the body, and most information could be gleaned from the autopsy report. Bruce retrieved tools and containers, collecting samples from various parts of the body while remarking on the minuscule puncture wounds and the degree of cellular toxicity. He was indeed able to see. Jason was astonished at Bruce's directive for Superman to use his supervision to inspect the remains. Yes, he can. Dick and Jason had recovered from their earlier shock, standing side by side as they observed Superman and Batman meticulously analyzing the corpse, occasionally exchanging insights about their findings. The dialogue between Batman and Superman was laced with numerous technical terms that Jason found incomprehensible. Amused, Dick watched Jason's expression, which betrayed a mixture of confusion and reluctance to inquire further, while occasionally feigning ignorance to provide slight clarifications, revealing the gleam in his green eyes. Their relationship was solid. Superman discerned Dick's subtle gestures. The boy who had once trailed behind Bruce was now evolving into a capable vigilante in his own right, much like his mentor. Batman, seemingly oblivious to Superman's musings, continued his examination of the body. What have you found? Noticing Batman halting his actions, Superman sensed he had uncovered something significant. It was not good news. Good news never holds your attention. Batman glanced at Superman before stating, "If my conjecture is accurate, this individual is Mac Lord. Oh my heavens. This is perhaps the worst news imaginable." Chapter 19. The cunning old fox. The business negotiations between Bruce and Luthor concluded smoothly the following day, and Bruce would hold another press conference on the third day before returning to Gotham, thereby wrapping up his business itinerary. As a journalist, Clark naturally accompanied Bruce, one of the main protagonists of this event, throughout the proceedings. Dick once again took Jason to Superman Plaza in Metropolis, determined to buy him a scoop of Superman ice cream, insisting that he try it. Observing the tricolored delight, Jason ultimately surrendered to Dick's eager gaze and took a spoonful, finding it somewhat chilly yet undeniably delightful. As he savored the treat, he pondered, despite his limited experience with ice cream, "I still don't understand. Why does Luthor insist on involving Bruce?" Jason inquired, directing his question to the man next to him who was enjoying Superman's marshmallow candy. "What's the deal?" Jason continued. "This transaction seems rather unbalanced. Luthor has already invested considerably, though Jason lacked a deep understanding of business. He grasped the fundamental principle that a successful enterprise is one that yields profit. From conversations with Dick, Alfred, and even Clark, Jason had gleaned a rough understanding of the transaction's background. Luthor had initiated discussions with Bruce regarding this collaboration 2 years prior, but Bruce had declined. Nevertheless, Luthor proceeded with the project, reportedly persuading the president to secure national investment. This raised a question. Aside from the national funding, which is substantial, why would he still seek Bruce's involvement? If Wayne Enterprises joined the venture, wouldn't Luthor's share of the profits diminish? Oh, you mean that? I'm not entirely sure. But according to Bruce, Luthor aims to dilute the national investment stake to ensure the project ultimately belongs to him. Thus, he seeks Bruce's involvement, as few companies have the capacity to significantly dilute the national investment. I don't get it. Don't dwell on it. Neither of us is cut out for business. At times, Dick felt that dealing with Gotham's criminals was far simpler than navigating the business world. When he first became Bruce's ward, Lucius insisted on placing him in a position within Wayne Enterprises, ostensibly to facilitate a future takeover of the company. However, this was merely a palatable pretext. Lucius simply desired someone to maintain order when Bruce was absent. Yet, the prospect was daunting. Dick could hardly fathom how Bruce managed to juggle being Gotham's protector while simultaneously overseeing Wayne Enterprises. Although the public perception was that Wayne Enterprises relied entirely on Lucius, Dick was acutely aware that Bruce was no mere figurehead. In a sense, Lucius and Alfred held similar roles. Alfred managed Bruce's personal life, while Lucius oversaw Wayne Enterprises. Ultimately, however, the decision-maker was always Bruce, the true master of Wayne Enterprises. Bruce found it peculiar that the conditions proposed by Luthor seemed to imply he would merely be responsible for funding. Jason, taking another bite of his ice cream, expressed a further concern. This collaboration appeared to offer no tangible benefits for Bruce. To an outsider like him, it was evident that Luthor clearly intended for Bruce to finance the venture without any further involvement, and most importantly, to refrain from sharing any profits. It was obvious to him that Bruce must have recognized this as well. Bruce was simply making a preliminary decision to initiate the project, leaving the remaining tasks to Lucius. However, had not Bruce already given his consent? I suspect it won't be long before Lucius drafts you for an internship at the company. Once you're there, you'll understand that although the words may be identical, a change in phrasing or order can convey entirely different concepts. Lucius would never allow Wayne Enterprises to suffer losses. Otherwise, given Bruce's prodigal tendencies, why has the company not gone bankrupt by now? He is indeed quite remarkable. Jason had yet to meet Lucius, but he had heard that all of Batman's equipment originated from this genius's hands, and he was currently the CEO of Wayne Enterprises, essentially the soul of the entire company. It was said that he had initially been a researcher in the technology department, but Bruce had recognized his business acumen and, at a young age, had pushed against opposition to elevate him to management, eventually promoting him to president shortly thereafter. Impressive indeed. Doing business with him without incurring losses seems impossible. That cunning old fox. Dick imagined the expression of Lex Luthor when he faced setbacks and chuckled to himself. After this case concludes, could we possibly incarcerate that man? Jason asked, as if pondering something. That's hard to say. Luthor is quite the crafty fox himself. He has ensnared Clark on many occasions. Although his disposition is obstinate and arrogant, he is undeniably intelligent, having evaded capture multiple times by skirting legal boundaries. Not to mention the instances where he has left no incriminating evidence. Dick scratched his head, contemplating the situation. Luthor harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Superman, which was not entirely unfounded, considering how Superman had thwarted many of his schemes. Yet, Luthor's ability to exploit legal loopholes and evade consequences did inspire a modicum of respect from Dick. Who is more intelligent, him or Bruce? Jason inquired with curiosity. Honestly, they are likely evenly matched, though their strengths lie in different areas. It's akin to asking whether a basketball player or a soccer player possesses superior skills. Could he uncover Bruce's identity? Jason asked, a hint of worry creeping into his tone. If Luthor were as astute as Bruce, then during this incident, he might intersect with Batman and potentially discover some truths. Do not fret, as I mentioned, that man possesses an exceedingly arrogant and prideful nature. Despite Luthor's seemingly amicable demeanor towards Bruce on stage, he harbors a profound disdain for Bruce Wayne in private, perceiving him merely as a mindless heir to a vast fortune. He would never associate Bruce with Batman. Bruce, well aware of this, has taken precautions. Unless absolutely necessary, it is Superman who confronts young Master Luthor. Master Bruce's press conference has concluded, and we shall soon be departing. Will you remain in Metropolis for a few more days? A call from Alfred interrupted the two men's leisurely afternoon respite. Alfred, I want to be joining you. I'll make my own way back, Dick promptly replied. Very well. Master Dick, please take care. Don't worry, send my regards to Bruce. Why aren't you returning with us? Jason inquired curiously after the call ended. Well, how should I put it? After having ventured out on my own, going back feels rather lame? Could you refrain from voicing that sentiment? Chapter 20. The hierarchy within the underclass. Upon returning to Gotham, Jason slipped back into his former life, the once glamorous Gotham darling now merely a shadow in his memory, leaving behind only the dark, brooding figure of Batman. The business collaboration progressed smoothly, just as Dick had indicated. That cunning old fox had successfully outmaneuvered Luthor, leaving him utterly perplexed. Currently, the partnership among Wayne Enterprises, LexCorp, and National Investments had reached a state of equilibrium, and combined with all other funding sources, the project was no longer under the sole dominion of LexCorp or the government. Lex Luthor did secure a portion of what he sought, but the national stake had been significantly diluted. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had envisioned, although Jason could not discern any displeasure on that ostentatious countenance. On Bruce's side, matters became rather complicated. After sealing a substantial deal, Gotham's darling naturally sought to indulge in life's pleasures. This was the public's perception of Bruce. And indeed, he was unable to fully relish his life away from the shadows of Batman. Progress on the case was sluggish, with no fresh leads of value. Gotham's nights remained perpetually chaotic, and in recent days, Bruce had been delivering far harsher blows to the criminals he encountered. The sole silver lining for Jason was the significant enhancement of his combat skills, as Bruce now had ample time to train at home, thus greatly improving Jason's proficiency. Master Bruce, Miss Barbara has arrived. Jason would later learn that Barbara was not merely sharing a surname with the police commissioner. She was, in fact, the daughter of Commissioner Gordon, who remained blissfully unaware of her transformation into Batgirl. Utilizing her identity, Barbara discreetly provided Bruce with insights that Commissioner Gordon would never disclose. Jason had long believed that Sheriff Gordon and Batman were mutual partners bound by trust. However, clues obtained from Barbara revealed that Gordon did not harbor complete confidence in the masked vigilante, just as Batman was not entirely trusting of Sheriff Gordon. After all, it was not James Gordon who earned Batman's trust, but rather Barbara Gordon. Here are the recent records from the precinct, Bruce remarked, taking the stack of documents from Barbara's hands to peruse them. Are there no more valuable leads? Unfortunately, the body was evidently moved before it was discovered, and nothing of value was found on it. Your suspicions were correct. It was indeed that neurobiology professor who first identified the body. The initial discoverer was a homeless man. Yes, that is where he sleeps each night. He must have thought someone had taken his spot. Did he do anything? Well, he kicked the body a few times, and upon realizing it was a corpse, he quickly called the police. Is there anything suspicious about him? He's just a homeless man. After the police took his statement multiple times, they found no cause for suspicion, and he has no outstanding cases. You could try to find him and ask, but I suspect he will have found another place to stay after this incident. Oh, by the way, his statements are all included in there. As Bruce examined the page containing the homeless man's testimony, he noted its brevity, devoid of anything noteworthy. It simply detailed where the man sought alcohol and how he staggered back to his usual spot. As for the body, he merely noted that he discovered it, and frightened. ran off to report it, utterly lacking in valuable information. Are you certain he did not search through the belongings on the corpse? The police considered that possibility, but currently, there is no evidence to suggest he did. What about the surrounding environment? Batman could infiltrate any system to acquire the clues he seeks, or utilize advanced instruments to analyze the evidence, or even intimidate those with knowledge to obtain the information he desires. However, Batman is certainly not suited for canvassing crowds around a crime scene to gather the necessary clues. Such tasks are best shared with the police's investigative system. There have been no discoveries so far, and Sheriff Gordon is quite anxious. Yet, as of now, there has not been a single eyewitness. There may well be, but they might choose not to speak. The citizens of Gotham, particularly those living on the fringes, understand the importance of self-preservation more than anywhere else. Thus, even if they come across something or learn of something, they may opt for silence out of concern for their safety. Indeed, that is the most challenging aspect. What are you searching for? Jason finally posed his question. The identity of the body has already been established, has it not? Yet Bruce appeared to be seeking something elusive. The clues at hand are undeniably scant. Bruce intends to investigate the remains of Professor Esma to uncover any evidence that might reveal his previous whereabouts. Barbara, stepping in for Bruce, addressed Jason's inquiries, fully aware that Bruce was unlikely to respond. What makes one so certain that something will be found? In cases of murder and body disposal, the perpetrator often obliterates any identifying features to avoid detection, typically discarding items that might indicate identity, such as identification documents. Everyday items, however, are usually left untouched, primarily due to the brief time frame for disposal, as they seldom conduct a thorough search of the body. Yet, if one cannot ascertain what precisely to seek, does that not pose a significant challenge? A watch. Bruce, who had remained silent until now, interjected in response to Jason's question. Enlarging an image on the screen, he deliberately focused on the wrist area. Professor Esma's left wrist bears a prominent watch mark, with bloodstains abruptly ceasing at that point. This indicates that a watch must have been present before his blood dried. Moreover, judging by the severity of the impression, it likely was removed post-mortem, following the onset of rigor mortis. What good would finding that watch do? Jason pondered aloud. Unknown. Only by locating it can we ascertain its significance, Bruce replied. Observing Bruce's diligent demeanor, Jason contemplated. I might have an inkling of who took it. Jason's assertion successfully captured both Bruce's and Barbara's attention. Are you certain? Barbara asked incredulously. If you deduce that it wasn't he discarded by the murderer, nor taken by a homeless individual, then the only type of person I can envision is someone akin to myself, Jason replied. Living in the underbelly of Gotham, he had resorted to various means for survival. With theft being a commonplace endeavor, he had often pilfered from inebriated individuals. If he could filch from the intoxicated, then it stood to reason he could also take from a corpse. However, he was acutely aware that touching items on a body was fraught with risk, as one could inadvertently disturb something of vital importance, potentially leading to dire consequences. He was referring to the other children who, like him, eked out an existence in Gotham's lower echelons. Is it him? Bruce inquired, crouched in the shadows of the rooftop, observing a rather portly man in the dilapidated room across the way, who exhibited signs of baldness and a gait that suggested physical impairment as he rose from the sofa to retrieve a remote from the coffee table. Yes, indeed. This territory, where the body was discovered, falls under his domain, and he oversees a significant number of the city's homeless children, Bruce confirmed. Adjusting the camera angle, he spotted several frail children busily tidying the humble room. Human beings are inherently hierarchical creatures, even within any given stratum. There exists a further delineation of upper and lower tiers. Just as the elite society Bruce inhabits is contrasted by the impoverished realm of Jason, such distinctions persist across all societal levels. Even among homeless children, there exists a stratification, with this man belonging to the upper echelon. He exerts control over numerous street children, providing them with sustenance and shelter. However, in return, whatever the children pilfer, steal, or acquire must be offered as tribute to him. Jason? Bruce's appellation struck Jason as peculiar, for it was unusual for him to address Jason by name while clad in the Batman uniform. Let's set that aside for now. Bruce redirected his attention to the room. Several children entered from another chamber, carrying a large basin of what appeared to be food. The man bellowed in reprimand, and the children hastily abandoned their tasks, gathering around a rudimentary round table to prepare for their meal, with one small child remaining to clean the floor. He likely had not met his intended quota for the day and was being punished by being denied dinner. Before Bruce could inquire, Jason elucidated the reason for the child's exception. Have you ever been punished? Me? No, I have not been subservient to such a person. So I am not required to offer tribute, Jason replied, surveying the group of children in the room. Typically, children who fall under the sway of such individuals are utterly homeless, some even abandoned as infants and subsequently taken in by them. Though the old man is loathsome, I at least have a place to return to, thus I need not depend on such a man. Bruce observed Jason's profile. Although Jason claimed he had not suffered such indignities, Bruce was aware that the man similarly exploited Jason. Should Jason fail to procure money, he would not be punished, but a beating would be inevitable. Yet, Jason was indeed slightly better off than these children. At least the man, while indifferent to Jason's well-being, was equally unconcerned about his departure. What do they call him? They are typically referred to as such. If it is a woman, she is called. It sounds akin to a pimp's designation. Quite so. They do indeed sell some of the more attractive children to underground brothels. Does everything go directly to him? Yes. If anyone is caught hoarding, the consequences are severe. It is unlikely any child would dare conceal that seemingly expensive watch, is it? Chapter 21. Relics, you filthy little wretches. Finish your meal and get back to work. The children hastily shoveled the remaining food into their mouths, quickly vacating the room under the booming voice of the rotund man. You little rascals are eating more than ever. Tomorrow's portions will be halved. He cursed vehemently at the sight of the plates, each one as clean as if washed. Ordinarily, no sane individual would willingly venture out into Gotham's night, unless absolutely unavoidable, for the darkness is perpetually the prime time for crime. After dinner, the children find it to be the most opportune time for their activities. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, providing ample prey. However, they must not linger too late into the night, for that realm belongs to the underworld lords of Gotham. Those who wish to avoid peril should refrain from aimlessly wandering the streets during such hours. This marks the first occasion that Batman embarks on his nocturnal patrols so early. Typically, he would dine, gather necessary information, or engage in physical training before commencing his rounds, ensuring his path intersects with that of the underground lords. After all, Batman's primary focus is on those who wield control over Gotham's underbelly, such as the corpulent man before him. Unless a lead directs him, he would have no reason to seek him out. It is evident that the overweight man shares this sentiment. In Gotham's subterranean realm, Batman's presence is scarcely acknowledged. Apart from the occasional indistinct photograph in the newspaper or whispers surrounding a Gotham lord's transfer to Arkham, for the majority of the time, Batman remains merely a legend within the shadows of Gotham. At this moment, the rotund man clutches his bread tightly, eyes wide, fixated on the dark figure that has appeared by the window. What a nightmare. When did he enter? The man cannot fathom it. He had been engrossed in the television, then turned to the refrigerator for a beer, intending to indulge in a moment of relaxation while the children were away. Yet, in that fleeting moment, how had another person materialized in what was supposed to be his solitary space? Giros Carter. I have some questions for you, the Dark Knight declared, turning his head towards Giros. The white lenses of his goggles reflected an eerie glow under the light, and his gravelly voice drowned out the sounds of the television as he articulated the reason for his ominous visit. Giros could not fathom why Batman would seek him out. Compared to others, he considered himself a decent person, certainly not the kind to attract the attention of Gotham's legends. He had never robbed a bank, committed murder, nor engaged in drug trafficking. Occasionally, he might have asked the children to deliver items of which he had no knowledge. At most, he merely orchestrated their petty thievery. I know nothing, Giros stammered, feeling his tongue become numb, nearly biting it thrice just to utter such a brief statement. The Dark Knight did not respond to his protestations. Instead, he shifted his gaze away, surveying the entirety of the room. Giros sensed the temperature rising in the air, making it difficult to breathe. A trickle of sweat ran down his forehead, blurring his vision and obscuring the dark figure before him. Just as he feared he might faint from suffocation, that gravelly voice resonated once more. A few days ago, a body was discovered in your territory. I want what was on the body. Batman stated his purpose with no embellishment. I don't know. I am truly at a loss. Here in Gotham, death is a daily occurrence. How could I possibly know? Robin did not allow the man to continue his discourse. With a swift kick, he sent him sprawling to the ground, then placed a foot upon the man's face. Uttering, a couple of days ago, in a nearby alley, a corpse was discovered, riddled with knife wounds, its visage grotesquely disfigured, and bearing a strangulation mark upon its neck. The suit it wore was of considerable quality. Such bodies are rare in all of Gotham. Jason was acutely aware that fatalities occurred daily in Gotham, yet most succumbed to robbery or murder. Cases like this, where the intent is to conceal the identity of the deceased, are indeed uncommon. Those who go to such lengths to dispose of a body are typically the city's influential figures, and the corpses they leave behind often carry significant weight. Much like this one, a professor. However, these powerful individuals usually ensure that their crimes go unnoticed, meticulously cleaning up after themselves, so that, in most instances, only missing persons reports reach the precinct. Robin's words suddenly sparked a recollection in Giro's, affirming the rarity of such corpses in Gotham, just as Robin had stated. I truly do not know. Giro's had realized when he acquired the spoils from the children that day. He understood that these items would surely lead to considerable trouble, though he never anticipated it would escalate to the attention of Batman. Batman, well versed in the psyche of criminals, could discern from Giro's expression that the item he sought was indeed present. With a single hand, he lifted Giro's off the ground, forcefully slamming him against the wall. The sensation of weightlessness beneath his feet and the constriction around his neck amplified Giro's terror exponentially. Where is it? The gravelly voice resonated once more. This time, Giro spoke without hesitation. Beneath the sofa cushion, Batman turned to glance at Robin, who promptly lifted the tattered cushion, extracting from a tear within a package wrapped in greasy newspaper. Upon unveiling its contents, they found not only the bloodstained watch they sought, but also several other items. A note filled with incomprehensible scribbles, a malfunctioning voice recorder that yielded no sound upon activation, a small bottle ensconced in layers of plastic, and a passport along with various identification documents, all of which bore images that had been deliberately obscured. Yet the names inscribed were not those they recognized. Is this all? Batman inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Giro's. Why yes, this is all. I knew these items would pose a significant problem, which is why I sought an opportunity to dispose of them. I swear. Giro's hastily asserted, fearing Batman's disbelief. How did you come to know they were a problem? Robin countered, his curiosity piqued. Because of what the bottle contains, Giro stammered, trembling as he extended a finger toward the bottle meticulously encased in plastic. Chapter 22. Reason. Upon returning to the Batcave, Jason commenced his endeavor to harness the Batcomputer for the analysis of the retrieved objects. Dick often proclaimed his utter lack of talent in matters concerning computers, and after attempting to navigate the complexities of the system, Jason concluded that he likely did not fare much better than Dick. Under Bruce's adept guidance, one could effortlessly glean desired information with a mere few keystrokes. Yet the practical application proved to be far more arduous than Jason had anticipated. Unlike the user-friendly gaming computers, the professional-grade systems demanded an extensive array of specialized coding instructions, leaving Jason feeling overwhelmed. Bruce observed Jason laboring intently at the computer, lost in his own world of operations. Ultimately, he decided to interject. Just a moment, I shall have this resolved shortly. Jason, without turning his gaze, continued to manipulate the device. Recalling that Bruce had previously instructed him on this very task, Bruce remained silent, merely sighing as he extended his arm from behind Jason, deftly executing a few commands on the keyboard. The system swiftly complied, initiating a comparative analysis between the objects and the samples stored within its memory. Learning to seek assistance is a form of growth, Jason. There is no need for you to rush into comparisons with Dick, Bruce remarked, witnessing Jason's diligent efforts. For every task that Dick could accomplish independently, Jason aspired to master alone. Yet, the wealth of experience Dick had accumulated over the years was not something Jason could hope to match in such a brief span of time. As Jason observed Bruce's profile, he absent-mindedly scratched his cheek, recalling that Dick had uttered similar sentiments. However, such words emanating from Bruce felt rather peculiar. I hope you can demonstrate this sentiment through your own actions, Master Bruce. Alfred chimed in unexpectedly from behind the two, bearing a tray of refreshments. In that moment, Jason could distinctly sense an emotion of displeasure radiating from Bruce's countenance. Jason, I have a few inquiries for you, Bruce stated, perhaps as a means to shift the conversation or to fill the waiting silence for the system's results. Jason turned to face Bruce, who seemed hesitant to continue. I have always been perplexed as to why the street children do not wish to go to shelters, Bruce pondered aloud. Regardless of whether it was the facilities under his care or those managed by others, nearly all shelters experienced instances of children fleeing. What puzzled Bruce was the preference of these children to remain homeless rather than seek refuge in a shelter. Witnessing the conditions of the children today only deepened his confusion. If they would merely approach a nearby shelter, they would receive protection, yet volunteers tirelessly searched for these children with little success. While younger children might have some justification for their aversion, those of Jason's age seemed particularly averse to the very idea of a shelter. Jason gazed at Bruce, pondering for a moment before speaking. I am unaware of the circumstances of others. As for me, the orphanage is rather dismal. There is a scarcity of food, and it must be consumed within a fixed time frame. Those who come to adopt prefer younger, well-behaved children. I have long surpassed that age limit, diminishing my chances of being adopted. Of course, due to that old man's influence, adoption is entirely out of the question for me. Furthermore, in such a crowded environment as an orphanage, various incidents of violence inevitably occur, and typically, the staff turns a blind eye. Do not be deceived by Carter and the others. At least they would never condone extrajudicial punishment. Additionally, the attitude of those in the orphanage, who seem to consider their presence a blessing, is exceedingly irksome. Is there truly a lack of food? Bruce was somewhat taken aback. Although corruption runs deep in Gotham, even within the orphanage under his purview, it was rather audacious to so openly withhold food. Perhaps he ought to enlist an accounting firm for a comprehensive audit of the orphanage's finances. Your orphanage is relatively better, but others are quite lacking, Jason concluded after having sampled meals from numerous institutions. I'm sorry, that does not concern you, Bruce. In the past, Jason would have vehemently scolded benefactors like Bruce. But upon arriving at Wayne Manor, he realized that benefactors merely provide financial support to prevent funds from being misappropriated or withheld. Most charitable organizations determine their disbursements based on the number of residents in the orphanage. This is why various charities are eager to take in homeless children. However, in practice, discrepancies often arise, such as the withholding of food. Master Jason, you have an interview at school tomorrow. Please retire early, Alfred interjected, diffusing the awkward tension that had suddenly enveloped the room. Did I not pass the exam? Indeed, but the school has both an examination and an interview component. You are required to attend the interview tomorrow. Aside from the knowledge that Batman ought to learn, which Bruce personally instructs, all other subjects have been assigned to private tutors. The primary reason for sending Jason to a public school was to prevent him from becoming too estranged from society. Thus, Bruce would not allow Jason to attend subpar public institutions. The only public school in Gotham that offers educational resources comparable to elite private schools is Gotham Middle School, which was formerly a private institution. Its last owner generously donated it to the city to serve more families, resulting in stringent admission requirements. All students must pass both a written examination and an interview. Master Bruce, I know what you are contemplating, Alfred remarked, observing Bruce's silhouette with disapproval regarding his impending decisions after Jason was reluctantly removed from the Batcave. I am aware, Alfred, I am aware. In truth, from the very beginning, Bruce was fully cognizant that a portion of the charitable funds would undoubtedly be misappropriated, and he has, in fact, chosen to turn a blind eye to it. One cannot eradicate the darker facets of human nature. Rather, one must learn to contain them within tolerable bounds and acquiesce. The insidious presence of corruption is deeply entrenched throughout Gotham, and despite Bruce's remarkable abilities, he cannot attend to every corner. He understands that the welfare institutions under his stewardship are vastly improved compared to others, as they operate on a reimbursement system that minimizes the likelihood of corruption. However, apart from these institutions, he has contributed to many others, and the only insight he possesses regarding the allocation of those charitable donations stems from the ledgers of the welfare organizations. Upon hearing Jason mention the rampant food misappropriation in various institutions, Bruce felt compelled to advocate for the reimbursement system in his facilities once more. Yet, as Alfred opposed, many of these institutions are privately operated, and if they fail to generate profit, widespread divestment will ensue. Gotham is not solely Bruce's domain. He requires the collaboration of others to advance and refine the charitable endeavors in the city. Nonetheless, it is imperative to devise a solution for the issue of hunger within these welfare institutions. Chapter 23, A Journal of Growth Today. Jason accompanied Bruce to Wayne Enterprises for a routine meeting. As Dick had remarked, that cunning old fox was tirelessly seeking someone to oversee Wayne Enterprises in Bruce's frequent absences. And this time he had set his sights on Jason, insisting that Bruce take him along. Jason finally encountered the legendary figure, who, to his surprise, was an African-American man with a brilliant white smile, appearing to be of a similar age to Alfred. Hello, Mr. Jason. I am Lucius Fox at your service. Lucius extended his hand for a handshake, and the intensity of his gaze made Jason feel as though he might be devoured whole. Following that was a rather tedious business meeting. Bruce performed admirably today. At the very least, he did not succumb to slumber during the proceedings, a fact Jason could discern from the smile on Lucius's face. Today, Jason finally witnessed a third facet of Bruce Wayne. Until now, he had only seen Bruce as Gotham's darling and as Batman. He had presumed that these two identities occupied all of Bruce's time, never anticipating that the Bruce in the business realm would present an entirely different persona, one characterized by reasoned analysis, clear logical thinking, and foresight into the future implications of each proposal. He skillfully dismantled those ideas that seemed overly optimistic, provided estimates of costs and profit projections, and won the respect of all present swiftly approving the planned initiatives. Although Jason could not comprehend the data within the reports, nor fathom why Bruce garnered applause for reducing profits from 10 to 8, this did not hinder the emergence of yet another reason for Jason to admire Bruce in the depths of his heart. Upon returning home, Jason eagerly dashed to his room. "Mr. Bruce, what did you do today? Just attended a meeting, why?" "No, I merely sensed that Master Jason seemed particularly joyful today." Jason's past had destined him to be more mature than his peers. However, it could not obscure the essence of his youthful nature. Alfred was quite certain that the buoyant strides of Jason indicated a child's exuberance. Bruce, too, noticed Jason's unusual demeanor, typically composed. Such overt emotional expression was somewhat uncharacteristic of him. Who knows, perhaps he was merely eager to shed his suit. During the night patrol, Bruce could not disregard the gaze that seemed to adhere to his back. Yet, every time he turned around, he merely found Jason intently observing him, leading Bruce to question whether he was indeed being overly sensitive. After a moment's contemplation, Bruce focused his binoculars on a sleek billboard across the street. Through its reflection, he discerned that Jason had indeed been staring at him, but as soon as he turned, Jason would avert his gaze. Curious, he pondered, what have I done today? Jason's peculiar behavior intrigued Bruce, yet he could not pinpoint any misstep in his actions. Could it be that Jason overheard his conversation with Lucius? He did not believe his judgment was amiss. Like Dick, Jason should hold little interest in commercial affairs and possess no extraordinary talent in that realm. Bruce had never considered the necessity of selecting an heir among them. After the patrol concluded, as soon as Jason returned to the Batcave, he casually declared, "I'm going to sleep," and without a backward glance, raced to his room. Alfred gazed in astonishment at Jason's retreating figure. Historically, Jason would only retire when Bruce did, seemingly seizing every opportunity to absorb all knowledge related to Batman. "What did you do?" Alfred turned to Bruce, who mirrored his surprise. "Nothing of significance, I suppose." Despite this assertion, Bruce activated the surveillance camera in Jason's room. Owing to Bruce's dual identity, all rooms within Wayne Manor were equipped with high-definition night vision cameras. However, out of respect for personal privacy, cameras in occupied rooms were typically not activated. Since Jason had taken residence in this room, it was the first instance Bruce had turned on the camera, much to Alfred's disapproval. On the screen, Jason had changed out of his uniform. Yet instead of climbing into bed, he retrieved a tailored evening suit along with a box of hair wax from the closet. Oddly, did not Master Jason harbor a strong aversion to such things? Alfred vividly recalled Jason's overt disdain for hair wax while he was assisting him with his grooming. Yet, the surveillance footage revealed Jason, donning a tuxedo, dashing into the bathroom with hair wax in hand. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce activated the bathroom's surveillance camera. Oblivious to the scrutiny, Jason stood before the mirror, applying the very hair wax he had once loathed, striving to craft a hairstyle. Jason's hair was coarse and unruly, typically defying all attempts at taming. Even the hair wax struggled to subdue the wild strands, as the meticulously styled sections quickly reverted to their rebellious state, compelling him to apply more wax to re-establish order. Curiously, was Master Jason enamored with someone? A young man's newfound attention to his appearance often signals an affection for a particular lady. However, Bruce pondered for quite some time and could not recall any instance at Wayne Enterprises where Jason had shown interest in a woman. Soon enough, Jason managed to secure his hairstyle, albeit somewhat clumsily. The excessive application of wax rendered his hair stiff and uncomfortable. Nonetheless, Alfred recognized it as the hairstyle Bruce typically sported in business settings. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he felt a glimmer of possibility emerge. Perhaps we should listen to what Master Jason has to say. Alfred activated the audio device of the surveillance system. Just as Jason successfully finalized his hairstyle and began grappling with the necessary accessory, a bow tie. "Oh, I believe it is time for me to teach Master Jason the art of tying a bow tie." Observing Jason's clumsy attempts to fashion a bow tie, only to become frustrated and unmake it repeatedly, Alfred watched as, after numerous trials, Jason finally produced a bow tie that met his approval, though it appeared rather disheveled in Alfred's discerning eyes. Then, Jason began mimicking Bruce's speech from the meeting earlier that day. His voice, still raspy from recent changes, echoed Bruce's accent through the speakers, eliciting a faint smile from Alfred. "Congratulations are in order. Bruce Wayne has gained a fan, rather than Batman." With a hint of amusement, Alfred remarked while deftly saving this rare footage on the computer. "After all, Batman is not Superman. He does not have fans. Why save this?" In response to Bruce's retort, Alfred refrained from reminding him of the plethora of Batman merchandise readily available throughout Gotham, often selling out. "Sir, although you have already raised a child, I believe you could still benefit from learning how to be a father." Perhaps by starting a journal to document your children's growth. What do you think? Beneath Alfred's gentle smile, Bruce's finger, poised over the delete key, hesitated and ultimately withdrew. After a few casual maneuvers, he encrypted the video and stored it in the deepest recesses of the computer's files. Given Bruce's character, Jason's growth diary seemingly lacks the potential for maturity. Nevertheless, Barbara noticed the newly added folder within the back computer. Although she is an exceptional hacker, casually unlocking documents on the back computer is ill-advised. Ultimately, Barbara chose to extract the folder's password from Alfred. After decrypting it, she found herself laughing so hard that her stomach ached. Resolving not to endure such amusement alone, she sent Nightwing a video just as he was preparing for work that evening. Upon opening it, he nearly tumbled off the roof in laughter, and consequently, his strength in battling villains that night diminished considerably. Unbeknownst to Jason, who was the subject of the video, this was unfolding. Chapter 24. The friendship of boys. Jason eventually learned of the video, as Dick, in a reckless attempt to mimic Bruce, provoked Jason, leading to yet another confrontation. I truly do not comprehend the nature of your relationship with Jason, Barbara lamented, pressing an ice pack firmly against Dick's swollen face, causing him to grimace in pain. During this period, Jason's combat skills had significantly improved, leaving Dick at a disadvantage, with his left cheek even struck by an elbow from Jason. That kid, Dick winced. Alfred went to bandage him. You really ought to show some leniency toward beginners. Your blows are excessively harsh. It's fortunate he didn't sustain a fracture. Come on. He's only a little over 2 years younger than I am. Besides, you have no idea how fiercely that kid strikes. If I let up, I'd be at a considerable disadvantage, Dick replied, nursing his injuries. At 28 and 26, there's hardly any difference. But the gap between 16 and 14 is not trivial at all. Though only a 2-year difference, the growth phase for boys typically spans just a year or two. Discounting Dick's still somewhat youthful visage, his physique surpasses that of most adult men, while Jason remains slender and diminutive. Fortunately, since arriving at Wayne Manor, he has had ample nourishment, laying a solid foundation for his impending puberty. Dick turned away, clutching the ice pack to his face, choosing not to engage further in the conversation. However, Jason's combat prowess is genuinely remarkable. It is worth mentioning that during their first encounter, he managed a successful ambush against you. While Dick may have been somewhat too relaxed at the time, it is indeed somewhat embarrassing for Nightwing to have been struck twice by an ordinary kid. Feeling the sting of the subject, Dick turned away, opting to discard the memory of being kicked in the most vital areas during their first meeting into the recesses of his mind. Barbara also refrained from pursuing the topic further. Jason's progress had left a significant impression on her, prompting her to activate the simulation training device, setting it to the highest level as she prepared for her training session. After watching Barbara train in the simulated environment for a while, Dick, feeling bored, inquired, "Would you like me to accompany you in your combat training?" Barbara was resolute in her training, refusing to accept leniency. She was acutely aware that Dick often held back during their sparring sessions, and Bruce had long ceased to mentor her in combat skills. She recognized that this was not a matter of gender, but rather a reflection of her own lack of talent in fighting. Consequently, she chose to hone her strengths, focusing on evasive maneuvers rather than direct confrontations. No leniency, remember? She asserted. After Dick was thrown to the ground for the 5th time by Barbara's shoulder toss, she stood over him, looking down with a sigh. "Please, inattentive training is quite perilous." "Ah, my apologies. What are you thinking about?" Barbara inquired, puzzled by Dick's distant demeanor. "Nothing," Dick replied, staring blankly at the cavernous ceiling of the Batcave, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards a newcomer, a sentiment he could never articulate. Having spent considerable time together, Barbara could discern the source of Dick's agitation. Jason's progress had been astonishingly swift, a testament to his ability to survive in the depths of Gotham on his own. The practical experience he garnered from street brawls, combined with Bruce's guidance over time, had remarkably accelerated his fighting prowess. It seemed this boy, who constantly aspired to surpass Batman, was finally feeling pressure beyond that of Batman himself. Speaking of which, Jason's father was nearly as tall as Bruce. Had his mother not been of diminutive stature, Jason would likely exceed 6 feet in height upon reaching adulthood. Barbara recalled that during Dick and Jason's last argument, her height had been dragged into the fray. As members of an aerialist family, there were strict limitations on height and weight. The Graysons were not particularly tall, with Dick's biological father standing at a mere 5'8", suggesting that Dick's height was likely similar. Thus, this was a subtle act of retribution. Dick rolled his eyes in silence, choosing to overlook Barbara's occasional pettiness. "What is that?" He noticed, while rolling his eyes, that Barbara had carelessly placed something on the table that appeared to be tickets. "College football league tickets. Where did you get these?" Dick exclaimed as he approached the table, confirming they were indeed tickets to a football game, 2 in total. I was called back to school to assist with the cheerleading squad. I've been training for the past few days, so I couldn't come by. They gave me 2 tickets, and I thought I'd see if anyone wanted to go. The seats are excellent. You want Bruce to go, don't you? Do you think he would? After contemplating for a moment, Dick took the tickets and headed toward the elevator. Surprised by his sudden decision, Barbara followed him. Upon returning to Wayne Manor, Dick indeed sought out Jason with the tickets in hand. Jason had taken quite a beating, with a dark bruise around his left eye, yet this did nothing to diminish the joy on his face upon seeing the league tickets. Jason's transient lifestyle did not hinder his excitement as he stood before the electronics store, watching the public broadcast of the league matches. It was, after all, his first time obtaining tickets for the league. How about we go together? Dick inquired, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Jason's gaze was fixed on the 2 tickets, his eyes responding to Dick's suggestion before he could utter a word. Then it's settled. Let's buy some cheering supplies afterward. By the way, which team do you support? Dick asked. I don't have a particular favorite, Jason replied. It was quite a feat for him to catch a live league match. So he was entirely unaware of how many teams existed and certainly could not follow every team's games. He simply watched whichever match happened to be on. Oh, that's fine. Let me tell you about San Diego's rookie from last year. He's now a key player. Absolutely fantastic. Alfred, I'm heading out with Jason for a bit. All right, Master Dick. Please return before dinner. No need. Jason and I will eat out. Alfred had prepared sandwiches, perhaps with cucumber filling, and Dick was already fretting over having no valid reason to escape. Barbara observed the 2 boys, who had just been embroiled in a fierce competition, now departing Wayne Manor with camaraderie, riding Dick's motorcycle toward Gotham City. She turned to Alfred, puzzled, and asked, what is the nature of their relationship? Is it good or bad? Boys' friendships are quite peculiar, Alfred replied. I cannot comprehend it at all. Chapter 25. After all, he is Bruce Wayne. Jason accompanied Dick on their shopping excursion. Although he had seen many fans on television waving flags of their beloved teams and donning apparel emblazoned with team logos, he had never engaged in such displays and was uncertain of what to purchase. Consequently, Dick selected 2 of everything, 1 for himself and 1 for Jason. However, a slight complication arose at the checkout. Wait, are you saying Bruce hasn't given you any pocket money? Dick remarked, recalling Batman's notorious frugality. He wouldn't even grant him a bicycle. However, Bruce Wayne, as Gotham's wealthiest heir, was expected to provide a reasonable allowance, after all. It was rather surprising to Dick that Jason had not received any pocket money. Could it be that Jason's lack of formal adoption meant there was no need for pretense? Yet, Dick did not perceive it merely as Bruce's fade. Despite being Batman, he was undeniably Bruce Wayne. Having been in Bruce's company for so long, Dick never considered Bruce's affluent persona as a deliberate act. Although perhaps exaggerated for the sake of Batman's identity, it was certainly not a mere disguise. Even if it were a fade, there is an old saying that goes, a mask worn too long becomes the face. Bruce had decided to adopt Jason, and though they had not formalized the legal process, this should not have been a reason for Jason to be treated differently. It's quite a conundrum. I haven't brought much money either. Dick is now determined to achieve independence, making it impossible for him to ask for pocket money upon returning. He must be frugal with the allowance Bruce previously provided. He has considered taking up a job, but his nighttime commitments render him unable to allocate sufficient energy for such endeavors, unless it pertains to his night work. As for his credit card, it is currently maxed out, leaving him with no other financial options. Did Bruce give you nothing? Dick inquired, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Well, Alfred gave me a card the other day and told me to keep it safe. A card? Is it a credit card? I'm not sure. It should be, Jason replied, pulling out a pristine white card from the inner pocket of his coat to show Dick. Jason had certainly never encountered such a card before. Even if he had stumbled upon a credit card from some inebriated individual, it would merely qualify as a low-tier credit card. This particular card, designated for the elite family members of Bruce Wayne, was unfamiliar to him. Hey, I'm a bit envious. He wouldn't even let me have one of those credit cards. To prevent Dick from overspending, Bruce had never applied for such a card on his behalf. Nevertheless, the allowance Bruce provided was already quite generous for someone of Gotham's wealthiest stature. At times, Dick found himself questioning Bruce's definition of reckless spending. Did Jason not seem like someone who indulged excessively in Bruce's eyes? I'm annoyed. You're covering the cost for all these items today, Dick said half-jokingly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. You're so immature. Besides, I don't have enough money, Jason responded as he queued in a shorter line to pay for their items. While Dick seized the opportunity to call Alfred. Alfred, did Bruce really apply for a supplementary card for Jason? Dick certainly did not believe Bruce would issue a supplementary card without significance. It was merely a spending card in his view, and and he needed to confirm his suspicions. Yes, Master Dick. You are aware of Master Jason's situation. It's a bit complicated, so Master Bruce hopes to communicate this in this manner. Dick rolled his eyes. He knew it. However, judging by Jason's demeanor, Bruce had likely not revealed what the card signified. It was uncertain when Jason would come to realize that he was now a member of this family. Couldn't he just say it outright? Oh, by the way, Master Dick. You reminded me. Master Bruce has also left an account for Master Jason. Since you are out, you might as well visit the bank. Huh. Dick glanced at Jason, who was approaching with a pile of items after completing the payment, and relayed Alfred's message to him. Huh. I have an account. Jason exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Let us go to the bank and see how much is in it. Dick led Jason to the nearby bank, where the balance left Jason astounded. Is all of this truly for me? It's quite all right. Considering Jason's limited time here, Dick anticipates that the figures in this account will continue to grow significantly. It appears this is merely Jason's allowance, while that card serves solely as a form of identification for him. Bruce has certainly become more efficient. In the past, he would have had to request it himself. You are accepted as you are, after all, given that you are Bruce's adopted son. Sometimes, maintaining appearances necessitates a semblance of wealth. Dick possesses considerable experience in dealing with paparazzi. Should he ever don a pair of tattered trousers the next day, headlines in Gotham newspapers would scream about Bruce Wayne's mistreatment of his adopted son. Does Bruce consistently provide such generous sums? Jason has yet to acclimate to the sudden influx of wealth. To him, even $10 feels like a fortune, although he is aware that Bruce is Gotham's wealthiest individual. Knowing this and witnessing the actual possession of such wealth are entirely different sensations. Well, you understand, he is Bruce Wayne, after all, hence his perception of money. Jason has never inquired about the actual worth of the items within Wayne Manor, but he is certain they are valuable. The cutlery he had previously pilfered from the manor, upon learning their true worth, caused him to use them with utmost care during meals, fearing any accidental damage. All right, let us continue our stroll and decide what to have for dinner tonight. Make sure to remember your account number. Dick sauntered aimlessly down the street with Jason, who seemed still dazed by the balance in his account. Dick cast a concerned glance at Jason, recalling how he had squandered his own allowance within days upon first receiving it. This was one of the reasons Bruce had been reluctant to issue him a card. Jason, being even more extreme, came from a family that, while not comparable to Bruce's, had managed well through his parents' efforts, providing him with some pocket money, albeit far less than what Bruce offered. However, Jason had never truly dealt with money before. Going hungry was a frequent occurrence, and the amount Bruce provided felt like an extravagant fortune to him. One can only hope that Jason will not squander it, as Bruce fears. Suddenly, Jason halted in his tracks, prompting a curious look from Dick. What is it? He inquired. I think I just spotted someone familiar, Jason replied uncertainly. Who? A friend of Jason's? This piqued Dick's curiosity. The owner of that grocery store. Upon hearing this, Dick set aside his teasing demeanor. That informant? Dick was well aware of whom Jason referred to. Ever since Bruce had taken an interest in him, Dick had visited that grocery store several times to keep watch. However, it appeared that the shop was on the verge of closing, as no one had entered or exited. Are you certain it's him? I am uncertain, Bruce remarked, indicating that his face was artificial and likely subject to frequent alterations. How did you recognize him? Jason inquired, his attention drawn to a hand that seemed familiar. The memory of that hand lingered in Jason's mind, so vivid that he could identify it even amid a bustling crowd. Chapter 26. The trust of Batman. The striking hand soon vanished in the ebb and flow of the throngs. Dick and Jason sat in a fast food establishment, consuming their meals while deliberating on the possible whereabouts of its owner. You caught sight of that hand when your head turned toward me, Dick noted, sketching a rough diagram of the intersection where they had just been, indicating their southeast trajectory. Positioned to Jason's left, Dick quickly illustrated the locations of the three individuals. Jason, focused straight ahead, had not noticed, suggesting that the hand's owner must be heading northeast. Did you see which way he went? No, it was just a fleeting glimpse. By the time Jason attempted to catch another look at that hand, its owner had already been swallowed by the moving crowd. Dick mused, drawing several arrows on the napkin. He must be heading north. What makes you so certain? Jason asked, intrigued. Most of the crowd is flowing northward. If he were going against the tide, it would be conspicuous, yet we didn't observe anything of that sort. As he spoke, Dick retrieved a compact electronic dictionary, revealing it to be a miniature computer. He swiftly connected to the nearby surveillance network, retrieving footage of the segment they had just traversed. Due to the camera's elevated position, it was impossible to discern whether the hand Jason mentioned was among the dense mass of people. However, the overall movement indicated that no one was walking against the crowd. Yet, this only provided a general direction, leaving the scope still too broad. If only Jason had seen that person's face, he thought. Once we finish, I'll take you back, Dick said, sensing that their patrol plans were gaining clarity. And you? Jason surmised Dick's eagerness to return. I'm going to find Barbara and ask for her assistance. As Jason observed Dick, engrossed in contemplation over the computer, he suddenly remarked, Do you like her? What? Dick nearly choked on his soda at Jason's unexpected question. Barbara, Jason continued, noting Dick's frequent justifications for seeking her out. It seemed to Jason that their connection transcended mere alliance. Is it that obvious? Dick scratched his head, perplexed, upon seeing Jason nod. You haven't confessed your feelings? This was rather uncharacteristic of Dick, who, according to Alfred, was quite the popular young man. No, I was rejected. Jason's inquiry reopened Dick's wounds. He had confessed his feelings only to be turned down. I had assumed your charm was irresistible to any woman. In this regard, Dick was almost a replica of Bruce, and it genuinely surprised him that Barbara would reject him. After all, she was the woman who had excluded Bruce from her romantic pursuits. Dick felt somewhat disheartened. Barbara's age was more akin to Bruce's than his own. At that time, he had thought Barbara would become one of Bruce's many paramours. Like Catwoman or Poison Ivy, though perhaps the latter could be disregarded, as that woman had no interest in men, only in plants. Overall, he had yet to encounter a woman who could withstand Bruce's allure, whether as Bruce Wayne or Batman. In fact, they had almost become an item, yet ultimately, Barbara chose to relinquish the possibility. However, this was for the best, as it allowed Batgirl's identity to endure for so long, becoming a member of the Bat family. Jason observed Dick's rare state of despondency with keen interest. After dinner, Dick promptly returned to the manor, eager to attend to numerous pressing matters. Tonight, it seemed Bruce had unearthed some clues and had abandoned his nightly patrol routine. Jason hesitated over whether to disclose his daytime discovery to Bruce. Despite having promised Dick he would remain silent. Jason, please refrain from informing Bruce about the informant you discovered today, Dick implored. Why not? He will find out eventually. After all, he was Batman, and Jason was unclear as to why Dick believed this could be kept from him. All right, I will keep it from him for now. However long I can manage that, he conceded. Leave that informant to me. Jason did not respond to Dick's statement, instead casting a distrustful glance in his direction. Listen, Jason, the clues surrounding this matter are too convoluted. Bruce already has a plethora of leads, none of which connect cohesively. However, the informant's trail originates from you. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to his existence. Bruce has other crucial leads that require untangling, so he has entrusted this matter to me. Jason felt quite vexed by Dick's inexplicable confidence, yet he recognized that Dick indeed possessed far greater knowledge in this area. Dick had been tracking alongside Bruce from the very beginning, while he had merely joined the pursuit midway. Very well, he conceded, gazing into Dick's earnest expression, feeling incapable of refusing his request. As Jason wrestled internally with his conflicting thoughts, Bruce suddenly called out his name, startling him. What is it, Bruce? Are you and Dick going to the football game? Bruce asked nonsensically, leaving Jason momentarily bewildered. Barbara gave us 2 tickets. Which game are we planning to attend? Barbara's tickets do not correspond to any specific match. They can be used at any time. Is that so? Thus, this abrupt conversation concluded, leaving Jason utterly perplexed. He had grown accustomed to Bruce's every utterance being laden with intention, which left him pondering the true meaning behind Bruce's words. Was he cautioning him not to indulge too much in leisure, especially considering the multitude of matters he had yet to master? Fret not, Bruce. I assure you I shall not neglect my studies, Jason hastily promised, anxious that Bruce might perceive him as someone who would allow frivolity to hinder his crucial responsibilities. Do not be concerned, Master Jason. Master Bruce is merely sulking due to the lack of invitations, Alfred remarked, emerging from the elevator with freshly baked cookies and coffee, ready to soothe Jason's unease. Wait, does Bruce enjoy watching college football? Jason inquired. Indeed, Master Bruce has been a devoted fan of Amelbourne since childhood. Oh, I believe Dick prefers San Diego. Correct. Jason observed the silhouette of Bruce, his back turned to them, and after a moment's contemplation, lowered his voice to discreetly ask Alfred. If San Diego were to face Amelbourne, would they come to blows? Not at all. Master Dick invariably accompanies Master Clark to watch San Diego's matches, rarely joining Master Bruce. Superman enjoys watching as well. Jason's mind suddenly entertained a thought. Could Dick's fondness for San Diego stem from Superman's own preference? Well, that I cannot ascertain. Alfred replied with a knowing smile. Though he did not directly address Jason's inquiry, Jason felt his instincts had hit the mark. Bruce appeared entirely oblivious to the hushed conversation behind him, engrossed in his own tasks. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jason decided to voice his concerns. He was uneasy about Dick confronting that cunning adversary alone. "Bruce, I encountered that proprietor while out shopping with Dick today." Bruce momentarily paused before swiftly comprehending whom Jason referred to. "Has Dick taken to tracking him?" Jason's demeanor suggested he had something significant to disclose. And it seemed this was indeed the matter at hand. "Yes, let him proceed. I also have a lead to follow." Jason had expected Bruce to react upon hearing that Dick was pursuing the matter solo, yet Bruce seemed entirely unperturbed, showing no inclination to take any action. "Not even a phone call to Dick. Are you not concerned? He is tracking that individual alone." "Do not worry. Dick is not so fragile," Bruce replied, continuing to analyze the information at hand while casually reassuring Jason. "You have quite a bit of faith in him." "What?" Bruce's nearly inaudible mutterings prevented him from fully grasping Jason's words. "Nothing." Jason had not anticipated Bruce's unwavering trust in Dick's solitary endeavors. The mere thought that Dick, only a couple of years his senior, could inspire such confidence in Bruce stirred a sense of discomfort within Jason. Chapter 27. Key figures. Dick gazed at the paper map spread before him, already adorned with numerous colorful circles he had painstakingly drawn. Among these, several overlapped significantly. This was the result of his efforts to delineate all potential locations surrounding the area where he had spotted the informant, based on Jason's character description and the clues provided by Barbara. However, he realized with dismay that there were too many possibilities. This method was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, for according to Jason's portrayal of Charlie, such individuals were nearly ubiquitous throughout Gotham, greedy, cunning, and fond of subterfuge. Jason was unaware of Charlie's residence, and it was reasonable to assume that an informant would not easily disclose their address. With uncertainty surrounding the purpose of that individual's presence that day, it was impossible to ascertain whether Charlie resided there. Jason had merely caught a fleeting glance and had not even discerned what the other was wearing. Thinking further, Dick opened his computer and compiled all known related clues, only to find that the disjointed fragments exacerbated his headache. Charlie may be an informant. Charlie has ties to a chemical factory associated with Luther. Charlie possibly has connections to Scarecrow. Ultimately, these three primary clues emerged. They could potentially be interrelated, suggesting a connection between the chemical factory and Scarecrow. Conversely, they might be entirely independent, leading to the conclusion that Charlie, as an informant, had encountered events linked to both Scarecrow and Luther. Yet, there seemed to be no connection between Luther and Scarecrow. This was unlikely, as Luther and Bruce were engaged in research projects in the field of neurobiology, and Scarecrow's neurotoxin had a distinct effect. The death of a distinguished professor in neurobiology could not merely be a coincidence. Nevertheless, Dick could not fathom the role that Charlie, as described by Jason, played in this intricate web. Was he a middleman? Whom was he employed by? Among the artifacts Bruce and Jason discovered that day, the substance contained within a sealed jar, upon analysis, was likely the original liquid sample of the toxin they had uncovered. One could commend that man. Had it leaked onto his sofa, it would have triggered a state of emergency. The issue lay with the note, which was evidently inscribed in a cipher of some sort. Yet, this cipher was unlike any conventional code. It was likely an invention of its creator. The arrangement appeared devoid of any discernible pattern, and from a linguistic perspective, such an idiosyncratic construct failed to fulfill the fundamental functions of language. It is highly probable that this segment of code was established through a one-to-one substitution cipher. Although the likelihood of deciphering such a code is minimal, its widespread usage is equally improbable, limiting its application to a narrow scope. It is likely that only the intended recipient of this message utilizes this cipher. It poses quite the conundrum. If this is indeed the case, even a riddle master would be unable to decode it without a reference table. This cipher is paradoxical in its simplicity and complexity. Possessing the reference table would allow for straightforward translation, thereby facilitating decryption. However, without access to the table, the likelihood of discerning the pattern of this code is nearly non-existent. Wait, when did Charlie's shop close? Upon recalling Charlie's grocery store, Jason had staked out the place several times, but invariably found it deserted. Ever since Bruce and Jason's last visit, no one had entered. The shop remained unchanged since their last encounter, and Dick, having deliberately leaned against the window, noted the thick layer of dust accumulating on the reflective surface of the tabletop. When Jason first arrived at the estate, he had visited there while the shop was still operational. Yet, upon contemplating it again, he realized the store had recently closed. What transpired in that interim? Dick rifled through all his memories, discounting the unlikely scenario of Charlie's grandparents suddenly passing away and him returning home to inherit a fortune. The only plausible explanation that came to mind was the sensational child abduction case that had gripped the nation. This raises the question, how did Himmler become aware of Jason? The children rescued from the Himmler case are currently recovering well, managing to communicate adequately despite some congenital intellectual challenges. Some revealed that promises of a home had lured them away, yet they failed to meet the adoption criteria set by welfare institutions. It is likely that the children missing under Mrs. Emma's care were similarly deceived. Others were sold by the leaders of homeless children to deliberately evade detection. Himmler's targets were typically these untraceable children, whom society largely overlooked. He had yet to descend into the madness of abducting children in plain sight. Yet, Jason was an exception. Despite having a despicable father, Jason's environment should have kept him off Himmler's radar. Jason is astute, with his rare red hair and green eyes, coupled with an appealing appearance. Such children find it exceedingly difficult to thrive in Gotham's lower echelons. It is not merely Jason, who is somewhat homeless. Even those with parents often struggle to stay safe. One can never predict when a pimp might snatch someone away, and those procurers would not hesitate to exploit such a prize. Wasn't Himmler attempting to capture Jason again after he had slipped through his fingers once? Jason was acutely aware of this fact, which is why he consistently allowed himself to become disheveled. When he first arrived, his unkempt hair, filthy and unwashed, concealed its true beauty, a striking blend of golden brown with reddish undertones. In an environment where no one safeguarded their own interests, Jason managed to protect himself quite well. How could Himmler possess knowledge that even the pimps of Gotham were oblivious to? Unless he had sought out an informant well-versed in Jason's circumstances to inquire about Charlie. It appears that yet another individual connected to this informant has emerged. However, Himmler is deceased, and the case has been closed. Aside from rescuing a handful of innocent children and capturing Jason, they garnered little else, not even a strand of the Scarecrow's straw, before being silenced. It is worth noting that the Scarecrow's ostentatious experimentation with his gas under the guise of collaboration hardly aligns with his typical modus operandi. Historically, the Scarecrow would seek refuge in a hidden location, abducting vagrants for his experiments. Consequently, the scale of his laboratory was substantial, which had facilitated Bruce's previous investigations, providing a vast and tangible target. Since escaping from Arkham 6 months ago, the Scarecrow had seemingly vanished from existence. Bruce scoured every conceivable location, coming up empty-handed. Without the need for an expansive laboratory, it was exceedingly simple for a solitary individual to conceal themselves. Bruce even harbored suspicions that the Scarecrow might have departed Gotham altogether. Departed Gotham? Could he have ventured to Metropolis? Dick, feeling agitated, rose and paced, his mind racing with contradictions within this line of reasoning. The timeline was incongruent. Luther initiated this experiment 2 years prior, and there was no stipulation that the Scarecrow began this gas project only after his escape. If Luther were involved, it would explain why the surveillance alarms near Arkham had remained silent. Finally, Dick grasped the implications. What he had initially perceived as merely a peripheral figure in this case now appeared to be crucial, likely possessing a wealth of knowledge. I will find you, Charlie. Chapter 28. Learning how to be family. Dick repeatedly scrutinized the surveillance footage from that day, failing to identify anyone resembling the individual who had previously appeared near the homes of the 5 victims. Indeed, winter clothing complicates visual identification significantly. Frustrated, Dick resigned himself to collapsing into a chair, rocking back and forth with the momentum of his fall. After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to utilize the computer for a remote connection, but aborted the action halfway through. It was vexing. If Bruce were to discover my backdoor intrusion, he would swiftly trace it back to me. Staring at the interrupted computer infiltration, Dick pondered for an extended period. There seems to be no other option. Although reluctant, it appears that I must make a trip to utilize that computer. The human recognition software within the Batcomputer is a self-improving intelligence system developed by Bruce himself. Its accuracy increases as the database expands, and with the accumulation of criminal records over the years, it can identify individuals even if they have undergone cosmetic surgery. As Batman is a creature of the night, Dick realizes that he can only borrow the computer during the day without the owner's consent, particularly at the break of dawn. Thus, the following morning, just as the first light began to illuminate the sky, Dick arrived at the Batcave. However, he was not the earliest riser. Alfred was already there, serving breakfast alongside Jason, who was partaking in his morning meal. Undoubtedly, they were waiting for him. Would you care for some breakfast, Master Dick? Oh, Alfred. Could you perhaps ask him not to monitor me? Provided you are not attempting to breach the main computer of the Batcave. Dick was not surprised. His actions the previous day had certainly alerted Bruce. The security system of the Batcomputer was designed by Bruce himself, and there was no way he could be unaware of any backdoors. Resigned, Dick took the tray from Alfred's hands and began to enjoy one of the sandwiches, grateful that it was not filled with cucumbers. Jason had already finished his breakfast and was practicing on the computer. His lack of skill was painfully evident to Dick. After all, Jason had hardly ever interacted with a standard computer, let alone one as sophisticated as the Batcomputer. While the shortcuts had become second nature to Dick, Jason still needed to refer to a manual to navigate. After breakfast, Dick took control of the Batcomputer from Jason and began to compare the surveillance footage using its extensive database. The advanced processor quickly identified approximately a dozen individuals from the crowd that matched the criteria. Although the number was still somewhat high, it was a substantial improvement over searching for a needle in a haystack. Is one of these individuals the one we are looking for? Dick inquired, glancing back at Jason. Jason scrutinized the screen carefully before responding. I can't see the hands. I'm not quite sure. Jason's answer extinguished Dick's hopes of swiftly identifying the target. Rubbing his head in frustration, he stated, It seems we must track down these dozen individuals. Do you think we can find them? Jason asked, somewhat astonished. Finding individuals with a matching physique from the surveillance footage had already astounded him. Among those, only about 5 were discernible, while the others were obscured from view, with several only showing their backs. As long as we can ascertain the general outline, the search becomes significantly simpler. Dick, while speaking, operated the computer, magnifying an image of a man with half of his face visible. He utilized software to create a three-dimensional simulation of the skeletal structure, then turned to face the front, revealing the visage of a man with inverted triangular eyes before Jason. Wow, is this the technology used for dinosaur restoration? Jason inquired. You mean the simulation and restoration? Yes, but it's quite different. The restoration of dinosaurs is entirely based on human conjecture and simulation. This software, however, compares and repairs the basic compositional data of human skeletons. Its database encompasses the fundamental skeletal structures of all humanity. As long as there are no mutations, the similarity in restoration can reach around 60 to 75%. Isn't it supposed to be 100%? Of course not. Only the skeletal structure follows a discernible pattern. The intensity of muscle training, attachment points, body fat percentage, and even variations in body types contribute to differences in fat distribution, making complete restoration impossible. While explaining, Dick manually adjusted the three-dimensional figure he had just generated, making the lower half of the face slightly fuller, the upper half a bit rounder, resulting in an overall plumper appearance. Soon, the screen was filled with several distinct faces, their outlines vaguely reminiscent of one another. How did you do that? Teach me. The three-dimensional avatar Dick had created piqued Jason's curiosity. You want to learn? Dick observed Jason's unwavering gaze fixed on the large screen, a mischievous impulse taking hold. I want to teach you. The bright green eyes dimmed immediately upon hearing Dick's words. If you won't teach me, then I'll just ask Bruce. With that, Jason stormed out of the Batcave in a huff. Master Dick, your behavior is rather unbecoming, came Alfred's disapproving voice from behind Dick. Haha, how should I put it? It feels like teasing a little wildcat. One misstep, and Master Jason is not a wildcat. You should not adopt such a teasing demeanor with him. It is quite impolite. Oh, come on, Alfred. I have no brothers. The only one close to my age is Barbara, but she's a girl. I think I might have gone a bit too far. Dick had no brothers. Although Bruce was not significantly older, he was always his de facto father, which resulted in Bruce adopting a superior attitude towards him. This was one of the aspects Dick found quite irksome. After all, the age difference was merely 12 years, yet Bruce often acted as if he were perpetually correct. I don't believe Master Jason would mind such matters. However, mockery and provocation are not appropriate ways for brothers to interact. Alfred placed a cup of red tea beside Dick. He initially thought Bruce could learn from Jason how to be a better father, but it seemed that the need for familial learning extended beyond Bruce alone. Very well, once he descends, I shall instruct him, provided he still deigns to acknowledge me. However, from Dick's observations of late, it appears that Jason possesses an exceedingly strong sense of pride. It is likely he will not engage with him in the immediate future. You ought to apologize for your previous offense. I shall extend my apologies. Yet, Jason's period of sulking is significantly shorter than Dick had anticipated. Before long, he emerged from the elevator, standing beside Dick with an evident scowl, uttering, Bruce has sent me to find Charlie. Doesn't he require your assistance? He mentioned he needs to investigate Luther's affairs with Superman and directed us to seek out that informant. Dick inwardly rolled his eyes. How could he presume that Bruce was oblivious to Charlie's pivotal role in this matter? Nevertheless, it seems the situation with Luther is indeed more pressing. Otherwise, he would not have neglected the pursuit of tracking down Charlie. Dick could easily surmise Bruce's rationale for sending Jason. Informants often conceal their true identities for self-preservation. Even if one suspects who they are, lacking concrete evidence renders one powerless. However, If Jason can recognize him, even if only by his hands, it would at least prevent them from straying down the wrong path due to misjudgment. All right then, Robin. Let us rendezvous tonight at the abandoned old opera house in Gotham's West End. No excuses, Nightwing. Hey. Hearing his code name uttered by another brings an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, akin to the acknowledgement of one's long-standing efforts. Chapter 29. Screening. From that evening onward, Jason and Dick commenced the process of screening individuals whose identities had been confirmed, yet the endeavor proved far more challenging than anticipated. Gotham's winter remains fiercely cold. As people venture outdoors, their hands are either tucked deep within pockets or encased in gloves. Even with knowledge of identities, determining whether someone is Charlie is a daunting task. How might one coax this fellow's hands from his pockets? Dick and Jason crouched atop a nearby rooftop, observing the hurried pedestrians below, among them a man named Isent, identified through computer screening. At this moment, he walked briskly with his hands buried in his pockets, eager to return home. After 3 consecutive days of clear skies, it appeared that Gotham was on the brink of another substantial snowfall. The damp, frigid air compelled the hurried individuals on the street to huddle deeper into their warm coats, unwilling to expose their skin to the elements, including their target for the evening. What if we corner him in an alley and give him a good thrashing? Jason seemed to have gained a bit of weight lately. The uniform Dick had gifted him was becoming somewhat cumbersome. Thus, Alfred thoughtfully crafted a new ensemble for Jason, converting it into a long-sleeved, long-pants style, ensuring he would suffer less in Gotham's dreary weather. At this moment, he sat beside Dick, sipping steaming milk tea while eyeing the man preparing to turn left. Not far ahead lay an alley, an ideal spot for an ambush. Robin, could you refrain from employing such violent methods to resolve issues? Indeed, resorting to physical confrontation is the simplest approach. Whether it involves merely observing, or even if one wishes to gaze upon Dick, it poses no significant challenge. However, if the other party is an ordinary individual, such actions may be rather excessive. Yet, this method remains the most straightforward and effective. Jason cannot fathom why Dick and Bruce would abandon such an uncomplicated approach. To him, it seems rather simple. Dick, observing the profile of Jason, rubbed his temples in frustration. Bruce had previously advised him that Jason required careful attention. And now Dick comprehends the reason behind this necessity. This fellow is somewhat unscrupulous in his pursuit of objectives. Is this behavior inherent to Jason, or has it been shaped by his past environment? As Dick scrutinized the man who was nearly out of sight, he contemplated deeply. While physical confrontation is not ideal, Jason's perspective is not devoid of merit. Robin, let us proceed this way. Dick pulled Jason closer and whispered a few words in his ear. I still believe that a good beating would be much easier, Jason replied, his brows knitting together in annoyance. He found Dick to be excessively verbose. This should not pose a challenge for you, correct? Ignoring Jason's complaints, Dick posed a question in return. It is not difficult. But do you expect me to wear this outfit? Certainly not. I have prepared accordingly. Upon finishing his statement, Dick descended the rope into the alleyway below, where his motorcycle was concealed. He retrieved a portable bag from beneath the seat, unveiling a set of clothes intended for temporary disguise. After dressing Jason in the oversized, baggy outerwear, he appeared even more diminutive. These garments are too pristine. They hardly resemble those worn by a homeless person. Many of the clothes donned by homeless children come from charitable donations, and ill-fitting sizes are to be expected. However, the cleanliness of Dick's attire was strikingly inappropriate for a beggar. After a moment's thought, Jason surveyed his surroundings and promptly lay on the ground, rolling about to soil the previously clean garments. He even rubbed against the wall to create some tattered effects, which genuinely pained Dick. As he observed Jason industriously crafting his beggar's attire, Dick considered his next move. He then produced a bottle of quick hair dye, transforming Jason's black hair into a golden hue. After smudging a bit of dirt onto his hands, he applied it to Jason's hair, giving birth to a disheveled, golden-haired street urchin. Let us go. Satisfied with Jason's transformation, Dick led him to the intersection ahead of Ascent. You're in charge now. As he watched the approaching man from a distance, Dick imparted one last instruction to Jason before silently retreating to the rooftop. Once back on the rooftop, Jason peeked around the corner at the increasingly near man. Estimating the right moment, he pulled up his collar, hunched his neck, and hurriedly emerged from the shadows, fortuitously colliding with the oncoming man. The slender Jason naturally became the unfortunate victim of the collision. The man, astonished, gazed at the small imp who had suddenly bumped into him. Are you all right? He inquired, extending his hand from his pocket, intending to assist the boy who was seated on the ground. It was an ordinary male hand, the robust knuckles indicating a profession that likely demanded physical labor, and the back of his hand was covered in dense hair, mirroring that of his head. The boy disregarded the man's concern, scrambling to his feet and hastily fleeing. The man watched, bewildered, as the boy darted away before resuming his walk home. However, just a few steps later, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to rummage through his coat pocket. That little thief, his wallet, which had been tucked away in the inner pocket of his coat, was now missing. He quickly turned around, pursuing the direction in which the boy had vanished, but the slight figure had already disappeared without a trace. A few passers-by on the street momentarily diverted their attention to the commotion, but soon returned to their own affairs, for this was Gotham, after all. TCH. That little brat can run fast. If I see you again, I'll be sure to break your legs, you wretch. The man muttered angrily to himself as he departed, feeling irked that his wallet, although not containing much money, had been so inexplicably snatched away. Above him, Dick observed with exasperation as the little thief sat beside him, rummaging through the recently acquired wallet. This isn't right. If you don't do something, you'll raise suspicion, and there's hardly any money in there, he remarked. Jason, embodying the essence of a true pickpocket, emptied the wallet, finding little of value aside from $20, a few cards, and some trivial items. In the past, such an amount would have brought him joy, but now it held no allure for him. You need to break that habit, Dick advised, aware that prolonged thievery could become a vice. Alfred had once mentioned that when Jason first arrived at the manor, minor valuable possessions would mysteriously go missing, only to later be discovered in Jason's room. Bruce feigned ignorance, while Alfred pretended not to notice. After all, these items always found their way back to their rightful places. They all recognized it as a habit Jason struggled to overcome, and thus chose to overlook it. Jason was diligently working to amend his bad habits, akin to quitting smoking. Although he often carried a pack of cigarettes, he had not smoked in quite some time. Don't worry, Dick reassured as he took the wallet from Jason's hands, inspecting its contents once more. Aside from the $20, there were merely a few credit cards and a bill, nothing more. After a moment's contemplation, Dick extracted the $20, saying, "Come on, let's grab something to eat." "I thought you would turn it in to the police," Jason replied. "Well, you must understand, this is Gotham. If the police find a wallet with money, it could lead to complications." "Fair point. What do you feel like eating?" Chapter 30. Confirming identities. Dick and Jason made impromptu decisions based on their immediate surroundings regarding who would take on the role of bait. At times, Dick would masquerade as a lost outsider seeking directions, during which he would typically withdraw his hand when gesturing. Meanwhile, Jason assumed the guise of a wandering thief, a role that, in a sense, was his vocation. Thus, Dick felt a twinge of concern regarding the increasing number of wallets in their possession. However, it seemed that fortune had not favored their diligent efforts. After spending 3 days narrowing down to the last and most elusive 3 individuals, they still had not located Charlie. During this time, Jason had managed to acquire nearly 10 gentlemen's wallets, amounting to a modest $50. At present, they were crouched atop a rooftop, gazing intently at the tightly shut iron door next door. After witnessing Jason's skills, Dick posed a question. "Robin, have you never stolen money before?" A meager $50 over 3 days was a result of their selective targets. In his previous life, Jason could have easily sustained himself with such earnings. So how had he ended up severely malnourished? The most challenging aspect was not the act of thievery itself, but rather identifying targets and evading the attention of the local gang of street children, which proved to be a far greater challenge. Jason rolled his eyes. Did Dick truly believe that Gotham was filled with individuals akin to the few they were pursuing? Most people's pockets contained only credit cards. Unlike before, where he had to be wary of both the victims and the local gang leaders, now he had no such concerns. Given his past experiences, his activities over the past few days must have already attracted the attention of the current territory leader. If he were still that homeless waif, trouble would inevitably find him within 3 days. Observing Jason's profile, Dick noted how effortlessly such a grave subject flowed from his lips. "What are you doing?" Jason felt a twinge of discomfort at Dick's sudden embrace. He was unaccustomed to such intimate physical contact. "Nothing, just a bit chilly," Dick replied. He could not fathom the life that Jason had once endured. Though his own family could not compare to Bruce's, it was filled with warmth and love. He had never faced hunger or cold, and his moderately well-known parents had shielded him from financial worries. Occasionally, he would frolic with friends, pilfering cakes from stores, only to be chased away by irate shopkeepers. Yet, he had never resorted to theft merely to secure a meal. Jason found no desire to expose Dick's naivety. Although he was unsure of the material of his uniform, which only offered a slight chill even in this wintry weather, Dick could not possibly be feeling cold. Yet, he did find comfort in the warmth that enveloped him, though it was an unfamiliar sensation that he did not entirely reject. A shadow appeared before the door of the house under the watchful gaze of two individuals, Dick and Jason. The man, clad in a heavy high-collared coat and a hat that obscured his face, stood at the entrance, extracting a set of keys from his pocket. After observing that hand for some time, Jason confidently declared, "It's him." "What now? Should we go down and apprehend him?" "Wait," Dick cautioned, restraining the impulsive Jason. And after adjusting the focus of his camera, he captured several photographs. The images were swiftly uploaded, and Dick subsequently initiated a communication with Barbara. "Barbara, please analyze the photos I just sent and verify if the facial features are authentic." "Just a moment," she replied, followed by the sound of rapid keystrokes. Soon, her voice returned. "It's not a real face. However, there are signs of possible surgical alterations on the jawline, indicating he may have undergone cosmetic surgery." "Thank you, Barbara." "You're welcome. Why not go down and seize him?" Jason inquired, puzzled as he observed Dick disconnecting the communication. "He won't admit anything. You mentioned he usually appears with a false face at that shop, right? He likely has several other disguises, and his prolonged absence suggests he plans to stay hidden for a while. We lack any evidence to confirm he is the individual we seek. A good beating will make him confess everything. It's trivial for Robin to confront him, but if we misidentify him, we could end up taking a significant detour." "Are you doubting my judgment?" Jason pouted, visibly displeased. "Yet your judgment is merely based on intuition, isn't it?" Dick's retort left Jason speechless, for he possessed no concrete evidence to assert that the man was Charlie. "So we just stand by and watch." Jason expressed his dissatisfaction. "While getting him to admit he is an informant may prove challenging, I believe persuading him to acknowledge his identity as Charlie won't be too difficult," Dick mused, formulating a plausible strategy. "Jason, here is the plan for tomorrow." John Harrell had just purchased a multitude of items from the supermarket. The previous day, his house experienced a sudden power fluctuation that damaged all the light fixtures and even fried the circuit breaker, necessitating an unexpected expense. "What rotten luck," he muttered to himself as he trudged toward his car, burdened by the load. From a distance, he spotted a boy standing beside his cherished vehicle, seemingly drawing something on it. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" John Harrell rushed towards his car, intending to teach the young rascal a lesson. To his surprise, the boy did not flee like the others at the sound of commotion, but remained by the car, leaning against it. As John approached, he noticed the boy bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. The boy donned a pair of blue sweatpants and a red checkered hooded jacket, with a baseball cap tucked beneath the hood, rendering his face completely invisible from Harrell's perspective. As Harrell came to a halt, the boy slowly raised his head and removed the hat that obscured his features, revealing familiar green eyes and tousled auburn hair to Harrell's gaze. "Get lost, kid," Harrell dismissed Jason as if he were a stranger, shooing him away while placing his belongings into the vehicle. "How did that pedophile find me?" Jason, undeterred by Harrell's demeanor, recognized that it would indeed be peculiar if Harrell were to call him by name, given the man's seasoned nature. Harrell appeared oblivious to Jason's inquiry, continuing to prepare for departure. "You must know the police are looking for you." Jason's languid remark successfully shattered Harrell's facade. "No one knows me," Harrell muttered, suddenly aware that he had unwittingly engaged in conversation. He had always harbored a distaste for this boy named Jason, who was entirely unlike those who could be easily swayed with trivial favors. Jason had even thwarted several children from delivering certain illicit items for him. Thus, when Himlay approached him in hopes of procuring some substantial goods, he placed Jason at the top of his list. "I don't know what you're talking about." Harrell retracted his statement, having never operated under his true identity in Gotham, so the police should not have been able to locate him. "There are your fingerprints in the store," Jason remarked, tracing his finger across the white car hood and then ostentatiously blowing off the dust. Harrell remained silent, starting the engine and departing from the supermarket parking lot. As he watched the car recede into the distance, Jason pressed the communicator in his ear. "Did you hear that?" It was indeed him. It seems I can pay him a formal visit tonight." "Me? Not us. You should refrain from going tonight. Be cautious of being recognized." "All right." Chapter 31. Interrogation. John Harrell returned to his residence, where the day was again overcast. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, he repaired the electrical circuits in his room while reflecting on his encounter with Jason. Todd, an exceptionally clever young lad. Harrell vividly recalled the boy's first visit to his shop to sell items. "I have something. Would you like to buy it for $100? No child had ever attempted to negotiate a price without first presenting the goods, which prompted Harrell's impatience to shoo him away. Yet, the boy did not leave. Instead, he uttered another phrase. "The things found on the person who died by the roadside last night." This statement effectively halted John's efforts to dismiss him. as he recalled the news report that morning regarding the newly discovered corpse from the previous night. "Kid, do you know what that item is?" Unbeknownst to him, the boy hesitated before demanding payment up front for the item. After a moment's contemplation, John produced $80, but he did not hand it over directly. The boy glanced at the money and then retrieved an iron box wrapped in layers of old newspaper from his clothing. After they exchanged their items, the boy departed, leaving John to uncover a substantial profit. That night, the corpse discovered was one of the recent perpetrators of a jewelry heist, with the cause of death likely resulting from an internal conflict over the spoils. Inside the box lay a gem, neither large nor small, presumably one of the stolen jewels, overlooked due to its modest size during the handling of the body. John was fairly certain that Jason was aware of the gem's value. However, instead of selling it outright, he opted for this convoluted approach, parting with a gemstone worth hundreds of dollars for a mere $80. This, in fact, was a remarkably shrewd tactic. A child in possession of such a valuable gem would soon attract attention, whether from the gang of jewel thieves seeking retribution or potential buyers, leading to a likely fatal outcome for him. Jason understood this, which is why he chose to sell an item whose value he himself did not comprehend, cleverly utilizing the identity of a jewel thief. This left room for speculation about the gem's nature, while the modest sum of $100 made the transaction seem innocuous, ensuring that no one would pursue him for trouble. A truly astute maneuver, albeit infuriatingly clever. How did that little brat know it belonged to me? John had been in this line of work for quite some time, having long discarded his original name. He was officially registered as John Harrell, previously operating under the name Charlie Robert. Following the Himmler incident, he had completely dismantled all accounts and businesses under Charlie Robert to avoid entanglement and had not used that false identity since. How had a mere street punk managed to track him down? This was intolerable. That kid posed a significant threat. Despite not knowing how he recognized him, he had to be eliminated. John replaced the charred safety switch and connected the final wire, flipping the circuit breaker. Instantly, the dim room was illuminated, and a strange male voice echoed. "Before you go after that little brat, I have a few questions for you, Charlie Robert." John hurriedly drew his gun, but in that split second, a dart struck his left hand holding the weapon. The dart's sharp edge grazed his wrist, embedding itself into the wall behind him. In haste, he reached for the handgun that had fallen to the floor, only to have another dart fly toward him, firmly pinning the gun to the ground. John gazed at the newcomer with a sense of reluctance. The tight-fitting suit, adorned with a blue emblem against a black background, accentuated the muscular contours that drove women wild. A blue mask obscured the most crucial part of his visage, the eyes. Yet, from the exposed chin, he appeared somewhat younger than the rumors suggested. Nightwing. Nightwing gradually approached him, crouching down to meet him at eye level. "What did Himmler hire you for?" "I do not recognize the individual you speak of," John asserted, determined not to allow this man to seize upon any slip of his words. As an intelligence broker, he was well aware of Nightwing's reputation. Behind this figure loomed the legend of Gotham. "Oh, is that so?" Nightwing's tone was flippant, laced with an unsettling amusement. "Then allow me to rephrase. What did Lex Luthor hire you for?" "I am unfamiliar with the person you mention. This is an unlawful intrusion," John stammered, only to be interrupted by a stick that crackled ominously as it struck the ground. Nightwing believed his denial to be genuine. Luthor himself rarely engaged in such matters directly, yet he undoubtedly had an agent. After mentally sifting through a list of names, he pressed further. "What did Ace McCloud want from you?" Before John could complete his response, Nightwing yanked him off the ground and slammed him against the wall. "Surely you do not believe that the boy you sold to Himmler sought you out by mere coincidence?" Nightwing's words shattered the defenses surrounding John's heart. He was acutely aware that the Himmler incident was a masterpiece orchestrated by Batman. Yet he never anticipated that Batman would also have him in his sights. He had thought he had concealed his tracks well, believing there were no traces leading back to him from Himmler. Why, oh why, would that Gotham legend focus on him? The boy must have been adopted by Bruce Wayne. Why? I suspect he would not mind extending a small favor to the one who saved him. Are you still unwilling to speak? The electrified baton hovered perilously close to John's face, so near that he could smell the singe of his own perspiration. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, John finally relinquished his resistance. "What do you wish to know? What did Ace McCloud commission you for?" "He required human subjects for a research project, so he enlisted my assistance in finding a few volunteers." "When did this occur?" 2 years ago. "And the specific date?" "I cannot recall the exact date, only that it was roughly at the transition from late summer to early autumn 2 years past." Nightwing pondered this information, noting that the timeline aligned with Luthor's discussions with Bruce regarding collaboration. "Has Scarecrow approached you?" "No." "Himmler sought you merely to inquire about a few high-quality commodities?" "No, initially. He hoped I could procure some of that substance through certain channels. Nightwing contemplated for a moment, a vague notion coalescing in his mind. So you introduced Himmler to Ace McCloud? Indeed, Himmler harbored hopes of discovering a certain pharmaceutical, while Esma sought to find experimental subjects. Have you ever encountered a scarecrow? John pondered carefully for a moment before shaking his head. Nightwing scrutinized John's facial expressions, convinced of his honesty. It seemed that the scarecrow had a direct collaboration with Luthor, or perhaps... John's voice interrupted Nightwing's contemplation. Once, someone had commissioned me to seek out a chemical plant on the brink of closure or abandonment. Chapter 32. The chemical plant. Nightwing arrived at the forsaken chemical plant mentioned by Charlie, situated at the confluence of Gotham and Broodhaven, amidst a landscape of industrial ruins. In its heyday, this area boasted several chemical factories. However, as industry waned, it fell into neglect, leaving behind a desolate expanse of abandoned structures and toxic land. Kneeling, Nightwing collected samples of the soil beneath him. If his assumptions were accurate, these would likely match the soil compositions Batman had discovered in Charlie's grocery store and the derelict warehouse in Metropolis. In the midst of the pitch-black edifices, even a glimmer of light was strikingly conspicuous. Nightwing stealthily approached the only illuminated factory, where a number of heavily armed individuals patrolled the premises. Recognizing their familiar attire, Nightwing narrowed his eyes. Indeed, they are the Scarecrow's minions. Carefully evading the patrolling guards, he made his way to the nearest dilapidated building, only to find that the factory was entirely encircled by a peculiar metallic fence. He suspected that this strangely hued metal was far from merely serving a basic isolating function. Observing his surroundings, Nightwing chose the closest abandoned water tower. After utilizing his grappling hook to ascend to its apex, he donned his specially designed portable gliding suit. Estimating the wind direction and intensity, he took a few measured steps before launching himself, gliding toward the target factory under the cover of night. The high-tech material rendered him virtually silent during his descent, while the cutting-edge aerodynamic design allowed for effortless directional changes in midair. The only drawback was the slight discomfort caused by the suit during his fall. Perhaps I should indeed incorporate a cape design into my gear, he mused. In moments like these, he recognized the advantages of Batman's cumbersome yet beneficial cape. He landed soundlessly on the factory roof, stowed away his gliding suit, and cautiously lifted a tile to peer through the gap below. The narrow opening constrained Nightwing's view, revealing several large machines within the factory that had clearly ceased operation. However, to his astonishment, there were no signs of the Scarecrow's infamous gas storage containers within his line of sight. Odd. With guards stationed, why was there nothing inside? Nightwing observed 3 guards idly seated together, playing cards, while those patrolling outside numbered merely a handful, totaling no more than 7. If this were indeed the Scarecrow's current stronghold, the manpower seemed rather insufficient. Had he miscalculated? As Nightwing pondered whether he should descend to confront the individuals below for some inquiries and to thoroughly investigate the factory, a car suddenly sped towards his location from afar. Cautiously concealing his presence, Nightwing observed a figure emerge from the vehicle, engaging in conversation with several patrolling guards. The silhouette appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall where he had encountered it before. After exchanging a few words with the guards, the man entered the factory. The vast emptiness of the building amplified sound transmission, and although the voices were somewhat muted, Nightwing managed to catch snippets of their dialogue through the crevices. How is the preparation coming along? Everything is here. When will the boss arrive? There have been some issues with our partner over the past couple of days, so there hasn't been much activity, has there? No. But that bat seems to have taken notice. No matter. Have we located that Charlie fellow? No, he has tight-lipped. We're afraid of killing him if we beat him too hard. The boss needs to procure some truth serum. You know that Bat has noticed this situation. The boss won't be showing up for a while. If we can't find him, the Bat has no reason to find him either. Keep a close watch and ensure he doesn't escape. I'll check on him. One of the henchmen stood up and approached the wall opposite him. Pressing a power switch, a concealed door in the wall slowly opened before him. Due to the lack of visibility into the interior, Nightwing remained unaware of the discrepancy in dimensions between the outside and the inside of the factory. Just as he was contemplating whether to change his position for a better view, he heard the man's voice. Keep an eye on him. The boss will be preparing to transport the remaining goods in the next couple of days. After delivering these instructions, the man swiftly departed in the very vehicle he had arrived in. Perched atop the rooftop, Nightwing reflected on the dialogue between the man and the henchman. The boss mentioned was most likely Scarecrow, indicating that Batman had already sensed Scarecrow's involvement in this matter. Who could the partner be? Lex Luthor? The man's remark about issues with his partner piqued Dick's curiosity. If there were complications on Lex Luthor's end, it undoubtedly related to Clark. Recently, it seemed that Bruce and Clark had been preoccupied with something. After a moment of deliberation, he pressed the communicator, finally connecting to Superman's frequency. Nightwing. What brings you to contact me? Superman's voice was accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, suggesting he was soaring through the skies at high speed. I wanted to ask you if there's trouble with Luthor. You could ask Batman about that. He wouldn't tell me. If you don't ask him, of course, he won't volunteer any information. The rushing wind ceased, indicating that Superman had halted his flight. Oh, please, Superman sighed. Dick, do not be so stubborn. Sharing information does not equate to inadequacy. Even I frequently share intel with Bruce. I understand your desire to prove your independence, but that does not necessitate isolating those who could assist you. Do not call my name. This is a secure signal created by Bruce, arguably the safest in the world. I am currently 10,000 meters above ground in the stratosphere, unless there is someone around you. Superman's words carried a hint of amusement. Is there anyone? Do you need my assistance? Superman, aware that Dick would utilize Bruce's channel only during a mission, casually inquired. Dick, observing the individuals below who were engrossed in their card game, pondered for a moment before replying, yes. Before long, that familiar figure appeared behind Nightwing. What do you need help with? Superman's X-ray vision allowed him to perceive everything within the factory without needing to peer through the gaps, as Nightwing did. Can you see the person tied to the chair behind that wall? Following Nightwing's indication, Superman quickly spotted the man bound to a chair within the concealed compartment. I see him. What is the issue? There is a hidden door button on that wall. Can you discreetly extract the person from there? Superman examined the button in the wall, contemplating before responding. I can manage that, but the challenge lies in the door's activation and retraction. They may not be swift. While they cannot see me, they will observe the door. Superman's super speed posed no problem, yet it could not be applied to the electric invisible door. A conventional hinged door would be more manageable. No worries. I just checked. It takes less than a minute for the door to open and close. I'll create a distraction. Can you toss me outside the electric perimeter? After being placed outside the electric fence by Superman, Nightwing contemplated the 4 individuals patrolling outside, and an idea sparked in his mind. Soon, the sound of gunfire from outside captured the attention of the 3 men inside the room. They swiftly grabbed their weapons and concealed themselves beneath the nearest glass window, attempting to remain unseen from the outside. What is happening? Is it that black bat? Shut your crow's mouth. What is going on out there? A seemingly small-headed individual shouted. The gunfire outside quickly ceased. Everything is fine, just overly tense, came the voice from outside, provoking a chorus of curses from the 3 within. After securing their weapons, they opened the door, grumbling and questioning. What is going on? Did someone accidentally discharge a weapon? I saw a shadow flash by. Batman. No, it was just a cat. That fellow was too anxious and fired. What is going on? Stay alert. Be careful not to attract that bat. Do not worry. This is Gotham, where gunfire is commonplace, and he shall not arrive. It is best that way. Dick observed the chaotic throng at the entrance with satisfaction, while his formidable ally was currently descending from above, cradling the unconscious figure. Who is he? There are signs of a beating, 3 fractured ribs, 1 severely broken, but he is not in immediate mortal danger. As Dick busied himself with a cursory examination of the man, Superman employed his extraordinary vision for a thorough assessment, concluding that the man had suffered grievously and required hospitalization. As for Charlie, upon hearing Superman's conclusion, Dick finally felt a sense of relief. Who is Charlie? Superman was uncertain of Charlie's identity. Did Batman not inform you? Inform me of what? Charlie may be the intermediary between Luthor and Scarecrow, the information broker? Indeed. During their exchange, the man began to show signs of regaining consciousness. Hey, wake up. Nightwing gently slapped the man's face, compelling him to rouse. The man slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Nightwing's face, and disdainfully remarked, I have nothing to tell you. Indeed, a tough nut to crack, but I do not require your information. I have already located Charlie. Nightwing's words successfully compelled the man to turn his head and glare at him. You are lying. Believe it or not, it matters not. Why are they so eager to find Charlie? With Esmeralda deceased, Scarecrow's fervent desire to locate Charlie seemed excessively intense. Nightwing suspected a connection between the 2 events. The man fell silent, seemingly unwilling to respond to any of Nightwing's inquiries. Observing the man's demeanor, Nightwing rose, brushed the dirt from his legs, and turned to leave. Are you just going to let him walk away? A voice interjected, and the man realized that someone had been hovering above him all along. If he refuses to speak, it is of little consequence. We have indeed found Charlie, and the clues are likely aligned. Esmeralda likely became entangled with Scarecrow for some ulterior motive, subsequently seeking Charlie to procure test subjects. while Himmler had also sought him out at that time, thus intertwining Himmler and Esmeralda's paths. It remains uncertain whether Luther located Esmeralda first or vice versa, but Charlie is undoubtedly the common thread. Initially, I suspected that the individual who commissioned Charlie to find an abandoned chemical plant was Scarecrow, but upon reflection, Luther seems more plausible. The one who dealt with Himmler was likely Scarecrow, with the primary objective of preventing Charlie from being discovered, thereby concealing the lead back to Luther. That individual inadvertently orchestrated a significant dilemma. Nightwing pieced together all the clues they presently possessed into a coherent narrative. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Will this align with your findings?" Perfectly congruent, Nightwing's conclusion startled Superman slightly, as it mirrored Batman's conjectures almost precisely. "Wait a moment," the man called out, noticing Nightwing and Superman preparing to leave. "What's the rush? I've already rescued you. Do you expect me to call an ambulance as well?" "No. It's just that Esma and Scarecrow have had a falling out. The details are unclear, but it appears that Esma has hidden the crucial formula for the toxin. Scarecrow believes he gave it to Charlie." The man's words plunged Nightwing into contemplation. If that were the case, it would indeed explain Scarecrow's frantic search for Charlie. It's not a belief. He did give it to Charlie, but only half of it. Charlie couldn't comprehend it at all, so he merely tucked the note away. Completely incomprehensible? Yes, it seemed to be some sort of coded message, which he entrusted me to deliver. Suddenly, Nightwing recalled the peculiar note Bruce had found from the leader of the street children. "Why are you telling me this? Should I trust you? It's better to inform you than to disclose it to them. We're merely trying to survive in this corrupt Gotham. Surely, you can deal with them? I can't guarantee that, but your lead is indeed useful. Here, follow this path straight down. It will lead you to the street below. You can hail a cab to the hospital." After tossing a $100 bill from his pocket to the man, Nightwing departed with Superman. "Do you need any further assistance?" Superman inquired, observing Nightwing's retreating figure. "No, I will seek out Charlie again. I can handle the rest myself." Nightwing mounted his motorcycle and sped off in the direction where Charlie was likely to be found. Chapter 33. Deciphering the code, Dick swiftly made his way to John's residence via a shortcut, but found it empty. All essential supplies had been removed. This came as no surprise to him. Individuals like John would immediately relocate their safe havens once discovered. Activating the computer on his arm, a virtual screen projected a red, indicating the tracker he had installed in John's shoes. The dot moved rapidly, seemingly indicating that John was driving away from Gotham. "Darn. At that speed, I probably won't catch up," Dick muttered, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He had underestimated John, who evidently had further secrets to conceal. Casting a glance around the room, he considered searching for anything that might provide the information he needed. After all, that item was quite troublesome. And John should not have taken it with him. "Aren't you going to pursue him?" A voice from behind prompted Dick to furrow his brow. "Didn't I tell you not to come tonight?" Jason sat by the window, observing Dick's apparent futility. "If I hadn't come, you wouldn't even know where he has gone." Upon learning that Dick had let Charlie slip away, Jason rushed over. With his understanding of Charlie, he knew that man would undoubtedly try to escape. "I am aware that I placed a tracker on him, but he must have fled at a rapid pace." Dick rolled his eyes. He felt that Jason was somewhat underestimating him. Was it due to the negligible age difference between them? Although their ages were similar, the disparity in experience was anything but trivial. He had been combating crime alongside Bruce since he was 9 years old. That vehicle should have broken down along the way. What? Jason's words piqued Dick's interest. Turning back, he saw Jason sitting by the window, tossing something with his right hand. Bathed in the moonlight, Dick discerned that it appeared to be apart from a car. "Is that the vehicle I imagined? What did you say?" "Well done." The two of them rode their motorcycles, following the tracker's signal. The strong scent of gasoline along the route confirmed the issue, as Jason had predicted. The red that had suddenly decelerated. With the speed of Dick's modified motorcycle, they quickly approached the vicinity of the signal. On the road, a stationary car was identified by Jason as the one they were searching for. However, at that moment, the interior was devoid of any presence. Has he escaped? Jason gazed at the empty vehicle, a hint of agitation in his demeanor. Nearby, Dick glanced at the radar. The signal was not far from their position, emanating from the thicket by the roadside. "Stay here," Dick whispered to Jason, then stealthily made his way toward the signal's location. As he drew closer to the signal, an unsettling feeling began to emerge within Dick, for the progress had been too smooth. The signal's location remained unchanged. Could it be? A thought sprang to Dick's mind as he hastily approached the source of the signal. As expected, he discovered a heap of discarded clothing, including the very shoes that housed the tracker. Damn it. The reason Dick had affixed the tracker to the shoes was that individuals typically do not change their footwear while changing outfits. Compared to easily concealable clothing, shoes present significant limitations for hiding and carrying, and generally, people do not pay much attention to them. However, this time, the individual was an experienced information dealer, and he likely replaced even his undergarments. Moreover, with the existence of disguises, finding him after this night would prove exceedingly difficult. Just as Dick pondered where to begin his search, a commotion erupted on the road accompanied by a scream. "Robin!" Dick rushed forward, only to find a body motionless beside his motorcycle, while Jason stood nearby, wielding a long stick. The scene was clear. Dick had no desire to inquire about what had transpired. "Is it him?" Dick asked Jason, receiving an affirmative response in return. He approached and meticulously examined the individual lying on the ground. The face was unmistakably neither John nor Charlie, but rather a nondescript visage that could easily be lost in a crowd. He carefully traced along the hairline, locating the adhesive of the mask. After gently peeling it away, John's pallid countenance came into view before Dick's eyes. Raising his head to signal Jason to hide, Dick splashed a bottle of water on John to rouse him. "Once again, we meet," Nightwing chuckled, gazing at the man who had been awakened from his frozen slumber. "I've disclosed everything I know." John, taken aback by his discovery, bellowed angrily at Nightwing. "I merely came to retrieve something from you. Hand over that coded paper." Dick, eschewing any superfluous dialogue, stated his intent plainly. "What coded paper?" John feigned ignorance. "Stop pretending. You intend to trade that coded paper with Lex Luthor." Dick found it peculiar that the note held no value for John, as Scarecrow was relentlessly pursuing it. If his assumptions were correct, the note contained the most crucial ingredient for Scarecrow's toxic gas. Without it, the production would halt. Thus, Scarecrow's desperation to acquire it was understandable. However, for John and his associates, it was merely a source of trouble. They could easily hand it over to Scarecrow, garnering a favor in return. Why, then, were they so adamant about retaining it? The answer lay in the fact that someone was willing to pay for it. When Esma had entrusted the item to that man, he must have mentioned its lucrative potential, though perhaps he had not disclosed Luthor's name. Consequently, John and his companions remained oblivious to whom they could sell it. Yet, when Nightwing approached John with inquiries, he inadvertently revealed the identity of the potential buyer, Lex Luthor. "I have no idea what you're talking about. You must realize that what you possess is merely half of the equation. Luthor is a shrewd businessman. Do you truly believe he would pay for only a fraction of what he seeks?" "I have no idea what you mean. I'm merely evading Scarecrow's pursuit." Observing John's continued reticence, Dick pondered for a moment before stating, "Are you truly hoping I would turn you over to Scarecrow? You would never do that." "You're all." Nightwing's words successfully ignited a flicker of fear within John. "Regardless, we possess half of the components. Handing them over to Scarecrow is of little consequence." Nightwing maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he regarded John. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, John relented, withdrawing a note from his pocket and handing it to him. Dick unfolded the note, noting that the handwriting matched precisely with that of the one Batman held. The content remained perplexing and nonsensical. However, since Esma had informed John that the item was sellable, it could not be something that required a reference guide for translation. It must possess some linguistic pattern. "Thanks, buddy. This will serve as your compensation." Nightwing placed an item in John's hand, and upon realizing what it was, John nearly crinkled his nose in disbelief. He was baffled as to why his recently serviced car was leaking oil. Nightwing paid no heed to John's fury as he grasped what he desired and swiftly mounted his motorcycle, departing the road to plunge into the depths of the forest. Was it acceptable to leave him like that? The motorcycle halted beneath a tree, and Jason promptly leapt down, taking a seat on the rear and inquiring. His knowledge was scant. Individuals like him, temporary informants, were seldom trusted. "I still don't quite grasp it. Aren't they all part of the same faction?" On the return journey, Jason had numerous questions to pose. "No, it appears there are 3 distinct factions operating independently. Luthor should be allied with Asmodeus, yet Asmodeus has his own agenda. Entangled with Scarecrow, the one who abducted you was merely caught in the crossfire. Thus, it could be inferred that Scarecrow's elimination of Himmler was not out of fear of us locating Luthor, but rather a concern that Luthor might find him." Dick's words left Jason somewhat perplexed. Weren't their objectives all centered around the poison gas? Upon returning to the Batcave, they scanned the notes they had acquired into the computer, comparing them with previously stored information for decryption. The decryption software employed known methods to efficiently rearrange and combine the 2 codes, yet it failed to yield any solution. Dick scrutinized the 2 paper codes in his hand, which were entirely independent sheets, devoid of any connection. Asmodeus had inscribed half the message on one sheet and the remaining half on another, leaving the order ambiguous. Is the direction incorrect again? Dick pondered, gazing at the decryption software that perpetually displayed running. Meanwhile, Jason flipped the two sheets back and forth, searching for clues. Dick, Jason suddenly recalled something and inquired. What is it? You mentioned that Luther and Bruce possess comparable intellect, right? Indeed. If this note were sold directly to Luther, and he could decipher it, wouldn't Bruce be able to as well? I appreciate your insight, Jason, but I prefer to tackle this myself. Dick understood Jason's rationale. Perhaps entrusting it to Bruce would yield a swift resolution, given the disparity in difficulty between possessing the complete cipher and merely half of it. Nevertheless, Dick was determined to solve it independently. Having followed Bruce for so long, it seemed illogical that he would lack knowledge of the decryption methods Bruce employed. Jason observed Dick's industrious silhouette in silence, perplexed by the fact that both Dick and Bruce urged him to seek assistance, yet neither appeared inclined to do so themselves. Watching Dick, who showed no intention of acknowledging him, Jason resumed examining the two sheets, flipping them repeatedly, raising them, and lowering them. Occasionally, he proposed wild ideas, such as soaking them in water to reveal invisible ink or scorching them to uncover hidden messages, but those notions were swiftly dismissed by Dick. Ultimately, Jason succumbed to the seductive allure of sleep, his eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. As they fluttered closed, he mumbled, "Do you think it could be a wordplay, with one word written here and another there?" Unbeknownst to him, Dick gazed at his sleeping visage for a considerable time before turning back to issue new commands to the computer. Chapter 34. Clue upon Bruce's return to the Batcave. He was greeted by a rather disheveled scene. Jason slumped in his chair, utterly lost to the world of slumber. A trail of transparent drool escaping from the corner of his slightly ajar mouth, leaving an unsightly mark on the leather armrest. Dick, too, was in no better condition. Slumped over the keyboard, his face bearing the imprints of several keys. Observing Dick's posture, Bruce felt a twinge of relief that his computer was waterproof. The colossal computer screen flickered with the fruits of Dick's tireless nocturnal efforts, the decrypted components of the toxic gas. This was not merely what the Scarecrow desired, but also what Bruce sought. The antidote developed from previously obtained samples had proven ineffective and fraught with severe side effects. With the critical components of the gas finally decrypted, the endeavor to advance the antidote's formulation could proceed. Bruce gently tapped Dick's face, stirring the drowsy figure from his stupor. Bruce?" Dick mumbled, still groggy, as he wiped the drool clinging to his lips. "Time to head back to your room to sleep," Bruce urged, watching as Dick roused himself. He turned and lifted the thoroughly unconscious Jason, making his way toward the elevator. Exhausted to the core, Dick shuffled back to his room, knowing that Alfred would have tidied it up for his return. Lacking the strength to remove his uniform, he collapsed onto the bed, expending a bit of effort to detach the two electric batons from his back and the utility belt from around his waist. Just as he was about to drift off, a drowsy thought crossed his mind. It seemed he had never been carried back to his room. After delivering Jason to his quarters, Bruce returned to the Batcave, where Dick had completed the decryption of the vital components. He needed to expedite the production of the antidote. "Master Bruce, considering you have an important gala this evening, I would advise you to take a nap now," came Alfred's disapproving voice from behind him. "I rested last night," Bruce retorted. "Master Clark informed me that you dozed off for nearly 10 minutes throughout the night, and this evening you must contend with the cunning individuals you spoke of. Therefore, I strongly advise you to have some breakfast and then rest," Alfred insisted. Turning to face Alfred, Bruce ultimately acquiesced under his steadfast gaze. He compressed the list of components translated by Dick and sent it to Lucius's dedicated email before departing the Batcave. When Dick awoke, it was already afternoon, roused by the insistent grumbling of his empty stomach. In the dining room, Bruce and Jason were engaged in a meal that could only be categorized as either lunch or afternoon tea. "Good afternoon," he greeted casually, taking a seat at the nearest dining chair. Alfred promptly arrived with a lavish spread of food. Observing Bruce and Jason, Dick noted that Jason was earnestly consuming his meal, appearing as if he had just risen from slumber, while Bruce's table was occupied solely by a cup of coffee. Typically at this hour, Bruce would be either in the Batcave or attending to other matters. It was peculiar for him to be seated in the dining room. A sense of unease washed over Dick. "Dick, there is a gala tonight that you must attend with me," Bruce stated directly, revealing the reason for his presence. "Can I decline?" Dick protested, genuinely reluctant to go, as he harbored a sincere fear of the older women who always seemed to take advantage of him. "One of the individuals possibly connected to Scarecrow will be there." Bruce's words effectively silenced Dick's complaints. Suppressing his despondency, Dick inquired earnestly, "Have you found Scarecrow?" "According to our leads, Elsa Green may be one of Scarecrow's benefactors." Elsa Green? Dick was quite familiar with the name, as the most renowned socialite. She had connections with many prominent figures in Gotham's political arena. "Isn't she the mistress of Shipton Mitchell?" Yes, I suspect Shipton is the financial backer behind Scarecrow. I'm curious. With such significant undertakings, wouldn't it be a bit too much for the Lawrence family to have complete control? The Lawrence family's involvement appears to be aimed at seizing political power, while Shipton's motives seem to revolve around financial gain. They likely do not have a direct connection. True enough, he is, after all, a businessman. What do you want me to do? Find a way to establish a rapport with Elsa and extract some clues from her. Are you asking me to seduce that woman? Wouldn't it be better for you to handle it yourself? I need to keep Shipton and a few others who may be involved occupied. Ah, so you're selling me out. Bruce ignored Dick's complaint, turning to leave the dining room to prepare for the evening's gala. I reckon this task suits you well. Jason seized the moment to tease Dick once Bruce had departed. Oh, really? Dick, too preoccupied with thoughts of how to approach the woman, could hardly muster a response. Why the long face? Is she unattractive? Jason's curiosity was piqued by Dick's disheartened demeanor. No, she is quite beautiful, voluptuous, and alluring. Then why the glum expression? The woman could undress you with just her gaze, then lick you repeatedly, layer upon layer. If possible, Dick truly wished to avoid provoking her. He had encountered her a few times at galas while accompanying Bruce, and even then, she had exhibited an intense fascination with him. Mind you, he was only 10 years old at the time. Well, good luck, he said. Oh, thank you, Dick replied, rolling his eyes internally at Jason's amused expression. After considerable contemplation, Dick resolved that he could not be the sole victim of this predicament and declared, no way. You are also a ward, so you cannot sit this one out. You must accompany me. What? I'm not going. It's settled then. After all, you two are adopted by Bruce, and I am certain those women will find you quite intriguing. I was not adopted. There were no formalities. But the media sees it differently. Jason found himself unable to counter Dick's argument. As Barbara had pointed out, half of Gotham's paparazzi thrived on Bruce Wayne's scandalous stories. Jason had only been by Bruce's side for a short time, yet major newspapers swiftly began speculating about his identity. Although Wayne Enterprises refused to disclose any information regarding Jason under the guise of protecting a minor's privacy, this did not deter the relentless paparazzi, akin to sharks sniffing blood, from uncovering that Jason was one of the abducted children. Soon, it became an accepted fact in the media that Bruce, out of compassion, had adopted a kidnapped child. In a sense, this was indeed true. Thus, Dick's persistent persuasion led Jason to this gathering, which had no bearing on him whatsoever. Upon stepping through the opulent doors, regret washed over Jason. The bespoke suit tailored by Alfred felt more like a shackle, binding him so tightly that he could hardly walk. This was far removed from a business gala. Don't faint, little wing, Dick maliciously whispered in Jason's ear before dragging him toward the crowd. Jason's arrival overshadowed even Bruce's presence. Unlike Dick, whose identity was completely transparent and known to all, Bruce had adopted Dick after witnessing the tragic demise of the Grayson family, an act that was well publicized. In stark contrast, Jason's background remained a mystery, and Wayne Enterprises maintained a veil of silence over his past. People often possess an irrational curiosity about the unknown. Well, you are quite the popular one, Dick teased, observing Jason surrounded by women, eliciting an irritated glare from him. You frightened him, a soft feminine voice interjected. Coming to Jason's rescue, Jason turned to see a woman adorned in a shimmering silver mermaid gown, her long, vibrant red curls cascading down, exaggerated eyelashes framing her eyes, navy blue eyeshadow accentuating their allure, and crimson lips curving upward in a slight smile. A woman pushed her way through the throng surrounding Jason and plopped down beside him. The overwhelming scent of her perfume made Jason want to sneeze. Despite her gentle smile, he felt as though he were a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent's gaze. What is your name? Her soft voice triggered an instinctual alarm within him. Miss Elsa. At that moment, Jason found himself immensely grateful for Dick's voice. Did I frighten him? Elsa turned to Dick with a playful smile. Not at all. He is merely captivated by your beauty. Oh, you are quite the charmer, just like your adoptive father. Dick's words elicited a melodious laugh from the woman, causing her ample bosom to sway before Jason. Bruce is currently with Mr. Shipton. Would you like to join him? It was time for Dick to redirect his focus towards Bruce. Ah, you are right. I must go greet him. Until later, boys. Your green eyes are truly stunning. Elsa planted a kiss on Jason's cheek before sauntering away with an alluring sway towards Bruce. Is that her? Jason asked, gazing in disbelief at her serpentine figure. Indeed. That is she. She is Shipton's mistress and tonight's target for Dick, Elsa Green, a woman reminiscent of Medusa. Then you stay here. If things go awry, you must come to my rescue, Dick said nervously, his earlier composure evaporating as he draped an arm around Jason's shoulder. Well, good luck. This time, Jason's words were heartfelt. Chapter 35. The pursuit of the scarecrow Elsa was akin to a highly venomous snake. The territory she had claimed seemed tainted, as if no one would dare intrude upon it again. Currently, Jason found himself in a similar state, although Elsa had departed. The women surrounding him showed no inclination to gather near him, which was a boon for Jason. He finally had the energy to observe what he deemed an utterly tedious and ostentatious soiree. Groups of 3 or 4 coalesced, and as Jason scrutinized them, he discerned that while people appeared to drift aimlessly, certain individuals quickly congregated again. It seemed even the upper echelons of society had their own cliques, not unlike the lower tiers of Gotham. Bored, Jason watched the masked individuals engaged in conversation before shifting his attention to Bruce. Bruce was embracing a blonde beauty on his left, a champagne flute in his right hand, standing amidst the crowd as he expounded on Wayne Enterprises' future investment strategies. The surrounding gentlemen occasionally interjected a comment or two, but soon relinquished the floor back to Bruce Wayne. Among them was a rotund man who could rival the Penguin in girth, Mr. Shipton. Jason's gaze shifted to Dick, who had unknowingly retreated to a corner with a stunning femme fatale. There was no hint of discontent visible on his face. "So, you are Bruce's new boy?" A voice accompanied by a figure settled beside Jason, interrupting his silent musings. Although the tone was calm, the choice of words irked Jason. Yet he refrained from expressing his irritation, at least for the moment. "No, I know," the other person rudely cut him off. Jason shot an annoyed glare at this impolite individual. The young man, with golden locks and brown eyes, despite his well-fitted, high-end suit, could not conceal his robust physique. Jason was puzzled by the visitor's intentions. The man's expression was inscrutable, leaving his thoughts ambiguous. They sat in silence, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd on the dance floor for a considerable time, until the man finally spoke again. "My aunt sent me to express her gratitude to Mr. Wayne and to apologize for her previous misunderstandings." "Aunt?" Jason turned his head to scrutinize the man, noticing a familiar contour upon the rugged face. "Lady Emma is my aunt." Understanding dawned on Jason. He was the nephew of Lady Emma's soldier. But why? Jason was curious about the reason for this encounter, especially while Bruce was engaged in conversation with others. The man glanced toward Bruce and, appearing somewhat hesitant, replied, "He seems rather occupied. I want to intrude. Please convey my message to him. I shall take my leave now." Jason grasped that this man, like himself, was not fond of social gatherings. After the man departed, Jason redirected his attention back to Dick in the corner. Although Dick had insisted that if any unforeseen circumstances arose, Jason should come to his aid, Jason was uncertain whether Dick's current endeavor, preparing for a French kiss with the enchanting woman, qualified as an emergency. Ultimately, Jason picked up 2 glasses of champagne from the table and approached the corner, inadvertently spilling one glass over Dick. "Oh ho ho, has the little brother come to find his big brother? Feeling lonely all by yourself? How adorable." Elsa laughed, planting a kiss on Dick's cheek and leaving another lip print on Jason's freshly cleaned face before taking the untouched glass of champagne from Jason and heading toward the dance floor. "Am I interrupting something good?" Jason inquired. "No, if you hadn't come, I would have been completely consumed," Dick replied. "Did you gather any information?" "I'll share when we return." Dick did not deny it, indicating that he had indeed acquired substantial insights. Subsequently, he signaled to Bruce and led Jason away from the event. Upon returning to the Batcave, Dick hurriedly accessed Gotham's map on the Batcomputer and marked several locations. "What are these?" Jason asked. In the private residence of the enchanting femme fatale, Jason surveyed the locations delineated by Dick. Each was either situated within upscale apartments or luxurious villa districts. "Do you suspect the Scarecrow is concealed within these edifices?" he mused. Given the Scarecrow's nature, it seemed unlikely he would take refuge in such high-security abodes. "No, let us investigate these places. I am quite confident Elsa is entwined with the Scarecrow, and we require some evidence." "Now?" Dick inquired. "Indeed," replied Jason. Once he and Dick were attired in their uniforms, they seized the opportunity amidst the ongoing festivities to make an incursion. "Where shall we commence?" Jason queried, intrigued. "There are 5 houses in total. If it were you, where would you conceal the items?" Dick posed the question back to Jason after a moment's contemplation. After considerable reflection, Jason responded, "A less frequented, inconspicuous residence would be most convenient." "Precisely. Thus we shall first visit her villa." This luxurious standalone villa, situated in a rather secluded area, presented a challenge. Dick skillfully maneuvered using infrared night vision to circumvent the villa's advanced security systems and arrived at the main house. Gazing at the opulence of the villa's exterior, he deliberated whether to enter through the expansive terrace or a smaller window on the opposite side. However, the villa's stringent security measures made it apparent that the interior was likely teeming with cameras which would promptly relay any intrusion to the alluring femme fatale's mobile device. Are we not going in? Jason queried after circling the house. I am contemplating how to evade the internal security measures, Dick replied. Why not cut the power? I noticed the security line's access point over there, Jason suggested casually, recalling that during his previous burglaries, he typically severed the power supply, first for convenience. This is a high-end villa. The security level here surpasses that of the communities below. If you carelessly cut the power, the security company will be alerted almost immediately. What then? Dick pondered, eventually making his way to the access point Jason had mentioned. Located on the wall of the second floor, this posed no challenge for Nightwing. He extracted his grappling gun, hoisting himself to the level of the access box. Upon opening the box, he connected 2 data lines from his wrist computer to the villa's internal security lines. After a brief operation, he returned to the ground, exclaiming to Jason with satisfaction, I have looped the video feed. Let us proceed at our leisure. Observing Dick's smug demeanor, Jason felt a twinge of annoyance. So, where shall we enter? The front door seems troublesome, yet the terrace door likely requires breaking the glass. Perhaps the front door it is. Let us go to the terrace, Jason declared, promptly using his grappling hook to ascend to the terrace. Dick, unable to intervene in time, had no choice but to follow suit. Robin, do not shatter the glass, Jason cautioned. He deftly withdrew a slender fiber from his belt, folding it into 2 strands, and carefully inserted it through the crevice of the patio door. With meticulous precision, he hooked the internal latch, skillfully manipulating the fine fiber back and forth until the closed bolt was released. His technique was remarkably adept, indicating that he had engaged in such endeavors on numerous occasions. Once the patio door swung open, the 2 men stealthily entered the villa, commencing their search for the elusive clues they sought. What are we searching for? Jason inquired, surveying the expansive room. The villa, while not particularly large, especially in comparison to the properties under Bruce's ownership, was by no means small. It boasted 3 bedrooms, each with an en-suite bathroom, 2 kitchens, a study, a grand bathroom, a home theater, and a spacious living room. Jason anticipated that their task might prove somewhat challenging. The computer, Dick replied succinctly. He aimed to uncover the records linking this woman to the Scarecrow, hoping to glean clues about the Scarecrow's hiding place. The pair designated the study as their first destination. Upon entering, a computer sat quietly on the desk. Dick powered it on, and as expected, it required a fingerprint to unlock. He carefully retrieved a transparent fingertip cover from his belt, donned it on his index finger, and pressed it against the fingerprint scanner. The computer swiftly came to life. What is this? Jason asked, intrigued. A simulated fingertip cover made from the fingerprints collected from Elsa, Dick responded, his focus unwavering as he searched for the necessary information on the screen. Jason picked up the fingertip cover, examining it closely. It was remarkably thin, even more so than surgical gloves, made of an unfamiliar, undoubtedly advanced material. The patterns on the cover were illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. When did you collect her fingerprints? Jason suddenly pondered, realizing that Dick might have long suspected this woman. During the embrace at the dinner party, Dick replied, engrossed in copying the vital data from the computer. In no time, he had successfully transferred all the information to his own device. All done. Let us go, he said. After ensuring that all data was copied and restoring everything to its original state as much as possible, Dick and Jason exited the villa.